Chapter 131 Kristen. Gria's technical team arrived at Mai and Twilight's sword class frigate shortly after. Leading them was a female sage with long golden hair, a rare sight for a tech priest. Seeing her, Mai and Twilight couldn't help but inwardly grumble that Huang Laohan must have a thing for porridge, as this taste was too strong. Regardless of their inner thoughts, Mai still stepped forward to face the group of red-robed figures and bowed to them, saying, "Greetings to the servants of the god of machines. May the Omnisci bless you. Welcome to the Huichong Shihao. I am Rogue Trader Malin. Greetings to you too, Rogue Trader Sir." The leading female sage performed a gear salute to Mai before introducing herself. "You can call me Wise One Kristen. These three are my attendants, Sage Celia, Sage Hiemo, and Sage Muirseth. Although, according to the Adeptus Mechanicus internal titles, you should refer to me as an Archmandrite, this title is too complex for you, so just call me Sage. Also, please properly accommodate the Adeptus Militaris we brought. While it's not a lack of trust in your esteemed party, this is a necessary security escort. The internal titles of the Adeptus Mechanicus are incredibly intricate. Unless one is an internal member of the Adeptus Mechanicus, outsiders trying to understand their changing titles are truly making things difficult for themselves." "Understood, Wise One Kristen." Mai naturally wasn't willing to try and remember those titles that only the Adeptus Mechanicus themselves meticulously differentiated. He smoothly called her sage as per Kristen's request and said to them, "I have already prepared rooms and a welcome banquet for you all. May I ask if the sages would prefer to enjoy the banquet first, or rest in your rooms first?" Facing Mai's invitation, the sages exchanged data briefly, then Kristen spoke, "Since you have prepared a banquet, we would not want to decline your kind intentions. Sage Celia and I will attend the banquet. Sage Hiemo and Sage Muirseth need to rest first." "Very well, this way please." Mai led the way, guiding the four towards the upper deck. That night, in the ship's captain's quarters, Mai was discussing the matter of Kristen and her team with Twilight. "Archmandrite, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that a title for the Adeptus Mechanicus's Praetorian Guard?" Although Twilight wasn't an Adeptus Mechanicus player, she still had some understanding of this. Mai simply nodded at Twilight's words, "A figure of real power on a forge world, second only to the forging supervisor and deputy supervisor. It seems that even when the chief executive changes worlds, the style is off, but he still holds power. Sounds like a high-ranking official, but do you think this group of theirs is really just for technical exchange?" Twilight looked at Mai, voicing her doubts. Mai just shook his head at this question, offering no reply. They both knew that the sages of the Adeptus Mechanicus were highly influential figures. It was rare enough to see one or two, let alone several sages appearing together. Although an orbital ring order was a big business, it wasn't important enough to warrant deploying an entire technical team composed of sages. Especially with an Archmandrite leading them, a top-tier figure of real power, second only to the forging supervisor and deputy supervisor. The Adeptus Mechanicus's technical exchange. "I'm afraid they'll be speaking with generals, cannons and titans." Mai grumbled, but then said, "I actually think they might be more interested in the stellar orbital ring I mentioned." "You mean they're going there to repair the stellar orbital ring?" Twilight was momentarily stunned, but then asked doubtfully, "But we don't have the capability to construct a stellar orbital ring. Even if we dismantled the entire subsector, we wouldn't have enough mineral resources to build such a stellar orbital ring, would we? Dismantling the entire subsector certainly wouldn't be enough, but if we could extract matter from a star, then it wouldn't necessarily be insufficient." Mai had some conjectures about this. He explained to Twilight, "The tech priests have unearthed a technology called the spaceborne particle excavator. Although they don't possess this technology themselves right now, once they find it, they'll be able to dismantle stars and refine mineral elements from stellar resources. While a significant amount of material is needed to build a ring, it's nothing compared to the star itself. But they still need to have that technology, right? From what you're saying, they don't have it, do they?" Twilight was a bit confused. Since the tech priests didn't have this technology, why were they making such a large investment? That's the problem. What exactly is the purpose of Kristen and this team? Mai was also undecided and could only furrow his brows in thought. If the Adeptus Mechanicus had already found this technology, then Kristen's grand display wouldn't be surprising. But if they hadn't found the technology, their continued grand display was truly suspicious. "By the way, is this spaceborne particle excavator something GW has written about?" Twilight suddenly became curious about this technology that could be used to build a stellar orbital ring. Mai nodded, then explained, "GW itself mentioned this in the Leagues of Votan's description. This is human technology from the Dark Age of technology. The squads of Votan brought it to the galactic core, specifically to dismantle nascent stars to obtain elements and energy." "Holy crap, that sounds incredibly awesome. A mining machine that can dismantle stars." Twilight immediately became interested in this thing and couldn't help but imagine, if we had this thing, dismantled stars to build stellar orbital rings, wouldn't that be like turning into Stellaris? Humans in the Dark Age of technology probably really did play the Stellaris script, but we probably can't do that. This kind of technology should only be with the Space Dwarves and the Mars Mechanicus headquarters now. The Imperial Palace perhaps. At this point, Mai paused, his eyes showing a look of shock and sudden realization as he looked at Twilight. Twilight also understood what he was saying and likewise showed a shocked expression. The two seemed to have reached some consensus and both chose to log off. Back in the 3K era, the two opened their eyes and saw Chen Xi and 32 chatting nearby. Gutierrez didn't seem to be out yet, so the two directly checked the exchange list on the servitor skull. What's wrong with you two? What are you looking for? Chen Xi noticed their strange expressions and behavior, so he asked curiously. Spaceborne particle excavator, Chen Xi, see if you can exchange for this thing. Twilight said to Chen Xi with a hint of urgency. Why are you looking for that? Chen Xi was a bit confused but still opened his own exchange list and started searching. Chapter 132, Battlefleet Gothic. The group searched for a while. The exchange list provided by Huang Laohan contained an immense variety of items. One could virtually exchange for anything imaginable that existed in the 40K Imperium of Man. Technology was naturally included. No one knew how many secrets were buried within the Imperial Palace on Terra. Many technologies from the Dark Age of Technology were sealed away in the Imperial Palace's secret archives, including some unknown even to the Adeptus Mechanicus. It was precisely for this reason that a Dark Age of Technology mining machine like the Spaceborne Particle Excavator had a high probability of existing in the Imperial Palace's archives. Given that Chen Xi and his team's exchange list even included things like the Gene Seed Primarch's Warp Essence, Huang Laohan might very well have included this Dark Age of Technology item as well. In fact, STC templates for various technologies were ubiquitous on Chen Xi and his team's exchange list. From the simplest quick-setting concrete for rapid construction and the commonly used Imperial Ceramite and Plasteel formulas, to complex Emperor-class Titan and battleship construction templates, Chen Xi had even seen the STC for Phosphex weapons, which were so rare that they had completely disappeared by the 40K era. Even in the 30K era, when the Imperium was burgeoning and flourishing, these technologies were considered rare, let alone in the 40K era, where humanity had continuously lost countless technologies. Any STC template that Chen Xi and his team could exchange for, if merely shown to the tech priests in the 40K era, would cause them to overload their circuits and collectively go insane. For no other reason than the sheer abundance of good things Huang Laohan had brought out. Any one item would be enough to make the tech priests of Mars launch an expedition. After a painstaking search, the group finally found what they were looking for in the vast sea of technical directories. 10,000 exchange points? This thing is that expensive. Mai's expression, upon seeing what they had found, was as sour as if she had eaten 10 caddies of lemons mixed with bitter melon. What could be more painful than knowing there's something good but being unable to get it? It's having a good thing right in front of you, but being unable to afford it. This thing is indeed very good, but we really can't afford it right now, Chen Xi sighed after examining it. If it had been before 32, before he bought those 2 new ships, they might have been able to scrape together enough to get it. But he had used his points to buy ships recently, and Gutierrez had used his points to strengthen his kill team. Incidentally, he also bought himself a Vanguard-class light cruiser to serve as his team's transport ship. As for Mai and Twilight, they still had some points, but not even enough to make up a third of the Spaceborne Particle Excavator STC's price. So what do we do now? The tech priests of Gria said that with this technology, we could dismantle stars to repair the stellar ring. Twilight seemed very excited, as repairing the stellar ring was a very tempting prospect. Meanwhile, 32 had already pounced over, clearly enthusiastic about the matter. But Chen Xi poured cold water on everyone, nothing to do. If we can't afford it, we don't buy it. We'll talk about it when we can gather enough points. But if that's the case, when will we ever gather enough points? Twilight was a bit unwilling. 10,000 points was no small sum. Chen Xi and Gutierrez had only managed to get roughly half that amount from their previous campaign against the Necrons. To get 10,000 points individually, it would require at least a large-scale planetary war. There's still a Necron dynasty in the system, taking it out would be enough, but we don't have the strength to take on a Necron dynasty right now. So, for now, don't overthink things. Focus on developing, and we'll talk about other things when we have the strength. Chen Xi remained rational, advising the others not to engage in impractical fantasies. Although he himself really wanted to directly exchange for the Spaceborne Particle Excavator, then furiously mine the star for massive amounts of minerals to rapidly build up forces, and field a Primaris Space Marines Legion to Cadia to give the pointy-headed Abaddon a good thrashing. But the problem was, they truly lacked the strength for it right now. As for dragging the Adeptus Mechanicus into smashing Necron tombs? Chen Xi didn't think the Mariupol Forge World had that capability. Even the Gria Forge World might not have the ability to take on a Necron dynasty. And even if it did, the Gria Forge World wouldn't empty its coffers just to take out a Necron dynasty. Seeing this, the others could only give up, drooling over the good item and imagining what they could do if they could get their hands on such a star miner. Chen Xi then went out to throw out the trash and pick up a package on the way. As he stepped out, he happened to run into Lu Yi from across the hall, who also seemed to be going out to throw out trash. Chen Xi greeted him amicably before turning to go downstairs to pick up his package at the community gate. At the community gate, several capable-looking security guards were diligently standing guard. The one in the guard booth stood ramrod straight, giving Chen Xi a sense that he was living in a military compound. However, he didn't bother to dwell on it, as it was perfectly normal for a security company to hire a few retired veterans, right? Chen Xi approached the security booth, greeted the 2 guards who were intently watching the monitors, and then found his package among a pile of others. In fact, he didn't spend much time, as his package was another large cardboard box. Borrowing a small cart from the community security and with their help placing the box onto it, Chen Xi then pushed the cart back home. After asking his friends to help move the cardboard box inside, Chen Xi returned the cart. By then, Gutierrez had also logged off and was preparing to leave with the other 3. Chen Xi, what did you buy this time? I saw the information on the box, it looks like it was shipped from the UK. Gutierrez, being in the wine business, was familiar with international mail and thus recognized that the package was from the UK. Chen Xi didn't hide it from his friends, explaining directly, it's Battlefleet Gothic. I asked a friend in the UK to help me find a rare, unopened, out-of-print set. Holy crap, Battlefleet Gothic? You're not thinking of importing that into 40K, are you? Did Huang Laohan tell you to? Gutierrez looked surprised. I don't know, just trying it out. Anyway, this thing is a rare, out-of-print item. Even if it can't be imported into 40K, it's still great for collection, isn't it? Chen Xi said indifferently. While this out-of-print item was indeed a bit expensive, with someone else footing the bill, Chen Xi could still afford the expense. Chapter 133 Blood Angels. On Baal, the homeworld of the Blood Angels chapter, the blood-red stellar glow still enveloped this ancient desert planet and its 2 moons. The homeland of the great angel Sanguinius resembled a wasteland, with the ancient and sacred Angel Keep standing amidst the sea of sand, even though thousands of years had buried many parts of Angel Keep under the yellow sand. When humanity first colonized this planet, Baal and its 2 moons both had Earth-like atmospheres, and the natural environment was far more comfortable than it is now. Although the local star emitted highly toxic radiation, at least humanity once called this place a paradise for mortals. The main planet of Baal had always been a rust-red desert world, much like Mars, but its moons were a paradise for mortals, where people lived in harmony with nature, enjoying the blessings of high art and science, far from the suffering of struggle for survival and the chaos of war. They even ventured onto the barren surface of the main planet of Baal, leaving behind colonies and astonishing architecture. To this day, the magnificent urban ruins and majestic monuments forged with mythical technology, scattered across the main planet of Baal and its moons, still stand unyielding in the torrent of time, allowing one to glimpse the past glory of the Baalians. But in the old night of the dark age of technology or the age of strife, fierce battles erupted on the 3 planets of Baal. The war, accompanied by the widespread use of weapons of mass destruction such as nuclear and viral weapons, completely destroyed the planet's ecosystem. The main planet of Baal and its 2 moons were therefore severely polluted, their surfaces filled with strong radioactive dust, chemical toxins, and deadly biological viruses. From then on, the Baalians could only struggle to survive on the heavily polluted land, facing a hostile environment and terrifying mutants' attacks. The once prosperous paradise transformed into today's apocalyptic wasteland. Before humanity arrived at the 3 planets of Baal, an alien race lived on this planet, though what exactly they were is now unknown. But the Golden Angel and Dark Angel they worshipped were inherited by humanity. These 2 angels engage in an eternal struggle in the invisible sea of souls. Whenever a son of Baal protects the innocent, the Golden Angel becomes stronger, and whenever someone succumbs to the Black Rage, the Dark Angel becomes stronger. This is also the most fundamental source of the Black Rage, one of the 2 major genetic flaws of the Blood Angels chapter, the bloodthirst and the Black Rage. The death of Sanguinius only triggered the Blood Angel's Black Rage and deepened its influence, but it was not its cause. But in any case, the bloodthirst and the Black Rage plague Sanguinius's sons. For thousands of years, countless Blood Angels have been unable to extricate themselves due to the influence of these 2 genetic flaws, ultimately leading to one tragic end after another. Within the massive Angel Keep, an astonishing number of Blood Angels who have succumbed to the Black Rage and cannot be saved are imprisoned. Compared to the Black Rage, the bloodthirst is a relatively easier problem to control. After all, although it sounds very cruel, for the Imperium, Blood Angels drinking a little human blood is not really a big problem. It's just that for their own reputation, after all, they are the great Angel's children, and their image must be perfect, and the serious consequences of indulging in the bloodthirst, betraying the great Angel's teachings and reverting to ghouls, the Blood Angels have always kept this secret hidden. Dante, the chapter master of the Blood Angels, is an old warrior who has served the Imperium for over 1600 years, and in his long life, he has fallen victim to the curse of the bloodthirst more than once. In 518.m40, while still not the chapter master, Dante was fighting invading Chaos Space Marines in the Hive City of Tobias Halt. Dante felt deep self-reproach and anger for failing to protect the workers of the Hive City, which led to an outbreak of his bloodthirst. The enraged Dante not only suffered an outbreak of the bloodthirst but also nearly triggered his Black Rage, which brought him immense power, allowing him to directly cut down 6 Chaos Space Marines. But the maddened Dante did not stop there. Instead, he began attacking nearby civilians and draining their blood until Sanguinius appeared out of nowhere and knocked Dante unconscious on the spot. The Blood Angels who arrived afterward executed the civilians not killed by Dante to conceal the secret of the bloodthirst from the Imperium. Upon awakening, Dante felt deep guilt and disgust for his loss of control. He swore that from then on, he would never allow himself to drink blood again unless it was for a chapter sacred rite. Long-term refusal to drink blood caused Dante to age rapidly. Beneath his golden helmet was an old and shriveled face, and his body had also been in a state of weakness for a long time. Yet now, holding a glass of red wine, Dante felt his bloodthirst suppressed, or rather, temporarily satisfied. His weak and aged body felt nourished, with warm energy flowing throughout, giving Dante a long unfelt sensation of being full of strength. He could particularly feel that his body, aged by long-term suffering from the bloodthirst, was rapidly returning to its normal state. If anyone could see it, Dante's formerly aged face beneath his helmet was gradually becoming younger. At least a middle-aged handsome blonde, not a white-haired old man. What exactly is this? Dante took off his helmet, which was carved with the face of Sanguinius, and looked at the Inquisitor before him, asking the question that concerned him and all the Blood Angels present the most. Dante had not taken off his helmet for a very long time, to conceal his face, which was ravaged by the bloodthirst. And the fact that his body was weakened from not drinking blood for a long time was well known among the Blood Angel's high command. Yet now, he clearly looked like he had recovered, which could not but arouse great curiosity among the Blood Angel's high command. This Inquisitor had arrived on bail not long ago. After visiting Angel Keep, he delivered a message to the Blood Angels. A Blood Angel serving in the Death Watch had discovered something that could suppress the bloodthirst. This news shocked the entire Blood Angels high command. They couldn't believe the Imperium actually had something that could suppress the bloodthirst. But then the Inquisitor pulled out a bottle of wine and said that this was what could suppress the bloodthirst. After a flurry of verification, and after Chief Librarian Mephiston confirmed it was not a trick of chaos, and even Sanguinius manifested, Dante, against all objections, personally drank a glass of Sanctus wine. The result was now evident to everyone. The Blood Angels no longer doubted that this substance could suppress the bloodthirst, but they now very much wanted to know what exactly it was and how much of it there was. If necessary, the Blood Angels would secure it at all costs. Chapter 134 Space Apes. It was a new day, and Chen Xi woke up in the palatial and luxurious bedroom of the governor's office, genuinely marveling at the disparity in the world. In the 3K era, a 300 square meter large flat was already an extremely luxurious residence. If Chen Xi hadn't gotten involved with certain special connections, he wouldn't have been able to afford such a house even if he emptied 6 wallets. But in the 40K era, his bedroom alone in the governor's office exceeded 300 square meters. And this was only the bedroom in the narrow sense, used for sleeping, not including the equally large accompanying bathroom, reception room, study, and a wardrobe that was only half the size. In short, in the enormous governor's office, Chen Xi's broad sense bedroom area covered a huge space exceeding 3,000 square meters. This area included a maid's lounge, a small simple kitchen for meal preparation, a laundry room for temporary washing, and a small armory for storing backup weapons. This area even had a second floor. There was a small banquet hall covering 2,000 square meters, used for private banquets. And these, in the functional division of the governor's office, belonged to the planetary governor's private activity area, separated from the functional and office areas of the governor's office. It was somewhat similar to the front hall and rear palace layout of Chinese imperial palaces, but the specific layout style was still that of a Western European palace. It was also because of this that getting lost in one's own home was not a joke, but something that could truly happen, getting lost in a room, even in one's own bedroom. Chen Xi had made such a joke before. Because several rooms were connected by corridors and also had interconnected doors, it was easy to go in circles if one didn't know the route, going round and round without finding the way out. Fortunately, Chen Xi directly activated his psychic power at the time to perform a small divination, which prevented the embarrassing mishap of a dignified Inquisition Lord Inquisitor, planetary governor, and living saint certified saint getting lost in his own home. This was only the part of the governor's office provided for Chen Xi's private residence. As for the administrative and office area of this governor's office, it spanned over a dozen floors. And the governor's office itself was a small military fortress. A defense force company, fully equipped with heavy weapons, was permanently stationed there, responsible for providing security for the governor's office. Not only that, after Chen Xi obtained the subsector development rights and Sanctus wine began to rake in throne gelts, Rachel even planned to renovate and expand the governor's office, at least to make it look like a palace, not just an official residence. To put it simply, Miss Rachel planned to build a palace as tall as the Burj Khalifa on an area as large as the Forbidden City. This was not a big project for the Imperium. The entire palace construction might cost less than 1,000,000 throne gelts, with the bulk of the cost going to various protective equipment. After all, the Imperium Super Concrete, called INSTA-crete, could construct hive cities reaching the clouds in an extremely short time, and its internal structure was incredibly sturdy. Even tens of thousands of years of extreme environmental erosion could hardly damage buildings constructed with INSTA-crete. So, for the Imperium, building houses was truly fast. In contrast, things like installed void shields and defensive artillery were the truly valuable and expensive parts. Chen Xi left his room and did not go to the office area but instead went to a small, separately designated laboratory within the residential area. The monkey he had invested in last time was currently here, modifying his equipment. Without sufficient understanding of Warhammer, one might be very confused as to why a monkey could modify equipment. But for those who understood Warhammer well enough, the incredible nature of this monkey was beyond imagination, because it was an old one creation. Like the green-skinned orcs that sprouted mushrooms all over the galaxy, these monkeys, known as space apes, were also creations of the old ones during the ancient War in Heaven era, created to fight against the Cetan and Necrons. However, they were slightly different from the green-skinned orcs, which were pure combat races. Space apes were more akin to logistics, their racial talent was technological mimicry. And like the green-skinned orcs, the technology of space apes was written in their DNA, unlocking when the space apes had a need, allowing them to modify any technological creation they came into contact with. One major characteristic of space apes was their meticulous modification of various technological creations and weapons they encountered, often resulting in greatly improved performance of the weapons and equipment. Of course, this applies to most cases. Occasionally, these monkeys might only add meaningless decorations to weapons and equipment. Everything was like the green-skinned orcs, I think so, it all depended on the mood of these monkeys. However, they wouldn't break things, so encountering a space ape was always a positive gain. And the creations of these monkeys, which resembled orangutans, were very popular within the Inquisition. Every Inquisitor would hope to obtain a product made by a space ape, and even the Inquisition itself employed these monkeys to serve them. The reason for deploying this chess piece was Chen Xi's hope of utilizing the space ape's technology to serve him, as his monkey was a chess piece, and Chen Xi had sufficient control over it. When Chen Xi arrived at the laboratory, his monkey was busy tinkering with his relic power armor. It was clear that the entire power armor had been disassembled, and the monkey was modifying the internal components. One of the technologies space apes excelled at was miniaturization technology, which involved shrinking the Imperium's common brick-sized laser and melta weapons down to the size of a ring while maintaining their power. These miniaturized ring weapons could only be crafted by space apes, making them incredibly valuable and extremely rare weapons even within the Imperium, used more frequently only by the Inquisition. Chen Xi deployed this monkey hoping to leverage the space ape's technology to create various high-tech equipment for himself, and even to pull off some serious feats. For example, through communication, Chen Xi learned that this monkey was installing a device called a protection orb, 5+ invulnerable save, into his power armor. And besides the protection orb, a shield generator-like equipment that the monkey had placed aside, not yet finished, was a personal void shield. Once these devices were installed, the defense of this relic power armor would reach an astonishing level. Wearing it, Chen Xi could truly take a direct hit from a Titan's volcano cannon and still converse casually. As for weapons, the monkey crafted him a gun, modified from the gauze weapons previously acquired from the Necrons. It was a delicate and compact-looking pistol. But its power. Miss Rachel later rebuilt the firing range and the surrounding buildings. However, Chen Xi came to see this monkey today not to check its work progress, but to ask the monkey to create an ape force field for this city, and even for this planet. Chapter 135 Ape Force Field. Ape Force Field is a unique force field technology possessed by space apes. They can modify Imperial force fields to create something similar to a Geller field, effectively resisting demonic and chaos corruption. The Geller field, essential for Imperial vessels navigating the warp, has the effect of isolating warp contamination. The Ape Force Field can achieve the same effect, which is very important for the Imperium, as no governor would idly install a Geller field in their hive city. Generally speaking, hive cities do install various defenses, but these are more often super large void shields used for defending against various physical attacks. Those with more money might install a psyker shield, as powerful psykers or subspace storms can be quite annoying. No one wants their hive city to be like a burst sewer, with filth bubbling up from below, after a subspace storm. Installing a psyker shield can largely isolate some warp influences. Furthermore, when the Great Rift opens, a psyker shield can effectively protect the inhabitants of a planet, preventing their brains from exploding, both physically and spiritually, if they look up at the Great Rift at night. Therefore, to avoid wild warp portals erupting in his planets and cities after the Great Rift opens, Chen Xi felt it was better to install more force fields. As for the materials and equipment needed to create the force fields, space apes, like orcs, can fashion any technological construct by tinkering with various discarded materials. Chen Xi even suspected that this ability was a manifestation of the Old One's own power of creation, otherwise, there's no explaining why both of the Old One's creations could assemble spaceships from junk piles. Moreover, space apes do not rely on the RIfxFe fields I think like orcs, but on proper technology. And the monkey's technological level has always remained very high, they only need to constantly acquire materials for modification and upgrades, unlike orcs who require passive activation. This made Chen Xi seriously doubt whether the orcs' RIfxFe field and I think were truly given to the orcs by the Old Ones, as this style is quite inconsistent with the Old Ones' creations, especially when orcs revert to beasts and old orcs, which are completely different in style from current orcs. There's no reason why space apes haven't had problems for so many years, while orcs have devolved, right? Especially since space apes' spacecraft traverse the galaxy by harnessing psychic energy and invisible energy currents between stars, changing the relationship between the hull and the cosmic energy to alter the ship's position in the real universe. Space apes' spacecraft move by altering the shape of their external framework to manipulate the energy between stars. This technology is so difficult to comprehend, yet so powerful, that it makes one suspect, could the orcs have been corrupted by Gork and Mork? After all, Gork and Mork are warp minor gods, not as strong as the 4 chaos gods, but still capable of corrupting the material universe. But these are not important, after all, GW themselves probably haven't thought about how to set this up. Chen Xi has no reason to complete their lore, he just needs the monkeys to work for him. And this space ape quickly accepted Chen Xi's request, then chattered a lot to Chen Xi through the communication device it had made. These monkeys do not have a language, but they can communicate with humans in various ways. This particular monkey, under Chen Xi's control, created a communication device that allowed people to better understand its meaning. In short, this monkey agreed to build a planetary-level ape force field for Chen Xi, but it needed a large amount of materials and hoped Chen Xi could help it call more companions. The engineering work for a planetary-level ape force field is too massive, it would take a single monkey a very long time. After Chen Xi asked if the Adeptus Mechanicus could help, the monkey indicated that the tech priests could first build a planetary shield. Chen Xi was very satisfied with this result, so he took the monkey to find Avilia. Avilia now spends most of her time in the forge at the starport. This place has become her laboratory, or rather, she moved her original laboratory from the planet's surface to the forge. Although she delegated the work of presiding over the forge to her subordinate tech priests, the conversion of some scientific research results still needs to be realized in the forge. Chen Xi turned a blind eye to Avilia's actions, as long as she completed the tasks he assigned on time and with quality, and didn't cause major trouble, Chen Xi didn't want to inquire about anything else she wanted to do. However, though Chen Xi didn't want to inquire, Avilia, after Chen Xi arrived, proactively told him what she had been doing recently. The ecclesiarchy came to see me, they hope I can accelerate research into planetary modification, and they also said they could help me resolve my status as a tech heretic. Avilia told Chen Xi about the ecclesiarchy's visits during this time, then asked an additional question, speaking of my status, do you have a way to resolve it? If not, I was really planning to cooperate with the ecclesiarchy. I have a friend who is a sage of the prefecture magisterium. I'll talk to her later. Chen Xi had considered this issue long ago. His instruction for 32 to use the Tech Priest Inquisitor's piece was essentially to address this problem. However, upon hearing the name Prefecture Magisterium, Avilia visibly flinched and asked with some trepidation, Prefecture Magisterium? Your friend isn't an Architer Magisterium, is she? No, but she is an Inquisitor dispatched by the Prefecture Magisterium to the Inquisition. Chen Xi briefly introduced 32's identity and explained, Sage Organa 0032 is my good friend, she can help you resolve the tech heretic issue. Of course, this also requires your cooperation, at least you need to prove that you are not a true tech heretic, otherwise. Or maybe not. I think things are pretty good as they are now. Avilia decisively recoiled, not for any other reason, but because the term Prefecture Magisterium truly gave her PTSD. This is an organization within the Adeptus Mechanicus specifically dedicated to hunting tech heretics, which can be simply understood as a hybrid of the Adeptus Mechanicus's version of the Inquisition and the Officio Assassinorum. An Architer Magisterium is a sage specifically hunting heretical tech priests. Tech priests like Avilia, who are suspected of heresy, genuinely fear these individuals. And this is precisely one of Chen Xi's intentions for 32 to use this identity, to create deterrence for Avilia and Donia, and also to deter the tech priests coming from Gria and Griffin 4 in the future. After all, no tech priest wants to simultaneously provoke both the Prefecture Magisterium and the Inquisition, these two great powers. Chapter 136, Cooperation with Apes. Although Avilia suffered from PTSD due to the Prefecture Magisterium Inquisitor's dual identity, which combined two unoffendable forces, after a struggle, Avilia still hoped to shed her tech heretic identity, which was a bit awkward for a tech priest. You should organize your current research topics and technologies, and also sort out the case files from when you were deemed a tech heretic. Later, I will have Inquisitor Organa 0032 come to you. She will be responsible for reviewing your case. As long as the review passes without issue, you can clear your tech heretic identity. Chen Xi explained the specific operational procedures to Avilia, synthesizing the Inquisition's administrative processes he understood. Avilia nodded eagerly, though she still felt somewhat uneasy. While her tech heretic status was largely concocted by Donia to save her life, if you were to say she had no heretical actions or operations. Heh, the weather is lovely today, here's a joke, tech priests don't engage in heretical operations. Chen Xi seemed to notice this, he cleared his throat and said, ahem, don't bring out anything too taboo. Although Inquisitor Organa 0032 will turn a blind eye for my sake, don't put the evidence right in front of her eyes. I understand, I will organize the relevant materials with Donia and submit them to Inquisitor Organa 0032, Avilia obediently agreed. She dared not harbor any ulterior motives in this matter. One must know that the Prefecture Magisterium, an ultra-conservative organization within the Adeptus Mechanicus, has served as the Adeptus Mechanicus's internal heresy-clearing agency since before the Great Crusade era. To outsiders, it might be unheard of, but for Adeptus Mechanicus personnel, it is a terrifying existence capable of silencing crying children at night. Because it truly dispatches sages specialized in hunting tech heretics to hunt down Adeptus Mechanicus members who have been judged as tech heretics. Not to mention that 32 is also an Inquisitor, if anything were to happen, it would be a double-team fleet from the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Inquisition. However, generally speaking, Avilia did not have many heretical items on hand, a slight rearrangement, keeping them out of plain sight, would essentially allow her to pass. In fact, if it weren't for the need to make it more justifiable on the surface, Chen Xi wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble, he could have directly asked 32 to help Avilia clear her tech heretic status. But this is a real world, and both the Inquisition and the Adeptus Mechanicus have numerous factional struggles within them. Even though Chen Xi currently has the dual support of the Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition, those supporting him are only the Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition of the Mariupol sector. On Holy Terra, the Ecclesiarchy headquarters and the Inquisition headquarters probably have people who are just waiting for him to mess up so they can legitimately kill him. Don't find it strange, there are quite a few fanatics within the Inquisition and the Ecclesiarchy. Some people wish the Imperium would descend into chaos, while others believe that anything related to psychic powers or gods is a heretical abomination that deserves death. There are even internal Inquisition documents indicating that the largest space marine rebellion since the Great Rebellion, the Badab War, which occurred not long ago, had the shadow of a certain extremist faction within the Inquisition behind it. They instigated this war and secretly intensified the conflict. Therefore, although Chen Xi can leverage his Inquisition identity to do some cross-border things, at least on the surface, it must be justifiable. After all, even a gene seed Primarch, aren't there people who plot to sideline him and turn him into a mascot? By the way, can you construct a planetary-level defense force field? After discussing the tech heretic matter, Chen Xi asked Avilia the true purpose of his visit. Planetary-level defense force field? It depends on what type you want. An ordinary energy force field is easy to make, a psychic force field is a bit more troublesome, but it's standard for city defense and not difficult to construct. But if you want a void shield, you'll have to find a specialized forge world. Upon hearing Chen Xi's question, Avilia immediately showed him the various types of shields she could produce. If it were me, I would suggest constructing a force field array by deploying multiple sets of force field generators on the planet's surface. This way, even if attacked, the damage to 1 or 2 generators wouldn't cause the entire planet to lose its protection. It's much better than a single large force field generator, which, if damaged during a planetary attack, would leave the entire planet unprotected. Avilia was capable of manufacturing planetary-level defense force fields, and there were also various specifications and models of defense force fields to choose from, depending on price, demand, and other conditions. Chen Xi selected a cost-effective specification and then introduced the space apes he brought to Avilia. These are space apes, I believe you've heard of their existence. An Xenos race said to possess extraordinary technology, your Inquisition is very fond of using them, especially their miniature ring weapons, which even the Adeptus Mechanicus cannot replicate. Avilia looked at the space apes with surprise and curiosity in her eyes, but immediately, there was also a hint of caution. No tech priest would pass up the opportunity to study space ape technology, but the inability to understand, learn, and especially replicate some of the space apes' unique technologies made tech priests both love and hate these apes even more. They indeed possess extraordinary technology. If you want to study the ring weapons, you can build a good relationship with it and see if it's willing to make one for you. Chen Xi didn't mind Avilia learning some ape technology from the space apes, but he couldn't guarantee how much she could learn. Besides that, they also possess a technology called Ape Force Field. I have already discussed it with this ape, and it will help me transform the defense force field on this planet into an ape force field. Your job is to construct the force field and then cooperate with it in the transformation. This force field is very important, it can achieve an effect similar to a giant Geller field. If the transformation and construction are successful, it will be a huge benefit for Rostov too. This is your purpose for constructing a planetary-level force field? To have an ape construct a giant Geller field. Avilia frowned, clearly displeased with Chen Xi's actions, which seemed to imply a lack of trust in her technology. But then she looked at the ape, hesitated for a moment, and then convinced herself. All right, then how do you need me to cooperate? Avilia looked at Chen Xi and then asked, this ape shouldn't mind me recording its technology, right? Chapter 137 Planetary Protection Field. The space apes, of course, didn't mind Avilia recording their technology. In fact, it was hard to say if these monkeys had any sense of technological secrecy. To a large extent, they were actually similar to the orcs' I think it works mentality, only remembering what technology they possessed when they encountered or needed to use it. Moreover, these monkeys, much like the orc meat boys, largely couldn't comprehend the technology they were using, they only knew that it had to be done this way. This was precisely the strength and terror of the old ones, inscribing technology into DNA, and after billions of years of inheritance, it could still function normally. In fact, the Imperium also had applications of related technology, such as the famous Astartes. Their gene seed could inherit combat experience, and even the memories of previous space marines, which to a large extent was a similar principle of imprinting information into DNA. However, space marines still hadn't managed to stably and naturally transmit their gene sequences like the space apes and orcs. Artificial intervention was required. Correcting a classic rumor, all Astartes are castrated is pure rumor and nonsense. They have reproductive functions and no reproductive isolation with humans, giving birth to ordinary humans, but space marine blood has a contraceptive effect. Because of this, even during the several months of field generator installation and modification, despite Avilia using every method at her disposal, she still didn't gain any noteworthy insights. However, regarding the space apes' already modified field generators, Avilia did research some things that she claimed were quite inspiring. Planetary-level field generators were, of course, not that easy to produce. Even if Avilia claimed she could produce planetary-level field generators, she still started by installing city-level field generators first. Avilia produced a total of 3 sets of field generators and installed them at 3 different locations in the city of Rostov. Each set had 3 generators, totaling 9 generators. The protection level provided by a single generator was roughly equivalent to the strength of a frigate's void shield. When 3 generators worked together, the strength of the protection field they erected was already equivalent to cruiser-level protection and was sufficient to cover the entire city of Rostov. According to Avilia's design, as long as 2 of the 9 generators were still functioning normally, the protective field covering the urban area could still be maintained. And for every additional field generator, the strength of the protective field deployed over the city would increase. Under normal circumstances, 2 of the 3 field generators in each set would be powered on and working, with one serving as a rotating backup. When maintenance was required, it was only necessary to turn on the backup generator to shut down the working generator for maintenance. It could be said that this system absolutely maximized redundancy, and when all units were powered on, it could withstand orbital bombardment for a long time, which was already quite powerful. After the field generators were installed, the space apes also modified these generators, upgrading them into ape force fields. While maintaining the original defensive effects, energy consumption was further reduced, and they gained the ability to isolate warp contamination. Chen Xi was very satisfied with this city-level defensive field. After the activation test, he praised Avilia, excellent design. This system is better than most defensive fields I've seen. How did you manage to combine different field generators without them interfering with each other? In Chen Xi's impression, most field generators operated independently. Even the void shields on warships and titans, although there were multiple sets, operated similarly to a rotation mechanism. Multiple void shields could not merge, but rather operated separately. When the void shields of 2 titans overlapped, their void shields would push against each other due to their immense energy, erupting in violent thunderous flares. Therefore, void shields were usually arranged in layers like an onion, or a long string of void shields were set up separately. Field harmonics, an ancient technology I found in the data stacks of a forge world. It allows two different fields to be combined by frequency modulation. When Avilia talked about her work and technology, she appeared very proud and confident, even with a hint of smugness in her expression. This is my exclusive technology. No one else in the entire Imperium can provide you with this modular field except me. Hearing this, Chen Xi, while complimenting Avilia, also asked curiously, can this technology be applied to void shields? If so, it might bring about a revolution for the Imperium, and I think the review of your tech heretic issue would also be more likely to pass. The technology I found was originally applied to ordinary protective fields. As for void shields, Avilia hesitated for a moment, then said, I need to study it before I can give you an answer. Because Avilia was previously exiled for being labeled a tech heretic, she had not been able to test this technology on void shields. And there were no void shields on the RIfxFe 2 for her to test, preventing her from verifying the effect of this technology on void shields. However, she was also very interested in it. As long as Chen Xi provided her with void shields to research, she wouldn't mind applying her technology to them. No rush, take your time studying it. Anyway, for the Imperium, this kind of thing is always just icing on the cake. Chen Xi was indeed not in a hurry, he merely mentioned it casually. However, after discussing this matter, Chen Xi's expression was slightly hesitant, but after a brief pause, he spoke, Avilia, could you provide some basic knowledge about field technology? I hope to cultivate some people on RIfxFe, they might become new cogs, or skilled field operators and maintenance personnel. After all, I can't always have the Adeptus Mechanicus priests maintain everything, especially since your field technology is so useful, we can definitely try to develop new products to equip the army. Although Chen Xi's request was a bit strange, Avilia considered it for a moment before nodding and saying, I will try to compile some simple basic theoretical manuals. I will try my best to lower the reading threshold, anyone who has received the Imperial Standard education should be able to understand it. Any lower would not be suitable, after all, if one hasn't even received the Imperial Standard education, you shouldn't expect such a person to maintain technical equipment. Okay, I understand. Chen Xi had no objection to this, after all, illiterates only needed to know how to kowtow. However, he then added another question, are you interested in spreading the wisdom and faith of the God of Machines on this planet? Chapter 138, Blood Angels. In the warp, a Blood Angels strike cruiser was undergoing warp travel. Inside the enclosed bridge, Mephisto, the chief librarian of the Blood Angels, was discussing their current mission with Chapter Chaplain Lemmertz. Mephisto. Lemmertz. Brother Lemmertz, how are our brothers in the Death Company doing? Mephisto's handsome face held a hint of melancholy, seemingly worried about the Death Company on board, and also about the success of their journey. As the most powerful librarian in the history of the Blood Angels, and potentially the most powerful psyker in the Imperium of Man currently, Mephisto's power was undoubtedly immense. Even within the warp, he could use his power to protect the warship from chaos corruption, and even act as a navigator to guide the starship. For such a powerful psyker, foretelling the future was not difficult. Precisely because of this, he, like librarians of other chapters, would perform a divination before an operation to determine if it would be successful. While not entirely reliant on a librarian's prophecy for action, like the Dark Angels, they would at least first determine if any dangers or obstacles would be encountered, so as to adjust strategy in time for a better outcome. However, this time, no matter how Mephisto used his abilities or various methods of divination, he could not see any relevant information about their journey. The only thing he could see was a golden glow. This situation worried Mephisto, he didn't understand what it portended. Ever since that Inquisitor brought a bottle of wine, claimed to be blessed by the Emperor, to Baal, the trajectory of fate had changed. Chapter Master Dante had overcome the bloodthirst by drinking the Sanctus wine, and he himself had gained enlightenment after drinking the Sanctus wine. It could awaken Sanguinius's sons who had fallen into the Black Rage. Yes, this wine could not only suppress the bloodthirst but also awaken Sanguinius's sons who had fallen into the Black Rage. Although this didn't truly resolve the Black Rage and bloodthirst, Sanguinius's sons could, through this, no longer feel an uncontrollable craving for blood, nor would they fall into an inescapable delusion due to rage, constantly reliving the memory of their Primarch's death. Even though it couldn't free Sanguinius's sons from the Black Rage and bloodthirst, whether it was a short-term suppression or a temporary awakening, for Sanguinius's sons, it was the salvation they had yearned for over the past 10 millennia. Precisely because of this, Chapter Master Dante personally ordered Mephisto and Lemmertz to take a squad of Death Company warriors, who had fallen into the Black Rage, aboard the strike cruiser they were on, and head to RIfxFe 2. While acquiring more Sanctus wine, they also hoped that this wine could awaken this squad of Death Company warriors who had fallen into the Black Rage. They've taken a sedative mixed with a bit of Sanctus wine. Although they haven't woken from the Black Rage like they did at Angel Keep, at least they can remain calm now, Lemmertz reported to Mephisto. Although the chaplain's helmet obscured his face, his tone seemed to be full of hope. As the individual within the Blood Angels chapter responsible for guiding battle brothers who had fallen into the Black Rage towards their final honorable charge, the chapter chaplain's heart was perhaps the most tormented in the entire chapter. Because he had to watch one glorious son of Sanguinius after another fall on the battlefield in the worst possible way. Old Death Company. Old Jump Pack Death Company. New Death Company doesn't even get shoulder pads. If they managed to return alive, the chaplain would then have to find a way to put them into a deep sleep or confine them, lest their perpetually enraged souls harm others. The cruel experience of personally sending off one battle brother after another made the Blood Angels chapter chaplain the person in the entire chapter who most hoped these brothers could find salvation. Lemmertz, you are the chapter's finest chaplain, and the only one who can communicate with and guide our brothers who have fallen into the Black Rage. I want to know your thoughts on the Sanctus wine." Mephisto gazed at the chaplain before him, asking his most serious and sincere question, "Do you truly believe this wine can save Sanguinius's sons?" Mephisto always harbored doubts. For the Blood Angels, they had endured too much suffering in the 10 millennia since their Primarch's departure. They had not been without attempts to resolve the Black Rage and Bloodthirst, but despite all efforts, the Blood Angels had never succeeded in resolving these two genetic curses, instead causing many severe consequences. Some successor chapters had embraced these two curses, crossing that insurmountable line, and were thus branded as traitors by the Imperium. This was an extremely heartbreaking matter, but neither Mephisto nor Chapter Master Dante could do anything about it, because they had indeed overstepped the boundaries set by their Primarch for Sanguinius's sons. But precisely because of this, Sanguinius's sons all yearned for a way to resolve these two curses. Even a temporary suppression was still worth Sanguinius's sons' craving. "I hope it can, but from the current situation, it cannot redeem Sanguinius's sons. It merely frees us from the constraints of the Black Rage and Bloodthirst." Lemert seemed to see things more clearly than Mephisto, but even so, he remained optimistic. Whether it's suppressing the Bloodthirst or awakening from the Black Rage, the effect of the Sanctus wine is temporary. More accurately, it suppresses Sanguinius's sons' Bloodthirst and Black Rage to their lowest point, rather than completely resolving them. After drinking the Sanctus wine, both Bloodthirst and Black Rage are still states that a normal son of Sanguinius must face. So it's useless. Mephisto frowned slightly. This was one of the reasons why some within the chapter believed it wasn't worth such a great upheaval. "No, quite the opposite, it's very useful." Lemert shook his head. He took the bottle of Sanctus wine, which was originally a gift for Chapter Master Dante, from his waist. Because it could suppress the Black Rage, Dante had given it to Lemert. "Its effect is most suitable for Sanguinius's sons," Lemert explained to Mephisto. "I think you should also know that in many successor chapters, they view the Bloodthirst and Black Rage as symbols of Sanguinius's sons. In their view, losing the Bloodthirst and Black Rage is even a betrayal of their Primarch. So, rather than a complete resolution, it's better to have a way to suppress it. After all, in a sense, the Bloodthirst and Black Rage are more like a cursed legacy left to us by our Primarch." As the two were talking, the communications officer on the bridge suddenly shouted, "Arrived in the Rostov system, requesting to surface and exit the warp." "Permission granted to surface, exit the warp." Mephisto stopped talking with Lemert and turned to give the order. The arrival of the Blood Angels was within Chen Xi's expectations. He had already anticipated that the Blood Angels would send someone after he gave Chapter Master Dante that bottle of Sanctus wine. After all, being able to suppress the Bloodthirst was something the Blood Angels absolutely had to take seriously, to the point that even when Sanguinius was still alive, it would have been enough for him to personally make a trip. However, Chen Xi had not expected that it would be Mephisto and Lemert who arrived, and that they would bring half a company of the Death Company with them. "Lord Mephisto, Lord Lemert, welcome both of you to Rostov too." Although surprised by their arrival, Governor Chen Xi still warmly welcomed the two. Mephisto politely saluted Chen Xi, then spoke. "Governor Chen Xi, Chapter Master Dante was unable to come personally due to urgent duties. He asked me to convey his apologies. The gift you bestowed holds extremely important significance for the Blood Angels, so I have come personally to discuss this matter with you." "Lord Mephisto, you are too kind. I was also surprised to discover that the Sanctus wine could be of help to the Blood Angels. It is excellent if it can be effective." Chen Xi nodded slightly, showing Mephisto a friendly smile. Beside him, Kyle Strauss, who had been specifically called over, also extended his greetings to Mephisto. No matter what, he was still a scion of the Blood Angels. The Death Watch was merely a training program, not an expulsion from their original chapter. Kyle Strauss also clearly understood why he was called, to prove to Mephisto that the Sanctus wine indeed had a sufficient suppressive effect on the Bloodthirst, and that this was not a conspiracy. Therefore, Mephisto did not stand on ceremony with Chen Xi. He directly investigated Kyle Strauss's memories and his physical condition. After confirming that everything was in order, Mephisto finally breathed a sigh of relief, and at Chen Xi's invitation, went with him to the planet's surface. During the journey to the planet's surface, Chen Xi also pondered why Mephisto had come this time, and why they had brought the Death Company. The Sanctus wine's ability to suppress the Bloodthirst was absolutely crucial to the Blood Angels. It wouldn't be surprising if Chapter Master Dante brought Sanguinius with him, let alone just Mephisto. However, it was clear that Chapter Master Dante would be very difficult to leave Bale, unless there was a significantly major war in the Imperium that required the Blood Angels Chapter Master to personally lead the forces. And for the Chief Librarian, who was almost the chapter's primary combat force, to come personally, this was already enough to express the Blood Angels' emphasis on this matter. The only ones with a higher status than Mephisto were Chapter Master Dante and the elusive Sanguinius. The former would likely find it difficult to easily leave Bale, as while the three pillars of the Imperium might be a jest, the description of them as pillars was by no means an exaggeration. Calgar of the Ultramarines, Logan Grimner of the Space Wolves, and Dante of the Blood Angels, these three are currently the most powerful chapter masters among all Space Marine chapters in the Imperium of Man. Calgar leading the Ultramarines, the chapter with the most successor chapters and the largest lineage, goes without saying. The importance of the Ultramarines to the Imperium is self-evident just by looking at how many Ultramarines successor chapters there are. Being able to command such a chapter, which is itself renowned for its combat prowess and its skill in politics and administration, Calgar's leadership ability is a precious asset to the entire Imperium. The Great Wolf Logan Grimner is slightly different from Calgar. Although he also possesses powerful leadership abilities and has led the Imperium to victory in critical battles multiple times, the Space Wolf's inherent powerful and outstanding combat capabilities dictate that the Great Wolf Logan Grimner is the strongest in combat among the 3 chapter masters. It can be said that if the 3 pillars were chosen as the strongest Space Marines in the 40K era Imperium, some might argue Calgar isn't in the top 3, but Logan Grimner would absolutely have a seat in the top 3. As for the future Imperial Regent of the Dark Imperium, the steadfast pillar of the Blood Angels, Chapter Master Dante, who has lived to become a legend, he only needs to demonstrate one thing to solidify his position. The most ancient Space Marine in the Imperium today, a super soldier who has lived for 1600 years and has not yet entered a dreadnought. His seniority, experience, and achievements are enough to make him a legend, a living myth. The mere religious propaganda value alone is enough for Chapter Master Dante to stabilize a considerable portion of the Imperium's situation. Not to mention that over 1600 years, Chapter Master Dante has led the Blood Angels to defeat one enemy after another. His accomplishments, even within the Imperium's 10,000-year history, are truly glorious. In an era before the Gene Seed Primarch's return to the Imperium, these 3 absolutely deserve to be called the Imperium's towering jade pillars and its sea-bracing golden beams. As for Sanguinius, he is not within the scope of discussion. Although everyone knows of his existence, strictly speaking, Sanguinius is not a person, but a warp entity. Even for the Blood Angels themselves, the existence of Sanguinius is a legend. Apart from the current Chapter Master Dante, only a very small number of Blood Angels have ever seen this being, who is said to be the Primarch's proxy. Whether this esteemed being appears or not is not something the Blood Angels themselves can decide, or rather, his appearance or non-appearance, in a sense, depends more on whether the Blood Angels have encountered a major event. For example, during the process of Chapter Master Dante becoming a Blood Angel, Sanguinius did appear, and later saved Chapter Master Dante from dire straits multiple times. Even when Chapter Master Dante fell into the Black Rage, he was woken up by Sanguinius with a loud slap. In a sense, Chapter Master Dante's ability to live for 1600 years is inseparable from Sanguinius saving his life multiple times. The random thoughts in Chen Xi's mind did not divert him from the main topic. He was still pondering the meaning behind sending the Death Company. These are Space Marines of the Blood Angels who have succumbed to the Black Rage. They are marked within the Blood Angels, grouped together for desperate assaults at the most critical moments. Sending them here, did the Blood Angels intend to forcibly seize the Sanctus Wine? That's unlikely. Chapter Master Dante wouldn't do such a thing, and Mephisto wouldn't carry out such an absurd order. Besides, even if they came to seize it, 50 Death Company members plus 1 Mephisto? Chen Xi didn't think he couldn't handle that force. Especially since the Blood Angels only brought 1 strike cruiser. While that thing is indeed quite powerful, there are currently 2 cruisers and 1 light cruiser docked in Rostov 2's orbit, and Chen Xi could call for another cruiser equipped with a Nova cannon at any time. Unless all the Blood Angels had their minds completely warped by the bloodthirst and the Black Rage, they wouldn't possibly resort to forceful seizure. So why exactly did Chapter Master Dante send the Death Company? It couldn't be that the Sanctus Wine also has an effect on the Black Rage, could it? Chapter 140, Crimson Paladins. When Mephiston followed Chen Xi to the governor's office hall, Gutierrez, clad in black Deathwatch livery, and Arn, in silver-grey Ash Knight's livery, were already waiting there. The 2 of them were there to support Chen Xi, as this matter involved Space Marines after all. Even though the Blood Angels had always kept the bloodthirst and Black Rage a secret, they needed to intervene from a Space Marine perspective to prevent the Blood Angels from acting recklessly. So, right from the start, Gutierrez addressed Mephiston. Hello, esteemed cousin Mephiston, I am Forge Master Gutierrez of the Deathwatch, and welcome to this planet. Hello, Mephiston, I am Sergeant Arn of the Ash Knights, and I am stationed on this planet with my battle brothers under Chapter Master Shidong's command, to repay the debt of honor the Ash Knights owe Inquisitor Chen Xi. Sergeant Arn also introduced himself to Mephiston. Looking at these 2 battle brothers, who were also Space Marines, Mephiston's gaze shifted, especially when he noticed that Arn was carrying an activated teleport Homer. He couldn't help but feel that this mission was going to be tricky. Clearly, Chen Xi had the support of 2 Space Marine chapters, especially the Deathwatch, a special chapter that could almost be considered one of the Inquisition's personal enforcers, an existence that the Blood Angels were reluctant to provoke. As for the Ash Knights, although Mephiston hadn't heard of this chapter, seeing the activated teleport Homer, he was very certain that if any conflict were to arise, Terminators would immediately teleport into the fray. After all, his psychic powers told him so. Mephiston could even feel that if he truly intended to do something he shouldn't, his life would be in great danger. This was incredibly unbelievable for Mephiston. One must know that ever since he received the Gene Seed Primarch's blessing, awakened from the Black Rage, and experienced the secondary development of his Gene Seed, his power had grown to an incredible degree. Even when facing a Chaos Greater Daemon, Mephiston was confident he could banish it without any life-threatening danger. But now, he felt a threat to his own life, which couldn't help but make him wonder what could possibly kill him. However, despite his curiosity, Mephiston was not here to challenge or threaten Chen Xi. He politely greeted the 2 Space Marines, then sat down with Chen Xi and stated the purpose of his visit. Chen Xi, according to Chapter Master Dante's orders, the Blood Angels hope to purchase Sanctus Wine. As you know, it can suppress the bloodthirst, which is crucial for the Blood Angels. That's certainly not a problem. However, considering the production issues of Sanctus Wine, and that the Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition have already monopolized most of its production, the quantity I can provide to the Blood Angels won't be much. Chen Xi first gave Mephiston a heads up. While he could squeeze out enough Sanctus Wine for the Blood Angels, business was clearly not conducted that way. Especially when neither the Ecclesiarchy nor the Inquisition were as fully supportive of Chen Xi as they appeared, he needed to gain new allies for himself. Mephiston naturally understood Chen Xi's unspoken meaning. After a brief consideration, he said to Chen Xi, "The Blood Angels are willing to pay a sufficient price to obtain enough Sanctus wine. If you can agree to this, Chen Xi, the Blood Angels will owe a debt of honor and dispatch a special Terminator squad to protect your safety. In addition, a special company will be permanently stationed on this planet to provide protection for it." This was the outcome of the Blood Angels' internal discussion before their arrival. A squad of special Terminators and a death company would remain on Rostov too. The Black Rage problem was not exclusive to the Blood Angels' main chapter. All successor chapters of the Sanguinius' sons faced this issue, differing only in severity. During the previous Blood Angels' internal meeting, because Sanctus wine could awaken the Black Rage, it was decided after discussion that Mephisto and Lemmertz would bring half a company of the Death Company to Rostov. Once an agreement was reached, Lemmertz would use the Sanctus wine to awaken these warriors who had fallen into the Black Rage, and then leave them on this planet. At the same time, the other half of the Death Company warriors, selected from other Blood Angels' successor chapters, would also be sent to make up a full company to be permanently stationed on this planet. They would undergo a rotation every 50 years, with the plan being to send newly afflicted warriors from various chapters who had fallen into the Black Rage during that 50-year period as replacements. Although Sanctus wine could awaken the Black Rage, this did not solve the Black Rage. Sanguinius' sons would still fall into the Black Rage. It was just that compared to before, when there was no hope, now there was at least a chance to awaken them. I have heard of the Blood Angels' Death Company, and I am very curious why you would send them to Rostov. Chen Xi showed no intention of concealing his thoughts, directly pointing out the issue with the Death Company. If I recall correctly, all Blood Angels in the Death Company fall into a state called the Black Rage, attacking frantically, regardless of friend or foe. Is that right? Mephiston showed no surprise that Chen Xi knew about the Death Company. After a moment of silence, he spoke, "The Sanctus wine awakens warriors who have fallen into the Black Rage, so we hope that more of our brothers can awaken." "I see." Chen Xi nodded in understanding, then called his chamberlain via COMM unit, "Rachel, fetch 50 bottles of loyalty from my private cellar and send them to the Blood Angels strike cruiser." "Thank you very much. Chen Xi, I owe you a favor." Mephiston immediately felt a good impression of Chen Xi. After all, the deal hadn't even been finalized, and Chen Xi had already sent a batch of Sanctus wine, which meant that no matter what, the 50 Death Company warriors they brought could be awakened. "Don't mention it, I am still very much hoping to establish cooperation with the Blood Angels." Chen Xi expressed his stance, and at the same time, curiously asked, "However, I am very curious, Mephiston, what exactly is this special Terminator you mentioned?" Mephiston answered this question quite readily. They are a re-established special unit. During the Great Crusade era, they were known as the Crimson Paladins, the personal guard of the Great Gene Seed Primarch, and the steadfast shield protecting the Primarch's will. Over the long years, the Blood Angels did not maintain the prepared by of this unit, but this time, Chapter Master Dante decided to rebuild this honorable unit to demonstrate the Blood Angels' resolve. In the Great Crusade era, before Sanguinius returned to the 9th Legion, this unit was a cruel and loosely structured organization. Due to the brutality and unique nature of the ghouls at the time, the 9th Legion was restricted and supervised by the Administratum, and its commanders were more akin to self-proclaimed warlords than glorious Space Marine commanders. All of this changed after Sanguinius's return. The benevolent the Great Angel could not accept his sons behaving like a group of twisted, mutated monsters. But he did not forcibly change his sons, instead, he taught them what honor and mercy were. Sanguinius also did not simply preach, he established an effective system to regulate the 9th Legion's behavior, hoping to curb their craving for blood and violence. The system the Great Angel created for the 9th Legion was called the Triple Heavenly Spheres, and he personally used it to issue commands and plan strategic objectives for the entire 9th Legion. This system gradually allowed the 9th Legion to shed its past ghoul-like image, eventually becoming the glorious Blood Angels. Each sphere was independent and distinct from the Legion's existing company structure and the constraints of the basic Codex Astartes, forming a clear organizational hierarchy that allowed the warriors of the 9th Legion to focus their hunger and rage on a single purpose and overcome it. This was not a clumsy tool, but an elegant and ingenious plan to improve the Legion's quality while providing them with a more fundamental outlet for release. This was the Great Angel's masterpiece, and his fulfillment of a promise and redemption for his sons. The outermost sphere of the Triple Heavenly Spheres consisted of the Legion's warriors who fought on the battlefield, wielding blades and bolters. The second sphere was composed of the Legion's commanders and leaders, who bore the responsibility of command and were to execute Sanguinius's will with keen and wise judgment. The first sphere was the final tier Sanguinius established within the 9th Legion. These warriors would stand by the Primarch's side when he appeared, not participating in combat within companies, but serving as the Great Angel's personal guards and attendants. Every warrior selected for the first sphere would abandon their original mortal name, shed their old identity, and serve the Primarch in an unblemished state. They were Sanguinius's rage, unyielding will, and all-seeing eyes, and Sanguinius relied on these most steadfast and loyalty warriors to execute the most dangerous missions. Battles and missions that would defile their noble souls and trigger bloodthirst. Holy Blood Guard, the old version was much more magnificent than Primaris. Tears of the Angel, the black gloves of the first sphere, specialized in dirty work. Crimson Paladins, the Great Angel's bedroom guards. The warriors of the first sphere enveloped themselves in the names and armor bestowed by the Primarch, only then could they remove the blood-stained mask after completing the mission entrusted by the Gene Seed Primarch and return to the Legion with a clean slate. And the Crimson Paladins were part of the first sphere during the Legion era. they were Sanguinius's inner court guards. When these elite warriors donned Terminator armor and took on the name of the Undying, stepping onto the battlefield, they were like a barrier against enemies and a shield protecting Sanguinius's sons. They formed the unwavering anchor of the Blood Angels, an unshakable fortress of swords and shields. It was through their sacrifice and indomitable resolve that the Blood Angels Legion was able to unleash their noble fury. The reappearance of such a unit, specifically to defend Rostov, made Chen Xi fully feel the Blood Angels' emphasis on this matter and their determination to protect the production of Sanctus wine. After all, historically, the only one protected intimately by the Crimson Paladins in the Blood Angels Legion was the Great Angel himself. Therefore, the deal between him and Mephisto was quickly reached. The Blood Angels could obtain approximately 5,000 bottles of Sanctus wine from Chen Xi each year. It wasn't a large quantity, but for a chapter that, according to the Codex Astartes, only had 1,000 space marines, this much was more than enough. Provided it wasn't actually drunk as table wine, it would certainly suffice. However, Sanguinius's sons were not just the Blood Angels themselves, but also a large number of successor chapters. During the Battle of Baal, Dante called upon all Blood Angels' successor chapters to return to Baal, gathering approximately 30,000 of Sanguinius's sons. For this number, 5,000 bottles of Sanctus wine would only be just barely enough if used sparingly. Yet, Mephisto had no dissatisfaction with this. On the contrary, he accepted another suggestion given by Chen Xi. Bloodthirst and black rage don't always manifest. Your use of Sanctus wine is either to alleviate bloodthirst or to awaken black rage. If that's the case, why not learn from the Imperial Fist's approach and hold a gathering similar to the Feast of Blades periodically, bringing all of Sanguinius's sons together to alleviate bloodthirst by drinking Sanctus wine? Chen Xi's suggestion combined the Imperial Fist's Feast of Blades with the practice of a certain Blood Angel's successor chapter. Controlling bloodthirst by collectively drinking Sanctus wine periodically, and dealing with anyone who falls into black rage separately, is indeed a good method. Lemmertz was very supportive of this suggestion, as it would allow Sanguinius's sons to reconnect closely. Although the Blood Angels are not like the Ultramarines, who scatter like stars, they also find it difficult to gather like a single flame. After all, the father who maintained the Blood Angels' unity is dead. The fact that the Blood Angels haven't turned into something like the Iron Hands is proof that the Great Angel's teachings were successful enough. And precisely because of this, after the Blood Angels were split, the former Ninth Legion ceased to exist. Even if Dante could gather all Blood Angels' successor chapters under the banner of defending Baal, how united they truly were is a matter of opinion. After all, among the Blood Angels' line of chapters, those who violated Sanguinius's teachings and crossed that line were not few. Lemmertz clearly knew that several successor chapters had either already been declared traitors or were on their way to becoming traitors. As for the chapters that were excommunicated and sent on penitent crusades, that's even harder to say. Therefore, if there could be a gathering to reunite all of Sanguinius's sons, that would naturally be excellent. Even if it's just hugging each other and crying for their father? Especially Chen Xi's last sentence made it impossible for Lemmertz and Mephisto to refute his suggestion. A new millennium is about to arrive, and the Imperium will face the deepest darkness. In despair, we need to rebuild the Legion, and the Son of God will eventually return. Chapter 142 Chaos Invasion. On the Blood Angels strike cruiser, Mephisto and Lemmertz watched with tense expressions as the Death Company warriors, who had just drunk the Sanctus wine, stood before them. Although they had confirmed that the Sanctus wine could awaken warriors who had succumbed to the Black Rage, they still inevitably felt nervous when it came to actually giving the Sanctus wine to their brothers. After all, this was the first time, and no one was sure what would happen. Even though Mephisto had used his psychic foresight to ascertain the outcome, watching his brothers, who had once been hopelessly lost to the Black Rage, regain consciousness, he still felt his hands trembling slightly with excitement. Such a moment was thrilling for any of Sanguinius's sons, as it meant that Sanguinius's sons could finally escape the fate cursed by the Black Rage. Ha! Ah! Horus! With a painful groan, a Death Company battle brother roared loudly, and then his eyes gradually cleared. The Death Company battle brother, now conscious, looked at Lemmertz and Mephisto in disbelief, then surveyed his surroundings, and finally asked incredulously, "Where am I? What happened? I remember I seemed to have fallen into." "Brother, welcome back." Lemmertz stepped forward and embraced the battle brother who had regained consciousness, then explained to him, "By Sanguinius's blessing. The Emperor has bestowed a blessing, and we have found a way to awaken from the Black Rage." "Is this true? Can the Black Rage really be awakened from?" The Death Company warrior, who had just been immersed in the Black Rage, still couldn't believe it. Even if he had truly been awakened from the Black Rage, he couldn't imagine that the Black Rage, which had plagued the Legion for 10,000 years, had actually been resolved. "Yes, my brother. We successfully awakened you, and now we will awaken more of our brothers. As Sanguinius's sons, let us witness this great moment together." Lemmertz gestured for the battle brother to look to the side, where there were 49 other Death Company battle brothers, all of whom were about to be awakened. Sanguinius above. The Death Company battle brother knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, sobbing uncontrollably. The 10,000 years of suffering endured by Sanguinius's sons finally saw the dawn today. While the Blood Angels celebrated their hope, the Mandeville point in the Rostov system erupted. The starport's Auspex arrays shrieked madly, and the entire starport was enveloped in a piercing alarm. Tech Priest Cutis 77, responsible for maintaining the Auspex arrays, pulled his mechanical tentacles from the data interface. He took over the starport's sound system and issued an alert to the entire starport, and even to Rostov too. Chaos invasion detected. 2 destroyer-class cruisers, belonging to a Noir band, Entering level 1 alert status. As the warning was issued, the priest's binary prayers activated the defense protocols. All macro cannon arrays on the starport began to power up and load, the lance arrays began charging, and the 4 defensive gun turret arrays encircling the starport all entered combat readiness. Near the Mandeville point, the defensive turrets installed there were activated immediately, launching artillery fire the moment the 2 Chaos cruisers emerged from the warp. This was not a large, renowned warband, with only 2 cruisers, they were an insignificant, nameless minor warband. But the 2 Chaos cruisers were not something that Chen Xi's turrets near the Mandeville point could dismantle. The shells fired by the macro cannon struck the Chaos cruiser's armor, creating bursts of explosions, but the thick-skinned Chaos cruisers ignored the damage, charging directly out of the warp. Because they had just emerged from the warp, the warship's void shields had not yet come online, and they could only rely on the warship's own armor to withstand the impact. But for Chaos warships, especially those of the Kern faction, this was like an itch. In fact, these 2 warships even rammed and destroyed the defensive turrets with their adamantium prows, enduring the defensive turrets' gunfire. The Kern warband's warships, like their master, preferred close combat and charges, disliking the effeminate long-range fire exchange. The moment the Chaos warships invaded, Mephisto on the Blood Angel's strike cruiser immediately detected their arrival. He immediately ordered the warship to weigh anchor and set sail, and issued a request for coordinated operations to all warships moored in the starport. As an Astartes, in the absence of a higher-ranking commander, he could take over command of all Imperial warships, and unified command was crucial for space naval battles. Chen Xi did not hesitate, directly ordering all warships to follow Mephisto's deployment, including the Ash Knight strike cruiser and the Inquisition Black Ship. At this time, in orbit, the 2 strike cruisers of the Blood Angels and Ash Knights, 1 Dominator-class cruiser sent by the Ecclesiarchy, 1 Inquisition Black Ship, and 1 Adeptus Mechanicus light cruiser Forge ship formed a fleet, heading towards the 2 Chaos cruisers. 5v2, this was a battle with no suspense. And on Rostov 3-32 also urgently boarded his Forge ship and was rushing to reinforce. But for the Kern warband, charging at a powerful enemy was an act that pleased the Blood God and earned blessings, so they did not retreat in the slightest, and likewise charged towards the combined fleet. At this point, the Chaos warships' void shields had come back online, and the exchange of lance and macro cannon fire only created ripples on both sides' void shields. Although significantly outnumbered, for the Kern warband, if they couldn't win the fleet battle, they could still engage in enjoyable boarding actions. The 2 Chaos warships, upon approaching the Imperial fleet and the starport, immediately released boarding torpedoes. These vehicles, filled with Kern cultists and fallen space marines, passed through the vast void and the starport's void shields, plunging towards the Rostov starport. Several Storm Raven gunships burst from the 2 strike cruisers, their melted guns weaving golden grids of light in the vacuum. Alpha Squad, block elevation 30 degrees. Beta Squad, execute crossfire. Flight Squadron Leader Gabriel's orders echoed through the comms. 2 boarding torpedoes were instantly detonated, but more torpedoes still broke through the Storm Raven gunship's blockade. Inside the starport, the Adeptus Mechanicus Adeptus Militaris and the defense force stationed there had already set up positions, with various heavy defensive weapons placed at key locations, and the defense force had erected barricades. In such narrow passages, even mortals could give Space Marines a hard time in a boarding action. Chapter 143, Space Naval Battle. With several explosions, multiple boarding torpedoes slammed into various locations of the starport. Although not many boarding torpedoes successfully infiltrated the starport, this Kern warband still managed to invade it. Have the Ash Knights return to defend. Notify the Blood Angels and have them assist us in defending the starport. Chen Xi was fully armed at this point, carrying his relic sword and leading a group of battle sisters, taking the orbital elevator to the starport. However, the orbital elevator's ascent required time, so Chen Xi could only command the battle as much as possible through the communication channel. Although theoretically, as a planetary governor, he didn't need to draw his blade and fight on the front lines, he wasn't one of those useless individuals who could only hide in safe fortresses, he had fought on the front lines before. Chen Xi, Titus Squad, and I are in position. Gutierrez's communication came through, delivering some relatively good news to Chen Xi. Upon receiving the Chaos Invasion report, Gutierrez immediately took his kill team and Titus Squad aboard a Thunderhawk transporter, preparing to head to the starport for support. After all, the entire starport was like a large space city, and even if some areas were invaded by chaos, it wouldn't all fall at once. Furthermore, Avilia's Adeptus Militaris and a regiment of the defense force were stationed at the starport. It was uncertain who would win if a real fight broke out. The reason Chen Xi had the Ash Knights return to defend and called for aid from the Blood Angels was simply to reduce casualties among the mortal forces and lessen the damage these Chaos Astartes would inflict on the starport. Although in GW's novels, Astartes always die in various inexplicable ways, in the real world, Astartes are Astartes, their power is unquestionable. Even an ordinary, nameless Chaos warband with few blessings could still bring about brutal, bloody slaughter when facing mortal forces. Even in a space-boarding battle, where the Astartes' mobility advantage is completely nullified, a single Astartes can still cause brutal slaughter among mortal armies. A 1:100 casualty ratio for mortal forces would be a dream come true, making them wake up smiling. Normally, in a positional battle, 300 Astra Militarum grunts might result in one Astartes casualty. This casualty ratio would be lower in a space-boarding battle, but only relatively so. Therefore, to reduce casualties and prevent his hard-earned assets from being completely wiped out, Chen Xi felt that heroes should fight heroes, and brave men should fight brave men, meaning Astartes should deal with space marines. Mephisto had already landed at the starport, and behind him were 10 Blood Angels still in Death Company livery and 5 Crimson Paladins in red power armor, wielding power swords and storm shields. Although these Death Company battle brothers had been roused from the Black Rage, they did not have time to change their livery. Furthermore, Mephisto could feel that the Black Rage still flowed in their veins, and should they lose their sanity in battle, they would still succumb to the Black Rage. Brothers, although you have been roused, you still run the risk of falling into the Black Rage, and it is higher than for ordinary battle brothers, so you must control your emotions during battle. Mephisto reminded everyone. At this time, Lemmertz, who was leading another squad of the Death Company, was doing the same thing as Mephisto. These battle brothers had been roused from the Black Rage with great difficulty, they did not want to see them fall back into the Black Rage again. Even if they could be roused again, it was the same, Sanguinius's sons should not, and cannot, succumb to bloodthirst and Black Rage. Death Company, move to C7 maintenance pipe. Crimson Paladins, prepare to welcome our guests, Mephisto's order was given, and the Blood Angels immediately began to move. Inside their helmets, the blood tier icon representing the Blood Angels on the tactical map, a green dot, was moving rapidly. Correspondingly, several red dots representing the enemy were rapidly approaching them. When the Kern champion of this Kern warband chopped open a blast door with his Kern battle axe, he was met with a carefully designed trap. The moment the Crimson Paladin's power sword clashed with the battle axe, a Death Company warrior, with his jump pack ignited, descended from above, 2 power axes cleaving down. Hargan remained calm in the face of danger, using his strength to parry the Crimson Paladin's power sword with his Kern battle axe while simultaneously sidestepping one of the power axes. At the same time, he swung his battle axe upwards, intending to cleave the Death Company warrior coming at him from below into 2 halves. This might work against a regular Space Marine, but for a Death Company warrior who had inherited some of the power and combat experience of the Gene Seed Primarch Sanguinius from the Black Rage, it was far from enough. The opponent merely nimbly stepped on the Crimson Paladin's shoulder plate, immediately changing the direction of his descent, dodging the Kern battle axe's attack while rolling sideways, and his power axe once again swung towards Hargan. Blood Angels? My lord will love your heads. Blood for the Blood God. Skulls for the Skull Throne. The Kern warband roared their battle cry, and more Chaos Space Marines charged towards the Blood Angels. In space, the brutal battle between 5 Imperial warships and 2 Chaos warships was nearing its end. The macro cannon arrays of the 4 cruisers continuously spewed incandescent points of light, smashing into the 2 Chaos warships, unleashing wave after wave of explosions on them. At this point, the void shields of the 2 Chaos warships were already offline. Although Donia's Forge ship was only a light cruiser and could not compare to the other 4 cruisers in terms of firepower, the Adeptus Mechanicus's technology and brutal efficiency allowed this cruiser to play an even more crucial role. Through the Adeptus Mechanicus's scrap code attack, the Forge ship had paralyzed the void shield systems of these 2 Chaos warships, with no possibility of recovery, at least in the short term. This instantly changed the battlefield situation. Although 5 warships focusing fire could also sink these 2 Chaos warships, in a situation where their own side had shields, firepower, and numerical superiority, concentrating fire on 2 Chaos warships that didn't even have shields would undoubtedly greatly accelerate the battle process, bringing victory sooner. Just as the bombardment of macro cannons and lance weapons had completely reduced one of the Chaos warships to a mere hulk, and the other Chaos warship was also ablaze, the 32nd Forge ship finally arrived, and her arrival signaled that this space naval battle had entered its mop-up phase. However, the 32nd clearly wouldn't let this battle end so simply. After issuing a firing warning to friendly forces, requesting them to clear their line of fire, the 32nd fired the Nova cannon mounted on her Forge ship, completely destroying the 2 Chaos warships. Chapter 144, Titus, still unsatisfied. When Mephisto's crimson sword, Vitarius, pierced Hargan's shoulder guard, the psychic power imbued in the blade had already destroyed the Chaos Champion's vitality. Your atrocities are nothing but galactic dust. The Chief Librarian's power firmly restrained the Chaos Champion, who still wished to make a desperate struggle, until the last flicker of light in his eyes vanished. Although Hargan was a Chaos Champion, his combat effectiveness was actually above standard. If it were a Space Marine from an ordinary chapter, it would have been very difficult to block his attacks, but unfortunately, he was facing the Blood Angels' Chief Librarian, Mephisto, one of the Imperium's strongest psychers. As a result, a dignified Kern warband champion died so silently. When he fell, the warband he brought with him was still fighting the Blood Angels' Death Company. Mephisto watched his brothers who were still fighting and did not rashly re-enter the battle. He needed to ensure that these brothers, who had just been awakened from the Black Rage, would not fall into the Black Rage once again. Having once been deeply engulfed in the Black Rage and assigned to the Death Company for a final honorable charge, Mephisto knew what it felt like to fall into the Black Rage. Blood Angels who fall into the Black Rage relieve the memory of their Primarch, Sanguinius, dying in the Great Rebellion's final moments aboard the battleship Vengeful Spirit, mistaking their current enemies for Horus, and fighting and destroying everything with endless madness and fury. This is a curse echoing in the Sanguinius's sons' genes. Every Sanguinius's sons, when losing their sanity and falling into uncontrollable rage, will awaken this memory, becoming the Primarch himself on the Vengeful Spirit at that time, fighting against an imagined Horus. This rage is so intense that when Sanguinius's sons fall into the Black Rage, they can even inherit some of the Primarch's power. This also makes Blood Angels who have fallen into the Black Rage far stronger than usual. They are fearless, even impervious to pain, and can continue fighting even with fatal injuries. However, before the advent of Sanctus Wine, once Sanguinius's sons fell into the Black Rage, they could never regain consciousness. Their will could not resist the angry will from Sanguinius in their bloodline and genes, even if it was just the Primarch's last echo at the moment of his death. Throughout the Blood Angels chapter's history, approximately 3 individuals have managed to escape the Black Rage. The current chapter master, Dante, was slapped awake by a manifested Sanguinius just as he was about to fall into the Black Rage, and Mephisto himself encountered a manifested Sanguinius after being buried by a collapsing building. Mephisto is also hailed as the only person in the Blood Angels chapter to have overcome the Black Rage, representing the entire chapter's hope. And besides these two, Death Company Chaplain Lemmertz is the only Sanguinius's sons who has restrained the onset of the Black Rage with his own will. In the Old Codex, Lemmertz was the first Blood Angels to control the Black Rage, but after 8th edition, it was changed to Mephisto. However, despite their cases, for ordinary Sanguinius's sons, trying to control the Black Rage is still an almost impossible task. It is precisely for this reason that Mephisto pays close attention to these Death Company warriors. They are too important to the Blood Angels. However, it seems that because the current battle is not intense, these Death Company warriors show no signs of falling into the Black Rage again. Especially after the Ashes Knights chapter's Terminators teleported into the fray, the battle turned into a one-sided affair, and there were no conditions that could cause the Blood Angels to fall into the Black Rage again. This finally put Mephisto's mind at ease, and he sincerely praised the blessings bestowed by the Emperor, although for Space Marines, they rarely truly worship the Emperor as a god. But this time, Mephisto was truly praying to the Emperor for all Blood Angels, thanking the Emperor for his blessings and salvation. On the other side, Titus, wielding his chain swords, easily cut down a group of cultists, his expression still somewhat unsatisfied. For this former Ultramarines 2nd Company captain, it had been 100 years since his last battle. Although he was mostly confined in a stasis field during these 100 years, Titus was still able to feel the passage of time due to the Inquisitor who imprisoned him, occasionally interrogating and torturing him. 100 years is an exceptionally long period, even for a Space Marine. Especially during those 100 years, he had to face the Inquisitor's torture and constant loyalty tests, which severely tormented Titus's spirit. Although he has been released now, not being able to rejoin the Ultramarines is still something Titus cannot accept, even considering it a humiliation. After all, the accusation of traitor is very serious, it almost negates all of Titus's past honors. This also caused a great deal of resentment to build up within Titus, which he wanted to vent through slaughter. But these unqualified enemies were clearly unable to satisfy Titus's desire for battle. However, as a seasoned Astartes with 2 golden service studs embedded in his forehead, Titus still controlled his emotions very well, suppressing his anger. He just asked, still unsatisfied, are there any other worthy enemies? Slaughtering these heretics can hardly be called a battle. I'm afraid we're too late. This Chaos Warband ran into the Blood Angels chief librarian and the Death Company he brought, Gutierrez, who was now aware of the Blood Angels' deployment of the Death Company to end the battle, regretfully told Titus. They had arrived quickly, but unfortunately, they had bad luck and did not encounter the main attack direction of the Chaos Warband, so they only got some cultists, not even a single kin, referring to a Space Marine. But this is not surprising, after all, strictly speaking, there are 3 Space Marine chapters involved in the Starport battle, totaling almost 100 Astartes. Not to mention that among them are strong individuals with names like Titus and Mephisto, who are enough to fight those fallen legions. This nameless Chaos Warband is truly not enough for these lords to kill. Especially since the Blood Angels deployed 2 full Death Company squads, and the Ash Knights also committed all their Terminators to the battle. It was truly a battle difficult to feel glorious about. Titus could only lament in the end. Gutierrez had nothing much to say about this, but the kill team he brought gained some experience from this battle, and he himself completed a temporary combat mission to expel the Chaos Warband from the Starport, earning 200 experience points and 100 mission points. Chapter 145, The Obstructed Purification. As Chen Xi led the Battle Sisters into the Starport Dome, the ecclesiarchy hymns chanted by the Sisters of the Sacred Rose Convent echoed through the Starport's sound system. Don't misunderstand, this wasn't a celebratory song after winning, but an effective defensive measure against chaos corruption. One of the most direct manifestations of chaos corruption is the appearance of various whispers in one's ears, causing people to involuntarily hallucinate and become irritable. Therefore, playing hymns promptly can effectively boost morale and indeed serve to combat corruption. As for how effective it is, well, if the Astra Militarum's big heads can endure Nurgle's plague with the small pills issued by the Department of Military Affairs, then hymns being able to combat Kern's corruption isn't impossible. In fact, the hymns chanted by the Sacred Rose Convent's Sisters of Battle are truly capable of dispelling chaos corruption. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Xi, upon arriving at the Starport, immediately led his people to the broadcast room in the central dome of the Starport, and after taking control, left a team of Sacred Rose Convent Battle Sisters there, having them take turns broadcasting hymns praising the Emperor through the sound system. Chen Xi was not yet sure if this truly had an effect, but at least so far, he had not seen any signs of corruption. After all, the attackers were a Kern Warband. The corruption these axe wielders brought was more about belligerence and bloodlust, and wouldn't manifest as particularly obvious physical corruption. Moreover, the invasion time was very short, so even warp incursions hadn't yet affected the Starport. However, even so, the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus and the priests of the ecclesiarchy were already conducting large-scale purification rituals in the invaded areas to eliminate the pollution brought by the chaos invasion. Of course, the main purpose was to burn the bodies of the heretics and fallen space marines. These things are the true sources of corruption and must be strictly disinfected. In terms of danger, they are no less hazardous than a blob of Nurgle's plague. In a sense, Nurgle's plague is easier to deal with because you can generally tell at first glance from various symptoms whether the other party has been infected with Nurgle's plague. But Kern's corruption is not so easy to discern. Most Kern entities, apart from a flurry of blasphemous decorations and symbols, show no obvious mutations on their bodies. This also makes Kern's corruption very difficult to effectively eradicate, because often it's hard to determine whether a warrior fighting wildly is fighting for the Emperor or seeking to offer blood sacrifices to the blood god. Therefore, although the Imperium has means of identification and discernment, most of the time, facing chaos corruption, direct extermination of everyone is the most appropriate and effective approach. While I can understand your reasons for doing so, Caldor Drago, I still cannot agree to your proposal to purify them all, Chen Xi said, rejecting the Grey Knight's librarian with an unyielding voice. Caldor Drago looked at Chen Xi, frowning, and said, Governor, I think you should clearly understand that any mercy at a time like this is fatal. You shouldn't need me to list the consequences if such matters cannot be effectively controlled. As a Grey Knight's librarian, Caldor Drago rushed to help as soon as he learned of the chaos invasion of the starport and participated in the battle. However, unlike other Astartes, Caldor Drago found Chen Xi immediately after the battle and demanded that he execute all Defense Force soldiers who participated in this battle. Caldor Drago even intended to execute the Adeptus Militaris as well. Of course I know, as an Inquisitor, I have access to far more information than you can imagine, Chen Xi firmly refused, although he did understand the necessity of doing so. Chaos corruption is omnipresent, but I cannot execute all loyal warriors who were just fighting tirelessly for the Emperor simply because they might be corrupted. Hearing Chen Xi's reply, Caldor Drago's expression turned very ugly. He stared at Chen Xi's face, and seeing no sign of change in his expression, he said coldly, Your answer makes me doubt whether you are competent enough as an Inquisitor. Caldor Drago was very disappointed with Chen Xi. The governor before him did not act like a ruthless Inquisitor at all, but more like an incompetent person with womanly compassion, which made him very suspicious of how Chen Xi had obtained the Emperor's grace. Or was this a chaos plot? Caldor Drago couldn't help but begin to suspect and overthink. You don't need to worry about that, as I said, don't be too extreme. Chen Xi didn't say much to Caldor Drago, only turning to the Great Sister of the Sacred Rose Convent beside him and saying, Great Sister, I trouble you to have the Sisters of the Convent retrieve a badge of loyalty from my private cellar and send it up, while also maintaining the starport's lockdown. As you wish, Governor, the Great Sister bowed in acknowledgement, then ordered the sister beside her to carry out Chen Xi's command. Although Caldor Drago was still frowning, he seemed to understand what Chen Xi intended to do. You plan to use Sanctus wine? How much effect can that have? I'm not sure, but it's better than killing them all directly. Chen Xi shook his head slightly, but he truly couldn't bring himself to do something like kill everyone. They were just facing the attacks of Chaos Space Marines and heretics, fighting resolutely for the Emperor. They are all loyal and brave warriors. Executing them like this would be a great waste of the Emperor's currency. But you should know that even a veteran's memoir that has merely come into contact with chaos could trigger chaos corruption centuries later. Caldor Drago reminded Chen Xi that with chaos corruption, not an iota of complacency could be afforded. Chen Xi nodded affirmatively at Caldor Drago's reminder, but he still insisted on his point of view. I can only consider the present for now. As for things centuries from now, I don't have time to think about them. If we can't get through the present, then there will be no centuries later for the Imperium. Darkness has already enveloped the entire Imperium, and the light of the Astronomicon will also extinguish in the future. I must accumulate all available strength, awaiting the return of the Son of God from the prophecy. Prophecy? What prophecy exactly? Is this related to the Emperor's blessing? Caldor Drago's eyes immediately sharpened. He keenly detected the hidden information in Chen Xi's words. The Imperium's darkest millennium is about to pass, but this is both an opportunity and a disaster. The galaxy will be torn apart, everything will change, the Son of God will return, and there is still a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Chen Xi repeated this statement once more. Chapter 146, Mortal Combat. The Defense Force's 7th Regiment, primarily composed of light infantry and heavy weapon teams, was stationed at the starport. Although they were equipped with armored vehicles, heavy vehicles were inconvenient to use within the starport. Even though the starport's wide internal passages could accommodate the passage of a Lemon Rust tank or a Chimera armored vehicle, the regiment mainly used squad weapons and their lasguns in combat. Of course, there were also some conventional explosives, such as frag grenades, crack grenades, and thermo meltdown bombs. If crack grenades were used well, even a tin can could be killed. In other places, even if this regiment was completely wiped out, they would not have been able to stop the Kern Warband's raid today. The 7th Regiment, totaling 7,000 men, suffered nearly 1,000 casualties in today's battle. More than 2/3 of these were due to the raid by this Chaos Warband. Although this was an unknown Kern Warband, with only about 70 Chaos Astartes in total, their equipment was ordinary, and they even lacked Kern blessings. Yet, they still slaughtered over 700 members of the 7th Regiment in less than half an hour. Only less than 300 casualties were caused by the fighting between the 7th Regiment and the cultists brought by the Kern Warband. This outcome was tragic, but it was still the result of the Ash Knights immediately engaging in battle, blocking most of the Chaos Space Marines, and the Blood Angels unleashing their Death Company to quickly eliminate most of the Chaos Space Marines. If it had only been the 7th Regiment, they might have won this battle with great difficulty, but the entire 7th Regiment would have suffered over half, or even more, casualties. Of course, in the latter half of this battle, Chen Xi had already joined the fight with the Sisters of Battle, even claiming the heads of 2 Chaos Space Marines. Now, Chen Xi could also be said to be an individual who had slain an Astartes in battle. The cost, however, was the deaths of 4 battle sisters. Although they also wore power armor, and often the Battle Sisters displayed combat power not inferior to the Astartes, it must be said that the Battle Sisters themselves were still mortals. While they underwent a certain degree of physical enhancement, making them much more capable than ordinary grunts, they were still mortals. Even though the Battle Sisters of the Sacred Rose Convent could use the Emperor's divine arts and display various miracles, they still struggled against Chaos Space Marines. If Chen Xi had not timely used his psychic power to restrain the squad of Chaos Tin Cans that ambushed them, even more sisters would have died. However, even though Chen Xi restrained these 5 tin cans and directly slew 2 of them, 4 Battle Sisters were still torn apart the moment they made contact. Kern tin cans, no significant mutations, rabbit ears are the most prominent feature. Cultists jackals, literally jackals, or minions, those with chain swords are already elites. Chaos cultists, genuine weaklings. These 4 Battle Sisters were not Chen Xi's pawns, they were living people from this world. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Chen Xi was unwilling to see the survivors of the 7th Regiment directly executed by Kaldor Drago. Although he knew that doing so would leave a huge hidden danger, especially when the Great Rift opened in the future, these survivors of the 7th Regiment would be more susceptible to corruption than others, and they might even directly become rebels. But for now, Chen Xi did not want to kill them so simply and brutally. All life is the Emperor's currency, they should not be wasted like this. Under Chen Xi's command, the Sanctus wine was brought over by the Sisters of Battle. Because there were quite a few survivors in the 7th Regiment, Chen Xi had the Sisters of Battle bring about 500 bottles of loyalty. On average, each person could get about a cup's worth. This amount was sufficient for both normal consumption and for identifying heretics. Chen Xi had conducted some tests, and to have the Sanctus wine directly purify a heretic, 1 cup, or about 150 ml, was the minimum dose. The warriors of the 7th Regiment were now receiving about that small cup. But for these grunts, it was an overwhelming honor. Although Rostov II produced Sanctus wine, it was not something an ordinary grunt could afford. An Astra Militarum soldier's monthly salary was only 50 throne gelts, while a bottle of Sanctus wine cost 20,000 throne gelts, requiring an Astra Militarum soldier to save for 400 months without eating or drinking to afford 1 bottle. And 400 months, which is roughly 34 years, is more than double the service period for the Astra Militarum. A normal Astra Militarum soldier can retire after 15 years of service to the Emperor. Of course, you can also apply for a deferred retirement and serve the Emperor for another 5 years. If you can be promoted to an officer, you can stay in the Astra Militarum for a few more years. But 34 years is still a long time, enough to span an Astra Militarum soldier's entire life. It is conceivable that a bottle of Sanctus wine, worth 20,000 throne gelts, was something these Defense Force soldiers, who weren't even Astra Militarum, could never afford to touch in their lives. All the soldiers of the 7th Regiment, overwhelmed, held the small cups that they could completely grasp with one hand, watching the Emperor's daughter pour wine for them. The rose-colored liquid exuded a rich fragrance, a sweet scent these grunts had never smelled in their lives. Although the grape plantation was on the planet below, these Defense Force members could not approach it, or rather, no one except the Sisters of Battle and special personnel could now approach the plantation where the holy grapes were grown. Anyone who approached without permission would be warned and authorized to be shot. If the person ignored the warning and trespassed, then the Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition jointly authorized that the person had betrayed the God Emperor and could be shot on the spot. This authorization to kill even included Chen Xi, the governor. Theoretically, even if Chen Xi wanted to enter the vineyard, he would first have to find the great sister of the Sisters of Battle and could only enter the vineyard with her or other sisters accompanying him. As for these Defense Force soldiers? Sorry, they didn't even have the qualifications to apply for a visit. Being able to gaze at that patch of green from a distance near the valley where the vineyard was located was already the maximum distance they were allowed to approach the holy grapes. The rich fragrance of the fruit was a scent these Defense Force members could hardly touch or imagine in their lives. Even though Rostov II had plants cultivated by Avilia, and the urban environment was comparable to the 3K era, they had never smelled anything so pleasant. Especially since they knew this was wine blessed by the Emperor. Chen Xi raised his wine glass under the gaze of all the 7th Regiment Defense Force soldiers, his glass also contained Sanctus wine. Beside him were the Blood Angels, Death Watch, and Ash Knights who had rushed over, they also held wine glasses. Gentlemen, today you repelled a traitorous invasion with extraordinary courage, and among them were even fallen Astartes who betrayed the God Emperor. This is an immense glory. You faced a powerful enemy with the fearless courage of mortals. Your glory deserves this cup, so please drink it all. I toast you. Chen Xi did not say too many words, simply describing their glory today with simple terms before drinking the wine in his cup in one gulp. After the soldiers of the 7th Regiment looked at each other, they carefully poured the wine from their cups into their mouths. Golden flames ignited on the spot. Chapter 147 Huang Lao Han's Protection. Ultimately, among the 6,000 soldiers of the Rostov Defense Forces 7th Regiment, over 100 instantly became golden torches, while another 300 or so had golden flames ignite on their bodies but were not killed. The Commissar's expression was not good regarding this outcome, but he was already fortunate that it was only this result. With just a brief combat encounter, so many people in the 7th Regiment were contaminated by chaos. One can imagine what fate awaited the 7th Regiment today if the battle had continued longer and they had been exposed to chaos contamination for an extended period. And now, at least those who survived the 7th Regiment were saved, and the 7th Regiment's designation and honor were also preserved. After all, they had just undergone the Divine Emperor's trial, and they had proven their loyalty. Observing those in the 7th Regiment who were engulfed in golden flames but not burned to death, Both Chen Xi and Kaldor Drago developed an intense interest. They weren't burned to death. Why? Kaldor Drago felt exceptionally puzzled. It was normal for some people to drink Sanctus wine and be fine. After all, while chaos contamination was dangerous, it wasn't guaranteed to infect upon sight, a firm faith could still resist it. Those who were burned to death also came as no surprise, fighting chaos was like that, one careless mistake could cost one's life. 1 second you might be fighting fiercely and cheering for the Imperium, but the next second you could be a blood sacrifice to the blood god, or a skull for the skull throne, or perhaps grow boils, chickenpox, and a series of scabs and pustules, becoming flower fertilizer in Father Nurgle's garden. Mortals truly had little resistance to chaos contamination. Only just over 100 out of 6,000 survivors were burned to death, which was an extremely low proportion, sufficient to prove the 7th Regiment's soldiers were loyal enough to the Emperor. Of course, this also related to the small scale of the attacking Chaos Warband and the Imperium's absolute numerical superiority. However, those who were not burned to death were somewhat peculiar. The appearance of golden flames on their bodies proved that the Sanctus wine had an effect on them, indicating they also had chaos corruption. But not being burned to death, that was worth discussing. Was the degree of corruption not high? Or was the dosage consumed insufficient? For Kaldor Drago, these people were all potential sources of chaos contamination, and he would have preferred to execute them all for good. But now that the effect of the Sanctus wine had manifested, proving its effectiveness in cleansing chaos contamination, he could no longer suggest Chen Xi kill people. After all, the Sanctus wine, to a certain extent, represented the Emperor's own will. Since the Emperor did not execute these people, what right did he, Kaldor Drago, have to place his will above the Emperor's? However, he still wished to confirm whether these individuals were insufficiently corrupted or had not drunk enough wine. He himself was inclined towards the latter situation. Chen Xi was also curious about this. As for Huang Laohan, if there truly was chaos contamination, he would certainly not let it go. No matter how one looked at it, these people should not have survived. There was no such thing as a middle ground in the 40K era Imperium. Disloyalty was absolute if loyalty was not absolute. Once chaos contamination was contracted, there was absolutely no possibility of recovery. Had Huang Laohan changed his ways? Or had he rediscovered his humanity? Chen Xi didn't know, but verifying the specific situation was simple: just drink another cup. So, these soldiers who had not been burned to death were asked to drink another cup of loyalty. This time, each of them had a battle sister standing beside them, and in addition to the wine bottle, each sister had her hand on her weapon. The other soldiers of the 7th Regiment and the Commissar watched these recently unburned soldiers with complex expressions, hoping they were fine, while also agonizing over whether they should rush forward to demonstrate their loyalty to the Emperor if something truly went wrong. After all, these were all soldiers of the 7th Regiment. If problems arose, even if the governor and others didn't pursue it, the Commissar would still have to enforce discipline, making the soldiers reaffirm their faith and reflect on why most of the regiment was fine, yet only a few hundred people had issues. Was their faith not firm enough? Had their loyalty to the God Emperor wavered? In short, a comprehensive retraining awaited the 7th Regiment. Especially these soldiers who had not been burned to death earlier, even if they were proven innocent later, the Commissar would still flay them alive upon their return. Who told them to catch fire? Their loyalty to the God Emperor must have wavered during the battle. If this matter were handled by a more extreme Commissar, these people would not even get a second chance, they would be immediately taken out and shot. In fact, the Commissar of the 7th Regiment wanted to execute all these people right now. But seeing that Chen Xi had given them a second chance, the Commissar could only stand by and watch. Soon, under the stern gaze of the Sisters of Battle, these individuals drank the second cup of Sanctus wine. This time, they had no reaction whatsoever. Very good, you have passed the trial. The God Emperor deems you still salvageable. Chen Xi spoke before anyone else, defining the matter as the God Emperor deeming these people still salvageable. Kaldor Drago originally had some differing opinions, but after Chen Xi spoke, he hesitated and then chose to remain silent. Yes, the God Emperor himself didn't deem these people worthy of death, so how could he, Kaldor Drago, have the right to execute them? If something truly needed to be done, they could simply be incorporated into the Astra Militarum and then sent to a battlefield where death was certain, to be expended. The Emperor's currency was precious and should be used in a more appropriate manner. For the Emperor. A group of surviving Defense Force soldiers immediately shouted Huang Laohan's name loudly. This truly was the God Emperor's protection. Great Sister, please lead them in prayer to the God Emperor, to thank His Majesty for his protection. Chen Xi looked towards the Great Sister of the Sacred Rose Convent, indicating for her to conclude the matter. Yes, Governor. The Great Sister walked over and then said, Loyal soldiers, today you have undergone the trial given by the God Emperor. Congratulations on passing the trial. Let us praise the God Emperor and thank him for his protection. Immediately, the Sisters of Battle of the Sacred Rose Convent present began to sing hymns, while the Great Sister personally guided all the soldiers of the 7th Regiment present to kneel and pray together to the God Emperor. Governor, I have something I'd like to discuss with you privately. Kaldor Drago approached Chen Xi and whispered to him. Chen Xi looked at the Grey Knight's librarian, his eyes shifting before he nodded. Chapter 148 Rostov 1st Regiment. Kaldor Drago, what do you want to say? Chen Xi found a quiet place and looked at the silver-armored giant standing in front of him, guessing a bit of what he wanted to say. However, as a planetary governor, Chen Xi couldn't say such words. Even if no one knew, he didn't want to be the one to propose this suggestion. Although he could understand that in a cesspit like the Warhammer world, everyone was forced to do things they didn't want to do, needing to abandon kindness and morality, Chen Xi still hoped to uphold some bottom lines. Even if he knew what Kaldor Drago wanted to say, and knew that doing so was the most appropriate and best outcome. Things did not go beyond Chen Xi's expectations. Kaldor Drago glanced at Chen Xi and said, "This regiment has hidden dangers. I suggest you reorganize them into the Astra Militarum, and then have them serve the God Emperor with loyalty." Kaldor Drago didn't spell it out, but his meaning was already clear. There was only one way to serve the God Emperor with loyalty. Where will they serve the God Emperor with loyalty? Chen Xi didn't refuse but asked Kaldor Drago for the specific arrangements. After all, converting the defense force on the planet into the Astra Militarum could be counted as a tithe. This was an honor and a reward for the 7th Regiment. And as the currency of the God Emperor, becoming the Astra Militarum to serve the God Emperor with loyalty was not without glory. Although it sounded cruel, this was the Imperium of man. From the Emperor himself to the lowest hive city scavengers in the Imperium, everyone in the Imperium was sacrificing. Countless sacrifices had led to the Imperium's 10,000-year continuation. Sacrifice was the cornerstone of the Imperium. This was not an empty word or some grand description, but a cruel truth soaked in the blood and tears of the imperial populace. There's a suitable place, Cadia. Kaldor Drago didn't want to be too ruthless. Strictly speaking, this unit had passed the God Emperor's test, and their loyalty no longer needed to be doubted. The main reason Kaldor Drago did this was to eliminate the possibility of chaos knowledge spreading. After all, in Cadia, the casualties of the Astra Militarum had always been high. Every year, the Imperium would send hundreds of millions of Astra Militarum to participate in the nearly eternal war at the Cadian Gate. Especially in recent years, everyone could feel the increasing activity of chaos forces. Many important strongholds near Cadia had successively fallen, putting great pressure on the Imperium. Cadia? Cadia, ah. Chen Xi sighed. If possible, he didn't want his troops to be sent into that meat grinder, destined to be destroyed, for meaningless consumption. But could he refuse Kaldor Drago and save this unit? Theoretically, of course, he could. As a planetary governor, he might not be able to refuse the conscription of the Grey Knights, but as an Inquisitor, Chen Xi could still save this unit. However, similarly, as an Inquisitor, Chen Xi was clearly aware of the potential consequences of saving this unit. The memories of chaos in their minds would become a source of corruption, this much was self-evident. Even if the Emperor purified them of chaos corruption, any knowledge, information, and records related to chaos could lead to irreparable dire consequences. So in the end, Chen Xi could only sigh and say to Kaldor Drago, in that case, they will become the Astra Militarum Rostov 1st Regiment. I will need official attached commissars. Although the Astra Militarum establishment for Rostov had been decided long ago, Chen Xi had been working on the establishment of the Astra Militarum for the past few years. However, forming an Astra Militarum regiment was not a simple matter. Even with qualified personnel, weapons, equipment, and corresponding Astra Militarum adaptive training were indispensable. As for commissars, the commissars of the defense force on Rostov II were only appointed by the former planetary governor himself. Although they had initially received training from former official Astra Militarum commissars, they still had a huge gap compared to truly qualified imperial commissars. Therefore, whether soldiers or officers, the Rostov Defense Force still needed extensive training. In fact, the 7th Regiment was brought to the starport for void combat adaptive training. Garrisoning was just a side task. Before them, several other regiments had also been brought up for training, but they hadn't encountered combat. They simply completed the prescribed training procedures and returned to the ground. When encountering such a thing, it's hard to say whether the 7th Regiment was unlucky or fortunate. To say they were unlucky was because they were about to be thrown into Cadia to die, or even if not Cadia, they would be thrown into any other battlefield with an extremely high probability of their entire unit being annihilated. Because this was Kaldor Drago's purpose, to consume these coins with hidden dangers through this method. And to say they were lucky was not false. After all, being able to become true Astra Militarum before other defense force units, and being the first batch of Astra Militarum on Rostov, was indeed a rare honor. Their families would also receive preferential treatment because of this, even becoming middle class or even minor nobles on this planet. For the citizens of the Imperium, their lives would undergo earth-shattering changes, perhaps even leading to a life that could be called human. This was also why in many imperial worlds, people knew that joining the Astra Militarum might mean not surviving 15 hours on the battlefield, or even never returning home in their lifetime, yet they still joined this glorious unit, becoming the currency of the God Emperor, without hesitation. Setting aside religious and political propaganda and other factors, one of the most crucial reasons was that becoming Astra Militarum meant making a name for oneself, and your family would receive care from the Imperium and live a good life. I will arrange the commissars you need, and the super heavy tanks and Valkyries that your planet lacks will also be equipped for them, Kaldor Drago promised. Although he couldn't interfere with the Department of Military Affairs, the people he knew could. Then thank you very much. Chen Xi expressed his gratitude to Kaldor Drago. As an Inquisitor, he could, of course, acquire these things himself, but if someone was willing to help, why should he refuse? Having settled this matter with Kaldor Drago, Chen Xi returned to the starport dome. The 7th Regiment's prayers were complete, and now their faces showed only resolve and fanaticism. Today was an unforgettable and glorious day for them. Whether it was the fierce battle with the Chaos Warband, fighting alongside the Emperor's angels, or the honor of receiving the God Emperor's protection, these were things worth boasting about for a lifetime. Chen Xi felt a bit emotional. What these simple people needed was often this simple. And now, it seemed he was about to send them to their deaths, yet they would be grateful for it, because in this world, it truly was the highest honor a mortal could attain. 7th Regiment, from today onwards, you will be reorganized into the Astra Militarum Rostov 1st Regiment. Chen Xi announced the news, and the cheers of the 7th Regiment almost burst through the starport's dome. Chapter 149, Love Comes from Terra. The aftermath of the Chaos invasion was not so easy to deal with. Destroyed warships needed to be scrapped. While it wasn't impossible to tow them away for purification and recycling, the Imperial Navy generally didn't want such things. The most crucial factor was that the warship's keel needed to be intact and undamaged, still possessing value for repair and reconstruction. After all, a warship's keel was usually made of adamantium. Even if the ship sank, the keel wouldn't break. If salvaged, a new ship could be built simply by removing the damaged parts. However, some ship hulls that were heavily contaminated by chaos or eroded by warp energy, even if perfectly intact, would not be salvaged but would only be pushed into a star for destruction. Doing so is not a permanent solution. A space hulk contaminated by Nurgle was pushed into a star, and then the star turned green. As for these two Kern Warband Chaos warships, although the warp energy erosion and chaos contamination were not particularly severe, a Nova cannon shot from 32 severely twisted the keels of both ships, making them essentially unrecoverable. Although the precious metals on the hull or instruments and equipment with repair value were worth salvaging, after much discussion, both ships were still pushed into the Rostov system star and completely destroyed. Along with them, the bodies of the Chaos Warband and their cultists, and everything else deemed contaminated by chaos, were also thrown in. When dealing with chaos contamination, caution is never excessive. After completing these tasks, Chen Xi also reported the chaos invasion to the Mariupol sector capital. It was fortunate that Chen Xi's planet was special, possessing sufficient planetary defense forces. Otherwise, a Chaos Warband and 2 Chaos warships could truly ravage an entire planet, slaughtering over 1 billion people to sacrifice them to Kern. After all, which planet would normally have 3 Space Marine chapters stationed there for no reason? Even if Deathwatch was only a 10-man kill team, it still represented a chapter. Chen Xi didn't think that being invaded by chaos and repelling them was anything worth caring about. Such troublesome incidents were as normal as encountering monsters spawning in a game. But while he didn't care, the Ecclesiarchy, the Inquisition, and even the Star District Governor of the Mariupol sector were almost scared to death. This matter was even reported by the Mariupol sector's Department of Military Affairs to Terra. The reason was simple: the Sanctus wine previously purchased by the Inquisition and the Ecclesiarchy had played a crucial role in several key situations over the past few years, helping the Imperium uncover many hidden degenerates. This led to the Sanctus wine now being highly valued by Holy Terra. The Mariupol sector even received a star message from Holy Terra, demanding that they do everything possible to ensure the production of Sanctus wine, as it had now become an important resource for the Imperium. Originally, such an item, which could only identify heretics and degenerates, was not scarce for the Imperium, nor was it something that could influence the Imperium's situation. Apart from the Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition, who had a genuine need, no one really took it seriously. The Imperium's territory was too vast, and it produced many good things, but often due to the Imperium's scale, it was difficult to promote or apply these good things across the entire Imperium. However, an event occurred that forced Holy Terra to take the production of Sanctus wine seriously. That was when a box of Sanctus wine was sent to Holy Terra, then specially received by the Adeptus Custodes, who escorted it into the throne room. The political signal of this event was extremely strong, almost an explicit declaration. The Emperor had not shown signs of being alive in the Imperium for too long, although the ringing of the soul-lost bell hanging high outside the Imperial Palace indicated that the Emperor still sat upon the Golden Throne. But for 10,000 years, the Emperor's influence on the Imperium, and even on Holy Terra, had been decreasing day by day. As for Imperial edicts, since the Emperor ascended the Golden Throne, the last explicit Imperial edict from the throne room, a planetary governor appointment letter, was his only one. Now, the blessed wine from that planet was sent into the throne room again. What this symbolized was truly intriguing and thought-provoking. For these political creatures of the High Lords of Terra, this was certainly not the Emperor craving wine and wanting someone to brew it for him, but a clear political signal. The Ecclesiarchy even interpreted it as a sign of the Emperor's imminent return. After all, it had been 10,000 years. Even if the Emperor truly craved wine, it meant he had at least recovered the ability to drink, and was no longer a dried corpse on the throne. However, Sanctus wine had just been sent into the throne room, and then the planet producing Sanctus wine was immediately invaded by chaos. This was not hitting Governor Chen Xi's backside, it was trampling the face of the entire Imperium, the face of the High Lords of Terra, by chaos. Especially since Chen Xi was not derelict in his duty, he repelled the Chaos Warband's invasion, destroyed 2 Chaos cruisers, and annihilated the entire Chaos Warband. Therefore, Chen Xi bore no responsibility. In the Imperium, failure needs no words, victory needs no words. Since the governor had no responsibility, whose responsibility was it then? It was self-evident. The High Lords could not control when chaos invaded, nor did they have the ability to do so. If they could control it, the Imperium would not be in its current state. What the High Lords could control was how the Imperium responded to chaos invasions. Thus, things became simpler. The High Lords still had the final say on matters on the Imperium's side. Some of them might even feel they could command a primarch, but it had to be acknowledged that the High Lords of Terra indeed possessed supreme authority. So, the Terra Ecclesiarchy headquarters allocated funds, requesting the Mariupol sector to help Rostov to build an orbital ring and strengthen the planet's defenses. The Mars Mechanics also sent a letter to the Mariupol Forge World, requesting the local Mechanikus to provide necessary assistance for the planet's defense. The Imperial Navy investigated the situation of the Mariupol sector's naval fleet and, upon learning that the area was already within naval patrol range and even a logistics supply point, made no further adjustments. They merely selected 3 excellent candidates from among the Navy's idle or retired officers, assigned them to the 3 Moon-class cruisers ordered by the Ecclesiarchy for Chen Xi, and provided each of these 3 ships with a group of shrewd and capable officers. The Department of Military Affairs, however, had no such elaborate plans. They simply tallied the forces currently available to the Department of Military Affairs, looked at Rostov's situation, selected 2 regiments from them, and dispatched them to Rostov too. 1 Armageddon Steel Legion Mechanized Infantry Regiment and 1 Talern Desert Raiders Armored Regiment. Chapter 150, Rostov Alien Hunters. In the blink of an eye, 3 months quietly passed. On Rostov, the 3 newly formed Astra Militarum legions were fully staffed and undergoing further training. As elites selected from the defense force, the combat power of the Astra Militarum Rostov Legion had already surpassed that of a considerable number of regular Astra Militarum legions. Although the Astra Militarum are all 1 in a 100 heroes selected from a planet, and after rigorous training by the Department of Military Affairs, everyone can be considered an elite, it is undeniable that due to different sources of personnel, the combat power of the Astra Militarum often varies greatly. The Astra Militarum originating from famous planets like Cadia and Mordian are undoubtedly imperial paragons, although they differ, each unit is an elite, and they are also the most precious imperial currency in the hands of the Department of Military Affairs. They will only be deployed to the most critical battlefields, striving to maximize the value of this precious currency. However, for those originating from ordinary planets, where there is no excellent Astra Militarum tradition, and soldiers are not transferred from the defense force but are conscripted, recruited from hive gangs, or even directly using prisoners as soldiers. For such Astra Militarum, one should not have too many expectations regarding their combat effectiveness. Their individual strength might be decent, but their discipline and will are significantly lower than those elite units, usually requiring a commissar to boost morale physically to ensure they fight bravely. But even so, they are often only 1 step away from becoming penal legions. However, the Rostov Legion does not have this problem. As a defense force cultivated by a planet where the former Valhallan ice warriors collectively retired, the Rostov defense force itself maintains above standard training, and its morale, will, and discipline are all excellent. After all, not every planetary governor would establish a position like commissar for his private army. And after Chen Xi succeeded as governor, he first sent them to the sewers to fight the flayers, then directly faced the Necron's army, and later even engaged with a Chaos Warband, so the Rostov Legion's combat experience is already very rich. Even among the Astra Militarum, they are at an upper middle level. Perhaps they cannot compare to the chosen ones who can stab greater demons with bayonets, but they are fierce individuals who can destroy bad tin cans with meltaguns. Such a legion is also urgently needed by the Department of Military Affairs. If it weren't for Rostov's special circumstances, and the fact that this Astra Militarum had not yet been tested on the battlefield, perhaps the Department of Military Affairs conscription order would have already reached Chen Xi's desk. But even so, when the Department of Military Affairs sent people to deliver the commissar, they specifically sought out Chen Xi, hoping he could provide the Imperium with 1 legion every 10 years. This is already a very low requirement for the Department of Military Affairs. After all, according to the lowest standards of the Astra Militarum, a regiment can have only a few hundred people, and a legion usually consists of 5 to 10 regiments. Chen Xi, being a bit unscrupulous, could split an original defense force regiment to count as 1 legion to offset the tithe. Regular organization, 10 men per squad, 2 to 5 squads per platoon, 2 to 6 platoons per company, 5 to 10 companies per regiment, and a legion usually has 10 regiments. Of course, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for there to be so few people. For example, a Kadayan infantry regiment has 5 to 6,000 people, and the specific organization depends on the local population density and conscription requirements. For a planet like Rostov, conscripting only 1 regiment every 10 years is already a very benevolent approach. In response, Chen Xi could only lament that the gentlemen of the Department of Military Affairs were still human-like, but only a little bit. However, Chen Xi had no resistance to this. Becoming an Astra Militarum is an honor for the common people of the Imperium and a way to escape their original impoverished background. After all, if someone is a lower hive pauper from a hive world, as long as he can become an Astra Militarum, his family can benefit from it, and his direct relatives can at least become mid-hive residents. Although it won't make his family nobility, having an Astra Militarum in the family itself can save the family a lot of trouble and bring many benefits. For example, at the very least, when working in a factory, one can serve as a foreman or similar position, and the family will not be harassed by local hive gangs. Bailiffs and other government departments will also relatively provide some assistance within permissible conditions. It might not sound like much, and compared to the many benefits stipulated by the Department of Military Affairs, such as retired veterans being able to obtain public office on the local planet, these indeed seem insignificant. But for the common people, these are already enough to improve their lives. As for whether you can become a non-commissioned officer or even an officer in the Astra Militarum, your family will also rise with you and receive better treatment. So if he wanted to conscript soldiers, the men and women on Rostov too would definitely enthusiastically enlist. And Chen Xi indeed intends to expand the scale of the army on Rostov too. 10 defense force regiments will certainly not be enough to face the increasingly fierce battles in galactic situation in the future. But Chen Xi cannot just conscript soldiers without giving them combat experience, nor can he learn from Krieg and conduct live-fire-death exercises. So after some thought, Chen Xi decided to utilize the A7-012 area, as there were indeed the most suitable training targets underground there. In fact, this area is already considered an abandoned area for the current Rostov city. During the previous cleanup operation against the flares, the entire area was inspected and cleared. Now, apart from the battle sisters and defense force who go there for trials, local residents are rarely seen in this area. They have either moved away or have been devastated by the flares. Therefore, this area has now been transformed into a large military camp. The garrison of Rostov city is basically stationed here, and even the recruitment of Ashnite's new recruits is conducted here. However, the city's sewers remain a dangerous place. Although the defense force is constantly clearing the flares in the sewers, no one knows how many there are. It's as if they can never be completely eliminated, there are always more after you kill some. Previously, Chen Xi didn't have enough manpower to determine the exact situation below, but now he has the Ashnites at his disposal. Titus' squad is always ready to obey orders, and with the Blood Angels he can call for help. These nearly 100 Astartes can by no means be considered short-staffed. So Chen Xi dispatched 30 Astartes into the sewers to conduct a large-scale sweep of the entire area. Finally, they discovered the problem. The sewers in the entire area were indeed sealed off at first, but Rostov city's abandoned servitor landfill was located near the A7-012 area. These flares had brought a large number of discarded servitors from the landfill, some of which were infected to become new flares. It was by relying on this continuous replenishment that the flares in the sewers of the A7-012 area could never be completely eliminated. After confirming this information, Chen Xi did not completely clear the sewers of the A7-012 area. Instead, he preserved everything, using it as a training ground for new recruits of the Rostov Defense Force, and training elites through the established flare trial. Although there were always 3 to 5/10 casualties, it must be said that the improvement in soldiers' combat effectiveness and overall quality was quite significant. And the Rostov alien hunters are gradually becoming a special unit, a distinctive unit of the Rostov Legion. Chapter 151, Unspoken Understanding. Due to the attention from Holy Terra, many matters on Rostov progressed quickly. Pavel from the Ecclesiarchy came again, bringing 1,000-strong battle sister contingent to reinforce the Order of the Ebon Chalice. In addition, there were 10 million throne gelts in cash, and the Ecclesiarchy's promised to help him repair the orbital ring. Governor, I don't even know what to say. It's an immense honor for Rostov's Sanctus wine to be delivered to the throne room by the custodes. You have truly received the Emperor's favor. Pavel looked at Chen Xi with a terrifying fanaticism, as if he were looking at the deity he worshipped. This was not an exaggeration. For followers of the Ecclesiarchy, it was not unreasonable to worship Chen Xi as a divine spokesman, especially since he was one of the few people the Emperor had directly contacted in 10,000 years, the last time being when 6 battle sisters met the Emperor. Especially now that Chen Xi was a saint officially canonized by the Ecclesiarchy, the Ecclesiarchy headquarters on Terra was even discussing whether to bestow upon Chen Xi the title of living saint. The Emperor equally favors each of us, it's just that too many people need his favor, and he cannot look after every citizen of the Imperium, Chen Xi said, shrugging indifferently. Huang Laohan truly loved humanity, that was beyond doubt, but as he was not yet a god, he indeed could not attend to every person in the Imperium. You could only shout loudly and hope he would hear your voice. Yes, that's why we, as his spokesmen and followers, should look after the citizens of the Imperium on his behalf, Pavel affirmed with a nod. Although his position made him somewhat worldly, his faith was utterly genuine. Indeed, it's just a pity that some in the Imperium still don't understand this principle, always forcing us to do extra work, Chen Xi shrugged, uttering a line perfectly fitting for an inquisitor. Pavel nodded in strong agreement, but then changed the subject to business. The Ecclesiarchy has agreed to pay for the construction of your orbital ring this time, but we also contacted the Mariupol Forge World, and they said they are unable to complete such a large project. So, what do you plan to do about the construction? Do you need me to help you contact other Forge Worlds? There's no need for that. My rogue trader has already gone to contact the Gria Forge World for me, and they have agreed to send a technical team. Chen Xi explained the situation to Pavel and thanked him for his kindness. The Gria Forge World is very interested in this order. The sage they sent is already on my rogue trader's ship. That sounds really good. I hope you can successfully get what you want. Pavel didn't find anything amiss with this, merely showing a hint of regret. Chen Xi noticed the change in his mood and asked curiously. Pavel didn't hide it and simply explained, I'm currently seeking a higher position. After all, although I am the archdeacon of the sector church, I am less than 50 years old, and there is still potential to advance further to serve the Emperor better. But you might be aware of the situation in the Mariupol sector, promotion requires opportunities and merits. Cooperating with you is a merit for the sector Ecclesiarchy, but merely paying for you cannot be called a merit. On the contrary, if I could help you contact a Forge World and finalize this matter, that would truly be considered a merit. After speaking, Pavel shrugged, feigning nonchalance, but Chen Xi could sense the regret that he had not fully expressed. After listening to Pavel's explanation, Chen Xi also frowned slightly, but then his mind turned, and he said to Pavel, the planetary governor of Rostov plans to build a grand cathedral. I have already approved this plan. Do you know about this? I've heard about it. That old bishop has grand ambitions and plans to build a cathedral comparable to a hive city spire. Pavel, of course, knew about this, but he wasn't very optimistic about it. Although the old bishop's piety is admirable, I imagine you wouldn't support this, would you? After all, you are from the Inquisition and also the planetary governor. That old bishop's plan should conflict with your arrangements. I heard about the living saint's arrival that day. By all accounts, the ecclesiarchy should undertake extensive construction and expand the Emperor's sanctuary on this planet, but doesn't this conflict with your interests as governor? Pavel was different from other members of the ecclesiarchy. Perhaps due to his position and work, he had more contact with nobles and the secular world, thus he could better understand what others were thinking. Just like this matter, the ecclesiarchy itself strongly supported the construction of churches, but Pavel could imagine how much Chen Xi, as governor, did not want this to happen. After all, if the ecclesiarchy became too powerful, it would encroach upon his authority as governor. However, Chen Xi shrugged and smiled, that's not entirely true. I welcome the ecclesiarchy's willingness to invest heavily in this planet, I just don't want this planet to become a shrine world. Moreover, I will also be developing the entire subsector later, and it would be even better if the ecclesiarchy could provide me with assistance in this regard. After all, colonizing new planets cannot be done without your ecclesiarchy's priests guiding the people's faith and showing them the way forward. I think I understand what you mean. You hope to cooperate with the ecclesiarchy in developing the subsector. Pavel showed an interested expression. Yes, the ecclesiarchy needs to proselytize, and I need a large number of pilgrims to help me develop new colony planets. I think we can cooperate, can't we? Chen Xi smiled, then looked at Pavel and lowered his voice, and having a friend in a higher position within the sector ecclesiarchy is also a help to me, isn't it? Then perhaps we should have a good talk. Pavel looked at Chen Xi and also smiled. Both of them smiled together. Some things were not conspiracies or schemes, but merely an unspoken understanding between them. At this time, in a certain star system of the Imperium, Mai and Twilight had just repelled a raid by a group of Eldar pirates. Isn't rogue trader life a bit too exciting? Succubi in the bathroom, bloodletters on the lower deck, and now Eldar pirates after leaving the warp. Are we going to have a Chaos Warband jump out next? Mai pulled her dueling sword out of an Eldar pirate's stomach, couldn't help but complain. Beside him, Sage Celia from the Gria Forge world was putting away her shield. Just now, this shield had activated a special force field that made those agile Eldar directly appear as if petrified, their agility greatly reduced, allowing humans to easily eliminate them. The frequency of your attacks is somewhat abnormal. Even for a rogue trader, it's not normal to be attacked as frequently as you are. Celia came before Mai, looked at him, but said nothing more, then turned and left. Meanwhile, Twilight quickly came over and asked Mai, did Sage Celia figure something out? Not necessarily, right? We don't have any contraband on our ship. Mai's eyes also wavered a bit. While they didn't deal in contraband, other things. The first lottery for the reader group has been successfully completed. The first lottery for the reader group has been a complete success. First lottery prizes. Lottery process. Lucky group members have received their prizes and are ready to serve in the 40K. The reader group will hold irregular lotteries based on monthly performance. All readers are welcome to participate actively. Don't worry, I have connections with Huang Lao Han, so you won't become P-spirits when you transmigrate. Chapter 152, The Famous Unlucky Ones. Indeed, there were quite a few prohibited items on the Huichong Shihao. For example, those ancient technology relics acquired from the black market, though their origins were mostly unknown, Mai and Twilight both knew that the value of these items far exceeded their imagination. However, Sage Celia did not press further, but instead turned and returned to her cabin, seemingly uninterested in these matters. Don't worry about it so much, let's deal with these Eldar pirate corpses first. Mai waved her hand, signaling the crew to start clearing the battlefield. Although the equipment of these Eldar pirates was not particularly sophisticated, their weapons and armor could still fetch a good price. After all, Eldar weapons were sought after items on the black market, and spirit stones were also rare. Twilight nodded, then directed the crew to begin moving the bodies and spoils of war. While busy, he whispered to Mai, Sage Celia's gaze was a bit strange just now, do you think she discovered something? Mai shrugged, her eyes somewhat helpless as she said, who knows? They are sages of Gria Forge world, and what's in their minds is beyond our guessing. However, as long as she doesn't speak out, we have nothing to worry about. Twilight nodded, but still felt a bit uneasy. He always felt that Sage Celia's eyes held some secret, perhaps she had already noticed some unusual circumstances on their ship. However, now was not the time to dwell on these things, they had more important matters to attend to. By the way, Mai, where are we going next? Twilight asked while directing the crew to clear the battlefield. Mai looked at the star map, pondered for a moment, and then said, we need to hurry back to Rostov. The chief executive and Sage Celia are probably getting a bit impatient, this is a big deal. Also, we need to quickly send back the people we hired from Griffin IV. They had already been to Griffin IV, and although Kristen was very displeased with their decision to hire low-ranking priests from Griffin IV, she still didn't say much about it. However, Kristen still clearly expressed her dissatisfaction in her attitude. Twilight nodded, then said, then let's set off quickly, and try not to encounter any more trouble. Mai smiled and patted Twilight's shoulder, don't worry, our luck has always been good. Besides, with Sage Celia here, even if we do encounter trouble, she can help us solve it. Twilight also smiled, but still felt a bit uneasy. He always felt that this journey would not be so smooth. At the same time, on the planet Rostov, Chen Xi and Pavel's conversation was drawing to a close. Then, it's settled. Pavel smiled and extended his hand, shaking Chen Xi's, I will report our cooperation plan to the God Emperor Star Region headquarters as soon as possible, and I believe they will be very supportive. Chen Xi nodded, smiling as he said, then I'll trouble you, Executive Director Pavel. I believe our cooperation will bring more prosperity to the Imperium. Pavel nodded, then stood up to take his leave. Chen Xi saw him to the door, watched him leave, and then turned back to his office. The Ecclesiarchy will organize 3 pilgrims pioneering groups, which can first conduct preliminary development of the habitable planets in the 3 surrounding star systems. Once the orbital ring is completed, further development can be carried out, plus the population that the Ecclesiarchy will send later. Chen Xi drew and wrote on the data slate, calculating how many resources and people would be needed to develop new planets. However, no matter how he calculated, he found that even with the support of the Ecclesiarchy, developing the entire subsector in a short period was still a very arduous task. So, in the end, my still needs to buy people. Chen Xi was a little reluctant. Although human trafficking was legal in the Imperium, he still didn't want to get involved. However, Chen Xi did not have a severe moral, and after confirming that it was indeed necessary to do so, he put down his unnecessary reservations. Population, skilled workers, tech priests. Ah. I really want to find a planet and just plunder a wave. Chen Xi grew more and more irritable with each calculation, having an urge to just give up. But after venting his emotions, he still meticulously planned the development of the famous subsector, while also calculating when the tech priests Mai was going to hire and the technical team from Gria would arrive. He knew that the future of Rostov would depend on the efficiency of these technical teams. As long as the orbital ring could be successfully built, Rostov would become the most important transportation hub in the subsector. At that time, whether in trade or military, Rostov would occupy a crucial position. The Emperor protects. For the future of Rostov, Chen Xi couldn't help but close his eyes and pray to the old salted fish on the throne. Meanwhile, somewhere in the galaxy, the Huichang Shihao was once again emerging from the warp. On their way to Rostov, Mai and Twilight's ship once again encountered an accident. This time they were attacked by a Chaos Warband. Although with the help of Sage Cilia, they successfully repelled the Chaos Warband's attack, it was clear that such frequent attacks were getting to everyone. After the battle, Mai and Twilight discussed their next plan in the ship's cabin. We can't go on like this, Twilight said with a frown, these attacks are too frequent. If this continues, our ship will be ruined before we even return to Rostov. Mai nodded, I also feel something is wrong. Perhaps, we should ask the chief executive or Sage Cilia, they might know something. By the way, could it be that, attracting them? They are known to be very unlucky. Twilight whispered to Mai, but he deliberately lowered his voice when mentioning that, as if he didn't want anyone to know what was actually on the ship. However, Mai's expression was somewhat unnatural, and he hesitated before saying, it shouldn't be, right? Officially certified unlucky ones, it's not strange for them to bring bad luck, is it? Twilight clearly stuck to his guess. Mai pondered for a moment, then said, if it's that, then we can't just abandon them now. Those unlucky ones are too miserable, we should try to help them out if we can. We might suffer a bit, but if we abandon them, they'll have no way to survive. Mai still didn't want to abandon those poor unlucky ones, after all, anyone who heard their story would be willing to offer them some help and sympathy. Alright, anyway, by grinding like this, we also gain experience and points. At the current rate of increase, by the time we reach Rostov, we might even level up to 3. Twilight didn't really care, although he felt annoyed by the frequent attacks, he only felt uncomfortable, not to the point of abandoning those unlucky ones for his own convenience. But I still need to check the exchange list later to see if there's anything that can ward off evil. Although we need to save those unlucky ones, the frequency of these attacks is indeed too high. Mai sighed and said. Alright, I'll pay for the exchange points. Thanks to them, our gains have been pretty good on this journey. Twilight was still very enthusiastic about helping those unlucky ones. Chapter 153 Arrival at Rostov. By the time Mai and Twilight returned to Rostov in the Huichang Shihao, the ship already needed to enter port for major repairs. And this was only because the ship had Gria's technical team and the lower-ranked tech priests they hired from Griffin for helping with emergency repairs. If it had truly sailed back directly, the ship would likely have already sunk in the warp. Honestly, let's quickly hand those unlucky guys over to Chen Xi. If they stay on the ship any longer, I'm afraid this ship will be tormented until it sinks. Twilight looked at the Huichang Shihao, which was entering the dry dock, with a pained expression. The huge charred marks on the ship's side were truly heartbreaking to see. Mai merely shrugged in response, then looked at the well-equipped kill team behind him, nodding slightly. On their way back, they basically encountered all sorts of strange things whenever they were in the warp. They wiped out the 4 Chaos Gods demons, and Mai even beheaded a Chaos Warband's demon lord for his collection. Consequently, he and Twilight both rose to level 3 authority, recruiting a kill team entourage for themselves. They had no choice but to recruit. They encountered too many unfortunate incidents on this journey. Although they were only wild monsters, fighting too many wild monsters would still reduce the durability of their equipment. So Mai and Twilight each recruited a team of retainers. Because Twilight was a naval officer, he brought a team of naval boarding parties, while Mai's side, on top of the standard rogue trader entourage, added a battle sister and a space marine. As a rogue trader, it is possible to hire battle sisters or space marines to serve oneself, but the premise is to be able to hire them. After all, even if the Navy and the Department of Military Affairs have to provide services to rogue traders, hiring battle sisters and space marines is not really a big deal. Given the situation on Rostov, Mai could hire not just one, but even a team. However, those hired that way would be real people, not retainers obtained from Huang Lao Han. For Mai and his group, retainers were easier to use than real people, at least, their obedience was much better. And most importantly, it didn't hurt if a retainer died, they could be resurrected. Although the name changed, the memory inheritance meant they were the same person. But for real people, if they died, they were truly dead. Although they weren't people who particularly cared about life and death, if possible, they still hoped to avoid too many deaths. I'll take the chief executive and the others to see Chen Xi first. Those unlucky guys, you. Mai thought for a moment before saying to Twilight, take them to Gutierrez. Those unlucky guys can temporarily be put on the dead account, which saves them from thinking about going on a penitent crusade to their deaths every day. Alright, I'll take those unlucky guys to see Gutierrez after I've dealt with things here. Twilight nodded. He just wanted to get those chosen unlucky guys off the ship quickly, otherwise his precious darling wouldn't be able to withstand such torment. Twilight cherished this ship greatly. Although Chen Xi said he could replace it with a Moon-class cruiser, Twilight simply preferred this Sword-class frigate, as it was the first ship he ever commanded. And men always have a special affection for their first time. Welcome, everyone. It is truly my honor that Gria Forge World could send you wise ones here. Chen Xi faced the 4 wise ones before him, and he couldn't help but show sufficient respect. At the same time, his eye twitched. After all, what Huang Lao Han did was too overbearing. Chief Executive, Sai-Dai, Miu, and he Mo, is this a Rhine Life team-building event? You've repaired the orbital ring, you wouldn't name it Wang Xingyuan, would you? But it must be said, Kristen and the orbital ring are quite a good match, a professional fit. Is Sai-Dai also a wise one? Wise one of domination? After all, for this security chief of Rhine Life, the only thing everyone remembers is that she becomes a fist king when she puts down her shield. As for Miu and he Mo, it was not beyond Chen Xi's expectation that these two were wise ones. However, with the Ling Guang family as a precedent, another Rhine Life appearing before him didn't surprise Chen Xi much. His only concern now was how many more rotten tricks Huang Lao Han had up his sleeve. He hoped that by then, the real Terra wouldn't just be Terra, as that would truly make people tense. Hello, Governor. Gria Forge World attaches great importance to this cooperation, so we have specifically sent us to discuss the specific matters. Kristen said to Chen Xi, but her words still contained some complaints. However, Governor, it seems you don't attach as much importance to this cooperation as we expected. Otherwise, why would you go to Griffin 4 to hire low-level tech priests? This matter was, of course, unacceptable to Gria. Although it was Chen Xi's freedom to choose which Adeptus Mechanicus to cooperate with, for the Adeptus Mechanicus, hiring someone from B when you were supposed to be discussing cooperation with A was truly as unpleasant as eating a dead fly. Under normal circumstances, Gria Forge World would certainly not accept this order. Don't you like Griffin 4? Then let them repair the orbital ring for you. However, Kristen certainly wouldn't say such words. After all, Griffin 4 was truly capable of repairing orbital rings, just not as proficient as Gria. They were all large forge worlds. Although their focuses differed, they still possessed all the necessary skills. Unlike Mariupol Forge World, which was just a very ordinary small forge world and indeed lacked the ability to repair orbital rings. Because I heard that you were sealed for 100 years, and then suffered a dual invasion from orcs and chaos, I was a little uneasy. Chen Xi did not deliberately humble himself. While answering Kristen, he also revealed his Inquisition rosette. Seeing the Inquisition's rosette, Kristen reluctantly lowered her banner, but she still complained, "This is all your Inquisition's doing. You messed with a chaos artifact on our planet, and after it exploded, you were possessed by demons. If it weren't for Captain Titus's valiant efforts, Gria Forge World would probably have been finished. And in the end, you still sealed our planet for 100 years. Do you know how many orders we lost and how many furnaces went out during those 100 years? This is simply blasphemy against the god of machines." I understand, wise one Kristen. Chen Xi looked at Kristen, who was bristling like an angry cat, and could only smile and say to her, "So the orbital ring I want to repair is not just one. I heard from Malin that the development of an entire subsector is truly a grand undertaking." Chapter 154, The Empire's Famous Unlucky Ones. Should I say it's just like you two? Chen Xi had the urge to cover his face as he looked at Mai and Twilight in front of him. Not only did you make a succubus into a demon host, but you even picked up space marines? And they're the weeping angels. Looking at the yellow space marines and stasis fields before him, Chen Xi really didn't know what to say. We saw them, so we just picked them up. Mai looked a bit embarrassed, but still tried to persuade Chen Xi, and they're the weeping angels, those unlucky guys. Can you bear not to pick them up and save them when you see them? Alright, then why did you put them in stasis fields after picking them up? And why do they look like they're about to kick the bucket? Chen Xi pointed at the various fatal injuries, big and small, on the yellow space marines in the stasis fields and asked the two. It wasn't that Chen Xi felt strange, but that these yellow space marines were truly too tragic. The worst one had half his ribcage torn open, at least half of his 2 hearts and 3 lungs exposed, and his intestines hanging down, making one think he was a Nurgle plague pig if they didn't know better. As for missing arms and legs, almost all of them had such injuries. 7 or 8 space marines couldn't even form one complete one. Under normal circumstances, these space marines would have to go into a dreadnought sarcophagus. Looking at the miserable state of these space marines, Chen Xi could only shake his head and sigh. Who made them the eternally unlucky Weeping Angels? This Blood Angels successor chapter, founded during the Cursed Founding, had been unlucky since its inception, and nothing they encountered ever went smoothly. To take their most recent example, when Huron rebelled, they jumped in, believing that the High Lords of Terra suppressing the Maelstrom monarchy was an interference in Astartes' internal affairs. No, brothers? Is this something you can get involved in? Even saying you owed Huron a favor and were going to repay a debt of honor would be better than saying you thought the High Lords were interfering in Astartes' internal affairs. If the Emperor hadn't taken pity on them and given these unlucky sons of Sanguinius a chance for atonement, these unlucky guys would probably have really been killed by the High Lords of Terra. But even so, they still had to undertake a penitent crusade to reprove themselves. Although everyone knew that it was a penitent crusade with no one supervising it, they could just hide somewhere for 100 years and claim they were done. However, these stubborn, unlucky guys actually went on the crusade. You say they went on the crusade, fine, but they stubbornly refused to replenish their troops or their logistical supplies, dragging along the 300 crippled survivors of the Badab War, intending to go on the crusade just like that. In the end, even a certain inquisitor couldn't stand it and forced them to resupply and recruit, and then the salamanders also left them a batch of supplies, which prevented these unlucky guys from being completely wiped out. It is said that the Weeping Angels chapter banner was destroyed during the Badab War and was later handed over to the Sisters of Battle for repair. The sisters who repaired the banner sewed it while crying, and the banner was also called the Banner of Tears. If these unlucky guys were just unlucky, it wouldn't have made Mai and the others sympathize enough to pick them up, nor risk being unlucky and attacked all the way bringing them back. The biggest reason the Weeping Angels are so endearing is that they truly fight to the death for the innocent. During the defense against a Black Crusade, the Weeping Angels' status as a chapter founded during the Cursed Founding once again worked against them, as the penitent chapter refused to communicate with them and abandoned them while the Weeping Angels defended Corelia from the Black Legion's assault. Although the situation changed, the Weeping Angels still chose to stay and defend the populous Imperial world, suffering heavy casualties as a result. When a relief force composed of Ultramarines and White Scars arrived at the planet to rescue them from danger, only 200 brothers of the Weeping Angels survived. The Weeping Angels survivors of this battle were soon caught in a subspace storm and disappeared without a trace. The entire chapter was quickly declared lost in the warp and presumed annihilated. After their return to the Imperium, they were sent by the High Lords of Terra to hold the Maelstrom, which was a slightly less unlucky period for these unfortunate souls. M41.698 The Corinthian Crusade, 300 Space Marines and the battle barge Storm Daughter participated in this operation, suffering 2/3 casualties during the liberation of Planet Slaughterhouse 3. But later, the Badab tyrant Huron rebelled, and the Weeping Angels, as part of the Maelstrom Guard, were drawn into it. During the war, they were ambushed by the Minotaurs, losing their chapter master and chapter flagship, leaving the entire chapter with only 300 men. And when these 300 men went on their penitent crusade, they faced the gaping maw of the Kraken Hive fleet. These unlucky guys fought a hopeless battle to defend planets like Malvoline and Devlan from Tyrannid invasion, paying a heavy price for it. The last time they were heard from, they had lost contact in their battle with the Kraken Hive fleet. Although the Blood Angels tried many times to find these unlucky guys, it was always in vain, until the 13th Prince launched the Indomitus Crusade, when these unlucky guys were pulled out again and given Primaris transformation. One can only say that these unlucky guys are truly unlucky. The galaxy's famous unlucky ones. How do you plan to deal with these Space Marines? If you put them in dreadnoughts, you'll have to pay for the machines yourselves. Although Chen Xi sympathized with these Weeping Angels, he didn't intend to put all of them in dreadnoughts. Although being put into a dreadnought allows an Astartes to continue living, it is a form of torment and pain. No Space Marine wishes to be put into a dreadnought when they fall in battle. All they want is peaceful slumber, not to live forever in pain. As for healing them, of course that's possible, but for such severe injuries, there's only one way to treat them. And this method, obviously, cannot be publicly disclosed at the current stage. We thought about it, we'll get a Leviathan dreadnought for the most severely injured one, Mai said, indicating that she planned to get a dreadnought for one of the Weeping Angels. Twilight also spoke at this point, as for the rest whose injuries aren't as severe, we'll try our best to heal them. Once healed, they can be assigned to Gutierrez as Deathwatch, and we'll discuss other matters after Guillemon returns. Otherwise, if we just let them go, I'm afraid the entire Weeping Angels chapter might really be wiped out. These injuries are difficult to heal, they need to be Primaris. Chen Xi looked at these armless and legless Weeping Angels, shaking his head helplessly. I'll send them to the Ash Knights. You two go call Mephisto, after all, they're sons of the Angel, he needs to know about this. But the Primaris matter, Mai immediately became worried when Chen Xi mentioned Primaris. The 13th Prince hasn't returned to the Imperium yet, is it okay to reveal the Primaris technology? Just let 32 handle it, say it's some kind of hidden Adeptus Mechanicus technology. Chen Xi certainly didn't want to reveal the Primaris technology now, but there was no other better way to save these Weeping Angels, their injuries were simply too severe. At this moment, Twilight suddenly spoke, isn't Avilia, the one next to you, Dora Core's student? She should know about the existence of Primaris technology, right? How about we ask her for help? Avilia? Can she keep a secret? Chen Xi showed a look of unease. Chapter 155, The Still Secret Primaris Technology. Governor, thank you so much for rescuing Sanguinius's sons. Mephiston looked at the Weeping Angels contained within the stasis field and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Chen Xi. As the chief librarian of the Blood Angels, Mephiston naturally knew about the Weeping Angels. As the only successor chapter among Sanguinius's sons rumored to have suppressed the Black Rage and Bloodthirst, the Blood Angels chapter had always wanted to find them and have them spread their successful experience in controlling Bloodthirst and Black Rage. However, these unfortunate souls were simply too unlucky, so much so that even Lord Dante had sent people to search for them multiple times without any news. The last time Bale had contact with them was when they suffered heavy casualties and went on a penitent crusade, leading Bale to pessimistically believe they had all dedicated themselves to the Emperor. He never expected that there were still remnants of them. This made Mephiston overjoyed. His trip here was truly worthwhile. Not only did he obtain the Sanctus wine that could suppress bloodthirst and awaken the Black Rage, but he also found these Sanguinius's sons. For the Blood Angels, there was nothing better than this. However, looking at these critically wounded weeping angels who could only be placed in stasis fields, Mephiston still felt a genuine heartache. They were all loyal Sanguinius's sons, warriors who fought faithfully for the Emperor. They should not suffer such hardships. Governor, may I ask if you can entrust these weeping angels to me? I wish to treat them. Mephiston earnestly pleaded with Chen Xi. Although he did not bring an apothecary with him this time, his Blood Angels strike cruiser still had some medical facilities that could provide simple treatment to these brothers to ensure their injuries did not worsen. As long as they were brought back to Bale, the Blood Angels technology would surely be able to treat them. Of course, there's no problem in entrusting them to you, but they are so severely wounded that they might be in mortal danger once they leave the stasis field. Mephiston, can you truly treat them? Chen Xi looked at Mephiston with a slight lack of trust, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Mephiston hesitated for a moment but still earnestly said, the Blood Angels will spare no effort to treat them. Sanguinius's sons should not suffer such hardships. The medical facilities on Bale should be able to treat them. However, if possible, I hope you, Chen Xi, can help contact the Ashes Knights chapter and ask their apothecary for assistance. You didn't bring an apothecary. Chen Xi looked at Mephiston with some surprise. He had thought the Blood Angels apothecary was just on the ship and hadn't disembarked. It turned out they came with half a company but no apothecary. My apologies, we came in a hurry, and the chapter didn't have time to dispatch one. Mephiston did not want to explain this issue, as it involved some unspeakable secrets of the Blood Angels. Chen Xi did not press further, merely nodding and then shaking his head, all right, I understand. However, the Ashes Knights might not be able to help either, they didn't bring an apothecary either. Upon hearing Chen Xi's words, Mephiston's expression immediately changed. He urgently wanted to ask, but Chen Xi interrupted him. Don't worry, my planet has several Adeptus Mechanicus sages, and among them are biological sages who can treat these Astartes monks. Chen Xi comforted Mephiston, but then added, however, treating them might involve some forbidden technology. I hope you, Mephiston, can help keep it a secret. Forbidden technology. Mephiston was stunned for a moment, but then asked with a serious expression, it's not some Xenos or Chaos technology, is it? If so, I would rather these warriors' souls return to the Golden Throne than have Sanguinius's son's bloodline defiled. It's an ancient technology from the Great Crusade era, you could even consider it an extension of the gene seed technology the Emperor used to create space marines, but its existence is still a. Chen Xi carefully chose his words, then candidly stated, those who know its origin don't think much of it, but for some chapters who hold the Codex Astartes as their guiding principle and are unwilling to deviate in the slightest, it's a taboo that cannot even be mentioned. Because it involves the modification of Astartes, to be precise, it's about taking Astartes a step further, even acquiring some power from the gene seed Primarch, making space marines taller, larger, and stronger. Can you tell me its specific origin? Mephiston performed a brief psychic prognostication. He saw no danger, but rather hope. This put him at ease considerably. Mephiston still trusted his psychic prognostication. But even though he was at ease, he still hoped to learn more information. This was not prying into secrets, he simply did not wish to be completely ignorant of it, as it involved the modification of Astartes, which for any chapter would be seen as an attempt to spy on their most fundamental secrets, and a misstep could lead to endless conflict. Facing Mephiston's inquiry, Chen Xi thought for a moment before saying, after the Great Crusade, the gene seed Primarch Robert Guillemon and Rogel Dorn, feeling the destruction caused by the Great Rebellion to the Imperium, both believed that the Imperium would encounter chaos invasions in the future. Although the Astartes had proven their ability to defend the Imperium, even the gene seed Primarches would sometimes be powerless in the future. Therefore, Rogel Dorn opposed the splitting of the legions, while Robert Guillemon believed that the combat effectiveness of the Astartes needed to be enhanced, but at the same time, Space Marines could not continue to retain legion-sized formations that might threaten the Imperium. Thus, the Codex Astartes was promulgated, and at the same time, Robert Guillemon also entrusted a person he deemed reliable to further enhance the Astartes. This technology has been refined over 10,000 years, but because the gene seed Primarch Robert Guillemon, who issued the order, met with an accident and is now trapped in a stasis field, it cannot be approved. Avilia's voice came from behind Mephiston. She walked up to Chen Xi, staring at him with an expression Chen Xi had never seen before, and pressed him, this is a secret known only to my teacher. Chen Xi, how do you know all of this? Hearing Avilia's question, Mephiston also knew he had heard an extraordinary secret, but he also looked at Chen Xi with concern, as this matter concerned the treatment of the Weeping Angels survivors. In response, Chen Xi merely smiled and replied, Archmagos Belisarius Call's secrecy efforts were good, but over 10,000 years, he left too many traces in the galaxy. It's hard for the Inquisition not to know. Furthermore, you don't need to worry. Although this technology has not yet been approved by the gene seed Primarch, it is not a secret that cannot be known, it's just that explaining it would be quite troublesome. Additionally, according to the intelligence and information I possess, the gene seed Primarch is about to return, and this technology will no longer be a secret. It will bring change and hope to the Imperium. The Primaris technology was indeed not very suitable to be revealed before Guilliman's return, but it didn't mean that knowing about it would result in death. After all, this technology was merely somewhat taboo, not something that, like the Second Imperium and the First Legion's little secret, absolutely couldn't be known. Chapter 156, Primaris Weeping Angels. How many Primaris Space Marines Doracor had buried across the galaxy was probably a question he himself couldn't answer. But at least, there were certainly hundreds of thousands. After all, there were hundreds of thousands on Mars alone, and when Guilliman began the Indomitus Crusade, Doracor pulled out 80 fully equipped and manned chapters from his four-dimensional chrysanthemum at once, which was enough for a legion. Over 10,000 years, Doracor buried Primaris all over the galaxy. To say no one knew about it would be pure nonsense. GW might be able to bluster in their books that Call kept it secret and no one knew before Guilliman's return, but in a realistic world, that's just too damn ridiculous. Not to mention where Call found so many suitable recruits for modification, or how he secretly buried so many people, just the stasis fields he used to bury the Primaris don't seem like something that could be completely concealed. What's more, Call also prepared enough weapons and equipment for all the Primaris Space Marines. The mobilization of so many resources, even if the time scale is extended to 10,000 years, is still too absurd. Especially since Call was alone, with no one helping him except himself and his technical team. How did he manage to keep it completely secret? One can only say that GW is just a lousy miniature seller. What the hell does he know about Warhammer? So, when Chen Xi blustered that he knew about the Primaris, both Avilia and Mephiston tacitly acknowledged it, and didn't think there was anything wrong with the Inquisition knowing about it. Of course, it was mainly Chen Xi's attitude that kept Avilia from being nervous. Otherwise, if the Inquisition knew Doracor's little secret, it would be very dangerous for Avilia, his student. Some things are insignificant until they are put on a scale, but once on the scale, they become immensely heavy. If Chen Xi didn't investigate, and even helped conceal it, then the matter of the Primaris Space Marines was a minor issue, neither mentioned nor ignored. After all, who doesn't have a few little secrets? The Adeptus Mechanicus conducting some over-the-line experiments wasn't a major problem. As long as the Space Marines didn't come knocking, claiming it was blasphemy, then everything was fine. Of course, the Primaris themselves still needed to be kept secret. Their height, at least 2 or 3 heads taller than older Space Marines, was simply too conspicuous. The Blood Angels can overlook this matter and will not leak it, Mephiston stated first. It was enough to save these Weeping Angels. As for the Primaris Space Marines, he did not intend to inquire further. However, Mephiston was not without concern. He directly asked Chen Xi. Sage Avilia said that after Primaris modification, these brothers' physiques would significantly increase. They shouldn't appear in public anymore, should they? How will you ensure this doesn't attract attention, Your Excellency? A Space Marine's height is around 7 feet, which translates to about 2.1 meters in metric units. Considering individual talent, a Space Marine's height is typically around 2.1 to 2.4 meters. A Primaris Space Marine, however, is 10 feet tall, which is 3.04 meters. This difference is truly massive, and it also makes the Primaris Space Marines overly conspicuous. As for the issue of ill-fitting equipment, that's not as serious. Upsizing power armor is much easier than hiding a 3-meter giant. Chen Xi had a good answer to this question. I will temporarily assign them to the Death Watch's roster. Staying with me for a short time won't be a problem. After all, I am an Inquisitor. Sheltering a few Astartes is quite easy. Once the Gene Seed Primarch returns, none of this will be an issue. By then, even you, Mephiston, might have to undergo Primaris surgery. Hearing Chen Xi say this, Mephiston did not say much, only nodded knowingly and said, Then I leave them to you, Your Excellency Chen Xi. Mephiston wasn't worried about anything happening. After all, the Blood Angels still had half a company here, and if anything truly happened, they wouldn't stand by. No matter what, the Blood Angels were a founding chapter, so sheltering their successor chapter and an Inquisitor was not a big problem. Moreover, Mephiston felt that Chen Xi probably didn't need protection. He was chosen by the Emperor himself, and he would bring hope to the Imperium. Taye felt like he had a very long dream. In the dream, he seemed to return to his hometown from childhood, seeing his parents whose memories had long since blurred. His hometown was just an ordinary Imperial hive world, and his parents were just ordinary hive city workers. They toiled daily, making their meager contributions to the Imperium. But they loved Taye very much, giving him the best they could possibly offer. Thus, despite not being wealthy, young Taye grew up healthy under his parents' loving care. Until Taye was 14, when angels of the Emperor descended from the sky, hoping to gain new blood from this world to become one of them. Taye, disregarding his parents' objections, resolutely participated in the selection and successfully passed the trials amidst various difficulties, becoming a recruit of the Weeping Angels. This made him leave his hometown, leave his loving parents, and he never returned. In the blink of an eye, a golden service stud had been hammered into his head, meaning he had served the Emperor for a full 100 years. His parents were mere mortals, nothing special, and as hive city workers, it was impossible for them to receive the Imperium's life extension services. So, in Taye's view, his parents had long since grown old, and even his own memories of them had blurred, no longer remembering their faces. But in the dream, he seemed to see his parents again, feeling their loving gaze and gentle embrace, making him want to sink into it forever. No, child, you still have unfulfilled responsibilities. The Emperor needs you, and countless innocent people need you to save them, his father's voice rang out. Taye gazed at him, he knew clearly that his father would not speak like that. But at this moment, he wanted to give up. 100 years of fighting had left him exhausted, and the suffering his chapter endured had left his heart scarred. At this moment, Taye so wished he could just give up and return to the golden throne with his parents. However, his mother gently stroked his head and said, "Child, I know you are very tired, but you must persevere. He needs you, and more people need you too. Don't disappoint them, and don't disappoint me, okay? We will be waiting for you at the final destination, waiting for you to fulfill your responsibilities, to come to us with glory, and to tell us of your brilliance and honor." Subsequently, Taye felt his parents push him away, and a light emanated from them, causing him to involuntarily close his eyes. When Taye opened his eyes again, he had returned to reality. Beside him, a man dressed in Inquisitor robes spoke, "You're awake? You are the best among this group." Chapter 157 The Weeper's Fury. Who are you? Where is this place? Taye, who had regained consciousness, quickly jumped up and assumed a defensive stance against the Inquisitor speaking in front of him. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, Taye realized something was wrong, because his perspective was clearly much higher than before, and the Inquisitor standing in front of him looked like a dwarf. This was very unusual, although a Space Marine's physique, due to skeletal reinforcement modifications, reached a height of over 2 meters. But this height, while tall for ordinary people of the Imperium, was not excessively so. Normally, an average Imperial citizen would reach his shoulder or chest, while there was a difference, it wasn't ridiculously large. However, the Inquisitor in front of him. Taye judged that he should be around 1.8 meters tall, but the other person, when standing upright, clearly only reached below his chest. This was too abnormal. Unless he was standing on a high platform, such a significant height difference with the other party was impossible. However, Taye was very sure that he was not wearing power armor at the moment, and he was on the same level ground as the other party, so such a huge height difference was impossible. Moreover, Taye clearly remembered that he had been severely wounded before losing consciousness, not only with his chest and abdomen pierced, but also his right arm completely lost. But now, all his limbs were intact. O'Neill is 2.16 meters tall. The picture basically shows the height comparison between an Astartes and an ordinary person. There is a difference, but it's not exaggerated. Comparison between the world's tallest person at 2.74 meters and O'Neill. Add another foot to the ruler next to him, and that's the height of a Primaris Astartes. I am Inquisitor Chen Xi, Lord of the Pacification Order. My throne agent discovered you and your companions, we saved you. As Chen Xi spoke, he also gestured for him to look around. Around them, several large beds were laid out, with other weepers lying on them. We found a total of 8 individuals. One of them was too severely injured, so we could only inter him in a dreadnought sarcophagus. The 7 of you were still salvageable, so we treated you. Chen Xi explained, then added, however, because your limbs were severely incomplete, we had to use some special techniques during the treatment process. This might have brought about some changes in you, for example. My height. Taye seemed to understand what was going on. Yes, you should be 10 feet tall now, much taller than your original body. At the same time, your physical strength and recovery ability have been greatly enhanced. Compared to before, you can easily crush your former self's bones. Chen Xi was not joking, a Primaris Astartes could indeed easily crush the wrist or bones of an old space marine. Taye did not feel excited or thrilled, instead, he adopted a highly guarded stance, and even a hint of anger showed on his face. This is blasphemy. Even if you are an Inquisitor, you cannot modify an Astartes. This is blasphemy and betrayal against the God Emperor. This is heresy. You have violated the Codex Astartes. With all due respect, when Guillemon wrote the Codex, he didn't seem to say that Astartes could not be modified. Chen Xi did not mind the attitude of the Weeper in front of him, instead, he continued to explain kindly, moreover, the technology I used is not some heretical technique. On the contrary, this technology was developed 10,000 years ago by a mechanical sage on Mars, personally commissioned by Guillemon. Chen Xi's explanation did not make Taye lower his guard, and as the two of them conversed, the other Astartes also gradually woke up. Taye, are you all right? We survived? Where is this? He is. A waking Weeper looked at Taye, a smile still on his face, but upon seeing Chen Xi confronting him, he immediately entered a defensive state. An Inquisitor? What's going on? The other Weepers also gathered around Taye at this time. Although they did not approve of conflicting with an Inquisitor, at such a moment, what they could do was to provide as much support as possible to their brother, while also trying to prevent him from making an impulsive move. After all, no matter what, the Weepers were still a chapter in atonement. If they were to do something to an Inquisitor again, that chapter could truly be expunged. He performed biomodification on us, this is a desecration of the Codex Astartes. Taye quickly explained the situation to his other battle brothers and why he was maintaining caution towards this Inquisitor. The others immediately looked at Chen Xi with hostile eyes, clearly viewing the modification of Astartes as a highly taboo act in the Imperium. If discovered by an Astartes chapter, it usually would not end well. Even for an Inquisitor, the chapter would argue fiercely, and even resort to force to resolve matters that clearly crossed the line. For example, making a certain Inquisitor who overstepped literally disappear. But Chen Xi clearly wasn't worried about what these 7 freshly minted Primaris Astartes might do to him. After all, there was no librarian among them, and facing a psyker of no low rank, 7 Astartes without even weapons or equipment, even if they were Primaris, were still not enough. Chen Xi merely snapped his fingers, and psychic spells had already bound the 7 Astartes. A psyker. One of the Weepers clearly recognized that Chen Xi was using psychic powers and immediately tried to break free with brute force. He had succeeded in doing this once before, using sheer will and brute force to push through the power unleashed by a newly awakened psyker, rushing forward to kill him. He was now attempting to replicate what he had done before. Even without a weapon, it would be effortless for an Astartes to snap a mortal's neck with his strength. But his struggle was destined to be futile. It seems you won't listen to explanations for a while, so I'll just have someone else explain to you. Chen Xi was a bit helpless. He wasn't a master orator whose every spit was a splash of ink painting, and he didn't have the power to persuade others with words, so he could only call for external help. Mephiston, it seems you'll still need to speak with them. As Chen Xi called out, Mephiston, who had been waiting for a long time, walked in from outside, looking at the 7 3-meter-tall hulking figures in front of him, and couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Brothers of the Weepers, please calm your anger for a moment. Some things are not as you imagine. Mephiston voluntarily dispelled the psychic power Chen Xi used to restrain the 7 Weepers, and then used his own power to soothe their emotions. Chapter 158, The Primaris Weepers. Under Mephiston's explanation, the 7 Weepers finally understood what had happened and temporarily accepted their current situation. However, Ye still didn't show Chen Xi much kindness, as such a transformation was truly difficult for ordinary space marines to accept. Chen Xi wasn't surprised by this. When Guillemon promoted the Primaris reform, there were still many chapters that were extremely resistant to the Primaris space marines. The most severe case, the Black Templars, even slaughtered a custodes. Expecting these Kens to readily accept change was harder than ascending to heaven. Not to mention that toilet paper they held as their guiding principle, even Guillemon himself, when trying to make changes, was criticized for not understanding the Codex Astartes. One can only say that the Imperium's abstract nature is not without reason. For an Imperium that has existed for 10,000 years, too many things have become chronic and incurable. To do anything, one can only exploit loopholes, or wait for Guillemon to wake up and let this only politically adept Primarch handle it himself. For Chen Xi, he only sought to do well with the task at hand. Lord Chen Xi, thank you again for saving them. Mephiston's gratitude towards Chen Xi was evident. From any perspective, Chen Xi had bestowed an immense favor upon their line of space marines. It's nothing. The contributions the Weepers have made for the people of the Imperium are admirable, and I am happy to help them. Chen Xi waved his hand, indicating he didn't care much about it, but he did remind Mephiston, however, their bodies have undergone tremendous changes after the Primaris transformation. Besides adapting as quickly as possible, they also need to conceal themselves within a short period and not reveal their identities. Currently, the Primaris transformation has not yet received official Imperial approval. While I can ensure they won't be held accountable, the Weepers themselves are a chapter still on a penitent crusade. If they were to be discovered, the subsequent trouble would be quite severe. Please rest assured, Lord Chen Xi, I will remind them to be careful. Mephiston expressed his understanding, as the Weepers indeed faced many problems. However, after saying this, Mephiston's expression changed slightly, as if he was hesitating, but then he made a decision and quietly asked Chen Xi again, Lord Chen Xi, will their gene seed change after the Primaris transformation? You're asking if the Primaris transformation can be inherited through the gene seed, and if it affects the bloodthirst and black rage, aren't you? Chen Xi saw through Mephiston's thoughts and replied with a smile, after the Primaris transformation, their newly implanted special organs will, like the original artificial organs, be able to be inherited through the gene seed glands and passed on to new space marines. As for whether the Primaris transformation can solve the bloodthirst and black rage, my answer is yes, but only to a small extent. The Primaris transformation can address your bloodthirst issue, but the bloodthirst itself is a genetic trait specifically retained by the Emperor when designing the Blood Angels, and not a flaw of yours. The Adeptus Mechanicus sage responsible for researching the Primaris transformation once considered solving this problem, but he felt it might have been intentional on the Emperor's part, so he did not modify it. As for the black rage, Lord Mephiston, you should know more about this than I do. After listening to Chen Xi's explanation, Mephiston fell silent. What the black rage was, he indeed knew the details better than anyone. The idea that the bloodthirst was intentional on the Emperor's part was something Mephiston had heard for the first time. Both pieces of news were astonishing information for him, and he needed time to digest and understand their hidden meanings. It seems I do need time to properly digest the information you've revealed, Lord Chen Xi. Mephiston did not question the truthfulness of Chen Xi's words. Some information did not need to be verified to know its authenticity. Mephiston was simply unable to accept it at the moment. I understand. Some secrets are indeed a burden for those who know them. Chen Xi said no more, comforting Mephiston before turning and leaving. Watching Chen Xi's departing figure, Mephiston also fell into deep thought. The next time Chen Xi saw the Weepers, these 7 unfortunate individuals had already changed into black power armor. Black is the Death Watch's livery. The only thing on them that indicated their original chapter identity was the shoulder pad on their right shoulder, which retained their original chapter's livery, while the left shoulder bore the silver shoulder pad representing the Inquisition. Normally, Death Watch members would be proud to join this special unit. In the Space Marine 2 game, Titus's little fanboy greatly admired the Death Watch. To serve in the Death Watch was an honor worth boasting about for any Astartes. Unless you joined this special unit as a Black Shield. A Black Shield is someone who conceals their original chapter identity to join the Death Watch. These individuals usually paint over the shoulder pad that identifies their original chapter or cover it with a cloth. This is because they do not wish for anyone to know which chapter they once belonged to. They might have joined the Death Watch with a special purpose, but at the same time, they might have committed some misdeeds and do not wish to tarnish the honor of their original chapter. For example, according to Titus's experience in Space Marine 2, he became disheartened after being left in the Death Watch for a long time with no one coming to retrieve him, coupled with the fact that he was forced to join the Death Watch under suspicion of being a traitor. So later, he not only changed his name but also covered his chapter's emblem with a cloth, abandoning his Ultramarine's identity, and simultaneously not wishing for anyone to know he once belonged to the Ultramarines. The shoulder pads of the 7 Weepers before him, which indicated their original chapter, were also covered by a cloth. Because Primaris technology is still a secret, you temporarily need to conceal your identities. Chen Xi looked at the 7 Primaris Weepers, instructing them on precautions. Your status in the Death Watch is temporary. Once the Gene Seed Primarch returns to the Imperium, or your original chapter completes its penitent crusade and returns, you can resume your identities as Weepers. Before that, you can only operate as Death Watch Black Shields. I imagine you also wouldn't want others to know that members of the Weepers have undergone special body modifications, would you? Isn't that your responsibility? If you hadn't transformed us. One of the Weepers said to Chen Xi, displeased. While that's true, if I hadn't saved you, you would all be dead, Chen Xi said, then presented a fact that the Weepers found unacceptable. If you all died, then the Weepers chapter might truly be annihilated. After all, you yourselves know very well what state your chapter is in. Chapter 159 Doracor. Ultimately, this squad of 7 unlucky Weeping Angels and 1 ironclad dreadnought joined the Death Watch and followed Gutierrez. Originally, Mai and Twilight had intended to acquire a Contemptor or Leviathan dreadnought, but both were ancient relics from the Great Crusade era, existing as chapter holy artifacts in the 40K era, making them far too conspicuous to bring out. So, at Chen Xi's persuasion, they gave up on the overly flashy Leviathan and Contemptor, opting instead for the relatively more common ironclad dreadnought. This is a dreadnought reinforced and improved upon the Castre Firm dreadnought, boasting more robust defense and greater firepower. However, regardless, a dreadnought is a dreadnought. Generally, they are not easily deployed to the battlefield, nor are they awakened casually. This Weeping Angel's dreadnought was no exception. After understanding the situation, he fell into slumber to reduce the burden and pain the dreadnought chassis inflicted upon him. As the most widely used dreadnought in the Imperium, the Castre Firm dreadnought, while no longer a severe burden on its user, still inflicts endless torment and suffering on the Astartes interred within it. This suffering is not only physiological but also psychological. Space Marines interred in dreadnoughts are critically wounded and near death, and the dreadnought sarcophagus can only sustain their life, not heal them. Therefore, every Space Marine interred in a dreadnought forever remains in a state of impending demise, relying on medication and the life support sarcophagus to maintain their last thread of life. This feeling is extremely painful and prolonged. For the Space Marines interred within, it is as if their entire being is gradually slipping away, and their senses become increasingly empty. Even the most advanced custodian dreadnought will make the custodian interred within feel as if he is frozen by an icy river, with even his thoughts gradually becoming encased in ice. It is imaginable how much torment and pain the Space Marine in the dreadnought sarcophagus must endure. Therefore, dreadnoughts are usually sealed as much as possible, putting their Space Marines into slumber until the chapter faces a critical moment, at which point these venerable veterans are awakened to serve the Emperor once more. Precisely because of this, any Space Marine interred within a dreadnought is highly respected. Even a chapter master of a newly founded chapter will show adequate respect to a dreadnought from an unknown chapter. Though Titus' squad came from various newly founded chapters, they showed considerable respect when facing the Weeping Angels dreadnought. Consequently, they also showed sufficient friendliness towards the 7 Weeping Angels who had undergone Primaris transformation. Welcome, cousins. Titus proactively welcomed the 7 Weeping Angels, and although he was surprised by their tall stature and the special model of their power armor, Titus did not inquire about anything. The Death Watch is a special organization that accommodates various chapters. We all come from different chapters, but this does not prevent us from being brothers. I hope you can adapt to life here, and I look forward to fighting alongside you. Thank you for your welcome, brother from the Ultramarines. Taye, now the leader of this squad, stepped forward to greet Titus. Please forgive us for not being able to reveal our identities, as for some special reasons, we have to serve in the Death Watch as Black Shields. I understand. Do you have any arrangements for what's next? Titus looked at these 7 overly tall Space Marines and appropriately expressed his concern. We will temporarily be stationed on this planet as a kill team, and if there are no surprises, we will fight alongside each other in the future. Taye showed sufficient friendliness towards this battle brother from the Ultramarines. Although many chapters are wary of the ambitious Guilliman due to historical reasons, it must be admitted that the Ultramarines still have a very good reputation among the Space Marine community. At least compared to guys like the Dark Angels and Iron Hands, the Ultramarines are quite easy to deal with. So Taye was willing to fight alongside Titus. Then I look forward to it. Titus also smiled. It seems they are getting along better than expected. Titus and his squad haven't shown curiosity or rejection towards Primaris technology. In the distance, Chen Xi and Gutierrez watched the exchange between the two groups, conversing quietly. Gutierrez was not particularly surprised by this, merely nodding slightly and saying, "It's not surprising. The Ultramarines aren't fanatics. Although the Dark Angels and Black Templars in this squad are quite zealous, under normal circumstances, they can still communicate properly. Moreover, in the Death Watch, who doesn't have a little secret? Keeping your own secrets and not prying into others' secrets is an unwritten rule in the Death Watch. After all, if you pry into other people's secrets, others will pry into your little secrets. Good heavens, are you holding each other by the balls? Chen Xi chuckled, but didn't say much, only instructing Gutierrez, these people are entrusted to you. The Weeping Angels are a bunch of unlucky guys, so pay more attention and don't let them cause a disaster. I understand. I'll put them together with Titus' squad. With Titus, the chosen of two gods, the chance of disaster is very small. Gutierrez, however, seemed confident and was not worried about being affected by the Weeping Angels' bad luck. Chen Xi, however, was not optimistic about this, shaking his head and saying, don't forget, at the beginning of Space Marine 2, Titus directly sacrificed a wave of teammates. He himself will definitely be fine, but his teammates might not. Alright, I'll pay attention. But are you really going to contact Call? Gutierrez looked at Chen Xi with concern. Yes, I've thought about it. Doracor will definitely be interested in the Primaris conversion data for old Space Marines. After all, when he first introduced Primaris technology, the mortality rate for old cans undergoing Primaris conversion was very high. Chen Xi seemed to answer somewhat irrelevantly. Gutierrez heard that Chen Xi seemed to have something he didn't want to say, so he didn't press further, only reminding him to be careful before walking towards Titus and the others. Watching Gutierrez chat with Titus and his squad, Chen Xi finally sighed and turned to find Avilia. To contact Belisarius Call, the oldest forge master of the Adeptus Mechanicus, conventional methods are ineffective, especially now that it is increasingly approaching the critical time node of 999.m41, and Doracor is also very busy. So, to lure him out, in addition to having someone who can contact him, there must also be something that can interest him. Chapter 160, Technical Inspection. Inside the Starport Forge's laboratory, Avilia looked at Chen Xi and asked with some uncertainty, are you really going to contact my teacher? What? You can't reach him? Or are you afraid to contact him? Chen Xi stared at the mechanical sage in front of him, a curious expression on his face. Facing Chen Xi's curiosity, Avilia's expression was a bit annoyed, but she still explained, since you know my teacher, you should understand that facing a great sage of that level isn't something just anyone can do. Especially when you've touched his things and leaked his secrets. Although I am his student, if my teacher wants to pursue the matter of you leaking the Primaris technology, there's nothing I can do to stop him from killing you, and even I might be silenced by him. At first listen, Avilia's evaluation seemed inconsistent with Doracor, that perennial homebody, but if one considers that Call is a tech priest who has been brewing a grand plan for 10,000 years without being discovered, one can imagine how good his secrecy work truly is. Although Chen Xi didn't believe that Call had truly gone undiscovered. However, Chen Xi had his own thoughts on this matter. He simply said to Avilia, send a portion of these 7 Primaris modification surgical data to your teacher. He will be interested in this matter. This data? What's the point? Primaris technology is my teacher's research. Do you think he wouldn't have this kind of clinical data? Avilia didn't quite understand what Chen Xi was thinking. In Avilia's view, since her teacher was able to research this technology, he should naturally have perfected it to the highest degree, otherwise, there wouldn't be a large number of Primaris Astartes buried beneath the forge of the Forge World. Avilia, of course, knew what was beneath her teacher's forge. In fact, part of her duty was to guard the things beneath the forge. It was precisely because of this that Avilia wasn't particularly surprised that Chen Xi and his group knew about the Primaris. After all, her teacher had buried so many Primaris beneath the forge, so a leak wasn't particularly outrageous. She also had no intention of keeping secrets for her teacher, as she was already powerless to keep this matter secret. The Adeptus Mechanicus Prefecture Magisterium, represented by 32, could truly kill her, and in Avilia's opinion, even had the ability to kill her teacher. As for Chen Xi's mention of data on modifying old Space Marines into Primaris Space Marines, Avilia thought her teacher wouldn't care for it. He must have conducted many similar experiments already, right? Although it's difficult to get a proper Astartes for modification, for a mechanical sage, secretly acquiring a gene seed and then cultivating an Astartes for modification isn't impossible. After all, Primaris Astartes are also Astartes, they also require gene seed. However, Chen Xi's smile was very strange in response to Avilia's answer. He shook his head and said, just send the message to Archmagos Call. Tell him you saved 7 Astartes and transformed them into Primaris Space Marines. Archmagos Call will be interested in this matter. You'd better be right. Seeing Chen Xi's persistence, Avilia finally gritted her teeth and decided to send the message. After all, she also hoped that if her teacher could come, he could resolve her current awkward identity and even allow her to return to the Forge World to reclaim the forge her teacher left behind. Even if that forge now belonged to Donia, she still had to get the forge back. After all, it didn't matter if Chen Xi knew some things, at worst, both of them would be killed by her teacher. But Donia. Avilia didn't want her to be involved. While Chen Xi was dealing with Avilia, 32 on the other side was receiving Kristen and her party. Olegana the Sage. Although Kristen clearly showed vigilance towards the Sage of the Prefecture Magisterium, she still politely greeted 32. Wise One Kristen, and Sage Cilia, welcome to Rostov 3. A forge is currently under construction here, so I hope you don't mind the mess. 32 greeted the two very gracefully. When it was serious, 32 was indeed very serious. However, at this moment, 32's appearance could hardly be described as serious, as several kittens were climbing all over her, treating her, her mechanical tentacles behind her, and several floating servitor skulls beside her as a large cat climbing frame. But upon closer inspection, one would find that these kittens were all mechanical constructs, not flesh and blood creatures. Their fluffy appearance was merely biological technology-made skin. No matter, this is a manifestation of the Omniscia's power. How could we dislike it? Kristen responded to 32's politeness, but quickly got to the point. Governor Chen Xi said that this place will be responsible for manufacturing orbital ring components. We are here to assess this. May Olegana the Sage please facilitate our visit and allow us to inspect and evaluate the production capacity here. The construction of an orbital ring is a massive project, usually requiring the production capacity of an entire Forge world to supply. But Gria Forge world couldn't possibly move their main factory over, even if it could truly perform warp jumps. Chen Xi's business was indeed a large one, but it wasn't yet at the point where they needed to move their Forge factory over. As for making the parts and transporting them over, this was certainly feasible and was Kristen's original plan. But this plan was rejected by Chen Xi during their discussion, on the grounds that the transportation route was long, and subspace storms had become increasingly frequent recently, making warp transportation unsafe. Recalling the various attacks she had encountered along the way, Kristen truly couldn't refute this point, as the ships Chen Xi sent to pick them up had all been damaged. Therefore, if the relevant components could be produced locally, it would indeed save a lot of effort. Moreover, according to Chen Xi's plan and attitude, he intended to develop the entire subsector later, requiring more than one orbital ring, so local production indeed had many advantages. Of course, the premise was that it could truly be produced locally. So, to confirm whether the local forge factory had the capacity to undertake the manufacturing of orbital ring components, Kristen arrived at the factory on Rostov 3 with Celia. Chapter 161, Forge and Orders. This is a nascent gear collective, the blood of the god of machines has not yet flowed here, and I have not felt the pulse of the Omniscia. Kristen stood on a high platform, observing the forge production line of the forge still under construction below, describing what she saw in the abstract terms characteristic of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Meanwhile, 32 automatically translated these words into human language, then replied in binary, this forge has been under construction for less than a year, it isn't even finished yet. Minerals from Rostov I are currently processed by my forge ship to produce the components needed for the construction of the forge. Upon hearing 32's reply, Kristen did not find fault, merely nodding slightly. Both held the title of Sage, so there was no need for empty rhetoric. Their simple exchange quickly set the tone. Sage Olegana, your forge likely cannot handle the production of large components. Kristen did not deliberately find fault, but after some calculations, she pointed out the current issue, the orbital ring requires large adamantium frameworks. Based on calculations, your forge cannot produce large components of that size. As for other parts and equipment, you can produce them here, though the production capacity might be slightly insufficient. Although the large intercontinental forge built by 32 on Rostov 3 was significant, it was still somewhat inadequate for the construction needs of an entire orbital ring. 32 was not surprised by this issue. When she and Governor Chen Xi initially planned this forge, their considerations were to meet the material demands of subsector development and to produce some of their own weaponry. After all, Governor Chen Xi was still secretly accumulating Primaris, and the establishment of Astra Militarum and Defense Force legions also required weapons. If they could produce them themselves, that would naturally be excellent. While it wasn't impossible to expand this forge into an entire forge world, the current population and resources of Rostov were insufficient to support a whole forge world. One could even say that even if the entire subsector were developed, supporting a forge world would still be very difficult. After all, the maintenance of a forge world does not merely require population and resources, more importantly, it needs a market, a massive amount of orders to fill every forge within the entire forge world, to make rivers of adamantium flow ceaselessly, to keep the fires of the forge burning fiercely, and to make the pulse of the Omniscia beat steadily and powerfully. A small subsector simply does not have orders of that scale, even a sector would be a stretch. Ultimately, the entire Mariupol sector is merely a frontier sector. While its development level is not high enough, there is also an existing forge world, meaning there is no ground for a second forge world to survive here. Therefore, what Governor Chen Xi and 32 originally envisioned was just to establish an industrial world, producing some industrial goods, and then figuring out some weapons and equipment on their own, which would be enough. As for the orbital ring issue, they had naturally considered it. For large components, you can order them from Mariupol Forge World. While they lack the ability to construct an orbital ring, they can produce some large components. 32 conveyed to Kristen and her team what she and Governor Chen Xi had already discussed. The primary function of Rostov 3 Forge is to serve as a backbone for subsector development, providing necessary productivity support for subsector development. The future products here will primarily focus on industrial goods, various planetary development equipment, and the various weapons and equipment used by the Defense Force. As for the production of large components, I have no such plans, and Governor Chen Xi is not interested in it. Dividing the orders for large components to Mariupol Forge World was something Governor Chen Xi and 32 had already confirmed in their previous discussions. After all, that is a forge world, and it is a very worthwhile matter to cultivate a good relationship with them using some orders for large components. In the future, if they wanted to order things like warship adamantium keels, large lance, and macro cannon arrays, it would also be much more convenient. Although 32's forge could indeed produce them if truly necessary, the construction and development of the forge require time, and what they lacked most was time. Exchanging a portion of orders for time was a fairly acceptable trade. Is that so? Ordering large components from the local forge world. Kristen calculated briefly in her mind, then nodded. This is an acceptable outcome. However, this means we will still need to travel to the local forge world to verify if they have the capability to complete the production of large components. And, more importantly, whether they have spare capacity to produce large components for the forge orbital ring. If they do not have the time, it will severely delay the construction of the forge orbital ring, which Gria cannot accept. Don't worry, it's a forge world after all, they wouldn't be without even this much capability. 32 casually stroked the cat. Although she hadn't been to Mariupol Forge World herself, through her conversations with Avilia and Donia, she was aware of the situation at Mariupol Forge World. Moreover, the Mariupol sector is just a newly developed frontier sector. The Forge World here doesn't have so many orders to fill all its forges. In that case, we will proceed to Mariupol Forge World for an inspection shortly. Kristen thought about it and still felt it safer to take a look. 32 did not object to this, merely asking Kristen if she could purchase a batch of workers from Gria. Regarding 32's request, Kristen agreed after only a brief consideration. Such matters were not an issue for a forge world. It seems we have reached a consensus. 32 also nodded with satisfaction, then asked, can you also plan an orbital ring for this planet? I intend to expand this planet. Upon hearing this request, Kristen was slightly puzzled, but there was no reason to push important orders away. So she merely thought for a moment before replying, that's certainly no problem, but even Gria cannot simultaneously undertake the construction of 2 forge orbital rings. I'm afraid we will have to wait until the orbital ring for Rostov 2 is completed before we can begin construction on this planet. That's fine, as long as you can take on this order. 32 immediately became joyful, smiling like a cat's mouth, and frantically stroking the cat. Kristen didn't quite understand what was so good about such a furry animal. So much fur looked difficult to clean and could easily fall into mechanical crevices, causing unnecessary issues. However, for the sage of the prefecture magisterium before her, she could only express respect despite her lack of understanding. Chapter 162, Calls Interest. Meanwhile, Avilia had already sent some of the Primaris modification surgery data to her teacher, Archmagos Belisarius Call, as requested by Chen Xi. Although her heart was still filled with doubt and unease, she decided to trust Chen Xi's judgment. This was a huge gamble, and Avilia didn't know how her teacher would react. If her teacher was indifferent to it, it would be fine, it would just be a wasted effort. But if the great sage became furious about his hidden secret being discovered, then whether it was Avilia or Chen Xi, or even the entirety of Rostov 2 and Mariupol Forge World, they would face the wrath of a governing great sage. The title of governing great sage, within the Adeptus Mechanicus, means a sage who commands armies during wartime. With Archmagos Belisarius Call's millennia of accumulation, destroying a forge world or two was not a particularly difficult task, especially since this forge world didn't even have a Titan legion. Avilia stood by the laboratory window, looking at the busy forging furnaces outside, her mind full of thoughts. She didn't know how her teacher would respond to this news, nor did she know if Chen Xi's plan would succeed. But she knew very well that if Archmagos Call truly became interested in this matter, then things might become very complicated, even beyond her imagination. I hope teacher won't be too angry. Avilia murmured to herself, feeling a hint of regret. She was not afraid of Archmagos Call's wrath, but what she worried about was that once Archmagos Call intervened, the entire situation might become even more difficult to control. The situation on Rostov 2 was already quite complex, with the Ecclesiarchy, Inquisition, Astartes, Battle Sisters. If her teacher were to intervene again, the situation would become even more complex and volatile, and the power struggles between various factions would make this planet unpredictable. How would she cope then? And would Donia be able to stay out of it? Avilia found it truly difficult to make effective decisions and judgments in such a treacherous situation. After all, she was truly not very good at these things, otherwise, she wouldn't have been forced to become a tech heretic and lose everything she had. Just as Avilia was lost in thought, the laboratory door suddenly opened. Chen Xi walked in and asked Avilia, I heard you used astropathic communication. Did you send the message? Just sent it out not long ago, Avilia replied, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. Are you really sure teacher will be interested in this? He's a very cautious person and won't be easily moved by such things. And do you really think he won't mind you prying into his secrets? If teacher wants to keep it a secret, I can't protect you. Don't worry, Archmagos Call is much more complex than you imagine. Chen Xi smiled, walked over to Avilia, and patted her shoulder. He might appear indifferent to many things, just like other tech priests, only caring about his research. But that doesn't mean he's truly like other tech priests. Don't forget, your teacher prefers to call himself a scientist, and the meaning of that word has never been about hoarding knowledge. What's more, the data I asked you to send him is precisely what he's interested in, and it's also crucial to his research. Avilia frowned, clearly puzzled by Chen Xi's words. She didn't understand why Chen Xi was so confident that Archmagos Call would be interested in these seemingly ordinary clinical data. After all, her teacher had been researching Primaris technology for many years, so he should, in theory, be very familiar with this data. What exactly are you planning? Avilia couldn't help but ask, with a hint of anxiety in her voice. Chen Xi didn't answer directly, just smiled mysteriously, and then said, You'll know when Archmagos Call arrives. But before that, we still have a lot to do. Avilia sighed, knowing that asking further would yield no results. She could only temporarily suppress the doubts in her heart and continue to immerse herself in her laboratory work. Meanwhile, the meeting between 32 and Kristen was also coming to an end. Both parties had reached a preliminary consensus on the construction of the orbital ring, and Kristen and Syria would visit Mariupol Forge World in the coming days to confirm whether they had the capability to undertake the production of large components. Well then, we'll take our leave first. Kristen stood up and nodded slightly to 32. Thank you for your hospitality, Olegana the Sage. You're welcome, it's what we should do. 32 also stood up, her cat-like smile still on her face. We look forward to your good news. Kristen nodded, then left the meeting room with Syria. 32 watched them leave, the smile on her face gradually receding, replaced by a thoughtful expression. Can Chen Xi's plan really proceed smoothly? 32 murmured to herself, feeling a slight unease. She knew very well that Chen Xi's plan was far more than just developing a subsector. 999.M41 was not far off, and the gene seed primarches would soon return as prophesied. If they wanted to have more influence in the future, there was still much to do. And all of this was closely related to Archmagos Belisarius' call. However, these things were not very relevant to 32. Although she also wanted to have technical exchanges with Doricor, her desire to put this idea into practice was not strong. 32 shook her head, deciding not to think about it anymore. Whatever Chen Xi's plan was, she had to ensure that the factories of Rostov 3 could operate smoothly and be prepared for future challenges. A few days later, Avilia finally received a reply from Archmagos' call. The message was very simple, just a short sentence, I will come personally. Upon seeing this message, Avilia's heart sank instantly. She knew that Archmagos' call's arrival meant that things had entered an irreversible stage, and she could no longer predict what would happen next. Chen Xi, teacher is coming, Avilia found Chen Xi, with a hint of nervousness in her voice. Chen Xi heard the news and showed a satisfied smile, very good, everything is going according to plan. What exactly are you planning? Avilia couldn't help but ask again, with a hint of anxiety. Chen Xi smiled, a deep light flashing in his eyes, you'll know when Archmagos' call arrives. Avilia looked at Chen Xi, feeling a faint unease in her heart. She didn't know what Chen Xi's plan was, but she knew very well that what was to come might completely change their destiny. Chapter 163, Call's Arrival. When the massive forge arc warped out of the Mandeville point, Chen Xi almost thought Call himself had truly come. It wasn't until he saw a forge master of normal stature appear before him, rather than the great sage who was comparable to a giant beast, that Chen Xi knew the one who came was merely a clone of Call. However, Chen Xi did not expose this point. Chen Xi knew that the matter of the Primaris might not be a big deal for Call, but if Chen Xi knew he was playing with clones and abominable intelligences, that would be no small matter. To maintain secrecy, Call would truly dare to drop atmospheric incineration torpedoes on this planet. After all, Call had obtained the Gene Seed Primarch's permission and orders for the Primaris Space Marines. If the matter were exposed, he could claim, Guillimon told me to do it, so if you have an issue, take it up with Guillimon. But abominable intelligence? That's a topic that truly cannot be touched. Simply put, even in the 30K era, once research into abominable intelligence was discovered, the Emperor would come knocking to split you in half vertically like an earthworm. The Crimson Protocol, this prohibition, was one of the few prohibitions the Emperor himself placed on the Adeptus Mechanicus, and it can also be seen as one of the Empire's only few insurmountable bottom lines. Of course, over 10,000 years, there were always people in the Adeptus Mechanicus who courted death by researching this, and Call himself was one of them. After all, the Empire's prohibition back then was against repairing or creating self-aware machines. If you found an ancient, self-aware machine, that was considered exploiting a loophole. Self-aware machines. And, it's not that chaos corrupts AI, GW has never written this, the Empire doesn't research AI simply because of Huang Laohan's personal prohibition. Although in M34, a mechanical sage spent 100 years researching artificial intelligence, even establishing a school of thought, he was eventually dealt with by the Empire. As for the Kenrian faction, which formed under his influence and has been passed down to this day, this faction is now also being watched by the Inquisition. Welcome, Archmagos Call. Various thoughts raced through Chen Xi's mind, but he ultimately suppressed his urge to court death and merely offered Call a polite welcome. Hello, Governor, I received the message you sent. I want to know the veracity of this matter and its specific ins and outs. Call did not bother with pleasantries with Chen Xi, he directly expressed his intention. Of course, great sage. This is precisely why we invited you here. Chen Xi was already accustomed to the temperament of these tech priests from the Adeptus Mechanicus, so he didn't beat around the bush with Call and immediately had Avilia present him with detailed data. Call did not delay, quickly receiving the data transmitted by Avilia and then emitting a sharp screech. Chen Xi plugged his ears with 2 fingers, even using his psychic powers, his expression slightly pained, but the smile on his lips could not be hidden. This was easy to understand, after all, the greater Call's reaction, the higher the probability of his plan succeeding. Without any special preparations, you performed Primaris conversion surgery on 7 half-dead space marines just like that? And all 7 succeeded? This is impossible. This is unscientific. Omniscia above, did I misjudge? Did my student receive the Omniscia's blessing? Call had fallen into intense self-doubt, muttering like Xianglin Sao, could it be that ancient relic from back then? But that only preserves the physical state. I didn't find that it could grant people the Omniscia's blessing. What exactly is wrong? Why can't I complete the Primaris conversion of ordinary Astartes? What exactly am I doing wrong? Great Sage, this is not the place to talk. How about we go to the forge at the starport first? You can sit there and think slowly. Chen Xi did not intend to let Call continue muttering here and actively interrupted him. Call looked up at Chen Xi, seemingly deep in thought, then nodded, agreeing to Chen Xi's suggestion. The group arrived at Avilia's laboratory within the forge. Before Call even sat down, he began to demand more detailed data from Avilia. He could tell that the data Avilia had given him earlier was already processed. He wanted the most original data records. Avilia, of course, dared not disobey her teacher and quickly presented all the data to Call. However, at this moment, Chen Xi suddenly said again, Sage Call, those 7 Astartes who underwent the Primaris procedure are still on this planet. Would you like to conduct an examination on them? Perhaps seeing some things with your own eyes might yield different insights. Hearing Chen Xi's words, Call nodded eagerly, please call them over. I wish to conduct a comprehensive examination on them. Preferably on my forge arc. I brought a full set of examination equipment. Understood, Sage Call, I will go invite them now. Chen Xi was well prepared for this and had communicated with the Weeping Angels beforehand, so there was no issue with this matter. However, after sending out the invitation and making contact, he still reminded Call, respected Great Sage, although this statement may seem meaningless, I still hope you can be slightly mindful of the impact when dealing with these 7 Astartes. A colleague of mine from the mechanical cult of the Prefecture Magisterium will be arriving soon, so please do not cause anything that none of us wish to see. An inquisitor from the mechanical cult of the Prefecture Magisterium. Damn it, Call's expression immediately turned somewhat displeased, but he still nodded and said, I understand, I will be careful not to leave any obvious traces. Chen Xi nodded slightly, clearly satisfied with Call's understanding. Then you stay busy, I'll go see if they've arrived. Chen Xi exited Avilia's laboratory, and after only a few steps, he saw Kristen and Siraya, the sages of Gria, arriving together, as well as Donia, who could represent Mariupol. Female mechanical sage, trust me, her human content won't be higher than a certain Night City legend. All the sages gathered in front of Avilia's laboratory, clearly there to pay their respects to the renowned great sage Belisarius Call. Everyone, Archmagos Call is currently analyzing an important research project. If you wish to visit him, please wait patiently. Chen Xi, of course, would not let them disturb Call at this moment, so he proactively stopped them. Kristen and the others were naturally unwilling to leave just like that, but they were also unwilling to be simply blocked by Chen Xi, so Kristen asked, Your Excellency Chen Xi, what field is the important research project that Archmagos Call is currently working on? We wonder if we can be of any assistance. Chapter 164, A Successful Case. Facing Kristen's inquiry, Chen Xi did not respond. After all, whether Call needed help was not something he could decide, although he felt that the mulesize and HMO brought by Kristen might be of some help. Archmagos Call's research is not something I should know about. Specific matters should be discussed after you meet Archmagos Call. This is an internal affair of your Adeptus Mechanicus, and I am not convenient to interfere, Chen Xi politely but firmly refused Kristen and the others. Although he could indeed recommend people to Call if he wished, Chen Xi would not rashly do such a thing. This would not only fail to improve relations with Kristen and the others but would also incur Call's own displeasure, making it a thankless task. Alright, if possible, I still hope that Governor Chen Xi will arrange our meeting with Archmagos Call as soon as possible. Kristen did not insist, settling for the next best thing, hoping to get a chance to meet Call. After all, Call was a great sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus, his very existence was already a legend. Any tech priest who had heard his name would long to meet him. That feeling was the same as the fervent fans in the 3K era who wanted to see their idols, except Kristen was relatively more rational and wouldn't do anything crazy. Of course, I will, Chen Xi responded politely, then turned and walked towards the starport orbital elevator. He had already received news that the 7 weeping angels who had undergone Primaris surgery had boarded the orbital elevator and were now ascending to the starport. Not long after, Chen Xi saw the 7 Primaris weeping angels at the entrance of the orbital elevator in the central dome of the starport. They also brought the battle brother who had been interred in a dreadnought. Mephisto of the Blood Angels was also with them. Evidently, they were not entirely at ease with today's matters, so they had invited someone from their parent chapter to bear witness. These weeping angels looked much more like themselves than when Chen Xi last saw them. They had changed into Deathwatch black-painted Mk10 power armor, which made their already tall figures even more imposing. Taye looked at Chen Xi, lowered his head in greeting, and then said, Governor, we have come as per your instructions. Chen Xi nodded slightly. Because they had communicated in advance, these weeping angels had no resistance to being examined by Call. On the contrary, they also very much hoped to undergo a comprehensive examination to understand exactly what Chen Xi had done to them. And Belisarius Call, the renowned great sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus, personally operating, was clearly a rare opportunity for these weeping angels. Although being examined by Call would certainly involve some trouble, and even some secrets of the chapter might be spied upon, it was still better than being unknowingly modified like this. As for the dreadnought they brought, this was mainly in hopes that their brother, who had been interred in the dreadnought, would bear witness for them. At the very least, if there were any problems, the 7 of them could be dealt with by the Imperium, while the brother interred in the dreadnought would be brought back to the Blood Angels by Mephisto to inform Chapter Master Dante about the Weeping Angels' situation and ask him to uphold justice. Very good, Archmagos Call is waiting for you. Chen Xi turned and led them towards the forge. Along the way, Chen Xi could feel a hint of tension in the silence of these Astartes. This was understandable, as it concerned the purity of the Weeping Angels chapter. If a problem arose, it could very likely lead to severe punishment, or even the annihilation of the Weeping Angels chapter. However, Chen Xi knew that the concerns of these Weeping Angels were not an issue. If everything proceeded as Chen Xi envisioned, they could use this as a basis to have Call help them rebuild the Weeping Angels chapter. When they arrived at the forge, Call was already waiting at the entrance with Avilia. His dancing mechanical tendrils and frequent glances at the data in his hand indicated that Call was not calm at the moment, he was even somewhat anxious. Are these them? Call's voice carried a hint of excitement and doubt. Quick, come in. I need to start the examination immediately. Chen Xi stepped aside, gesturing for the Astartes to enter the laboratory. He stood at the entrance, watching Call's busy figure, secretly calculating his next plan. According to the plan, Call would obtain relevant data and information on Primaris modification from the Weeping Angels, which would greatly advance his research into Primaris technology. This way, when Guilliman returned and Primaris technology was fully rolled out across the Imperium, the resistance would undoubtedly be much smaller. It should be known that in the original storyline, the promotion of Primaris Astartes technology was quite difficult, with the old Space Marines expressing various dissatisfactions and rejections towards these newcomers. They not only believed them to be Robert Guilliman's ambition, wanting to replace other chapters with these toys, but also felt that they themselves would be replaced by these larger, stronger Primaris, becoming obsolete. Among the most severe rejections were the Black Templars. One of their expeditionary forces furiously denounced Guilliman as a traitor, not only slaughtering all the Primaris Space Marines sent but also killing the custodians escorting them, leading to extremely dire consequences. It can be said that if Chapter Master Calgar of the Ultramarines had not voluntarily accepted the Primaris modification surgery, becoming the first Space Marine to cross the Primaris Rubicon and breaking the barrier between old Space Marines and Primaris Space Marines, there would likely have been more trouble within the Imperium. Therefore, if the technology for primarizing old Space Marines could be resolved, it would have significant positive implications for the future promotion of Primaris technology. In fact, even Call himself was only able to gradually transform old Space Marines into new Primaris Space Marines after Calgar crossed the Primaris Rubicon. Before that, the mortality rate of the surgery once reached as high as 60%, enough to make people believe that Call was systematically eliminating old Space Marines, rather than transforming them into Primaris. Similarly, it was precisely because of this that Call attached such great importance to the 7 Weeping Angels who had successfully undergone the Primaris modification surgery. Because this was a 100% success rate. Even if he personally performed the surgery, he couldn't achieve success with all 7, especially since the Weeping Angels were in a critically wounded state, barely clinging to life, when they were sent. To put it bluntly, Call himself, facing these 7 Weeping Angels, had little confidence in saving them beyond interring them in dreadnoughts. So, facing 7 successful cases, Call treasured them immensely. He not only sent a Forge Arc but also sent one of his own avatars personally. If he didn't have even more important matters to attend to, he probably would have come in person. Chapter 165, A Deal with Call. Belisarius Call poured all the enthusiasm of his avatar into the examination and research of the 7 Weeping Angels. To facilitate better research, he even secretly contacted his main body, transmitting all the data and information obtained here for analysis by his main body. As for the 7 Weeping Angels, Call would naturally not just leave such important research samples in the forge at the starport. The forge was production equipment. Even if Avilia had set up a laboratory here, its conditions and standards, in Call's view, were very mediocre, to the point of being utterly pathetic. There was no other way. Avilia had always carried the charge of being a tech heretic, which prevented her from openly acquiring many things. Chen Xi buying a forge for her was already skirting the rules, as the charge of tech heretic truly meant excommunication by the Adeptus Mechanicus. This also meant that most of the equipment Avilia could obtain were items publicly available for purchase. She couldn't buy the Adeptus Mechanicus's truly good things, let alone specially built and customize them like Call. Therefore, after the 7 Weeping Angels completed their initial examination in the forge's laboratory, confirming that they had indeed successfully undergone the Primaris procedure and that the operation was very successful, Call intended to take them to his forge arc for detailed research. But just as he was about to take them away, he was stopped. Great Sage, is it appropriate for you to just take them away like this? Chen Xi blocked Call's path. Behind him was a squad of battle sisters, the Avenging Angels, equipped with heavy weapons, and a squad of Seraphim, equipped with jump packs. Seraphim are considered the Empire's strongest non-modified human warriors. Besides these 2 squads of battle sisters, Mephisto also stood beside Chen Xi with a squad of Crimson Paladins. Next to the 32, who had finally arrived, appeared before Call, leaning on his forge axe, accompanied by a death-level automaton. The large one is Death, the small one is Fortress Star. Greetings, Great Sage Belisarius. 32 said nothing else, merely greeted Call, then busied himself with the cat crawling all over him. However, the cat that 32 had been holding in his arms wore an Inquisition rose knot around its neck, while another cat wore the insignia of the Prefecture Magisterium. Undoubtedly, 32 was standing in support of Chen Xi. They weren't trying to force Call into anything, they were merely trying to secure some benefits for themselves, ensuring Call didn't go too far. For instance, directly spiriting away the 7 Weeping Angels, or dissecting them on the forge arc. Don't doubt it, Call was capable of such things, and with his technology, he could even dissect them, complete his research, and then sew them back up without the subjects ever knowing. To avoid such an undesirable outcome, and also to secure greater benefits, Chen Xi naturally called upon 32, the most overt deterrent to the tech priest, to hold the fort. Unless Call was so insane as to risk exposing 2 Inquisitors and an entire planet, while also incidentally trying to kill members of the Death Watch and Blood Angels chapters, he would calm down and carefully consider what he should do. As expected, Call quickly asked Chen Xi, "What do you want to do?" "Great sage, that question should be ours to ask. What do you intend to do? It is true that these 7 weeping angels used your Primaris technology, and it is only right that you inspect them, but taking them away is simply unacceptable." Chen Xi stared at Call, gauging his emotions and carefully choosing his words. "Primaris technology is not yet suitable for public disclosure. When I persuaded these 7 Astartes monks to undergo the Primaris procedure, I promised to guarantee their safety and ensure they would not become test subjects for the Adeptus Mechanicus. I wish to honor my promise." Hearing Chen Xi's words, Call's eyes flickered, and he largely understood Chen Xi's demands. So he nodded and said, "I understand. I will not conduct any research that crosses the line. I just want to know the reason why they were able to successfully complete the Primaris procedure. This is very important for my research. And also very important for the Empire. I understand. This concerns whether the existing 1 million Astartes in the Empire can successfully convert into Primaris Astartes, and also whether Primaris technology can be smoothly promoted throughout the Empire." Chen Xi nodded affirmingly, but at the same time, he was refusing Call, "But promises are also very important to me. Since I promised to protect these 7 Astartes, I must fulfill my promise unless there are special circumstances." Chen Xi's implication was simple: without special circumstances, I must fulfill my promise; with special circumstances, I don't have to. To put it plainly, it means, you need to pay more. Must you obstruct me? Call's voice became somewhat stern. He didn't want to pay more, or perhaps he hadn't understood Chen Xi's underlying meaning. After all, this was just an avatar, not Call's main body. In terms of thought and logic, these avatars seemed no different from Call himself, but they were essentially puppets controlled by Call, not truly independent entities, and their minds didn't always process things as quickly. Of course, the most important point was that tech priests often had rather poor skills in political maneuvering. When they truly had conflicts, they would bring out their troops and fight it out, whoever won was right, instead of trying to persuade the other party with words. So, in terms of strategy, they were indeed inferior to other factions of the Empire. After all, when the Adeptus Mechanicus split into 2 after the Great Rebellion, and the High Lords of Terra intended to completely devour the Adeptus Mechanicus, the representative of the Adeptus Mechanicus stationed on Holy Terra resolved the issue by driving an Emperor Titan outside the High Lords of Terra's council chamber. Therefore, Chen Xi was not at all surprised that Call didn't understand. However, this stalemate was clearly not ideal. Chen Xi subtly gestured with his eyes to Avilia, who was standing behind Call, indicating that she should offer a way out. Avilia received Chen Xi's gaze. At that moment, she understood what Chen Xi wanted to do even before Call did. So she sent an encrypted communication to her teacher, then spoke, "Governor, I assure you, these 7 Astartes monks will be fine, and this matter will also be a tremendous benefit to them. The Weepers chapter is currently missing. These 7 Astartes monks are the last hope of this chapter. If you allow my teacher to thoroughly research their condition, he can recover their gene seed from them and help rebuild the Weepers chapter." Hearing this, Chen Xi turned his gaze to Call and asked him, "Great sage, is this true?" "Yes." Call was silent for a moment but still agreed to the deal. Chapter 166, An Easy Surgery. Although he had intended to thoroughly dissect all 7 weeping angels, under the persuasion of Chen Xi and others, Call ultimately only performed non-fatal examinations on these 7 Astartes who had undergone Primaris conversion surgery. Unbelievable, such stable conversion results. Call exclaimed, marveling both at the 7 weeping angels' excellent adaptation to the Primaris conversion surgery and at the incredibly smooth surgical process. Due to a lack of sufficient experimental samples, even Belisarius Call, the developer of Primaris technology, lacked experience in converting old space marines into Primaris space marines. Furthermore, a crucial point was that the 3 newly added artificial organ implants needed to be implanted during the early stages of the Primaris space marine conversion surgery. For a space marine who had already completed the final conversion surgery, the black carapace, adding 3 implants was akin to flaying the entire person, removing their black carapace, prying open their already fused rib plates, and then adding new organs to their body. These 3 new organs were the glandular coil, the chanting lobe, and the Belisarius furnace. The glandular coil is a semi-mechanical construct resembling an earthworm. It is like a cable, yet also like human nerves, actively burrowing into the converted space marine's body and ultimately growing together with their muscles, thereby greatly enhancing the space marine's strength. The strength with which Primaris space marines can easily crush the ceramite-like bones of old space marines is thanks to the glandular coil. The 7 weeping angels also took some time to adapt to their suddenly increased strength and their now robust physiques. As for the Belisarius furnace, this is an implant connected between a space marine's 2 hearts. Its effect is to cause the space marine's bones to develop further, growing from 2.1 meters to 3.04 meters. From a big guy to a super big guy. But this is not the primary function of the Belisarius furnace. Dora Corps designed this organ primarily to provide Primaris space marines with powerful regenerative abilities. The organ itself stores a special repair factor, which is released all at once when a Primaris space marine is mortally threatened, providing the Primaris space marine with super strong physical recovery capabilities. Space Marines themselves possess the Lehrman's organ for rapid wound recovery. The special cells it produces attach to the Space Marines' white blood cells, allowing for rapid hemostasis, skin repair, and quick scabbing. With the Belisarius furnace activated, a Space Marine can even recover from fatal injuries, repairing themselves as if coming back from the dead, much like a certain metallic skeleton werewolf whose skin heals as soon as it's cut. However, this regenerative ability is not continuous. The repair factor that the Belisarius furnace can store at one time is limited, and once depleted, it must take a long time to replenish. Moreover, following the law of conservation of matter, rapid regeneration also incurs a cost. This consumption is a huge drain even for a Space Marine. And the last organ, the chanting lobe, is even derived from the gene seed Primarch's modification technology, although only half of it remains. Gene seed Primarchs relied on this organ to achieve physical strength and brain power far exceeding that of an Astartes. The chanting lobe can achieve similar effects. It further strengthens the Space Marines' muscles and bones, making them larger, stronger, and more robust, while also promoting the Space Marines' brain enhancement, greatly improving their thought, reaction, and intelligence. Simply put, the chanting lobe will allow Primaris Space Marines to partially possess the strength of a Primarch to a certain extent. Even if it is only a small part of a Primarch's physical strength and intelligence, it is still the strength of a Primarch. However, precisely because of this, implanting these three organs into an old Space Marine who has already completed their modifications is an extremely troublesome and unfamiliar task. No one had ever done it before. Even Belisarius Cawl himself had previously focused more on the development and research of Primaris Space Marine technology rather than considering how to perform the surgery. Without sufficient data support or practical experience, even Belisarius Cawl was not confident that the conversion would succeed. In fact, at this stage, even Cawl himself did not know exactly how to convert an old Space Marine into a Primaris Space Marine. But Avilia, this young apprentice who had only achieved the lowest rank of Sage, performed Primaris conversion surgery on 7 gravely wounded and dying Astartes without any experience or preparation. Alien biological Sage, this is the normal style of the Adeptus Mechanicus. This is simply incredible. A young apprentice with no experience has managed to successfully complete all 7 surgeries, which is utterly preposterous. This is simply the Omnissiah manifesting. Cawl exclaimed again, but then he looked at Avilia. I admit I underestimated you, my student. I don't know whether you received the blessing of the Omnissiah, or were simply lucky, or something else. But since you were able to complete the Primaris conversion surgery, I must admit that you are indeed worthy of being my, Belisarius Cawl's, student. Cawl's words filled Avilia with joy. Although she called herself Cawl's student, she also knew that this master-student relationship was merely a nominal title, otherwise, she would not have been branded a tech heretic, stripped of everything, and expelled from the Forge world. But now, Cawl's words acknowledged Avilia's worthiness to be his true student, no longer just a nominal one. But master, I truly didn't feel any difficulty at all. Although I haven't performed similar surgeries before, isn't implanting artificial organs into a body a very simple thing? Avilia still didn't quite understand why her master attached such importance to this matter. Cawl observed Avilia, and seeing that the expression on her face did not seem feigned, he had to conclude that Avilia genuinely did not think the Primaris conversion surgery was difficult, and was not just saying so deliberately. This caused Cawl to emit a sharp burst of static once more, even feeling a sense of logical breakdown. He truly had not expected his student to genuinely believe that the Primaris conversion surgery had no difficulty. So, the problem isn't these data and these 7 Astartes, but his own student? Cawl couldn't help but scrutinize Avilia, thinking that he should perhaps keep her by his side and observe her for a period, to see if this student possessed any undiscovered talents. Or perhaps it was the effect of that peculiar implant from before. While Cawl was pondering these things, Chen Xi spoke up, Great Sage, do you know about the prophecy of the Gene Seed Primarch's return? The Gene Seed Primarch's return? What prophecy is that? Cawl didn't understand why Chen Xi would suddenly ask this, but his heart became highly vigilant. Because the 2 tasks Robot Guillemon entrusted to him back then were, firstly, the development of Primaris Space Marines, and secondly, something related to the Gene Seed Primarch's return. Chapter 167, Alliance with Cawl. The Imperium is about to face its deepest calamity, the Dark Millennium is coming to an end, and the Indomitus Crusade will unfold with the return of the Gene Seed Primarch, the galaxy will be torn apart, and the Imperium will usher in a new era. Chen Xi answered Cawl's question, but his gaze was full of scrutiny and amusement. In fact, whether it was the opening of the Great Rift, the return of the Gene Seed Primarch, the subsequent launch of the Indomitus Crusade, or even the story of the Pariah Nexus, all had a very close relationship with Doracor. Cadia was destroyed because Cawl, with the help of the Figure King, activated the Black Stone Array in an attempt to seal the Eye of Terror, which resulted in the entire planet being in a state of energy overload, and was then smashed to pieces by Abaddon's Black Stone Fortress. Guillemon's return was due to Doracor taking out the armor of fate and healing the 13th Prince's minor injury. The smooth launch of the Indomitus Crusade was also because Archmagos Cawl had cultivated 800,000 Primaris Astartes. As for the Pariah Nexus, although the expeditionary fleet fought fiercely, if Cawl hadn't held back the Silent King, the expeditionary fleet would not have been enough for the Necrons to destroy. During their duel, various planet-destroying weapons were pulled out, and physical constants were even modified. This was truly something a conventional fleet could not withstand. In the dark age of technology, human civilization once reached a level that beings of the 40K era could not even imagine. Time, in the hands of humans of that era, was merely a physical constant that could be modified. From these events, the importance of Doracor to the Imperium is self-evident. It can even be said that it is precisely because of the existence of Doracor that the Imperium was able to maintain its current situation after the 13th Black Crusade opened the Great Rift. As a result, in the Indemitus era, the Imperium was able to steadily and positively launch the Indemitus Crusade to reclaim lost territory, all of which is inseparable from Call's efforts. And precisely because of this, Chen Xi has always hoped to communicate and cooperate with Call. This holds extraordinary significance for both Chen Xi and the Imperium. Facing the prophecy spoken by Chen Xi, Call seemed to relax slightly, and then, with a hint of expectation, he asked, "Does the prophecy really say that the Gene Seed Primarch is about to return?" "Yes, and more than one Primarch will return." Chen Xi smiled upon hearing Call's question, and then tentatively asked, "Belisarius, do you have any intention of cooperating? To better cope with the new era of the Gene Seed Primarch's imminent return, both you and I need allies, don't we?" Call looked at Chen Xi, seemingly contemplating the pros and cons of Chen Xi's words. Chen Xi did not urge him or say anything else, merely waiting for Call to make a decision. Although he jokingly called himself a cursed High Lord, in truth, from the Imperium's perspective, he was merely a planetary governor, and might not truly have the qualifications to form an alliance with a great sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus like Call. However, after a brief moment of thought, Call spoke, "What kind of alliance do you hope to achieve?" Hearing Call say this, Chen Xi knew his plan had succeeded. "Unbelievable. My teacher actually agreed to ally with you." Avilia showed an expression of "I don't understand, but I am greatly shocked," somewhat unable to comprehend how Chen Xi had managed to persuade her teacher to ally with him. It was as if she also couldn't understand why a surgery that seemed simple to her was considered very difficult by her teacher. "Although I wasn't entirely confident at first, it seems the development of events is better than I expected." Chen Xi was also very excited to be able to cooperate with Call. After all, he initially only aimed to gain some benefits, but he didn't expect to actually be able to form an alliance with Call. Although Chen Xi clearly knew that the one forming the alliance with him was not Call's main body, even if it was just a clone, it was still using Call's name, which was already enough for the current Chen Xi. As for Call's main body, he didn't harbor such extravagant hopes. During the discussion just now, Call agreed to Chen Xi's proposal for an alliance, and the two parties reached a cooperation intention. Call would provide Chen Xi with Primaris technology and technical templates for supporting weapons and equipment, as well as necessary technical support, while Chen Xi would be responsible for actively expanding his military and preparing for war in the Imperial world under his jurisdiction to cope with the impending drastic changes. So, while it was called an alliance, from a certain perspective, it could also be seen as an investment by Call in Chen Xi. After all, in today's Imperium, only a minority of people are clearly aware that the Imperium is about to undergo drastic changes, and it is always good to make more preparations. Unlike the insects among the High Lords who believe the Imperium is as stable as Mount Tai and everything is fine, in fact, there are many insightful individuals within the Imperium who realize that the Imperium is already in turmoil and is about to face a very dangerous moment. Many people are preparing for this, but their scale is ultimately not large enough, and the Imperium's territory is too vast, and the problems it needs to face are too numerous, which makes it seem as if the Imperium has not realized the coming crisis at all. Meeting a planetary governor who is aware that the Imperium is about to face danger, investing in him is a beneficial and effortless matter for Call. After all, the things Call gave him were not much to him, just some weapons and equipment that were already planned for large-scale promotion in the future, and the Primaris technology that Chen Xi had already mastered, at most, plus some technical support and a forge that he didn't use much. These things, while not a drop in the ocean for Call, were truly not worth mentioning. For a great sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus who has lived for 10,000 years, the knowledge he has forgotten and the various things buried somewhere over these 10,000 years far exceed what he gave Chen Xi this time. The richest man in the galaxy, that reputation is truly well deserved. The only thing Call might care about was perhaps that Chen Xi took out an STC template for a Titan, hoping Call could help produce a few Titans. Even for the Imperium's wealthiest man and the Adeptus Mechanicus's most ancient great sage, a Titan STC template was a very rare item for Call, something that would make him personally come to seize it. So after Chen Xi took out this item, Call not only promised to send him at least 6 Warhound Scout Titans but also promised to get him a Forge Arc. Although an STC template is far more valuable than a Forge Arc, this item is truly not that precious to Chen Xi. After all, they can directly exchange various STCs with points. This is why they hadn't found a reliable tech priest before, and taking out too many STCs would scare the Adeptus Mechanicus, otherwise, Chen Xi could exchange a pile of STCs for a massive amount of items. Chapter 168, 100,000 Armored Troops. Returning to the 3K era, everyone felt a bit tired. During this period, in order to deal with the Blood Angels, the Gria technical team, and the subsequent visit of the Great Sage, everyone's energy consumption was very high. Although time in the 40K era also flowed relatively normally, they had enough time to rest, but the mental fatigue was not so easy to eliminate. After all, in 40K, a world comparable to a cesspit, no one could truly relax, they would always unconsciously keep their nerves taut. So, after sending off Call, everyone naturally left the 40K era and returned to the 3K era. Phew. I'm going home to sleep for a day. Discussing technical issues with Doracor is too mentally exhausting. 32 was the first to speak. Because of her identity as a tech priest, she and Call indeed had many common topics, and coupled with the good things she had acquired from Huang Laohan using Integral, she and Call hit it off very well. Why do I feel like you are still not satisfied? Chen Xi teased, then sighed, no matter what, the investment pulled from call has been settled. All that's left is to retrieve that forge. This should be 32's job, right? Solving Avilia's tech heretic problem and having her and her best friend retrieve Call's forge. Mai looked at 32 and Chen Xi, asking the question she cared about. By the way, what exactly is in that forge? Nothing much, just 10,000 Primaris, Chen Xi said lightly, but it made everyone else look surprised. You're not kidding, right? There are really 10,000 Primaris Space Marines. Twilight was a bit incredulous. Although it was a fact that Doracor buried Primaris Space Marines throughout the Imperium, and they initially speculated that Primaris Space Marines were certainly buried under the forge of Mariupol Forge World, 10,000 Primaris Space Marines were still somewhat astonishing. After all, this number, even in the Great Crusade era, was very considerable. In the 40K era, it was an immense force enough to march on Terra and make the High Lords lose sleep. Not to mention, after Huron started the Great Rebellion, the largest Space Marine civil war, the total forces deployed by both sides did not reach 10,000 Space Marines. 10,000 Space Marines, fully equipped and staffed. According to Call, as long as they are provided with warships, they would form 10 standard Primaris chapters. Chen Xi briefly explained, then continued, in addition to that, there are various weapons and equipment stored by Call, enough to arm these 10,000 Space Marines, as well as the production lines for manufacturing them. I don't care about the 10,000 Space Marines and equipment, but we must get our hands on the production lines. With these production lines, at the very least, the Ash Knights can expand their forces without restraint. Perhaps by the time the 13th Prince arrives, we will already have tens of thousands of Primaris Astartes. Do we have that many gene seeds? Gutierrez asked curiously, as he himself used Space Marines. After all, the number of Space Marines has always been limited by gene seed. Although the Imperium could produce enough gene seed to expand its forces, due to various reasons, the High Lords of Terra have always kept the number of Imperial Space Marines at around 1 million. Call sponsored 1,000 Imperial Fists Primaris gene seeds, plus the seeds cultivated by the Ash Knights themselves, which is enough for me to stockpile 100,000 Primaris. Chen Xi didn't say much, just listed a simple number. The Ash Knights were Chen Xi's self-designed chapter. He originally used modified Black Templars models, so the entire chapter also inherited the gene seed of the Imperial Fists, even purer than the gene seed of all Imperial Fists descended chapters in the current 40K Imperium. Because they possessed the complete 19 modification surgeries, and after Primaris, they also had all 22 artificial organs. Honestly, if Chen Xi were to announce this news, the Imperial Fists would cry and come running to ask for seeds. However, similarly, he couldn't explain why the Ash Knights would have the complete 19 modification surgeries. One must know that the reason the Imperial Fists did not have the complete 19 surgeries was because during the Great Rebellion, in order to quickly replenish their forces, Rogel Dorn personally ordered the reduction of 2 modification surgeries, thereby accelerating the recruitment speed of the Imperial Fists. This was merely a desperate measure during a special period. Originally, Rogel Dorn had intended to restore them after the Great Rebellion. However, after the Great Rebellion ended, the Imperial Fists suffered heavy losses, and there were not many veterans left. He himself went out and got himself killed, becoming a one-handed individual, so the Imperial Fists lost the Becher's gland, which produces acidic toxic saliva, and the SUSN membrane, which allows Astartes to enter a state of suspended animation. Later, during the War of the Beast, the Imperial Fist's parent chapter was destroyed, and the parent chapter was rebuilt by the successor chapter, the Exemplars of Dorn, making it even more impossible for the Imperial Fists to compensate for the impact of these 2 missing organs. It is precisely because of this that the Imperial Fists also generally suffer from some worrying issues. For example, the Imperial Fists generally suffer from a gene defect similar to the Blood Angel's Black Rage, called Dorn's Darkness. When these Imperial Fists warriors suffer from this condition, they re-experience Dorn's endless pain and profound suffering during his most difficult period when he discovered the Emperor was mortally wounded in the final hours of the Siege of Terra. This is a trance-like state, similar to a living nightmare. Those suffering Astartes remain in a semi-conscious state, thereby losing their combat effectiveness. But the Ash Knights, due to the completeness of their gene seed, do not have these problems and hidden dangers. Coupled with the strengthening provided by the Primaris surgery, the Ash Knights can truthfully say they are the strongest of Dorn's sons. If gene seed isn't a problem, then we only need to consider equipment to mass-produce troops. Mai looked at Chen Xi, her tone seemingly implying anticipation. Chen Xi nodded affirmatively, then said, mass-producing troops is very easy for us, who hold the blood coffin. The only problem now is that the troops produced don't have enough power armor, and the source of soldiers mainly relies on cultivation pods, which will still lower some overall quality. However, generally speaking, as long as they fight a few battles, they can basically make up for the shortcomings. This is not a big problem. As long as we have enough power armor and bolters, we can pretty much field a Space Marine Legion before the Great Rift opens. Will doing this cause any problems? For example, when the Regent returns, he might suspect us of plotting something. Gutierrez expressed his concern. In response, Chen Xi simply spread his hands and said, instead of worrying about Guillemon suspecting us of being ambitious, let's first consider how to deal with the various demons and monsters that will appear after the Great Rift opens. Don't forget that the entire galaxy will be swarming with wild psychers and chaos invasions then. Chapter 169 Chen Xi's Struggle. Because everyone had expended a lot of mental energy, they didn't chat much and went home. Chen Xi simply fried an egg and boiled a bowl of noodles for dinner, then tidied up and went out to throw away the trash. While throwing out the trash, he encountered Lu Yi again. After a friendly greeting, Chen Xi returned home. Lu Yi glanced at the items Chen Xi had thrown into the clean, seemingly new trash can, then threw his own trash into a noticeably dirtier trash can nearby. Then, he casually looked around before turning to leave. After he left, a masked cleaner quickly came forward, dragged away the clean trash can, and replaced it with another trash can that looked no different from a normal one. The cleaner pushed the trash can normally out of the building, back to the trash station, and then a brand new garbage truck loaded the trash can and drove out of the residential area. Back in his apartment, Chen Xi stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the living room and happened to see the departing garbage truck. He poured himself a glass of red wine, gently swirled the glass, watched the wine cling to the sides, sniffed its aroma, and a slight smile appeared on his face. The gift has been sent, it just depends on how much can be digested. Perhaps influenced by his experience as a planetary governor in the 40K world, Chen Xi's current behavior and lifestyle tended to align with that Inquisitor governor. He gazed at the wine sliding down the rim of the glass, and in a trance, he seemed to see himself still standing in the governor's office on Rostov 2, with the space Necron fleet shimmering with an eerie green light before his eyes. The sound of those mechanical skeleton soldiers firing gauze weapons, and the screams they emitted when the green rays struck Defense Force soldiers and Battle Sisters, still pierced his eardrums in his midnight dreams. After all, he had spent much longer in the 40K world than in the 3K era. Less than a month had passed here, while several years had passed in the 40K world, so changes in living habits were inevitable. When he subconsciously rubbed his plasma pistol with his fingers, following his habit from the 40K world, he suddenly realized he was gripping a TV remote control. In fact, not only him, but several of his companions were also significantly affected. During their last dinner, 32's posture while cutting steak looked exactly like he was dismantling the living metal bodies of Necrons, while Mai and Twilight always unconsciously checked the material of their steak knives, muttering, "This thing can't kill a bloodletter." However, Chen Xi had carefully consulted about this issue, and the Servitor Skull's answer was that it did not constitute a real impact, this was just a normal change caused by a person's experiences. Chen Xi remained noncommittal about this, but he was also somewhat wary in his heart. He still remembered those mechanical skeletons crawling out of ancient tombs deep in the Rostov desert, their eye sockets glowing green like ghost fires seeking lives. Amidst the hum of gauze weapons, Battle Sisters in power armor turned into ash-black grit under the green beams, and now, he could calmly listen to the shouts of the scrap collector downstairs. After all, the flow of time in the 40K era was much faster than here, which meant that this group of people spent much more time in the 40K era than in the 3K era. Less than a month in the 3K era, but several years had passed in the 40K era. If they stayed a bit longer, a significant part of an ordinary person's life might just pass by. To say there was no impact at all was simply impossible. The only thing Chen Xi could do was to uphold his original intention, not be influenced by the memories of the 40K world, and constantly tell himself that everything in that world was just a game, an illusory journey. Damn it. Huang Laohan is indeed one of the 5 evil gods, the Black King. This is even harder to guard against than the Necron's phase shift. Chen Xi cursed, drank the red wine in his glass in one gulp, his face looking somewhat grim. His bloodshot eyes stared at the remaining wine in the glass, and in a trance, it reflected the Chaos Cruiser destroyed during the previous Chaos Warband attack, its burning metal wreckage silently exploding in the vacuum, much like the fireworks erupting outside the window at this moment. Although this subtle influence might indeed be minor, as long as they did not stay in the 40K era for extended periods in a short time, these effects could gradually fade. However, neither Chen Xi nor his friends could simply give up like this. Everything in the 40K world might be a game with full realism for them, but when they stayed in that world for a long time, and their memories, habits, and all aspects were influenced by that world, they might very well lose track of which world was real. Or, when you are a humble social animal in the 3K era, constantly overwhelmed by work and life, but in the 40K era, you are a tactical genius who can command the Astra Militarum to repel the awakening of ancient tombs, or an archaeological sage who deciphers Necron technology codes, would you still be willing to stay in the 3K era? Chen Xi did not know the answer to this question. Amidst the sound of water in the shower, he looked down at his palm. This hand had severed the heads of Necron's living metal, and could also pick up a spatula for frying eggs. He had gained enough benefits from the 40K era. The monetization of these benefits had a huge impact on his life. He could now ensure a comfortable and prosperous life for the rest of his days. If he was willing to let go and send the military crate used for crossing over to number 14 East Chang'an Street, then all of this would no longer concern him, and he could happily live out the comfortable and affluent rest of his life. But was he willing to let go? Chen Xi asked himself. He could not let go now. Rostov had cost him a lot of effort. Even playing a game would make him feel attached to his account, let alone an entire planet. If my world save was lost, I would be sad for several days and couldn't sleep. If I gave up this opportunity to cross over, Chen Xi wasn't sure if he would regret it and beat his chest when he was old. Damn Huang Laohan. He really harms people deeply. Chen Xi cursed again, then took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom, rinsing his head with cold water, trying to calm himself down and stop thinking about these annoying things. He gazed at the familiar yet strange face in the mirror, and in a trance, he saw himself wearing sacred power armor, holding a power sword, and roaring, "For the Emperor." He suddenly waved his hand, wiping away the steam from the mirror, and Chen Xi came back to his senses. Wrapped in a bath towel, he returned to the living room and poured himself a second glass of wine. When the first ray of morning light climbed onto the floor-to-ceiling window, he was still sitting upright. The massive desk of the planetary governor and the apartment dining table overlapped in the Terminator line, the hum of the power sword and the sound of the refrigerator compressor vibrated in different times and spaces. Finally, he got up, pulled open the curtains, and squinted his eyes at the rising sun. At least at this moment, he was both the Inquisitor planetary governor of Rostov, who could decide the life and death of billions, and an ordinary person who had a headache over garbage sorting. Chapter 170, Preparing for the Comic Convention. Feeling the state of his mental health, Chen Xi decided to take a few days off for now. This decision was not made on impulse, but rather after careful consideration. Although his adventures with his friends in the 40K world recently had been exciting and fun, the high-intensity, high-pressure environment had kept their spirits constantly tense. Especially the cruelty and oppressiveness of the 40K world gradually eroded their psychological defenses, and Chen Xi realized that if they continued, it might have irreversible effects on their mental health. After informing his friends of this decision, they also expressed their support and agreement. Everyone seemed to feel the same pressure and expressed a desire for rest. To be honest, while the adventure in 40K was indeed interesting, and the cats were cute, I still prefer the cats here, at least they are warm and meow. 32's remarks were still full of her strong personal style, although the mechanical cats in 40K are cool, it always feels like they are missing something. Her words resonated with everyone, as even the cats in the 40K world were cold mechanical creations, although they had powerful functions, they lacked that warm vitality. Gutierrez also expressed his opinion, I also think we should stop for a while. I always feel that we've been greatly affected by that side recently, and everyone needs to slow down, so we don't really jump into a cesspit ourselves. His words, though blunt, hit the nail on the head. The 40K world was full of darkness and despair, and a slight carelessness could lead to being swallowed by that negative emotion. Are we airing out the smell? So we don't get marinated by Huang Lao Han's shitpot. My quipped, causing a burst of laughter from everyone. Although her tone was light, everyone understood that her words reflected a genuine feeling about the oppressive atmosphere of the 40K world. Don't say it, I think we should really take a good rest. The intensity of 40K is too high, and everyone is under a lot of pressure. Twilight also sighed, then suggested, I know there's a comic convention recently, why don't we go there to relax? Her suggestion was immediately met with enthusiastic responses from everyone. I believe 32 and Gutierrez when they say they're stressed, but you two, weren't you having too much fun squeezing succubi? Chen Xi joked, then also agreed to Twilight's suggestion, however, a comic convention is indeed a good place to go and have fun. It's good to relax by looking at 2D girls. That cesspit of 40K, damn it, all the pretty girls are muscular women whose arms are big enough to run horses on. His words caused a burst of laughter from everyone, but they also revealed another problem with the 40K world. In that world, women mostly appeared as strong, cold figures, lacking the soft, gentle 2D girls of the 3K era. Sassy female officers. In the 40K era, there were certainly beautiful women, the Ecclesiarchy Battle Sisters were all very attractive, and there were many stunning individuals among them, not just the abstract faces of GW miniatures. As for imperial nobles, there weren't many truly ugly ones, many female nobles were renowned for their beauty, and even female officers of the Astra Militarum had good looks. However, in the 40K world, women often needed to be stronger and colder than men to survive in the brutal war. But in this 40K world, where women were used like men like livestock, and livestock like machines, hoping for some romantic and ambiguous little stories with beautiful women. Although nothing really happened when things were normal, once you caught Slaanish's attention, among Slaanish's demons, there was a famous pure love couple, and Slaanish's favoritism towards them even extended to personally officiating their marriage. Such dangerous existences made Chen Xi keep his distance from women in the 40K world. The famous pure love Slaanish Daemon Prince, Sylleska. Slaanish demon symbolizing gluttony, although he and the couple above are from Aus, they can indeed be used in 40K. And more importantly, the women Chen Xi could interact with in 40K were either capable career woman-type nobles, fiercely strong battle sisters, or powerful women who were both. As for anything happening with them, Chen Xi felt it was better to decline politely. Although his preferences included short-haired, muscular tomboys, he drew the line at Amazonian women. The soft and cute 2D girls of the 3K era simply did not exist in the 40K world. This was also why Chen Xi and his friends were so looking forward to the comic convention. At the comic convention, they could temporarily escape the oppressiveness and cruelty of 40K, return to the 2D world full of fantasy and beauty, and enjoy a moment of peace and relaxation. So, everyone decided to temporarily put aside their 40K adventures and head to the comic convention, seeking that long-lost ease and happiness. By the way, if we go to the comic convention, should we cosplay? We have authentic 40K costumes and props now, why don't we show them off? Twilight suddenly showed an expression of wanting to stir up trouble. My, who was beside her, suddenly nodded in agreement, speaking of which, the reason Chen Xi dragged me here was because I wanted to borrow a power sword from you for the comic convention. I think we can go big. Like authentic Astra Militarum. I want to cosplay as a tech priest. I made a set of power armor for myself that I can wear here, it'll be perfect. 32 also loved to join in the fun, indicating that she had already made preparations. I think I can bring over the rogue trader costume, it's guaranteed to be eye-catching. My also seemed eager to try, even giving 32 a bad idea. By the way, 32, you can bring the servitors. Big White's appearance will definitely amaze the entire internet. Oh, good. I just happened to have two big whites. When I was discussing things with Call, I only brought the Death Guard to hold the fort, but now it's just right, 32 immediately responded, feeling an urge to make a grand appearance. However, Chen Xi immediately said exasperatedly, just right my ass. Aren't you really afraid of being reported and arrested? How are you going to explain such eye-catching things at a comic convention? That there's a person squatting inside Big White, right? As long as someone takes a video and posts it online, you'll be waiting for the whole internet to know you can travel through dimensions. Don't get angry, Chen Xi, we were just talking. Seeing Chen Xi about to lose it, 32 quickly calmed his emotions. Some especially eye-catching things definitely can't be brought out, but some relatively realistic props should still be okay, right? When you first had that power sword, we didn't suspect it was real either, did we? I think as long as we're careful, there won't be any problems. Alright, Chen Xi felt a wave of exhaustion, but he still didn't stop his friends. After thinking for a moment, he said, you all prepare the things you want to bring first, I'll check them, and if there are no problems, then we'll go to the comic convention. Chapter 171, Convention Shenanigans. For veteran fans of two-dimensional culture, a comic convention is an absolutely familiar term and occasion. In a sense, it's a place where one can freely express themselves, showcase their hobbies, and interact with like-minded individuals. Various booths spread out across the exhibition center, the doujinshi sales area exuded the fresh scent of ink, the stage area pulsed with the beats of otaku dance music, and the air was a unique mixture of hairspray, cosmetics, and takoyaki. Photographers wielding long and short lenses could be seen everywhere, chasing cosplayers for shots, and occasionally, exhibitors dragging suitcases would rush by, their metal wheels clashing against the floor tiles with urgent sounds. Because comic conventions inherently have many cosplayers dressed as anime characters, as long as it doesn't violate public morals, wearing anything is perfectly fine. Chen Xi stood before the glass curtain wall of the entrance passage, looking at his dark grey combat psyker uniform reflected in the glass. The silver Inquisition emblem gleamed coldly on his shoulder pauldron, the psychic suppressor hanging at his waist swayed slightly with his movements, and even the wear marks on the respirator filter were perfectly replicated from the setting book illustrations. This outfit was something he had directly taken from the RIfxFe Astra Militarum's equipment vault. 100% authentic. Teacher, your Warhammer psyker cosplay is so accurate. Two girls holding girls' UND Panzer Eda bags blushed as they approached, asking for a photo. Chen Xi cooperatively struck a pose with a sword in one hand, and hearing the exclamations of the power sword's light effect actually changes color with the angle. Mixed with the shutter sound, a smile unconsciously curved his lips. This is the magic of a comic convention, everyone will only praise teacher, it's so accurate, and won't say anything about you being strangely dressed or attention-seeking. Combat Psyker. Therefore, when Chen Xi appeared in his Astra Militarum Combat Psyker uniform, it didn't cause any ripples. Looking around, there were swaying beast ears and flickering lightsabers everywhere. In one corner, there were even 7 or 8 Narutos in different outfits gathered together. After all, Warhammer 40K is still somewhat niche. In a place dominated by Japanese two-dimensional culture, seeing a Western game character is relatively rare. However, when the other few arrived, their small team immediately became conspicuous. Mai swept through the crowd, her rogue trader cloak inlaid with void whalebone, the bolt gun model at her waist tapping against her thigh with each step, and the data streams flowing across her gothic-style goggles were actually real holographic projections. Rogue trader. Naval officer. Twilight, on the other hand, was in a naval officer uniform, which looked much more ordinary, provided one ignored her glowing decorative bionic eye and the servitor skull floating beside her head. That buzzing flying skull was projecting no photos warning text with a laser in the air, scaring several new attendees who wanted to take a photo into trembling. Relax, it's just a Bluetooth speaker. Twilight reluctantly turned off the projection, and the servitor skull immediately began looping a remix of Imperial March. However, when Chen Xi's gaze fell upon 32 and Gutierrez, Chen Xi still had an uncontrollable urge to cover his face. Although both of their outfits had been approved and agreed upon by him, he still felt that these two were too high profile. 32's Bimax was using a mechanical arm to hand out homemade small gear badges to passersby, while Gutierrez's fluorescent pink power armor looked like a walking disco ball under the lights. Chen Xi's own outfit wasn't particularly flashy, although his equipment was real, and his uniform was the standard combat psyker uniform of the RIfxFe alien hunters, and he was indeed a psyker. He was currently subtly using his psychic powers to support a nearly toppling drink stand ever since he exchanged for Theta-grade psychic abilities. Such fine control was easier than breathing. Yes, Chen Xi had already exchanged for the psyker talent and combat psyker training. He was now a Theta-grade combat psyker by Imperium of Man standards. Simply put, he could easily destroy a 3K-era tank battalion on the battlefield if he wished. He was currently staring at a sticker stand in the adjacent exhibition area, debating whether to put a Hatsune Miku decal on his power sword. The warp was safe enough, wasn't it? After all, in the 3K era, the warp was very calm and clean. He didn't need to worry about being corrupted by the warp or his soul emitting too strong a light in the warp, attracting warp demons, when using his psychic powers. Last night, he had even observed with psychic vision, the entire city sky only had faint pink emotional mist, and the most dangerous thing was just the dark purple resentment overflowing from some gamer's room. Coupled with the real power great sword in his hand, if he just used psychic enhancement on his physical body and then charged in, even an armored regiment might not be able to stop him. Psykers are very powerful in combat. Astra Militarum combat psykers can easily kill space marines. But this was insignificant compared to 32, who had directly brought a Bimax and dressed as a tech priest. Although 32 in the 3K era had not undergone any modifications, from her appearance, she still looked like a standard tech priest. The reason was simple, the layer of disguise she wore was a set of power exoskeleton she had crafted in the 40K era for camouflage. Although it only served a decorative purpose, it was truly an exoskeleton equipped with a power armor nuclear reactor. Chen Xi watched her use her exoskeleton fingers to light a welding torch to repair hair accessories for passersby, and suddenly felt that agreeing to her bringing this equipment might have been a mistake. However, she hadn't added any combat weapons to this exoskeleton, it was basically just a decorative item. And it was made of plaststeel, so it didn't look real, which was why Chen Xi agreed to her wearing it. As for Bimax, 32 wasn't so extreme as to bring a real Bimax. She had only made a very realistic-looking Bimax, scaled down considerably, and disguised it as if someone was inside on stilts. Chen Xi really couldn't say much about this. Seeing no flaws, he agreed to 32 using it. Mine is very normal, right? I'm the most normal one among everyone. Gutierrez, wearing a helmet, said in a muffled voice. He hadn't done anything crazy and indeed looked the most normal of everyone, because he was dressed like a space marine. If one ignored the My Little Pony chapter logo spelled out in neon light tubes on his back, the Sailor Moon stickers on his fluorescent purple power armor shoulder pauldron, and the rotating colorful light effects on his power fist. When Gutierrez activated the armor's RGB light effect mode, the lights of the entire exhibition area paled in comparison. Of course, putting aside the color scheme, Gutierrez's outfit was not truly conspicuous, because they saw more than one space marine at the venue. However, others' power armor was made of PVC, while Gutierrez's was plaststeel, and his outfit, like 32's, was just a decorative exoskeleton. So strictly speaking, although 32 and Gutierrez were very conspicuous, these two were truly harmless. Even if they were discovered, they could claim their strong technical skills allowed them to create an exoskeleton, which wasn't too eye-catching. It wasn't until Gutierrez's exoskeleton started playing recirculation that Chen Xi finally couldn't bear it any longer and unplugged his energy battery. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. Chen Xi felt a wave of exhaustion but was too lazy to say anything more. After all, it had come to this. Are you guys hungry? Should we eat first? Chen Xi, who hadn't had breakfast yet, looked at everyone and asked. Chapter 172, An Unexpected Encounter with Lu Yi. With 32's big white playing love circulation and Gutierrez's power armor in disco mode with flashing lights, Chen Xi simply gave up on trying to be subtle and directly pulled out electric sparks between his palm and his power sword using psychic energy. Blue arcs of electricity danced on the blade, emitting faint crackling sounds, attracting the lenses of a circle of photographers around him. Chen Xi even saw a girl dressed in a Hatsune Miku cosplay outfit live streaming with her phone, the bullet comments furiously saying, "These special effects are too real." Since they were already conspicuous enough, being even more high profile would actually make them less suspicious. Chen Xi simply let loose, allowing psychic arcs to flow around his body, forming a faint energy field. From a distance, a girl cosplaying Raiden Shogun cast a surprised look, the purple lights wrapped around the prop katana in her hand seemed to be interfered with, beginning to flicker erratically. After all, thanks to 32 and Gutierrez, their group looked like a bunch of performance artists, not some time traveler. 32's Big White was performing handkerchief tricks for passersby with its mechanical arm, while Gutierrez's power armor had activated disco mode, with the RGB lights on its shoulder pads changing color with the music. A servitor skull floated in the air, projecting no photos with a hologram, but it was quickly changed to donations welcome by 32. And speaking of which, Chen Xi couldn't help but think, if I don't display this psychic energy and power sword, how will the world know I crossed over to 40K? So, putting on a show became a way to satisfy his self-displaying psychology and hide some unnecessary suspicions. Chen Xi saw an old Warhammer fan taking photos of Gutierrez's rainbow power armor, muttering, "This paint job is so accurate, they even captured the texture of ceramite." In fact, the cosplayers and photographers present were all just busy taking photos or dancing along with them, no one suspected their identities or the equipment they wore. Chen Xi even saw a girl in an EVA combat suit discussing mechanical structures with 32, not at all suspecting that this was a real tech priest. These days, cosplay props at anime conventions are getting more competitive. Robots, while rare, aren't enough to cause any unnecessary sensation. You know, at some conventions, real transformers that could transform were even brought to the site. In comparison, while 32's Big White was exquisite, it wasn't too exaggerated. Chen Xi recalled a convention in Shanghai last year where someone used a scrapped car to modify a transforming Optimus Prime. Although its movements were slow, it could indeed transform. In comparison, although their group was well equipped, it was still within a reasonable range. However, as more and more people gathered around, Chen Xi suddenly noticed a group of military enthusiasts with rather mixed but well-equipped gear approaching. Although these people were dressed in various styles, they maintained standard tactical formations as they moved. Chen Xi even noticed that their gun-holding postures showed a practiced familiarity, like muscle memory. The weapons and equipment of these people were varied, they wore Russian uniforms with police vests, carried John Wick-style shotguns, and wore riot helmets. Chen Xi saw that one of them even had a tactical fat guy patch on his vest, but the tactical belt hanging from his waist was a genuine Cry Precision. Or they wore flashy Dobeo-style combat frog suits, held pink-sprayed HK416s, and wore head covers with 416 printed on them. Chen Xi noticed that although the pink HK416 looked like a prop, its handguard and grip were genuine Magpul modifications, and the stock was an LMT adjustable model. In short, it looked very flashy and abstract, but upon closer inspection, one would find that, apart from some seemingly unimportant items, their equipment was all clearly genuine, and their way of wearing it and their movements looked very much the part, giving off a professional vibe at a glance. One of them came up to Chen Xi and asked for a photo together. Chen Xi noticed that although the other person was wearing a humorous tactical vest, the bulletproof plate was positioned very standardly, and the plate clearly had the weight of a real one. Chen Xi, of course, welcomed it, and for the convenience of the photo, the other party also removed the mask from his helmet, revealing his true face. You are Lu Yi? Are you also here at the convention? Your gear is quite professional. Chen Xi recognized Lu Yi and greeted him while also taking off his own face mask. He noticed a silver parachute badge pinned to Lu Yi's tactical vest, which was a retirement commemorative medal from a certain special forces unit. Lu Yi also smiled when he saw Chen Xi. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. A few of my old comrades and I couldn't sit still, so we came here to have some fun. You know, after leaving the army, this is the only place we can wear gear and carry guns. As he spoke, he unconsciously adjusted his shoulder strap, his movements as practiced as if he wore the gear every day. Chen Xi nodded slightly, not bothering to comment on why a group of retired veterans would dress so abstractly. But he still subtly said to Lu Yi, your outfits are too mixed. I used to know some nylon guys who always bought used military gear. We have used military gear too, but when we're out having fun, of course, we do whatever makes us happy. Lu Yi replied with a smile, then feigned surprise as he looked at Gutierrez and 32 behind Chen Xi, exclaiming, are you guys cosplaying Warhammer? It's so accurate. Did you make the props yourselves? Yes, we made them with 3D printing, not bad, right? Chen Xi also responded with a smile. The happiest thing at a convention is, of course, receiving praise and recognition from others. He noticed Lu Yi's gaze lingered on 32's big white for a few more seconds, his eyes not looking at it like a cosplay prop, but rather like he was evaluating some military equipment. Chen Xi was naturally no exception, his expression made it seem like he was very pleased with Lu Yi's surprise. But he knew in his heart that Lu Yi's surprise might not just be about the quality of the cosplay props. Lu Yi then curiously asked, do you usually play Warhammer? I've always wanted to get into it, but I can't find a way. New to the hobby? That's quite simple. We have a club. Come over later, and someone will teach you a couple of games, and you'll get it. The rest is just buying, buying, buying. Chen Xi's answer was very simple, with a relaxed and casual demeanor. But he noticed Lu Yi's eyes flickered slightly when he heard the word club. However, both parties in the conversation had already understood each other's meaning and were very satisfied with the outcome of the conversation. Chen Xi watched Lu Yi's retreating back, thoughtfully touching the psychic inhibitor at his waist. And when Lu Yi walked back to his companions, he subtly said into his communicator, target confirmed, we can proceed with the next step. Chapter 173, Setting Off After Arrest. The antics at the anime convention didn't cause any major stir. While some online joked that everything was real, and a few even seriously analyzed the reflective patterns on the armor plates, the vast majority of onlookers simply treated it as a meme. After all, it's not uncommon for realistic props to appear at anime conventions, especially among cosplayers who are passionate about detail and often spend a lot of time and effort creating astonishing equipment. Although Chen Xi and the others' equipment was excessively realistic, in an event full of creativity and imagination like an anime convention, everyone just thought they were exceptionally dedicated. While a few posts like 40K equipment appears at anime convention briefly popped up on some platforms, under the precise traffic control of unseen forces, this content vanished in an instant. Chen Xi wasn't surprised by this, after all, they had anticipated some unnecessary attention. Fortunately, information flows extremely fast online, and any hot topic is quickly replaced by new content. Those posts were soon buried among countless other topics, as if they had never existed. Chen Xi and the others returned to their daily lives. They weren't in a hurry to cross over again, choosing instead to rest for a few more days. After all, crossing into the 40K era was truly physically and mentally exhausting. While the convention antics had lightened their mood, everyone still needed some time to adjust. During this period, they also gathered a few more times at Gutierrez's shop. The gatherings were mostly about teasing Chen Xi and his group's convention antics and wondering where their realistic props came from. Chen Xi simply gave evasive answers. If anyone pressed him, he would say he knew a master prop maker for movies, and their items were all movie props made by that person, which was why they were both highly accurate and realistic. Although this explanation sounded a bit far-fetched, no one delved deeper. After all, while they were all fellow fans, they weren't curious enough to pry into others' lives. Lu Yi, whom they met at the anime convention that day, also joined the fan group during this time, becoming a new member. His first message upon joining the group was a photo of thermos with a paratrooper emblem leaning next to a military district's retirement commemorative badge. Everyone naturally welcomed the new member, and some enthusiastic group members even started helping Lu Yi get started. After trying out a few kill teams, Lu Yi showed great interest in the Astra Militarum, especially the Astra Militarum's airborne units. He even, under the guidance of group members, found GW's promotional video on a small video site and paused it frame by frame to study the depiction of orbital insertion. The so-called Astra Militarum airborne units refer to the drop regiments within the Astra Militarum. The Astra Militarum doesn't parachute or conduct air landings, they typically perform orbital insertions directly from outside the atmosphere, hence the name drop regiments. This method of combat is quite daring. Stormtroopers, wearing grav chutes, would crash towards the ground like meteorites, then use the grav chutes to counteract the impact of the fall, landing directly into enemy formations. Only elite special forces would dare to do this after all. Performing an airborne insertion from low orbit with just one's body is not something that can be achieved with mere courage. Not to mention having to complete combat missions within enemy lines. Normally, the Imperial forces that carry out this mission are Space Marines. Because of this, only a handful of planets within the Astra Militarum produce Astra Militarum units capable of performing drop operations, such as the Elysian Drop Troops and the Harakoni Warhawks, both famous Imperial drop regiments. Their grav chutes are sufficient to ensure they can perform drop operations from low orbit, and they can also execute airborne assault strikes by boarding Valkyries to reach the combat zone. In the Kill Team trailer released by GW in 2024, the Stormtroopers Science Kill Team dispatched by the Imperium is an elite drop operation kill team. This powerful combat style had some connection to the training Lu Yi received during his previous military service, so he was naturally very interested in it. One afternoon, he even posted a hand-drawn orbital insertion route map in the group, marking different trajectories for assault, strong assault, and infiltration with 3 colors. I used to be a paratrooper, so I'm very interested in this, Lu Yi explained, and he hoped to assemble a purely airborne force army list. The group members praised his enthusiasm and offered him advice, with some even suggesting that they could simulate an orbital insertion tabletop battle together at the next gathering. However, regarding Lu Yi's idea, Chen Xi simply told him that there were very few Astra Militarum airborne troop miniatures, and currently only one kill team was available. Furthermore, a purely airborne army list did not conform to the game rules, so Lu Yi's idea could only remain on paper for the time being. After about a week of rest, Chen Xi and the others reunited. Compared to a week ago, everyone's condition had improved, and at least the expressions on their faces were much more relaxed. They gathered again at Chen Xi's home, feeling very unrestrained and relaxed. A relaxed atmosphere filled the room, with snacks and drinks covering the table. Everyone sat casually on the sofa, chatting about their recent lives and games. Not having to think about the warp, not having to ponder how to kill a bloodletter that spawns from the toilet. This is the life a human should live. Twilight exclaimed, but then he immediately changed his tone and said, but I haven't seen my Hui Chong Shihao for a week, and I can't wait. Clearly, just thinking about a massive starship over 1,000 meters long waiting for him made Twilight, who had always dreamed of being a space captain, uncontrollably excited. Chen Xi could understand this. After all, in the 3K era, this was an absolutely illusory dream. Even becoming an astronaut and serving as the captain of a spacecraft was an extremely difficult feat. I think you're just eager to go squeeze some succubi, aren't you? Chen Xi teased, grabbing a can of soda from the table and pulling the tab. This was a pleasure absolutely unobtainable in the 40K era. Although there were rumors of a Coca-Cola STC, even Huang Laohan couldn't get Coca-Cola in the 40K era. You're never going to let that go, are you? Teased by Chen Xi, Twilight feigned anger, but it was just for show. The few of them bantered a bit more, then each prepared themselves to once again journey to the world of 40K. The room gradually quieted down, and everyone's expressions became serious. Although they had experienced several traversals, returning to the 40K era still made them somewhat nervous. Chen Xi took a deep breath, glanced at the others, and then chose to cross over again. Chapter 174, Pioneering New Worlds. Once again, Chen Xi sat at his desk in the governor's office, diligently handling official duties. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon his desk. His fingers glided rapidly across the data slate, reviewing various reports and documents. Although Ristov's situation had stabilized, as the planetary governor, he still needed to constantly monitor every detail of the planet, ensuring everything developed as expected. After several years of consolidation and various unforeseen events, Rostov was currently in a relatively stable phase of rapid development. There was not much more to be done in terms of the planet's development in the short term. If they didn't want to destroy the planet's fragile ecosystem, Rostov 2's population would ideally need to be controlled. Chen Xi knew that the planet's ecological carrying capacity was limited, especially before Avilia completed her academic research and transformed the planet into a paradise world. Any excessive development could lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, Chen Xi also had to consider the food problem. Although Avilia had completed the protein processing plant she had agreed upon with the previous governor, and its protein bars were sufficient to feed everyone on the planet, this everyone was limited to Ristov's population before Chen Xi took over. After Chen Xi took over, Ristov's population had been growing rapidly. Although the population of Rostov City had not changed much, the newly added night fiefs and cities near the Sisters of Battle outposts undoubtedly brought a large number of new inhabitants. Coupled with the continuous stream of pilgrims to the ecclesiarchy city who chose to settle, the population of Rostov 2 was now approaching the 2 billion mark. If it weren't for the completed protein factory and the planet still enjoying more than 2 decades of free food from the Department of Internal Affairs, some people would probably be starving by now. Not to mention Chen Xi also planned to launch the subsector colonization program, which would require not only a large population but also massive amounts of food. By massive amounts, it meant at least one agricultural world was needed to support the entire colonization program, otherwise, most of the colonists might starve before even establishing a colony on the new planet. If Chen Xi wasn't particular about the food source, he could just find a planet capable of refining promethium. The Imperium's corpse starch was made from a byproduct of promethium refining, which was much more convenient and cheaper than producing protein bars. Of course, don't expect any nutrition or health benefits from eating that stuff, it's not even clean or hygienic. It simply solves the problem of hunger. Otherwise, the average lifespan of people in the Imperium's lower hives would not be less than 40 years. Chen Xi would not feed his people such things, so he planned to establish an agricultural world in the subsector to supply food to the entire subsector. Of course, building an agricultural world would not be simpler than building a hive world, and under current circumstances, Rostov was unable to bear the construction costs of an agricultural world. However, this problem was not severe. He could just ask the Mariupol Adeptus Mechanikus, and they would handle it as long as they were paid. Chen Xi had already settled this part with Pavel, and the ecclesiarchy also believed that an agricultural world in the subsector would be crucial for the ecclesiarchy's missionary work and the stability of the entire sector, so they readily paid for the expense. However, although the ecclesiarchy paid, Chen Xi also understood that he probably couldn't squeeze any more out of the ecclesiarchy for now. According to the results of Chen Xi's previous negotiations with Pavel, the construction costs for the orbital ring and the agricultural world were the ecclesiarchy's last investment before Chen Xi launched the immigration program. Unless Chen Xi truly opened up new colony planets, the ecclesiarchy would not provide any more large sponsorships. After all, the ecclesiarchy's money didn't grow on trees. Although spending any amount for the emperor was fine, the ecclesiarchy would not spend limitlessly, and the sector ecclesiarchy council needed to see results from these expenditures. The orbital ring was easy to explain. Construction had already begun, and as the orbital ring was built, the ecclesiarchy would naturally see its impact on Rostov once completed. But the agricultural world was currently just a plan, and the ecclesiarchy hoped to see some achievements that could at least serve as a display of progress. Chen Xi expressed his understanding. The ecclesiarchy had spent a large sum of money, so even if it was just for show, Chen Xi should let them see a return. So, after sorting out the current official duties, Chen Xi went to the ecclesiarchy city and once again sought out the old bishop, asking him to organize people to form an exploration team and prepare for the first wave of immigration. The old bishop showed considerable enthusiasm for this. Chen Xi had reason to believe that if he weren't too old to personally participate in the immigration, this first bishop of Rostov would probably build churches brick by brick again on the new colony planet. But to be fair, if the old bishop could truly do such a thing, leading believers to those planets for immigration and once again building ecclesiarchy churches brick by brick, he could truly be canonized as a saint. The old bishop obviously knew this, and if he wished, he could naturally arrange for rejuvenation surgery to enable him to do these things. He was less than 100 years old, and with the Imperium's technological level, it would not be difficult to restore his health, and he could even live for another 200 or 300 years. However, this old bishop was a fundamentalist. He insisted on natural aging and refused rejuvenation surgery or any medical treatment that went against natural laws. Even if he would lose the chance of canonization because of it, he was unwilling to abandon the principles he had upheld his entire life. But although he himself no longer had enough energy to follow the exploration team to open up new imperial worlds, he could send his disciples. The old bishop dispatched most of the priests from the Church of Rostov II to accompany the exploration team to the new planets and guide the faith of the imperial citizens. In addition, some priests and sisters from the ecclesiarchy branch in the Mariupol sector also answered the call and joined the exploration team. They would also provide various religious services, including medical care, mass, confession, and funerals, during the exploration team's journey to open up new worlds. Thus, with Chen Xi's eager anticipation, the first batch of exploration teams had departed from the core region of the Mariupol sector and subsequently arrived at Rostov II. After completing resupply and division there, they split into two groups, heading for two different imperial worlds. These two imperial worlds were the targets of the first wave of exploration. According to the plan, one was to be a regular imperial civilized world, and the other was to be a mining world already entrusted to the Adeptus Mechanikus. Chapter 175 Imperial Immigration. The Empire has many ways to colonize planets, and one of the most common methods is very simple and brutal. That is, the immigrant ships brought by the colonization fleet are directly crashed, then the immigrant ships are transformed into living modules, and the first settlement is built using the materials on board. Of course, another more refined approach would involve dedicated shuttles between immigrant ships and the planetary surface, and the immigrant ships would not be crashed directly, but the main goal would still be to establish a settlement. Given the Empire's technology, establishing a town capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people, which in the Empire can only truly be called a town, is something that can be accomplished in just 10 days to half a month. If Chen Xi were to organize it himself, he might not be so extravagant as to crash the immigrant ships directly, turning them into single-use items. After all, even the cheapest civilian transport void ship with warp jump capability is worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of throne gelts. It's always better to save a little where possible. However, the colonization fleet's ships were paid for by the ecclesiarchy, and the method of directly landing the ships was also decided by the ecclesiarchy, so Chen Xi naturally did not save this expense for the ecclesiarchy. After all, directly landing the immigrant ships can save a lot of trouble. Firstly, the immigrants of the colonization fleet do not have to endure harsh conditions regarding accommodation. The sturdy hull of the immigrant ship is sufficient to protect the immigrants of the colonization fleet from the harsh planetary environment and indigenous creatures in any severe planetary surface environment. Unless it is an extreme and isolated case, it is highly unlikely that the planetary surface environment and creatures could cause any significant damage to a void ship capable of traversing the void. Secondly, the immigrant ship's own energy, water supply, and food circulation systems can provide sufficient electricity, drinking water, and food supply guarantees for the immigrants during the initial stages of colonization, ensuring they do not have to worry about food, drink, or energy. It is worth noting that even in spacecraft that have been lost in the sea of stars for hundreds or even thousands of years, their installed ion reactors can still operate normally, providing ample electricity to the spacecraft. And the circulation equipment on the spacecraft can also provide enough food and drinking water for the settlements left in the derelict spacecraft, sustaining them for thousands of years. Therefore, an immigrant ship, if used properly, is sufficient to support the operation and development of a city for hundreds, or even thousands of years. With these safeguards, immigrants can comfortably pass through the most difficult initial colonization phase and quickly establish a relatively stable and secure settlement. And with a secure settlement, unless extreme exceptions occur, subsequent colonization and construction of the planet will have sufficient support and can enter a stable fast track. Many of the Empire's immigrant planets, including RIfxFe too, were initially established in this way. Although simple and crude, it is extremely efficient, especially when dealing with planets with harsh environments and scarce resources. This method is almost the only option. However, Chen Xi also knew that this method was not without its drawbacks. Once an immigrant ship lands, it means it loses the ability to ascend again. This luxurious act of using a void ship as a single-use item will significantly increase the cost of immigrant colonization. At the same time, the dismantling and modification of immigrant ships also require specialized technology and equipment, as well as a considerable amount of human investment. Without sufficient equipment and technological investment, local immigrants might need hundreds of years to slowly dismantle the immigrant ship and turn it into materials for urban construction. If the planetary environment is too harsh, or resources are too dispersed, then the initial construction costs will be very high. However, for the ecclesiarchy, these issues seem to be unimportant. Their goal is to quickly establish the ecclesiarchy's faith system on new planets, not to consider long-term economic benefits. Therefore, directly landing immigrant ships is the most suitable option for them. Chen Xi did not have many opinions on this. After all, the ecclesiarchy provided a large amount of financial support for this immigration plan, and he had no reason to question the patron's decision. What's more, this method can indeed provide better initial guarantees for immigrants and reduce their survival pressure on the new planet. In Chen Xi's plan, the first colonization fleet will arrive in a neighboring galaxy not far from RIfxFe, settle on a mining planet within it, and then begin resource extraction on that planet. Chen Xi has already reached an agreement with the Adeptus Mechanicus, who will provide the necessary technical support and equipment for the immigration group. Everything is proceeding methodically according to plan. When one settlement after another is established and one world after another is developed within the subsector in the future, the entire subsector will provide Chen Xi with enough resources to support his entire plan and ambitions. And RIfxFe will be the starting point for all of this. He took a deep breath, turned back to his desk, and continued to handle the various official documents at hand. The immigration plan is only one part of his many tasks, but it is the focus of his and his friends' work for the foreseeable future. Every step must be ensured to be flawless for the entire plan to proceed smoothly, preparing for the unfolding of the Great Rift. Time waits for no one. Chen Xi must seize the remaining 20-odd years to prepare. This is the Empire's last period of relative peace and stability before the Dark Age of technology arrives. Once the critical time node of 999.m41, when the Great Rift opens, is crossed, the entire Empire will descend into chaos. For the next 200 years, the entire galaxy will burn, and war will sweep through every world of the Empire. No one can stand aside, and no one can escape this catastrophe. For the Empire to be relatively stable again, everything must wait for that man's return. He will eventually return to the Empire he is not loyal to, reshape everything, and save this dying Empire. However, before the Lord of the 13th Legion once again saves the Empire will face a massive natural disaster that tears the galaxy apart, and the dark reality of the entire Empire being once again fragmented into isolated islands. If not for Guilliman's Indomitus Crusade reunifying the territories within the Empire Holy Land after the Great Rift unfolded, then humanity would once again fall into the Age of Strife after the collapse of the Dark Age of technology, reliving the painful past. And this time, there is no emperor to save humanity again. Humanity, besides waiting for the salvation of the God Emperor's son, must rely on its own strength to save itself. Chen Xi must ensure that before Guilliman awakens and embarks on his crusade again, the RIfxFe subsector possesses enough strength to cope with this galaxy-sweeping catastrophe, and to rapidly develop and accumulate sufficient power during this catastrophe. Only then will he not miss the magnificent crusade of the Indomitus Crusade and fulfill the mission entrusted by the Emperor. Although Chen Xi is still not entirely clear to what extent the Emperor expects him to achieve, saving the Empire is ultimately the right thing to do. Chapter 176 Old John. Old John was a devout follower of the ecclesiarchy, and he was 30 years old this year. According to the understanding of the 3K era, this should still be an age that could be called young. But in the Imperium, if you weren't a mid-hive or even an upper nest noble, then most ordinary lower hive dwellers could only live to about 40 years old. They usually had a childhood where they had to help their families work from a few years old, relying on scavenging and similar jobs to supplement the household income. Then, in their teens, they would marry someone of the opposite sex from a similar background and quickly have children. Usually more than one. The Imperium's population is very prolific and reproduces quickly. But usually, the parents had to suffer. Feeding a large family was not an easy task for the Imperium. So, they usually were exhausted around 40 and died for various reasons. And their children would repeat this process. Unless one of them could pass the Adeptus Mechanicus's genetic testing, or was lucky enough to become a part of the ecclesiarchy or Sisters of Battle. Although it sounded ethereal, for the ordinary citizens of the Imperium, this was indeed a way to change their destiny. The Adeptus Mechanicus conducts a large-scale genetic screening every few years in relevant areas, for the purpose of detecting apprentices who meet the Adeptus Mechanicus's requirements. Children who pass the genetic screening are gathered by these tech priests for education, and although it is not free, as long as they are willing to learn and can pass the graduation exam, they can usually become a qualified tech priest. The vast number of grassroots tech priests in the Imperium came from this. Although most of them serve in grassroots Mechanicus temples or related departments like the Astra Militarum, and are vastly different from tech priests who truly focus on academics, it must be admitted that this change in their lives is almost a class leap. The entry threshold for the ecclesiarchy is relatively lower, or possibly higher. As long as you devoutly believe in the emperor and have a sufficiently firm will, you have a chance to become a member of the ecclesiarchy. Of course, if these thresholds are too high, you can also choose to join the Astra Militarum, which is almost the lowest threshold for changing yourself, provided there is a Department of Military Affairs recruitment office on your planet. However, for old John, none of these options worked out for him. When he was young, he encountered an Astra Militarum recruitment drive, and the recruiting officer once shouted through a loudspeaker to the crowd, "Men who carry a gun for the emperor, your family's rations will be doubled." Old John looked down at his calloused hands, but was pulled by the hem of his clothes by his crying younger siblings behind him. "Big brother, we're hungry." He ultimately didn't push his way into the registration queue. Although the ecclesiarchy opened its doors to everyone, it was only that opening its doors. To become a member of the ecclesiarchy, you still had to put in effort, and old John, burdened by his family, clearly did not have that ability. He once knelt at the entrance of an ecclesiarchy church, pleading with a priest, "Sir, I can work 16 hours a day and then come to pray." The priest merely pressed the holy book to his forehead. "Child, serving the God Emperor requires a complete soul, not a broken shell. As for the Adeptus Mechanicus, well, the poor are not worthy of becoming noble tech priests." When the Adeptus Mechanicus's detector scanned old John's eldest son, the red-robed priest's mechanical arm suddenly emitted a piercing buzz. Gene sequence not up to standard. Old John held his child and asked again, "Sir, is this test?" The red light in the priest's eye sockets flickered twice. "Lower hive scum, don't waste the holy oil." So, old John, over 30, was just a hard-working hive city laborer, living in the lower hive, working hard to support his large family. Originally, he thought he would rot in the hive city his whole life, just like his ancestors, burning out his life for the Imperium. But the ecclesiarchy gave him a chance, and it gave his whole family a chance. The Imperium needed to expand its territory, and the ecclesiarchy was organizing devout followers to migrate and settle on those newly opened imperial worlds. Although those worlds had nothing, no warm, sturdy hive cities, no corpse starch to fill their stomachs, and no purified water to drink. But there was a bright future there. Old John knew this was a difficult decision. Leaving the familiar lower hive for an unknown new world meant they would face countless challenges and difficulties. However, he also understood that this was their family's only chance to break free from the cycle of poverty and despair and create a better future for their children. So, he mustered his courage and, with his whole family, signed up for the ecclesiarchy's migration program. In the days leading up to their departure, old John's family busied themselves with preparations. They packed their few belongings, said goodbye to neighbors and friends, their hearts filled with both anticipation and unease for the future. Old John's wife, Maria, though worried about the hardships ahead, trusted her husband's decision and believed in the emperor's protection. Their children, on the other hand, were full of curiosity and excitement for the upcoming adventure, even though they couldn't fully comprehend the meaning of this migration yet. Finally, the day of departure arrived. Old John's family, along with other migrants, boarded the ecclesiarchy's transport ship. The ship's hold was crowded with families like theirs, all carrying hope, their faces filled with longing for the future. Old John knew they were about to embark on a journey full of unknowns, but he also firmly believed, or tried to make himself believe, that as long as they stood united and devoutly believed in the emperor, they would surely find their happiness in the new world. During the long interstellar journey, old John's family endured countless trials. They learned how to live in the cramped ship's hold and how to support each other with limited resources. Whenever they encountered difficulties, old John would lead his whole family in prayer, seeking the emperor's guidance and protection. Their faith grew stronger during the journey, making them braver in the face of the unknown. Finally, after several months of wandering, they arrived at their new home. A new planet named Zaporozh High, the newest mining planet, opened in the Rostov subsector. Here, the Adeptus Mechanicus had already established basic mining facilities and refineries, and these factories were short of workers. As old John's family stepped out of the spaceship, they were met by a biting cold wind and a grey sky, the air filled with the smell of metal and machine oil. Giant mining machines like giants were tearing open the earth, and broken ore was continuously transported to the distant refinery via conveyor belts and vehicles. All of this was shocking old John and his family. These were sights they could never have seen in a hive city. But for some reason, old John didn't feel afraid. He just clutched the holy effigy of the emperor hanging on his chest and devoutly prayed to his divine majesty, asking him to grant his family a life where they could fill their stomachs. Chapter 177 Arrival at Zaporozh High. When old John's family and other immigrants arrived at Zaporozh High, Chen Xi also came here. The Inquisition black ship he was on was moored in near orbit, and it was his first time on this cruiser assigned to him. The dark hull glowed with a cold luster under the starlight, like a giant beast lurking in the void, silently awaiting its master's call. As a vessel specially assigned by the Inquisition to high-ranking inquisitors, this ship carried many good things due to the meticulous efforts of the previous inquisitor. Powerful firepower, advanced ancient technological creations, every detail highlighted its extraordinary nature. Chen Xi stood on the bridge, his gaze sweeping over the flickering control panels, a hint of admiration rising in his heart. Chen Xi had to admit, this was a good ship, even though he knew it. But knowing and personally experiencing that it was a good ship were still different. Especially when he was the captain. The Imperial Void ships all required complex certification to bind a captain. The captain of the Huichong Shihao was Twilight, and the captain of this Inquisition black ship was Chen Xi. When Chen Xi sat in the captain's chair and connected his consciousness to the entire ship, the feeling of being one with the entire ship was truly indescribable. It was as if the entire ship had become an extension of his body, every engine's roar, every flow of energy was under his control. His consciousness roamed every corner of the ship's hull, sensing the precise mechanical structures and complex energy circuits, as if he himself was the soul of this ship. Chen Xi also understood why Twilight loved to command a ship so much. This feeling was indeed addictive. However, Chen Xi did not get lost in it. Although he had completed the captain's certification and bound this ship, Chen Xi still delegated daily management and combat command to the deputy assigned to him by the Inquisition. This deputy was an experienced captain who had served in the Imperial Navy for many years before being transferred to the Inquisition. Strictly speaking, this person was actually the captain. According to the usual practice of Inquisitors, they would appoint a captain to handle daily management and combat command on their behalf, while the Inquisitor themselves usually did not take charge of specific ship command. After all, an Inquisitor had too many things to be responsible for and simply didn't have that much energy to specifically command a ship. Chen Xi was naturally the same. As a planetary governor and Inquisitor, he had many daily affairs. He was able to come out this time only because he used the pretense of inspecting new immigrant planets. Otherwise, as a planetary governor entangled in government affairs, it would be difficult for him to easily leave the planet he was on, from any perspective. Moreover, according to imperial law, a planetary governor was responsible for defending his territory, and leaving his planet without a proper reason was not something that could be easily explained away. Fortunately, in addition to the title of planetary governor, Chen Xi also had the identity of a Lord Inquisitor. This identity, in the Empire, meant imperial authorization and no taboos. An Inquisitor possessed extremely high autonomy and could move freely within the imperial territory, even mobilizing the imperial army in certain circumstances. And as a Lord Inquisitor, a rank higher than an Inquisitor, Chen Xi's power would only be greater. So, after Chen Xi dumped his government affairs onto his chamberlain, he left Rostov in his black ship, using the inspection of the immigration plan as an excuse. Of course, Chen Xi could not leave the planet he managed for a long time. This trip was only for inspection. After visiting the current 2 planets that had begun initial immigration, he would have to go back to his office. Old John shielded his youngest child's ears with his calloused hands. The sudden shriek made all the immigrants at the temporary spaceport crouch down, cowering. He squinted his blurry eyes at the sky and saw a red and black shuttle cut through the clouds like a sharp sword. The Inquisition's emblem on its fuselage made anyone who saw it tremble with fear. When the descending shuttle kicked up dust on the temporary spaceport's landing platform 200 meters away, Old John's old work trousers flapped loudly. The electronic whistles of the temporary spaceport guards rose and fell, and the immigrants squeezed towards the edge of the fence like startled gerbils. A woman holding a baby stumbled and bumped into Old John's shoulder. The cry escaping from the swaddling clothes was swallowed by the wind as soon as it emerged. Old John shielded his wife and children, squeezing into the corner as much as possible. He didn't want his family to be dragged out and executed for offending some important figure. From the reaction of the temporary spaceport guards, one could tell that there was an important figure on this shuttle. Especially the Inquisition emblem on the fuselage that was truly enough to stop a child's night crying. The shuttle's hatch opened, and a young man in standard Inquisition attire stepped out, followed by a squad of battle sisters in power armor. Old John couldn't help but shrink his head. Although as a lower hive worker he shouldn't have any connection with the Inquisition, Old John had witnessed the Inquisition's purges of lower hive cults. Therefore, he had a very deep impression of the Inquisition's emblem and their terrifying nature. By the Emperor, they had once directly slaughtered an entire block because of a single flyer, not even sparing the children. Of course, Old John also knew that those were apostates who had betrayed the Emperor. Such behavior was the most profound betrayal and the most intolerable depravity for the Empire. However, usually, it should have been the Hive City Enforcers, meaning people from the Department of Justice, who handled such matters, not the battle sisters called in by the Inquisition. Papa, look, a big bird in the sky ate the sun. A shadow fell, and the entire temporary spaceport suddenly darkened, while Old John's youngest son innocently pointed at the sky. Old John quickly pressed the child's hand down forcefully. He clearly knew that it was not some big bird, but a warship many times more terrifying than the transport ship that brought them here. Although Old John was just a lower hive dweller, his original work was related to the Imperial Navy. Therefore, he had seen some propaganda posters about Navy warships, which enabled him to recognize that the object casting a shadow in the sky was a cruiser. Just as Old John was wondering why an important figure from the Inquisition would come to this planet, Chen Xi, who had already stepped off the shuttle, scanned the area where the immigrants were located. His sharp gaze made Old John instinctively shrink back. It was exactly like the gaze of the Inquisitor he remembered who had slaughtered an entire block. Chapter 178, Improving Workers' Living Conditions. Chen Xi silently watched the immigrants huddled in the shadows of the temporary spaceport loading platform. Their rough, simple clothes rustled in the airflow stirred up by the shuttle, and countless shifty eyes tried to avoid the Inquisitor's gaze. Their awe, even fear, condensed into a visible mist, slowly settling in the air filled with the smell of metal rust. This collective stress response had long been ingrained in the survival instincts of the Imperium of man's citizens. After all, he was an Inquisitor, and he represented the Inquisition. The terrifying nursery rhymes circulating in the lower levels of the hive city, the real events distorted a million times by the subspace storm. The Inquisition's prestige had long etched a reflex-like shiver into the DNA of the Imperium of Man. Although these citizens of the Imperium of Man might not be able to accurately distinguish between the Pacification Order and the Pursuit Ordo, thanks to his deranged colleagues, the Inquisition's reputation in the Imperium of Man was absolutely comparable to the big bad wolf in the fairy tales Chen Xi heard as a child during the 3K era. If you don't behave, the big bad wolf will come and eat you. This primitive threat found a perfect substitute within the Imperium of Man's borders. If you don't behave, the Inquisitor will come and get you. When this warning sounded, even the fiercest gang leader would instantly turn pale. In the Imperium of Man, the appearance of an Inquisitor usually meant that a certain ecosystem was about to undergo a complete restructuring. This restructuring was often accompanied by organized population reduction and physical purification operations. What could alarm an Inquisitor to personally intervene was never a mere neighborhood dispute. Behind those red alerts often lurked shadows capable of plunging an entire sector into chaotic corruption. However, Chen Xi, standing at Zaporozh High Landing Port 3, was not there to cause slaughter. This was a mining planet under his management. These immigrants were valuable labor and population. Unless there was a real problem, he would not easily waste them. Moreover, and most crucially, the Adeptus Mechanicus managing this mining planet would not easily allow him to waste precious human resources. Yes, Zaporozh High was actually managed by the Adeptus Mechanicus. This was unavoidable. After all, this planet was a mining planet, and efficient mining required the Adeptus Mechanicus to provide mining equipment. When handed over to these tech priests for management, they would naturally pursue the most efficient management methods. When these tech priests took over planetary management, all production processes were deconstructed into cold mathematical models. In the thought circuits of these tech priests, human workers were merely self-repairing mining parts. Although this might be very inhumane. But to speak of humanity in the Imperium of Man? Oh, by the Emperor, when did the Imperium of Man ever speak of such a thing? Speaking of humanity in the 40K era, you're rare enough to book a display hall for yourself in Solemnus. So, although Chen Xi hoped to treat his citizens as well as possible, there wasn't much he could change. Indeed, an 8-hour workday, providing workers with compensation commensurate with the value of their labor, and offering sufficient labor protection, etc. These sounded like common sense in the 3K era. But in the 40K era, doing so usually meant facing two problems. First, a sharp increase in labor costs, which would indirectly lead to you being unable to pay your tithe. And in the Imperium of Man, only death and tithe are inescapable. If you can't pay your tithe, don't even think about anything else. First, consider how to deal with the Department of Internal Affairs' punitive fleet. As for the second problem, a certain blue-feathered bird person in the warp is laughing happily. Are you sure what you're doing isn't influenced by him? Even if the blue-feathered bird person isn't causing trouble, are you sure a certain green fat man and purple pervert aren't causing trouble either? Chen Xi could not answer these questions. Although it sounded very disheartening, in the 40K era, all he could do was make his citizens' lives a little better within limited means. For example, he was currently negotiating with the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, demanding that they not convert all the incoming workers into servitors and that they provide them with relatively comfortable living conditions. Denied. Providing better living conditions for workers will increase labor costs and will not significantly improve labor efficiency. This is a waste. The tech priests were stingy fellows who would fart and suck their fingers. Clearly, in their view, improving worker treatment was like throwing money into a fire. However, Chen Xi shook his head and said to the tech priest in front of him, "This is not a discussion, but an order. I am the governor and the Lord Inquisitor. This is my planet. I demand that you provide workers with living conditions that ensure their health, clean drinking water and food, and sufficient medical care services. Although these things cannot improve their labor efficiency, they can extend their lifespan. I don't quite understand your calculations, but in my opinion, letting a skilled worker live to 60 and work for another 20 years is much more cost-effective than letting him only live to 40 to save a little production cost." Hearing Chen Xi's words, the tech priest did not get angry, but his bionic eye flickered as he analyzed what Chen Xi said and recalculated the data. Chen Xi knew they were recalculating variables treating workers as depreciable assets rather than consumables. Ultimately, he derived a new data model and conclusion. After calculation, reasonably extending the lifespan of workers can, to a certain extent, increase productivity over a long-term scale. Your request can be approved, but we will adjust the level of treatment provided to them according to actual circumstances. The tech priest agreed to Chen Xi's request, albeit only partially. But for Chen Xi, this was already very satisfying. One must know that when working for the Adeptus Mechanicus, these tech priests would truly ensure workers were well-fed and healthy to maintain labor efficiency. Although the tech priests were very stingy, if you belonged to a certain tech priest, you would be no different from a slave, but at least they wouldn't work you to death. Perhaps in the 3K era, this was an outrageous evil, but in the 40K era, working for the tech priests was generally considered a blessing. After all, they would treat you as an important asset and would not easily wear you down or waste you. Although they would exploit your maximum surplus value in a way that would make even capitalists blush, at least within the theoretical scope recognized by the tech priests, they would ensure your normal use as much as possible. Even if your body developed problems, such as organ lesions or limb damage, affecting your labor efficiency, the tech priests would provide prosthetics or artificial organs to ensure your body could still perform the assigned work. Unless you are too worn out to work, for the tech priests, you are a gear needed for mechanical operation. This is not a metaphor. If you perform well enough to gain the tech priest's approval, they will truly convert you into a servitor and then weld you to the production line. Chapter 179, Blood Oath Society. Stepping on the reddish gravel of the Zaporozhye planet's surface, Chen Xi gazed at the operating mines, with the billowing smoke from the distant refinery dyeing the sky a murky orange. He reached out to hold down his Inquisitor's coat, which was being blown by the wind, his gaze sweeping over the Imperial citizens toiling in the mines, his eyes filled with an unclear mix of pity and scrutiny. These new immigrants wore thick dust masks and thin clothing, toiling diligently against the cold wind on this frigid planet, and all of this was solely due to his plan. Although he had promised them a new life, becoming a miner might not be much better than their previous lives. Chen Xi touched the respirator on his face and sighed helplessly. The Adeptus Mechanicus's mining techniques were simple and crude, with large amounts of dust from mining and refining floating in the air. Without a respirator, the airborne dust particles could literally choke a person to death. But Chen Xi had no way to stop any of this. In fact, quite the opposite, he had to continue to promote and expand it, throwing more people into the mines to extract more resources for him. Because only then could he complete the plan he needed before the Great Rift unfolded. Just as Chen Xi was thinking these thoughts, the accompanying tech priest reported in binary prayers, "The accident at mine number 3 has been dealt with." The voice squeezed from the metallic throat sounded like rusty gears grinding, and the words spoken were exceptionally cold. 12 miners perished, casualties are in accordance with production standards. A skull-shaped data terminal floated between the two, with numbers flickering in the holographic projection, converting 12 human lives into a percentage of production loss. Chen Xi's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the rosary knot at his waist, concealing his inner emotional fluctuations. "Let's go look at the residential area. I want to understand the living conditions of the Imperial citizens here," Chen Xi said, controlling his emotions, his tone merely cold. The tech priest did not object, simply leading Chen Xi to the residential area. This area was some distance from the mining zone, and workers needed to take a commuter vehicle daily to get to the mines. Chen Xi did not take a transport ship, instead, he also boarded the workers' commuter vehicle, wanting to understand their lives and treatment in more detail. However, overall, the Adeptus Mechanicus was relatively benevolent. After agreeing to Chen Xi's demands, they did indeed significantly improve the workers' treatment. At the very least, large air filtration devices were installed in the residential area, effectively filtering out airborne dust so that these workers did not have to wear respirators even in their living quarters. Don't think this is absurd. In a hive city, they might have to pay for breathing. The Air Guild would cut off the air circulation for an entire block if you didn't pay, denying you oxygen. As for food, the tech priests did not provide the common Imperial corpse starch, but rather a nutrient paste rich in nutrition. Chen Xi asked for a portion to taste. It was clean and hygienic, but as tasteless as plain water. "This is standard nutrient paste number 3, it can provide an adult with the calories needed for a day's labor and the necessary nutrients and water intake to maintain vital signs," the tech priest explained. Chen Xi did not say much about this, even showing some satisfaction. Being able to eat this, and not a byproduct of Promethean refining, these miners' living conditions were already good enough. However, besides these, Chen Xi had other topics of concern, but just as he was about to inquire about medical measures, a clear bell echoed throughout the residential area, causing Chen Xi to look over. "By blood we swear, by pain we pray." On the streets of the residential area, some ecclesiarchy priests suddenly appeared, shouting slogans and wearing red robes. They looked slightly different from regular ecclesiarchy priests in their attire, the color seeming a bit redder. Chen Xi's pupils slightly contracted. Among those ecclesiarchy priests were some hospitallers, but their attire was very different from common hospitallers. The glass vials at their waists jingled with their steps, the dark red liquid inside shimmering with a crimson glow in the sunlight. The leading sister held high a silver chalice inlaid with thorns, and behind her, a tall Jean slave carried a banner with the Imperial Aquila painted in red. Blood Oath Society. Chen Xi held back the battle sister bodyguard who wanted to draw her weapon, information the old bishop had mentioned surging from the depths of his memory. This was a branch church of the ecclesiarchy, mainly active in the Mariupol sector, although its missionary activities had a slight hint of heresy, overall, it was within the Inquisition's tolerable range. After all, compared to groups like the Cult of the Slain, the Blood Oath Society was relatively peaceful. Their primary religious activity was to encourage believers to donate blood, then collect the blood to serve the God Emperor, and treat patients through unique blood therapy. The Inquisition had investigated them but found no heretical behavior. Although the act of collecting blood donations did seem heretical from certain perspectives, the Star Sector Tribunal had to admit that the Blood Oath Sisters of the Blood Oath Society had indeed made significant contributions to the Imperium in the medical field. These sisters, with their blood collection bottles, would indeed go deep into the lower hive to provide free medical treatment to impoverished Imperial citizens, using unique blood therapy to treat their ailments. And the only return they asked for was for believers to donate blood. In Chen Xi's immigration plan this time, because of the ecclesiarchy's involvement, the Blood Oath Society naturally participated. However, Chen Xi had not expected that these priests of the Blood Oath Society would already begin proselytizing so soon after Zaporozhye was established. But this was a good thing, at least the medical services they provided could effectively supplement what the Adeptus Mechanicus lacked. It should be known that even if these tech priests listened to Chen Xi's persistence and would try their best to provide medical services to the miners and improve their living conditions, these were not free. It was very simple for the Adeptus Mechanicus to replace your limbs or body organs, but the premise was that you could afford it. Otherwise, you would have to be prepared to become a carbon-based component on a factory assembly line. Chen Xi had no objections to the activities of these clergy members of the Blood Oath Society, but watching their missionary activities, Chen Xi always had a sense of incongruity and felt that something was not quite right. But the workers rushed towards the red-robed sisters as if they had seen saviors. As these red-robed sisters arrived at the square of this block, where there was a small shrine that seemed to have been recently built, they set up a simple tent there and began to treat the workers. Chen Xi walked over curiously, wanting to see up close how these members of the Blood Oath Society actually used blood therapy to treat patients. He saw one Blood Oath sister take a glass vial from her person, pour the crimson liquid it contained into a small bowl, then take out various herbs from her person, crush them, add them to the bowl, stir thoroughly, and then apply it to the affected area on a worker's body. Chen Xi didn't know whether it was a psychological effect or if these sisters truly possessed some ancient medical techniques, but at least from the feedback of the surrounding workers, this treatment seemed to be very effective. How often do they proselytize? Chen Xi turned his head and asked the tech priest. Chen Xi was curious how much treatment the workers could get. The Adeptus Mechanicus's treatment is very expensive, and if there is free and cheap medical service, Chen Xi doesn't mind providing support for the Sisters of Battle. Regarding this question, the tech priest accompanying him vented a heat flow from the heatsink on his body, expressing the tech priest's emotions and attitude at the moment. But the tech priest still answered Chen Xi's question. They patrol the entire residential area about twice a week on average, providing treatment to those in need, and the reward they ask for is blood. However, speaking of which, the tech priest seemed to have remembered something and added, the medical technology they use is very backward, and it takes effect slowly. It is far better to remove the diseased organ and replace it with a mechanical prosthetic. Does Inquisitor want to investigate these church members? The battle sister next to Chen Xi had already touched the bolter on her body. It seemed that as long as Chen Xi gave an order, they would investigate this religious group that was also part of the ecclesiarchy. Judging from the battle sister's actions, this investigation would be difficult to call friendly. This is not surprising. Although they are both part of the ecclesiarchy, the Sisters of Battle are still very repulsed by the strange factions of the ecclesiarchy. Especially when an inquisitor shows scrutiny and suspicion towards them, the Sisters of Battle often treat them with a more fanatical and extreme attitude. However, Chen Xi did not give the order immediately, but just examined the shrine in front of him and the Sisters of Blood Oath Society and priest who were treating the workers in front of the shrine. Some patients in poor health have been treated, while on the other side, some minors who look healthy are donating blood. The people of Blood Oath Society stuck blood collectors directly into the arms of these people, and then used portable glass test tubes to collect the blood. Chen Xi couldn't help but frown slightly, not because he found anything wrong, but he just felt that these blood might not meet the requirements of medical treatment. After all, although these miners look healthy, living in the lower hive of Hive World, these people's bodies have suffered a lot of pollution and the devastation of harmful environments, and it is difficult to truly call them healthy. In fact, not only Chen Xi was frowning, but even the tech priest next to him was making a sharp electronic sound. Well, he cursed very rudely. But Chen Xi also had to admit that the Blood Oath Society's treatment was effective, and they also had serious medical supplies and drugs. Blood therapy was just one of the treatment methods they used, although this was the most important treatment method. Go and invite the person in charge of the Blood Oath Society. I hope to have a detailed talk with him to understand their missionary activities and specific doctrines. Although Chen Xi felt that something was wrong, considering the variety of ecclesiarchy branches, he decided to find out more about it first. At this time, in the work shed, old John was guarding the bedside, looking at his youngest daughter on the bed, feeling extremely distressed, and also regretting whether he should have come to this planet. Their family can actually be said to be lucky, but it can also be said to be unlucky. To say they were lucky was because after arriving at Zaporozh High, their family quickly found a job and settled down. Old John was appointed as a foreman because he had mining experience. The eldest son, who was approaching adulthood, also became a miner. Although this job is indeed tiring, the income is enough to support their whole family. If you count old John's wife's income, they can even let their other children go to school instead of hanging around on the streets, trying to so-called subsidize the family. The so-called misfortune is because they are not adapted to the environment here, or rather, the children's fragile bodies, born from Hive World, are difficult to cope with the stimulation brought about by the sudden change in environment. The older children are fine. Although they felt uncomfortable for a few days, they quickly adapted to the new environment. Only the youngest daughter had a fever, and they lacked access to medical care. Old John tried to ask the tech priest in the neighborhood for help, but the other party said that everything of Adeptus Mechanicus was not free. A treatment injection that was enough to treat the little girl required old John to work for Adeptus Mechanicus for 5 years without pay in exchange. For his daughter, old John certainly wouldn't say that he was unwilling to pay such a price, but what was despairing was that the tech priest assessed that old John's body was not enough to support him serving Adeptus Mechanicus at a high intensity for 5 years. Even if he was willing to accept the transformation surgery and be transformed into servitors, Adeptus Mechanicus believed that he lacked the necessary qualifications and would waste valuable resources. Daddy, I feel so uncomfortable. Natasha's murmur made old John's eyes sore. He tried to take out some food from his body. In the past, among the lower hive dwellers, there was a custom that as long as you are full, you won't feel uncomfortable, or rather, a kind of self-comfort under the lack of medical conditions. But old John searched all over his body and only took out half a protein bar. Although their lives have been relatively better since they came to this planet, Adeptus Mechanicus obviously would not provide extra living supplies or food beyond the necessary needs. Or to be precise, Adeptus Mechanicus would not provide anything beyond what is necessary to maintain life for free. This child needs bloodletting to reduce the fever. A red-robed battle sister appeared next to old John at some point. Behind the battle sister stood his uneasy second son. Old John immediately protected his daughter nervously. He had seen the so-called bloodletting treatment in Hive City, the so-called treatment of cutting people open to bleed, and he would never allow anyone to use it on his daughter. However, this battle sister didn't mind, just gave old John a gentle smile, then took out a blood collector, and after signaling old John to step aside with an undeniable firm attitude, she stuck the blood collector next to the girl's neck. Dark red blood flowed into the blood collector along the pinhole, and the little girl's face turned pale visibly. But the little girl's face also relaxed a lot, which finally relieved old John's hanging heart. The battle sister took out a red test tube and a silver cup again, poured the red liquid in the test tube into the cup, added medicine, and stirred it, and then fed it to the little girl. After doing all this, the battle sister pulled out the blood collector and said to old John, "Bring this child to the street square for a re-examination tomorrow. She should have her fever gone tonight after taking the medicine." After speaking, the battle sister turned and left. Old John glanced at his son and didn't blame him. He just looked at his little daughter, whose face was obviously much better, and tucked the blanket on her body again. Chapter 181, Oversight. That night, Chen Xi met the leader of the Blood Oath Society, a hospitaller named Yelena, or as she was called by the Blood Oath Society, a Blood Oath sister, in his temporary office on the top floor of the refinery. When Yelena removed her hood, Chen Xi noticed several dark red scars crisscrossing her pale neck, each scar precisely corresponding to the location of a major blood vessel. The scars were like meticulously carved artworks, with neat edges and consistent depth, resembling some kind of ritualistic mark. Her skin was morbidly pale under the dim light, as if she had not seen sunlight for years, and only the scars glowed with a dark red luster in the faint illumination. All of this deepened Chen Xi's suspicions, but given the premise that the Imperium had everything, Chen Xi did not voice his concerns. He merely gazed at the sister before him and asked, "I have heard the name Blood Oath Society, but about you, could you introduce yourselves in more detail?" "Of course, Governor." Yelena bowed to Chen Xi, then looked at him with an expectant and fanatical gaze, saying, "The Blood Oath Society has always longed to communicate with you, and we hope to use your plan to spread faith in the God Emperor to every corner of this star system. The Blood Oath Society is willing to provide medical service support for your immigration plan. We hope that more people can practice the way of blood." Her voice was low and hoarse, a murmur squeezed from deep within her throat, carrying an indescribable piety and fanaticism. After speaking, Yelena pushed a box she had brought towards Chen Xi. "These are the blood potions we use, all made from the blood offered by devout believers, and they have excellent therapeutic effects." Chen Xi reached out and opened the lid. Inside the box were 12 cryogenically preserved test tubes, still containing red liquid. "Did old Bishop Sergei not tell you that proselytizing on the new immigrant planet requires my permission?" Chen Xi did not look at the contents of the box, but merely asked Yelena, "Moreover, your proselytizing activities carry the suspicion of heresy. I imagine you wouldn't be unaware of what blood symbolizes, would you?" However, Yelena shook her head and smiled, "Governor, have you been an inquisitor for too long, so long that it has dulled your faith in the Emperor? Every one of us holds firm and devout faith in the God Emperor, practicing the way of blood pioneered by the blood saintess. Every word and action of ours fulfills the oath we made to the God Emperor, so how can there be talk of heresy?" Facing Yelena's words, Chen Xi said no more. He simply closed the box before him and told her, "Watch your words, Sister Yelena. The Inquisition is watching you." The next day, old John woke up especially early and went to the district plaza, waiting for the Blood Oath Society to arrive. Other workers were also waiting with him. Because of Chen Xi's requirements, the Adeptus Mechanicus did not exploit these workers to death. They could work in shifts, and overall, while the work was tiring, it was not to the point of exhaustion. So, in the residential area, quite a few workers on rotation could still be seen. However, old John had taken leave yesterday to care for his daughter, and the tech priest in charge of management had quite a few complaints about it. In their view, anything that delayed production was unacceptable. But regardless, old John still appeared in the plaza today as requested by the sister yesterday, waiting with others for the Blood Oath Society to arrive. They did not wait long. Still accompanied by the sound of bells, the people of the Blood Oath Society appeared in the plaza. Just like the day before, they first performed various blood-related treatments for those who needed healing, and then proceeded to draw blood from those waiting in line to donate. Chen Xi stood on the top floor of a building in the residential area, his gaze fixed on the plaza and the people of the Blood Oath Society below. His doubts had not dissipated, instead, they were intensifying. What did the Blood Oath Society need this blood for? To make their blood potions? That seemed like utter nonsense. Blood could indeed be used as a medical resource, and an important one at that. But the Adeptus Mechanicus had artificial plasma, and they also had clean, pure natural plasma. Why would they insist on using the blood of lower hive residents, whose genes were contaminated, and who might even carry slight mutations? What did they want from them? Did they want the radiation in their blood? However, despite his inner doubts, Chen Xi still did not interfere with the matter. He merely reminded the Adeptus Mechanicus to strengthen their monitoring of the Blood Oath Society. He always felt that something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint it. These people were not gene stealers, Chen Xi was certain. After all, the behavioral logic of gene stealer cults was completely different from that of the Blood Oath Society, and Chen Xi had also ordered genetic testing, which showed that these people had not undergone genetic mutation. Chen Xi toyed with his Inquisition rosette, pondering the pros and cons of this matter. The Blood Oath Society was undoubtedly beneficial to Chen Xi's immigration plan. Their existence greatly supplemented the lack of grassroots medical resources, which was undoubtedly a blessing for the Hive City populace. But precisely because of this, if they were allowed to proselytize, once they truly had an issue, it would contaminate the residents of the entire planet. If something went wrong, it could very well attract chaos. Remind the Adeptus Mechanicus to strengthen their monitoring of them and restrict their activities so that no trouble arises. Chen Xi ultimately did not stop the Blood Oath Society's activities, but merely had the Adeptus Mechanicus supervise them. Although there was no conflict of faith between the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Ecclesiarchy, they were not exactly in harmonious coexistence either. After all, both were religions, and the more followers, the better. Chen Xi having the Adeptus Mechanicus supervise the Blood Oath Society was also a matter of professional alignment. After making his decision, Chen Xi did not linger and planned to return to Rostov. As the shuttle ascended, Chen Xi used some small inquisition methods to observe the workers who were receiving treatment. Their faces held an indescribable sense of satisfaction and hope, as if all their suffering had vanished under the Blood Oath Society's treatment. If Chen Xi were just an ordinary governor, he would have no reason to stop the Blood Oath Society in this matter. In fact, he should have strongly supported them. After all, these were legitimate medical resources that could effectively address the lack of grassroots medical care in the Imperium and improve access to medical resources for the Imperium's lower-class citizens. But as an inquisitor, Chen Xi had every reason to suspect everything, even if his suspicion was unprovoked. Return to Rostov. Chen Xi gave the command to return. Chapter 182, Professionals. The massive black void ship slowly docked at the starport's berth, its engine's roar gradually diminishing until it fell silent. Chen Xi stepped onto the familiar metal ground, taking a deep breath, as if to draw the essence of this star-filled sky back into his lungs. He had returned to his loyalty Rostov, and although he had been away for a while as planetary governor, this planet remained firmly under his control. Greeting him, besides Chamberlain Rachel, was an immense volume of government affairs. Rachel stood on the starport's dock, just as she had when Chen Xi first arrived, holding a data slate and several scrolls of parchment. A faint smile graced her face, but a hint of weariness showed in her eyes. She curtsied slightly, her tone respectful yet warm. Governor, welcome back. Rostov has been well in your absence, but some matters still require your personal decision. Chen Xi nodded, his gaze sweeping over the data slate in her hand, already anticipating the busy period ahead. He gave a wry smile. It seems my vacation was truly brief. Rachel smiled faintly, not responding verbally, but simply handed over the data slate. This is a summary of the past few months' government affairs. I've tried to simplify it as much as possible, but some decisions still require your signature and approval. Chen Xi took the data slate, flipping through a few pages, his brows furrowing slightly. Although Rachel had handled a large volume of daily government affairs for him, there were still many matters that required his personal attention as governor. From financial budgets to military deployments, from diplomatic relations to colonial development, each item concerned Rostov's future. He sighed, patting Rachel's shoulder, "You've worked hard, I'll take it from here." Upon returning to the governor's office, Chen Xi had almost no time to rest, immediately diving into work. The office lights stayed on from morning till night, data slates and parchment piled high on his desk, and various reports and charts constantly flickered on the holographic projection. Rachel would occasionally come in, bringing a hot cup of tea or coffee, reminding him to rest, but Chen Xi would always wave her off, indicating he could still keep going. "This trade agreement needs to be renegotiated, the other party's terms are too harsh," Chen Xi said to Rachel while quickly annotating the data slate. "Contact the Minister of Foreign Affairs and have him arrange a meeting as soon as possible." Although they were all worlds belonging to the Imperium, dealing with external planetary powers could also be called diplomatic affairs. Rachel nodded, noting it down, then handed over another document. "This is about the follow-up development plan for the immigrant planet. The engineering department has submitted a preliminary proposal, but the budget has exceeded expectations." Chen Xi rubbed his temples, carefully reviewed a few pages, and after a moment of thought, said, "Have them re-evaluate, prioritize the construction of basic infrastructure, and other projects can be appropriately postponed." Thus, Chen Xi worked busily in his office for about a week before finally clearing all the accumulated official duties. Woohoo! Finally finished. Chen Xi stretched in his enormous office, feeling an urge to roll around on the desk, which was larger than his bedroom in the 3K era. The government affairs that had accumulated over the past few months were finally dealt with, and he finally had a little free time again. "Rachel, please ask Caldor Drago to come over, I have some matters to discuss with him." Now that he was free, Chen Xi remembered the Blood Oath Society matter and decided to consult an anti-daemon expert to discuss how likely it was that they were heretics. After all, ultimately, he was of the Pacification Order, not a specialized Inquisition Ordo like the Pursuit Ordo or the Hammer Ordo. The Pacification Order's main business was the extermination of Xenos. If aliens were discovered, calling them to fight was no problem, they were all experts at genocide. But facing demons or heretics, the Pursuit Ordo and the Hammer Ordo were the true experts. So, since he suspected them of heretical tendencies, Chen Xi felt it was better to have a professional look into it. Soon, Caldor Drago arrived at the governor's office, and Chen Xi explained the situation to him. Caldor Drago took Chen Xi's concerns very seriously. After all, if Chen Xi's suspicions were true, it would be a major event affecting the entire Mariupol sector. "Governor, the Blood Oath Society itself is a branch church recognized by the Ecclesiarchy, and blood-related religious practices are not uncommon within the Ecclesiarchy. On what basis do you judge them to be heretics? However, before taking action, Kaldor Drago was very curious as to what specific reasons Chen Xi had for deeming them heretics. Chen Xi found this question difficult to answer, as, from a certain perspective, the ecclesiarchy was the largest cult in this galaxy, and Huang Laohan was the fifth greatest evil god in the galaxy. The ecclesiarchy had some seemingly heretical practices. Burning live people as sacrifices was nothing, let alone collecting blood to worship Huang Laohan. The cult of the Emperor's saintly martyrs had similar customs, and they were also religious organizations sanctioned by the ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition. Therefore, Chen Xi's suspicion of the Blood Oath Society was, in a sense, very unnecessary. But out of a certain intuition, he still harbored doubts about the Blood Oath Society. Kaldor Drago, I have no evidence to prove they are heretics, and the Inquisition's suspicions never require evidence. My suspicion of them is just an intuition. I feel there's something wrong with them, so I want to investigate. The reason Chen Xi gave was quite normal and reasonable, because he was an inquisitor, and he could initiate an investigation based solely on suspicion. However, under normal circumstances, those working for him should be his recruited agents or throne agents. But Kaldor Drago didn't mind, he just nodded in understanding, an inquisitor's intuition. Then I hope you can assign some personnel to me, I need assistance. Although the Grey Knights themselves were experts at combating demons, one person was often not enough, and assistance and cooperation were needed. Especially for an operation that required in-depth investigation, Kaldor Drago needed easier to hide secret agents or the support of regular armed forces. You can have the Ash Knights assist you. I will inform Sergeant Yarn shortly, and he will assist you. Chen Xi nodded, indicating that he had already arranged for personnel. Additionally, you can contact my Chamberlain Rachel, she will assign Governor's office secret agents or other personnel or resources you need, providing you with the necessary assistance. After saying this, Chen Xi looked at Kaldor Drago again and said seriously, investigating a branch of the ecclesiarchy is a big deal. Although I do have suspicions, I still hope you will conduct the investigation cautiously. I don't want to cause a huge stir. I understand, I will be mindful of the scope of the investigation. Kaldor Drago was not surprised by this and nodded in agreement. Chapter 183, Secret Investigation. Within the Inquisition and the wider Imperium, the term cult is used very broadly, encompassing almost all possible religious factions, secret societies, creeds, political parties, associations, guilds, and conspiracies across the Imperium's many cultures. These cults exist in various forms, some are open, some are hidden, and some are even only circulated among specific groups. Although the Imperium's two major factions, the ecclesiarchy and the Mechanikus, dominate, the existence of other cults cannot be ignored. The most common cults are often those that focus on a specific aspect of the imperial faith or the worship of a particular saint or miraculous event. While these cults vary in form, most are inextricably linked to the ecclesiarchy's doctrines. However, in addition to these more orthodox cults, most worlds also possess dozens of local cults whose nature is often elusive. These cults are usually closely related to certain characteristics of the local culture, planet, tribe, or historical events, and the origins and purposes of some cults are even a complete mystery to outsiders. Only when a group is identified as heretical and its ideology clearly violates imperial law or the ecclesiarchy's doctrines do these cults attract the attention of the Inquisition. Heresy itself is highly contagious. Once it spreads, cults often rapidly form among believers. Sometimes, a powerful or charismatic leader will attract a loyal following, forming a heretical cult. In other cases, like-minded heretics will unite to support and protect each other, forming a more complex organization. There are various reasons for the existence of cults, the most obvious being secrecy. Larger groups can provide more protection and resources, allowing cults to organize and hide themselves better, avoiding external scrutiny, attacks from rivals, or external threats. Secondly, the combined strength of cult members often far exceeds what individuals can achieve. Whether it's pooling funds or maintaining and strengthening members' loyalty, the existence of a cult is a manifestation of power on many levels. After all, isolation itself promotes cohesion, while division, like a witch hunter's purge, can easily destroy a cult. Although heretical cults differ in their goals and nature, they usually share several common attributes. Most heretical cults will try to disguise themselves under a more benevolent or at least acceptable facade, or remain completely hidden from the authorities to avoid detection. Furthermore, cults often prefer to operate and recruit new members in specific environments, which is usually determined by the nature of the cult itself. For example, a cult centered on inciting rebellion among mutants laborers might confine itself to the broken lands and wastes inhabited by mutants, recruiting members from the disgruntled and abandoned. Conversely, a cult that worships demons among fallen nobles might limit itself to elite salons and private estates as its venues for activities and recruitment. Despite varying goals and natures, many cults have similar organizational structures. Each organizational structure has its own advantages and disadvantages, and there can be many subtle differences in practice. While a certain cult may prefer a particular structure, it often also incorporates elements of other structures. Therefore, even an ecclesiarchy-approved branch like the Blood Oath Society could exhibit heretical behavior and even become a hotbed for cults. The reason might be simple, perhaps just a battle sister being corrupted, or their rituals being exploited by someone with ulterior motives. Some minor changes might not be noticeable, but that is often the root of corruption. Kaldor Drago was not surprised by Chen Xi's suspicion, he even felt that Chen Xi's reaction was a bit overly cautious. If it were an inquisitor from the Hammer Ordo who had more dealings with the Grey Knights, he might have already pulled out several demon hosts for interrogation or sought answers through psychic divination. As for sending people to collect evidence and conduct secret investigations, while most inquisitors do this, it is usually not their primary method. Especially for a Lord Inquisitor, the actions he can take go far beyond this. Sending secret agents for a covered investigation is often just to gather some evidence needed for a report. The real action is often more direct and brutal. Directly leading a raid on the enemy stronghold and then collecting evidence after the purge, though simple and crude, is also an effective method. Generally speaking, only those inquisitors with less experience and fewer technological and ruthless means at their disposal would choose to use conventional investigative methods to gather evidence. Experienced inquisitors with a wide range of methods often have more ways to achieve their goals. However, what Caldor Drago truly cared about was not these things, but whether the Blood Oath Society genuinely had heretical behavior. As a librarian of the Grey Knights, Caldor Drago's psychic level even surpassed Chen Xi, the Inquisitor. Therefore, before taking action, he performed a divination and prophecy, attempting to glimpse whether this operation would encounter heresy. However, all he saw was a blood-red expanse. This was clearly not a good omen, it could even be said to be quite bad. It seems His Excellency the Governor has not forgotten his duty as an Inquisitor. Caldor Drago's expression became solemn. Now that it had come to this, he needed to take this matter even more seriously. Brother Caldor Drago, hello. I am Sergeant Arn of the Ashes Knights chapter, and His Excellency Chen Xi has ordered us to assist you. Sergeant Arn greeted Caldor Drago, bringing a standard tactical squad with him. Hello, Brother Arn. I hope we can cooperate wholeheartedly on this mission. Caldor Drago responded amicably, then informed him of the situation and mission brief. His Excellency Chen Xi suspects that the Blood Oath Society, one of the Ecclesiarchy's branch orders, has heretical behavior, so he has ordered me to investigate it, and you are responsible for assisting me with the in-depth investigation. Chamberlain Rachel will dispatch Governor's Office secret agents and 2 Defense Force reconnaissance teams to assist us, and if needed, we can also call for support from the Sisters of Battle. But this is a secret investigation, His Excellency the Governor does not want a grand display that causes an uproar. Before coming, I already performed a psychic divination, and the results are not optimistic, I only saw a bloody expanse. I understand, Brother Caldor Drago. The Ash Knights will do their utmost to assist you. Arn's expression immediately became grim as he nodded, indicating that he understood the seriousness of the matter. Then let's start the investigation. Let's begin with the Blood Oath Society altar in Rostov. Caldor Drago indicated that they could begin the operation. Chapter 184, Blood Oath Society Altar. The Blood Oath Society had not entered the Rostov subsector before, their main area of activity was in the core region of the Mariupol sector. The history of this society is not long, originating roughly during the era when the Mariupol sector was still expanding. At that time, a hospitaller from the Ecclesiarchy followed pilgrims and the sector's pioneers to the star system, consistently fulfilling her vow to provide medical services to ordinary people, helping many common folk. Today, many customs of the Blood Oath Society originate from this sister, such as providing medical services to ordinary people and using blood therapy. That original sister was a hospitaller skilled in blood therapy. She summarized and perfected the blood therapy currently used by the Blood Oath Society and promoted it. The Blood Oath Society's initial members were this sister's medical apprentices. According to legend, during a plague that affected the entire sector, this sister made a vow in the blood of the deceased, swearing to save more innocent people. She fulfilled her vow and eventually passed away due to overwork and illness. After this sister's death, the Ecclesiarchy of the sector once attempted to canonize her as a saint, but due to various constraints, this sister ultimately could not be granted sainthood. However, the Blood Oath Society she left behind was recognized by the Terra Ecclesiarchy headquarters, becoming one of the legitimate branches of the Ecclesiarchy. The specifics of the political maneuvering back then are no longer verifiable, but the Blood Oath Society thus established roots in the Mariupol sector. They still follow the path of the original sister, providing medical services to ordinary people through blood therapy, while the hospitallers within the sect continue to research and perfect the blood therapy left by that sister. For this, they made a covenant called the Blood Oath and combined concepts like blood and dedication with Ecclesiarchy doctrine, developing them into the main belief system of the current Blood Oath Society. They follow a path called the Path of Blood, proclaiming that blood is a dedication to the God Emperor, that healthy people donating blood can help the sick and weak, and that injecting the blood of healthy people into the bodies of the sick and weak can bring them the same health. Healthy people should share their health so that all the Emperor's subjects may share the same health. Therefore, blood donation is an act of faith in the God Emperor, and blood is the most direct offering to the God Emperor. At first glance, this belief system seems to have no problems. Incorporating blood donation into the faith system and encouraging healthy people to donate blood to help more people in need is indeed a very good concept. Aside from the religious elements mixed in, there is nothing wrong with it. The blood therapy inherited from the first Blood Oath sister has been perfected by generations of sisters and is now quite mature. Although it is indeed much less efficient compared to the Adeptus Mechanicus's technology, it has an advantage: it is inexpensive and can be widely applied, and ordinary common folk can afford the medical costs. Furthermore, the unique blood elixirs they have developed also play a very important role, becoming a crucial resource for the Blood Oath Society. A miraculous elixir that can rapidly regenerate a patient's blood, capable of cleansing the patient's body in a short time, replacing all the blood within them, and washing away illness and weakness. All of this gives the Blood Oath Society a significantly important position in the Mariupol sector. Previously, it was mainly because Rostov was not established very long ago, and this was not the Blood Oath Society's main area of activity, so the Blood Oath Society had not sent anyone here. In fact, in the main core areas of Mariupol, the altars of the Blood Oath Society are widely distributed, they can be seen in almost every hive city, with their red figures and outposts that are called altars but are actually medical stations. However, now, on the streets of Rostov, Blood Oath Society altars with 2 red pillars can also be seen. Kaldor Drago and Arn, having removed their power armor, changed into ordinary clothes and arrived here as pilgrims. Although the old space marine was tall, he was not as exaggeratedly so as a Primaris space marine. Walking among the crowd, he was only slightly conspicuous but not abrupt. Therefore, when the 2 space marines arrived at this Blood Oath Society altar, they did not attract much attention. This also allowed them to observe everything here well, understand the operation of the Blood Oath Society, and thus determine whether there was truly any heretical behavior involved. If viewed solely from appearances, these Blood Oath Society priests and sisters cannot be considered heretics. In fact, they can be said to be quite devout followers of the ecclesiarchy. They sincerely help everyone who needs help. As long as someone truly suffering from illness comes to them for assistance, they always accept them without refusal. The person seeking help will be placed on a bed, and blood will be collected with a blood collector for analysis. After completing the initial diagnosis, the Blood Oath Society's priest or sister will inject the blood donated by healthy individuals into the patient's body, or use some blood elixirs mixed with herbs into a paste to provide treatment to the patient. And when they heal the person seeking help, the only reward they desire is for the healed person to donate blood again. As for money or other things, it all depends on the voluntary donations of followers. The Blood Oath Society does not charge a single cent for healing those who seek help. Judging solely by their actions, I have not found any heretical behavior. Arn observed everything before him, quietly conversing with Kaldor Drago. Kaldor Drago also nodded. He likewise found no trace of heretical behavior. However, neither of them found this strange. If heretical behavior were so easily discovered, there would not be so many incidents of corruption within the Imperium. Further observation is needed, or a deeper understanding. Kaldor Drago thought for a moment, feeling that no more clues could be gathered here, so he decided to leave and find the governor's office spies Rachel the Chamberlain had provided them. However, just as the 2 were about to leave, a hospitaller in a red robe came before them and asked for their help. Sirs, someone over there needs help. I wonder if you 2 could lend a hand. Facing the request for help, Kaldor Drago and Arn exchanged glances and did not refuse. But at the same time, both subtly touched the weapons they carried, mentally preparing for combat if necessary. However, nothing unexpected happened. The hospitaller merely hoped that these 2 seemingly tall individuals could help lift a patient. Chapter 185, Governor's Office Secret Agent. Inside the Blood Oath Society's altar, a young man was working diligently. Countless candles hung from the altar's dome, their faint light flickering in the air, casting mottled shadows. The candle light illuminated the altar's stone walls, outlining ancient reliefs, and the carved holy images seemed to watch everyone who entered. The air was filled with a faint scent of incense and herbs, mixed with an indescribable sense of solemnity. His figure appeared particularly thin in the dim light, yet it exuded a sense of tenacity and unyielding spirit. Though his movements were slightly clumsy due to his mechanical prosthetics, every detail revealed an almost obsessive focus. Whether wiping the altar's stone steps or arranging the sacred artifacts on the altar, his movements were meticulous. He looked young, barely in his early 20s, with 1 arm and 1 leg replaced by mechanical prosthetics, reflecting a metallic sheen in the candlelight, as if narrating his past. His face bore several scars, as if he had experienced brutal battles, each scar like a medal carved into his life. Despite being covered in scars, his eyes were still clear, with a youthful vitality unique to his age. In those eyes, there was both hope for the future and acceptance of the past. He wore a Defense Force uniform, which, though old and heavily worn, was clean and meticulously mended in torn places, showing he cherished the garment. Traces of battle still lingered on the uniform, but whenever he looked down to straighten his collar, a hint of nostalgia and pride would flash in his eyes. That uniform was not just a piece of clothing, it was a symbol of his former glory and responsibility. Paul, could you please help move this box of healing potions to the warehouse in the back? A sister called out to him, her voice gentle yet with a hint of urgency. The sister's figure appeared exceptionally soft in the candlelight. She held a thick scripture in her hands, but her gaze remained on Paul, with a touch of concern. Her robe was embroidered with the Blood Oath Society's emblem, a blood-red thorn wreath, symbolizing the society's faith and mission. Beside the sister was a rather heavy-looking box, filled with bottles and jars of healing potions, which were daily supplies needed for the altar. Paul quickly walked over, greeted the sister, a shy smile on his face, and responded in a low but respectful voice, "Of course, sister, I'll go right away." With that, he bent down and steadily lifted the box with his mechanical prosthetic and his intact arm. Although the weight of the box made him frown slightly, he showed no complaint, merely adjusted his posture, and then walked with determined steps towards the warehouse behind the altar. The joints of his mechanical prosthetic made a slight sound, as if they needed oiling. Paul didn't mind. After moving the box to the warehouse and putting it away, he returned to his busy work at the altar. It wasn't until dusk that Paul bid farewell to the altar's priests and sisters, leaving to return to his residence. Paul was a retired Defense Force veteran. Despite being only in his early 20s, he had already served 4 years in the Defense Force and even passed the Xenos Hunter assessment, only retiring due to a disabling injury. In fact, with the Imperium's technology, let alone losing an arm or a leg, even if one lost their heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, the Adeptus Mechanicus could fabricate a new set for you, with choices between mechanical and bioimplants. If you could afford it, there would be no problem for the Adeptus Mechanicus to give you a full mechanical ascension, making you even more formidable than an Astartes. Even tech priests are very willing to do so. apart from a few conservatives who pursue pure flesh, the vast majority of the Adeptus Mechanicus are cyborg enthusiasts who pursue mechanical ascension to the point of even modifying their own brains. But I digress. Speaking of Paul's status and merits in the defense force, he could have continued to stay in the military after undergoing prosthetic modification. After all, for both the defense force and the Astra Militarum, experienced veterans are extremely valuable. Simply put, one veteran is worth 10 raw recruits. Even if Paul felt he was no longer suitable for frontline combat units, he could have gone to logistics or the recruit camp. In any case, he could have continued to stay in the defense force. But Paul was unwilling. He always felt that he shouldn't cling to the military after being injured and disabled. So, after receiving a severance pay, he left the defense force. His choice puzzled many, but for Paul, it was a matter of his own conviction. He would rather find an ordinary job and support himself than rely on the military's protection. However, late at night, Paul would sit in his small room, gently polishing his defense force emblem. The aquila on the emblem still shone brightly, as if reminding him of his past glory and responsibility. He also always prayed silently in his heart, hoping that he could continue to contribute to the Imperium under the starry sky, even if it was just a tiny bit. And the opportunity quickly arrived. Not long after Paul retired from the defense force, someone approached him. Because of his excellent service record, the governor's office recruited him as a secret agent. Joining the Blood Oath Society's altar and understanding the society's operations was the task given to him by the governor's office. Paul didn't understand why, but he still followed the governor's office's instructions to join the Blood Oath Society and investigate the internal situation of the society. The Blood Oath Society's operations are quite simple. The society's priests and sisters are responsible for diagnosing and treating patients, while also collecting blood from healthy individuals. This blood is then pooled, refined, and processed, finally being made into blood potions or pure plasma for medical aid. There was nothing covered about the entire process. Even a laborer like Paul, who had just joined the society, could easily understand the entire procedure. If there was anything that seemed problematic, it might be that the society collected a significant amount of plasma, but the amount of blood potions and pure plasma obtained after processing was very small, only about 1/10 of the total plasma. However, this might just be normal loss. Paul was not clear, as after each processing, the originally turbid and impure plasma would become pure and vibrant, its color becoming like a dazzling flame, which made him feel that perhaps there was the great Emperor's divine power blessing it. But he did not let this thought influence his judgment. He still truthfully recorded all the information he observed and reported it without any personal subjective judgment or emotion. He knew that his task was only to observe and provide the most detailed intelligence to the governor's office, and he did not need to add any unnecessary information himself. Chapter 186, The Horrifying Possibility. Inside an office at the governor's office, Kaldor Drago and Arn were compiling collected information and intelligence. The room was dimly lit, with only a few ancient desk lamps casting faint light, illuminating their serious faces. The table was piled with various data slates and parchment scrolls, and the air was filled with the faint scent of ink and parchment. According to intelligence obtained by governor's office spies, the altars set up by the Blood Oath Society in the districts receive at least 200 units of fresh blood daily, but their average daily consumption generally does not exceed 10 units. A large amount of blood is transported to their headquarters for refinement and processing. Arn read the intelligence in his hand, a hint of suspicion in his expression. His finger slid gently across the data slate, his brow furrowed, clearly uneasy about the authenticity of the intelligence. The Blood Oath Society's explanation is that most of the fresh blood is lost during the refinement and processing, but the spies suspect this is not the case. Arn's voice was low and solemn, as if every word carried a heavy weight. Kaldor Drago listened quietly, his hands clasped on the table, his gaze deep and calm. He did not immediately offer an opinion, but instead carefully considered the truth that might be hidden behind these data. A moment later, he slowly spoke. Such a large loss of fresh blood is indeed abnormal. If heretics are using this to obtain a large amount of fresh blood, then the quantity they could acquire is a very astonishing number. Kaldor Drago did not directly say that the Blood Oath Society was heretical, but his tone revealed deep vigilance. This behavior and situation of the Blood Oath Society indeed made it very easy for heretics to take advantage. If someone was truly using this opportunity to acquire fresh blood, then the total amount they could obtain daily would be astonishing. Even if only a small portion was taken from the total, it would accumulate into a very impressive number over time. Arn nodded, his expression even more solemn. He continued to add, the Blood Oath Society has set up over 200 altars in Rostov, covering the civilian areas of over 500 districts. The total amount of fresh blood collected daily is already very alarming, and accumulated over time, it's simply unimaginable how much blood could be hoarded. Arn was deeply worried about this number. If heretics were truly trying to obtain fresh blood in this way, or cause some incident, the scale of what they could achieve would be astonishing. He couldn't imagine what such a massive reserve of blood would be used for. Kaldor Drago was silent for a moment, then stood up and walked to the window, his gaze piercing through the thick glass, looking at the distant lights of Rostov, and said with a firm tone, we must quickly ascertain the destination of this fresh blood. If heretics are truly manipulating this behind the scenes, then we must stop them before they carry out their blasphemous plans. Arn also stood up and walked beside Kaldor Drago, his gaze also directed into the distance. He took a deep breath and slowly said, I have already instructed the spies to continue their in-depth investigation, especially concerning the fresh blood transported to the Blood Oath Society's headquarters. But we need more evidence to determine if the Blood Oath Society truly has a problem. Kaldor Drago nodded, a sharp glint in his eye, we need more resources. If the Blood Oath Society truly has a problem, the strength of the spies alone may not be enough to handle it. Arn nodded, his expression firm. I will contact Governor Chen Xi and Chamberlain Rachel to request more support. No matter what, we cannot allow any heretics to act wantonly in Rostov. Chen Xi soon received the report from Arn and Kaldor Drago. Although he could directly obtain information through Arn, there were still differences between these compiled reports and the information he received through Arn. The data in the report was more detailed, and it had been organized and compiled, omitting some unnecessary complex information, and also included the analysis and judgment of Kaldor Drago and Arn. Chen Xi attached great importance to the contents of the report. He sat in his office at the governor's office, holding the thick report, his brow furrowed. The numbers in the report made him uneasy. Over tens of thousands of units of fresh blood were consumed directly every day. Even if only 10% of that was kept, it could fill a swimming pool in a few months. And this was just the quantity for one city, Rostov, and under the premise that the Blood Oath Society's influence in Rostov was severely insufficient. Chen Xi's fingers tapped unconsciously on the table, his mind constantly calculating even more terrifying scenarios. If the other party had been secretly collecting blood since the Blood Oath Society's inception, he dared not imagine how much blood the other party had obtained after hundreds of years of accumulation. It might not even be for sacrifice, they could directly obtain abundant divine grace and holy blessings. Although it is well known that Gurn likes heads and fresh blood, the phrase blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne is the most direct description of the behavior of Gurn's followers. But for most people, it is probably difficult to break through the stereotype and imagine Gurn's followers not wielding knives and engaging in bloody battles, chopping off enemies' heads to use as drinking cups, but rather holding blood collection devices and posing as doctors, going door to door to persuade people to donate blood. In fact, even Chen Xi himself found it difficult to break through such a stereotype. He even thought that Gurn's followers should wield knives and engage in the most fanatical close combat, chopping off enemies' heads in duels. However, in reality, Gurn is the god of war. The red dog-headed man only dislikes psychic powers and ranged attacks, which does not mean that you will not receive Gurn's blessing if you use psychic witchcraft and ranged weapons. As long as you can kill enough people and praise the name of the blood god, you can receive blessings no matter what means you use. And fresh blood is the same, the emphasis of blood for the blood god is blood, not how you obtain that blood. The blood shed by warriors in battle can certainly please the blood god, but the effect of coaxing people to voluntarily donate blood is the same. Even to an extreme, you can collect women's menstrual blood and offer it to the blood god. Therefore, if someone is using the Blood Oath Society to collect blood, the situation will become very serious. However, neither Chen Xi nor Kaldor Drago could currently determine if the Blood Oath Society itself had a problem. After all, the Blood Oath Society itself is a branch monastic order certified by the ecclesiarchy. The Blood Oath Society itself having a problem and someone merely using the Blood Oath Society to collect blood are two completely different concepts. The implications involved are also completely different. The former could be a major event affecting the entire Mariupol sector, while the latter might only be individual heretical acts. And to make a judgment, Chen Xi still needed more information and evidence. So he quickly issued a new order to Rachel via the communication bead: mobilize more forces, find a way to collect more evidence, and find decisive evidence. Chapter 187, Orbital Ring under construction. After conveying the instructions to Rachel, Chen Xi did not continue to pay attention to the matter. It wasn't that he didn't take it seriously, but rather that investigation and evidence collection also required time, and during this period, he couldn't just focus on one thing. As a planetary governor, his duties were far more complex than those of a mere inquisitor. The entire Rostov subsector rested on his shoulders, and there were too many things he needed to pay attention to. If he were just an inquisitor, that would be fine. After all, an inquisitor only needed to focus on their assigned tasks and didn't need to primarily focus on planetary affairs like a planetary governor. The tasks of an inquisitor were often singular and clear, while Chen Xi's responsibilities were multiple and complex. An inquisitor could focus on a single task, even spending months or years tracking down a heretic or cult, but Chen Xi could not. He not only had to ensure the safety and stability of Rostov but also promote the development of the entire subsector and respond to various challenges from within and without. As the planetary governor, and now essentially the Star District governor, Chen Xi's responsibilities ranged from financial budgets to military deployments, from the development of immigrant planets to diplomatic relations, each of which concerned the future of Rostov. The investigation of heretics was just one of them. Although the threat of heresy could not be ignored, it was not the highest priority on Chen Xi's list. Therefore, Chen Xi simply handed the matter over to Kaldor Drago and Arn for investigation, with Rachel responsible for cooperation, and did not continue to pay attention. He trusted Kaldor Drago's ability and Arn's loyalty. As a librarian of the Grey Knights, Kaldor Drago had extensive experience in dealing with heretics and demons, and Arn, as an officer of the Ash Knights, was a trustworthy warrior. With the two of them working together, Chen Xi was not worried about any mishaps in the investigation. His current focus was on the orbital ring. Over the past few months, the Rostov 2 orbital ring project had been steadily progressing. This massive undertaking was not only a landmark project for the Rostov subsector but also one of the core elements of Chen Xi's future plans. The construction of the orbital ring would greatly enhance Rostov's defensive capabilities and economic potential, and might even become a strategic hub for the entire subsector. The construction of the orbital ring not only concerned the future of Rostov but was also a crucial part of his response to the impending Great Rift. He had to ensure that Rostov possessed sufficient defensive power and resource reserves before the disaster struck. As for the investigation into the Blood Oath Society, he believed Kaldor Drago and Arn would give him a satisfactory answer. And now, he needed to focus on the installation of the first phase of the orbital ring's main structure. Large components from the Mariupol Forge world were transported by cargo ships to Rostov's low Earth orbit, where they were assembled. Each of these components was immensely large, with massive metal structures reflecting the starlight in space, everywhere showcasing the might of the god of machines. The roar of the transport ship's engines echoed in the void, as if playing an overture for this grand project. A large number of tech priests and servitors, as well as laborers, from the Gria Forge world were holding a grand mass. Yes, it's perfectly normal for the Adeptus Mechanicus to hold a mass for such an important task as installing orbital ring components. For them, even tightening a screw involves bowing their heads. For the Adeptus Mechanicus, any activity related to machinery is a sacred ritual, especially in such a major project concerning the future of the entire sector, where a mass is an indispensable part. Chen Xi, who was also invited to attend this grand ceremony, stood on a flying platform, watching these tech priests burning incense and bowing in space. He watched the tech priests, their movements uniform, each motion full of ritual, as if praying to the god of machines for the smooth and perfect execution of the project. Binary hymns resonated throughout the universe. Although there was no medium for sound to travel in space, it did not prevent them from broadcasting it on public channels through various other means. The tech priests transmitted the hymns via data links to the auditory modules of every servitor and laborer, and even Chen Xi's flying platform received this sacred melody. It was an electronic sound composed of countless zeros and ones, and though it sounded monotonous, it contained the Adeptus Mechanicus's boundless devotion to the god of machines. Furthermore, to facilitate the work of the servitors and laborers, the tech priests of the Gria Forge world set up a massive protective force field and filled it with air. Therefore, within the force field, one could hear the awe-inspiring hymns. The edges of the force field shimmered with a faint blue light, separating the vacuum of space from the air inside. The servitors and laborers worked busily within this artificially created atmospheric environment, their movements precise and efficient, each action precisely calculated by a program. Chen Xi stood on the flying platform, feeling the scent of incense permeating the air. It was a scent that mixed machine oil, metal, and some mysterious spice. Although somewhat pungent, it evoked a sense of solemnity and reverence. This mass was not merely to pray for the smooth progress of the project but also an offering from the Adeptus Mechanicus to the god of machines. Every tightened screw, every installed component, was imbued with sacred meaning. Governor, what do you think of this ceremony? Wise one Kristen walked up to Chen Xi, her voice carrying the mechanical coolness characteristic of her kind, but also a hint of undeniable fanaticism. It's very impressive. Chen Xi nodded, his gaze still fixed on the distant construction site. The devotion of the Adeptus Mechanicus always inspires awe. Kristen nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with Chen Xi's answer. The progress of the first phase of the project is faster than we anticipated, and the production capacity of the Mariupol Forge world is commendable. Kristen began discussing construction matters with Chen Xi. According to their feedback, the production speed of large components is approximately one work cycle faster than we expected, which will greatly accelerate the construction of the orbital ring. However, the foundries of Rostov 3 are not yet operating at full capacity. I hope you, Governor, can urge Olegana the Sage to expedite the construction progress. I will discuss this with Olegana the Sage, but considering that Rostov 3 lacks necessary manpower and low-ranking priests, perhaps I need some support. Chen Xi looked at Kristen and asked in a probing tone. Kristen was well aware of this and nodded, saying, I will convey this matter to the Gria Forge world, and you will receive what you desire. Chapter 188, Vertical Composite Planting. With the construction of the first section of the orbital ring, corresponding support facilities were also transported to Rostov 2. These facilities included energy supply modules, gravity regulators, air circulation systems, and various maintenance equipment, each strictly blessed by a tech priest to ensure their stable operation in the extreme environment of the orbital ring. The roar of the transport ship's engines echoed over the starport, as if playing a prelude to this grand project. Once completed, the orbital ring would be enormous, as long as the planet's air was clean and not obscured by thick acid rain clouds. Even from the planet's surface, one could easily see the massive structure spanning the sky with the naked eye, making it clear that it was a miracle of human engineering. Of course, in the words of the Adeptus Mechanicus, it would definitely be the mighty power of the god of machines. However, the construction of the orbital ring on Rostov 2 is not yet fully completed, only the first part of the frame structure has been laid, less than 1/10 of the entire ring. But even so, this is a massive structure nearly 3,000 kilometers long and over 10 kilometers wide. The equatorial circumference is 40,000 kilometers, and Rostov 2 is slightly smaller than Holy Terra. If used for cultivation, an area of 30,000 square kilometers translates to approximately 45 million mu of land, which is more than the total cultivated land area of a provincial administrative unit in a certain major eastern country during the 3K era. Such a large area, if used to grow grain, could feed many people even by 3K era standards. Not to mention that the orbital ring's structure is not single-layered, it is a multi-layered structure, providing an even larger usable area. Chen Xi, of course, would not leave such a vast area empty. The planned orbital hydroponic farm was already under construction. Some components ordered from Mariupol Forge World, equipment produced from the Rostov 3 Forge factory, various machinery ordered from Gria and Grimfen 4, IC asteroids collected from the galactic asteroid belt, plasma collected from stars. These resources were continuously transported to the orbital ring, providing support for the construction of the hydroponic farm. An orbital hydroponic farm capable of feeding 1 billion people was thus built. According to Chen Xi's plan, there will be 10 such massive orbital hydroponic farms on the orbital ring, providing enough food to feed 10 billion people. A significant portion of this food will not be eaten directly but will be processed into food like energy bars and nutrient porridge before being distributed to the general populace as rations. This might sound a bit heartless, to do so when there is enough food. But in Chen Xi's view, doing so could feed even more people. After all, for the Empire's energy bars and nutrient porridge, it would be the Emperor's blessing if the natural food content reached 60% with a bit of conscience. Rations for 10 billion people, if enough promethium extract is added during processing, can even feed more than 3 times that population. Although the Rostov subsector currently has no population pressure or food crisis, Chen Xi needs to consider the future and stockpile a portion of storable food. Natural grains, while delicious, are not durable for storage. In the 3K era, scientists racked their brains to store grain. Yet, even so, how to effectively preserve grain long-term remained a global challenge, and the better the technical effect, the higher the cost. While the 40K era has more and advanced technologies, preserving natural food is still not easy. Unless stasis fields are used regardless of cost, it is impractical to preserve natural food for long periods. The most suitable method is still to process it into durable foods such as energy bars and nutrient porridge, especially since the Empire's food preservation technology can keep the food Chen Xi is currently making within its shelf life until the end of the Indomitus Crusade. Of course, this is also more suitable for long-distance interstellar transport, providing food supplies for the subsector's immigrant development. However, before the orbital hydroponic farm is put into use, Chen Xi still needs to confirm with Avilia what crops should be planted in the hydroponic farm. After all, different crops have different environmental and resource requirements, and choosing suitable crops can maximize the utilization of the orbital ring's resources, ensuring stable and reliable food supply in the future. You mean to implement some kind of vertical composite planting in the hydroponic farm? Avilia stared at Chen Xi, her brows furrowed, her tone betraying a hint of unconcealed confusion and skepticism. To her, this planting method sounded more like some kind of fantasy than a feasible agricultural technology. The so-called vertical composite planting is an agricultural technology Chen Xi dug out from his 3K era memories. Its core idea is to plant multiple crops in the same cultivated land through a layered arrangement in vertical space. These crops, according to their respective growth habits and needs, are cleverly arranged in the same block, fully utilizing resources such as light, temperature, and water, thereby maximizing yield per unit area. In the 3K era, this technology had already seen some exploration and application in plant factories and hydroponic planting, considered an emerging agricultural model. But in the 40K era, this technology seemed out of place. The Adeptus Mechanicus's agricultural model is simple and crude. They push the yield of single crops to the limit through genetic modification and large amounts of fertilizer. Their high-yield crop seeds can drain the fertility of an entire plot of land within a year, and subsequent planting must rely on massive amounts of fertilizer and water resources. This model is like the Empire's rule over various worlds, only considering immediate interests and never sustainable development. And once separated from the support of the entire imperial system, a single imperial world often cannot sustain its own operations. For example, an imperial world, once deprived of fertilizer and fresh water from surrounding planets, often experiences rapid yield reduction, thus being unable to supply other planets. Avilia was not enthusiastic about Chen Xi's request, even showing some impatience. Do you know why the Adeptus Mechanicus doesn't use this technology? Because it's too troublesome. We only need to cultivate one crop to its extreme, why bother with so many tricks? Chen Xi, however, was unmoved. He insisted on his idea. The Adeptus Mechanicus's method is indeed efficient, but it wastes too many resources, and we don't have that many resources to follow the Adeptus Mechanicus's traditional methods right now. We should try to achieve a self-sufficient microecosystem for farmland and increase unit grain yield through composite planting of multiple different crops, without additional fertilizer input. This is very significant for Rostov's future food supply security. Avilia sighed. Although Chen Xi's request was outrageous, she also knew it was feasible, just very troublesome to do. All right, I can try. She finally compromised, sighing and saying, but you have to understand, this is no simple matter. I need to adjust the habits of multiple different crops to make them coexist as you requested and form a self-sufficient ecological microcirculation. This is simply too troublesome. I hope you can make slightly simpler requests next time. Chapter 189, Self-Sustaining Ecological Cycle System. For a qualified biological sage, adjusting the genes of plants and animals is a very simple matter. After all, in the dark age of technology, humanity had already pushed biochemical modification technology and genetic engineering technology to an incredible height. While using gene editing to give organisms innate, preset memories was a masterpiece most proficiently created by the old ones, humanity in the dark age of technology was not incapable of achieving it. For instance, the Emperor used similar technology when creating Space Marine, allowing Space Marine to inherit combat skills through gene seed. The technology of the dark age of technology was even more outrageous. Squats could edit their own genes according to actual needs, allowing newly born individuals to be naturally proficient in various different jobs. Although the Adeptus Mechanicus failed to fully inherit the powerful gene coding technology of the dark age of technology, simply adjusting the genes of crops to exhibit different traits was still effortless for them. Especially for a biological sage like Avilia, her research topic was precisely the transformation of planetary ecosystems, and constructing agricultural microecosystems happened to fall within her area of expertise. This was also the main reason she was willing to agree to Chen Xi's request. This research directly helped her thesis. After all, to transform a planet's ecosystem, building a self-sustaining ecological system was precisely her goal. In comparison, the self-cycling agricultural ecosystem in the hydroponic farm could only be considered a small practice project. Despite this, Avilia did not take the simplicity of the project lightly. She meticulously constructed a complete planting system and, through her network, acquired a batch of high-yield crop seeds for Chen Xi. These seeds, after her genetic adjustments, could grow efficiently in a three-dimensional composite planting environment, making full use of every inch of space and every bit of resource. Not only that, Avilia also introduced animals into this ecological system. She collected several animals suitable for living in enclosed environments from across the galaxy and genetically modified them to ensure they could coexist harmoniously with the crops. These animals could not only help control pests but also provide additional organic fertilizer to the system, further optimizing the ecological cycle. For example, a small insect from an agricultural planet was introduced for pollination, while a tiny rodent from a jungle planet was used to clear crop residue. Avilia's system was not merely to satisfy Chen Xi's needs but also a practical application of her own research. She hoped to gain experience through this project for future, larger-scale planetary ecological transformations. After all, transforming a planet's ecosystem is far more complex than building a hydroponic farm's ecosystem, and this small project at hand is a cornerstone for her stepping towards larger goals. According to your requirements, with wheat, the main crop currently cultivated by the Empire, as the core, paired with a genetically edited leguminous plant, plus 2 vegetables I discovered and improved locally in Rostov, I have built this planting system, Avilia said, standing beside a set of hydroponic cultivation tanks, showcasing her work to Chen Xi. Her voice carried a hint of pride, but more so, a rigorous explanation of details. She showed Chen Xi a completed circulatory sample that had already been set up. In the cultivation tank, the roots of the wheat intertwined with the nodules of the leguminous plants, forming a dense, net-like structure. The leaves of the 2 vegetables glowed a healthy green under the artificial light, while several small aquatic animals swimming in the tank occasionally nibbled on the crop roots and stems. These animals were carefully selected by Avilia. They could purify the water while their excretions provided natural nutrients to the water body. Besides these, I also put several aquatic animals in the cultivation tank. They feed on the roots and stems of the crops, and while purifying the water, they replenish nutrients to the water body through their excretions, Avilia said, pointing to the organisms swimming in the tank. This way, it can achieve what you requested, ensuring the self-maintenance of the entire ecological system without additional fertilizer and nutrient solutions. She paused, then continued to explain, however, this is not a completely closed circulatory system. You still need to use sunlight from the star to allow this system to obtain the energy it needs for growth, as well as provide oxygen and carbon dioxide. Of course, the latter can be solved by recycling residual biomass after harvesting. For example, we can convert crop residues into biofertilizer and reintroduce them into the system, further reducing reliance on external resources. As Avilia spoke, although her expression showed an uncontrollable pride, she still sighed with some regret. Unfortunately, you requested a self-sustaining circulatory system that is close to a closed ecological system, which limits the output of this system. It can probably only reach 80% of the maximum planting yield of a single crop, meaning that a hydroponic farm that could originally feed 1 billion people now only produces enough to feed 800 million people. This was also the main reason Avilia initially did not support Chen Xi doing this, as the planting model of the Empire's agricultural worlds had been researched and improved by the Adeptus Mechanicus over hundreds and thousands of years. Countless studies ensured that this model had pushed crop yields to the limit their genes could achieve. However, Avilia's tone shifted, and she changed her words, saying, but it's not without its advantages. Because it's a self-sustaining circulatory system, it indeed doesn't require massive amounts of chemical fertilizers, which allows it to operate normally even without external support. Moreover, this system is more stable and has stronger risk resistance. Even if external resource supply is interrupted, it can maintain itself for a considerable period. Chen Xi listened to her introduction, nodded, and his gaze lingered on the cultivation tank for a moment. He could see that the wheat ears had already begun to head, the leguminous plants had also borne fruit, and the vegetable leaves looked exceptionally fresh under the light. The organisms in the tank swam leisurely, as if they naturally belonged to this system. Well done, Avilia, Chen Xi said approvingly. Although the yield has decreased, its sustainability and stability are exactly what we need. Especially in the event of potential resource shortages in the future, this ecological planting system, which requires minimal external input, will play an important role. As Chen Xi spoke, he suddenly turned to Avilia, thought for a moment, and said, I wonder if you would mind compiling the theoretical knowledge required to construct this system into a reference document? After the hydroponic farm is built, I will need a large number of low-level tech priests and workers to maintain it, and they can't do it without sufficient training. Chapter 190, Cultivating Low-Ranking Priests. As various facilities were constructed on Rostov, the demand for low-ranking tech priests grew. The construction of the orbital ring, the maintenance of hydroponic farms, tech priests accompanying the defense force, the daily upkeep of the starport, and the forge world on Rostov 3. Every project required a large number of technical personnel for maintenance and operation. Chen Xi could certainly hire people from other forge worlds, but those hired were always a bit difficult to manage. Especially with the advancement of the subsector development plan, this gap and demand grew increasingly large, making Chen Xi's own cultivation of low-ranking tech priests a necessity. In fact, after Avilia retrieved her technical team, the cultivation of new tech priests had been ongoing. Low-ranking tech priests established mechanical temples in the districts of Rostov City. These served as both workshops providing relevant services to the local area and religious sites for the Adeptus Mechanicus to preach and proselytize. Low-ranking tech priests provided mechanical repair services to the residents of the district here, while also spreading the faith of the god of machines to them. It might sound counterintuitive, but low-ranking tech priests were also responsible for the maintenance of various mechanical equipment within the district. In the doctrines of the Adeptus Mechanicus, all machines were blessed by the god of machines and possessed machine spirits. According to the faith of the Adeptus Mechanicus, every machine should receive proper care, and every machine spirit should be appeased and blessed, so that it can better fulfill the sacred mission and duties bestowed by the god of machines. In other words, if you had a broken machine, you could take it to one of these district mechanical temples and ask the local low-ranking tech priest to fix it for you. They would bless your machine with binary prayers and then repair it with skilled hands. Of course, whether he charged a fee, and whether he would curse you with binary profanities, was another matter entirely. These mechanical temples were not only centers for technical services but also important strongholds for the Adeptus Mechanicus to spread their faith in Rostov. Low-ranking tech priests would patrol and preach in the districts just like priests of the ecclesiarchy, except that unlike the ecclesiarchy priests who expounded on ecclesiarchy scriptures, tech priests lectured on various simple bits of knowledge. For example, how to repair mechanical parts, how to correctly assemble circuits, and so on. Although these were all very basic knowledge, if one was diligent and eager to learn, they could still acquire a lot of useful knowledge. At the very least, they could become a qualified technical worker, knowing what to do in the face of factory production equipment so as not to anger the machine spirit. If they worked harder and learned how to appease the machine spirit when production equipment had problems, then it was possible to become a small supervisor or something in the factory. Of course, this was for adults. If you were a child, you even had the chance to become an Adeptus Mechanicus apprentice through continuous learning. This was also one of the ways the Adeptus Mechanicus recruited new gears. These apprentices might not achieve much in doctrine or technology, but after training, they could become qualified low-ranking tech priests such as rune priests, data priests, or cogitator priests. After all, the Adeptus Mechanicus was spread throughout the galaxy, and the shortage and demand for lower-level clergy were also very high. Although the orthodox practice of the Adeptus Mechanicus itself was to use cultivation vats to cultivate fast-growing humans who were instilled with a large amount of knowledge during the embryonic stage through genetic engineering, this did not mean that the Adeptus Mechanicus did not recruit apprentices from ordinary people. Although the Adeptus Mechanicus possessed cloning technology, they did not use this technology to produce low-ranking priests. Cloning technology was mainly used to produce cogitator wetware and servitors. True tech priests still belonged to embryonic breeding, only using artificial cultivation methods for accelerated growth. A classic old rumor, Kriegers are all clones, but in reality, Kriegers should only use life womb technology, which means directly extracting embryos from female bodies, artificial insemination in vitro, and then rapid maturation in cultivation tanks. Doracor also belongs to this category, not clones. The threshold for joining the Adeptus Mechanicus was indeed very high, but this did not mean it was impossible. The Adeptus Mechanicus did not select apprentices based on their origin, background, or social status, but rather by genetic testing to determine if a person had talent. Because of this, in worlds where the Imperium of Man's rule was more complete, or in Forge worlds under the control of the Adeptus Mechanicus, there would be regular genetic screenings. Chen Xi was currently popularizing genetic screening on Rostov 2, selecting candidates with genetic talents that met the Adeptus Mechanicus standards from the planet's over 1 billion people, then recruiting them as Adeptus Mechanicus apprentices and providing training. These people were not yet qualified, after all, even if the Adeptus Mechanicus had advanced technology that could directly implant knowledge into the brain, it still took time to cultivate a qualified low-ranking tech priest. Chen Xi had only been managing Rostov for a few years in total, so it was naturally impossible to produce a large number of talents. However, overall, the groundwork had been laid, and in just a few more years, talent could be continuously produced. Producing top-tier geniuses was hard to say, but basic low-ranking tech priests could indeed be mass-produced. The information Chen Xi had previously asked Avilia for was precisely for training such talents. A set of basic materials that could train ordinary people who had not received any systematic education into qualified Adeptus Mechanicus apprentices, considered introductory textbooks. Coupled with the theoretical knowledge on microecological self-sustaining cycles in hydroponic farms requested this time, it was already sufficient to cultivate a low-ranking tech priest of the Adeptus Mechanicus who could develop into a janitor. Of course, if given to professionals who had received systematic education, it might even be possible to cultivate a few talents comparable to janitors. One must know that janitors were already considered high-ranking priests within the Adeptus Mechanicus. Further up, one could prepare for the Archmagos examination. It wasn't difficult for professionals from the 3K era to become priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus if they had sufficient knowledge accumulation, and it wasn't impossible for even major figures in relevant fields to switch to becoming Archmagos. However, there was a gap of 40,000 years between the two. Even if the Imperium of Man's technology was completely lost during the Old Night, the remaining knowledge was still at the level of a once pinnacle fallen empire, and the gap with the 3K era, where technology hadn't even broken out of the planet, was not ordinary. So, although Chen Xi sent a package to number 14 East Chang'an Avenue, he didn't intend to bring 40K stuff to 3K. Not only would the impact be too great, but more importantly, it would be very difficult to understand. Just get them a few sets of introductory textbooks. When we snatch a set of ancestor shrines and clone weavers from the squats, then we can consider giving them something good. Chen Xi said casually, putting the things in his hand into a trash bag, and preparing to go out and throw away the trash again. Chapter 191, Hidden Dangers and Expansion. Within an undeveloped star system in the Rostov subsector, the the Necron tomb technician who had escaped Rostov II was now traversing the desolate, ruin-like dynasty tomb. The tomb walls were covered with ancient runes, shimmering with a faint green light, as if recounting past glory and splendor. A cold metallic scent permeated the air, where time had stood still for tens of millions of years. This was one of the core worlds of the Farah dynasty, and also the domain of the dynasty overlord whom this Necron tomb technician served. The Farah dynasty was not a large dynasty, it possessed only one crown world and several core worlds, with no more than 10 fringe worlds. Moreover, the dynasty's crown world and core worlds were mostly concentrated within 3-star systems, which made the Farah dynasty's territory appear even more confined and humble. However, although the dynasty's territory was small, its power was not to be underestimated. Each core world had been a witness to the Farah dynasty's glorious period, although most of them were now dormant, they still concealed powerful technology and strength. Yet, it was this seemingly weak dynasty that suppressed a star god shard. This was the deepest foundation of the Farah dynasty, and also the source of its ability to stand firm in this galaxy. Although that was 60 million years ago, before the Necron's dynasties entered slumber under the Silent King's decree. The Necron tomb technician passed through corridors that had been dormant for tens of millions of years, arriving at the core tomb chamber of this tomb world. He then knelt before the core tomb chamber's door, humbly sending a message composed of ciphertext to the chamber. The message contained everything he had seen and heard on Rostov II, especially regarding the Imperium of man's movements and their coveting of Necron technology. The tomb chamber did not respond, but the Necron tomb technician was not anxious, he merely maintained his kneeling posture, seemingly waiting for something. For Necrons, their metallic bodies rendered them tireless, and 60 million years of slumber had endowed them with a patience unimaginable to humans. As long as he could awaken the dynasty overlord, this Necron tomb technician would be able to borrow his army from the overlord and exact revenge on those hairless apes who plundered his laboratory, letting them know what a mistake it was to invade the territory of a Necron's noble. Time flowed in silence, and the Necron tomb technician's logical circuits echoed with the battles and observations from Rostov. He felt anger at the destruction of his laboratory and heartache over the plunder of his precious research results. Especially in his view, those hairless apes simply could not comprehend the profundity and wisdom of technological sorcery, they would only squander his valuable scientific achievements. That feeling was like watching someone use a precious lithography machine as a battering ram, where valuable things are discarded and worthless ones are praised, creating a sense of waste and ruin akin to burning a lute to boil a crane. The Necron tomb technician urgently hoped to prevent all of this from happening, he wanted those hairless apes who destroyed his laboratory to pay the price. However, despite the anger reverberating in his logical circuits, the Necron tomb technician remained calmly kneeling before the overlord's tomb chamber, neither urging nor anxious, simply waiting patiently. Finally, the door to the core tomb chamber slowly opened, and a cold green light emanated from the gap. In the near orbit of Rostov II, the starport's metal framework shimmered with a cold luster under the star's light. The expansion project had been underway for some time, workers and servitors shuttled between berths, and tech priests were busy holding various masses and Adeptus Mechanicus rituals to install equipment and appease machine spirits. The entire starport was a scene of bustling activity. It wasn't that there was a problem with the starport, which had already been expanded once, but simply that there weren't enough berths. As the strategic importance of the Rostov subsector grew, more and more void ships needed to dock and be maintained here. Moreover, the 3 Moon-class cruisers promised to Chen Xi by the Ecclesiarchy, under the intervention of Holy Terra, had already been built ahead of schedule, fully crewed and officered, and had recently arrived at Rostov. The arrival of these 3 Moon-class cruisers marked a significant enhancement of Rostov's fleet strength, but also placed immense pressure on the starport's berths. 3 Moon-class cruisers, plus Rostov's existing black ship, a strike cruiser, a Dominator-class cruiser, and Gutierrez's light cruiser, as well as Donia's forged ship. So many void ships meant that the starport, which could accommodate 4 cruisers, was no longer sufficient. As a result, the Huichang Shihao, a frigate, could only pitifully relocate to Rostov III, docking at the newly constructed starport there, which was built to accommodate her own forged ship. Mai and Twilight had many complaints about this, but faced with the strained situation at the starport, they were helpless. If the starport wasn't expanded, such a large fleet truly couldn't be accommodated. According to our previous agreement, I have procured the relevant equipment and modules for producing void ships for you. With only a certain degree of modification and expansion to the existing repair dry docks, it can be transformed into a small shipyard capable of producing light cruisers. Donia explained the situation to Chen Xi, her voice tinged with pride. She had previously returned to Mariupol Forge World, both to report to her teacher and to fulfill her promise to Chen Xi. Her efforts were not in vain, she successfully brought key equipment for void ship production to Rostov. Of course, the most important thing was to submit the documents issued by 32 and endorsed by Belisarius call to Mariupol Forge World, to clear her good sister Avilia of the tech heretic charge. Avilia also returned to Mariupol Forge World for this matter. After a series of reviews and procedures, Avilia finally cleared her name and successfully retrieved the forge left to her by call. Of course, given Avilia and Donia's relationship, this forge is now nominally co-owned by both of them. What void ship production licenses do we currently possess? The successful establishment of the shipyard did not overly excite Chen Xi, he knew that building the shipyard was only the first step. The key was to obtain sufficient void ship production licenses and to establish a production system capable of maintaining the shipyard's operation. One only needs to look at the 2 great hegemons who once dominated the world in the 3K era, they inevitably faced decline in shipbuilding. Although their shipyards still existed, their shipbuilding capabilities had long since fallen into disrepair. The system, which sounds simple but is incredibly complex to describe and implement, is the key factor in determining the outcome. Chapter 192, Ship Type Selection for Shipbuilding. Since it's a small shipyard, it can only produce 3 types of void ships, light cruisers, frigates, and destroyers, Donia explained simply, her fingers gently tapping the data slate, seemingly pondering how to make Chen Xi better understand the current limitations. The Mariupol Forge world is just a relatively ordinary small forge world, lacking the production licenses for those rare ship types. So, I only managed to get production licenses for Dreadnought class, Dauntless class, Sword class, Firestorm class, and Cobra class, all of which are common ship types in the Imperial Navy, much like the standard issue bayonets distributed by the Department of Military Affairs. Though not flashy, they're enough to pierce the throats of the Empire's enemies. She paused, projecting holograms of various ship types through a mechanical tentacle, while her gaze fell on Chen Xi, seemingly awaiting his reaction. Chen Xi nodded slightly, indicating that he understood, and motioned for her to continue. Among them, the Dreadnought class and Dauntless class are light cruisers, the Sword class and Firestorm class are frigates, and the Cobra class is a destroyer, all common ship types in the Imperial Navy, Donia continued, her gaze on Chen Xi filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and even a hint of a test. So, have you decided what the first ship will be once the shipyard is built? The first ship after the shipyard's completion holds immense significance for the entire shipyard. It not only symbolizes that the shipyard can begin operations but also carries important religious symbolic meaning within the Adeptus Mechanicus faith. The birth of every ship is an offering to the god of machines, an embodiment of Adeptus Mechanicus doctrines. Chen Xi had heard of this, so when Donia asked, he pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Do you have any recommendations?" "I think the first ship should be chosen carefully, primarily to accumulate experience and familiarize ourselves with the process." Donia nodded, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. "Your idea is correct, the first ship cannot be a risk." She paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts, then continued, "I personally recommend the Cobra-class destroyer. As a versatile basic destroyer of the Imperial Navy, the Cobra class is equipped with light macro cannons and torpedo launchers, possessing both reconnaissance and close-range strike capabilities. It is also inexpensive, making it suitable for quickly forming combat power through the Imperial Navy's customary Wolfpack tactics." Her tone gradually became more enthusiastic, as if she were describing a grand blueprint. Its variant, the Widowmaker class, further enhances reconnaissance capabilities, equipped with dual torpedo launchers, effectively detecting enemy movements and assisting the fleet in controlling the battlefield situation. Overall, the Cobra-class destroyer is an excellent destroyer with high maneuverability, multi-mission adaptability, and cost-effectiveness, suitable for rapid strike, reconnaissance harassment, and other tactical scenarios. Chen Xi noticed that when Donia mentioned Wolfpack tactics, the projection changed to several Cobra-class ships and began demonstrating what Wolfpack tactics entailed. At this point, Donia paused, looking at Chen Xi with a confident gaze. Choosing this for the shipyard's first ship is indeed very suitable, and its technology is very mature, so there are no insurmountable technical difficulties in its production and manufacturing. I hadn't thought that far ahead. I just felt that choosing it could very well compensate for the problems the Rostov fleet currently faces. Chen Xi shrugged, then said helplessly, "The Rostov fleet has too many cruisers, and instead lacks ships capable of routine patrols and small-scale operations. I need to supplement a batch of frigates and destroyers to expand the fleet's size and enable it to undertake more tasks." While cruisers are inherently positioned as versatile medium-speed vessels capable of performing various missions and are the backbone of Imperial Navy fleets, even within the Imperial Navy, cruisers are generally not used for routine patrol tasks. Because that would indeed be too wasteful. Normally, a cruiser can already serve as a flagship or capital ship for a sector fleet. General patrol missions, or tasks such as supporting a certain planet or clearing pirates active in shipping lanes, are typically assigned to frigates and destroyers. It's not unheard of to use cruisers for routine patrols, but that's done only in areas with higher combat intensity or where the sector's status is extremely important. Under normal circumstances, a formation of 2 or 3 Sword-class frigates is already sufficient to handle most routine tasks the Imperial Navy would encounter. And given the current composition of the Rostov fleet and the area they are responsible for, Chen Xi could completely use one cruiser with 3 or 4 frigates or destroyers to form a squadron, and then have multiple squadrons perform patrol missions. Under this configuration, the security of the entire Rostov subsector would be adequately guaranteed. Of course, the prerequisite is that a certain Necron dynasty isn't directly awakened and brings its entire army to confront him head-on. If that happens, Chen Xi can only call for reinforcements while pulling out his trump card to block the enemy's assault. After all, it's an entire Necron dynasty. No matter how embarrassing, tomb ships are still something they possess. This is not something Chen Xi can currently stop with what he has on hand. If the enemy launches a full-scale attack, Rostov can only rely on fortress-like structures like the starport to resist. And to withstand their attack, Chen Xi would have to bring out the hidden Primaris Space Marines. But if that happened, although he could indeed block the Necron's attack, the Imperium would probably come to deal with him after repelling the Necron's assault. If such a situation truly occurred, the great foundation he had built here in Rostov would likely have to be abandoned. After all, if various problems were truly uncovered, even if he was a planetary governor personally appointed by the Emperor and a Lord Inquisitor, he wouldn't be able to cover it up. Thinking of this, Chen Xi suddenly asked Donia, "Do you have any thoughts on the Necron's warship that escaped last time?" "Thoughts? Do you think they'll come back?" At the mention of this, Donia's eyes changed, and her entire demeanor became much more serious. Although the previous tomb raiding incident caused a great stir, overall, the gains were very good. While the Mariupol Forge world did not undergo major changes as a result, that was only because many of the gains still required time to be assimilated. However, even with a large amount of meat still unswallowed, the Mariupol Forge world wouldn't mind taking another large, juicy bite. Especially for Donia, she now needed something to compensate for the loss of half of her forge being taken by her good sister. It should be noted that this loss was not just personal but also concerned her entire faction. She needed something to compensate for these losses of interest. Chapter 193, Prohibition of Proselytization. The Blood Oath Society's expansion in Rostov was restricted. For unknown reasons, the governor's office suddenly issued new decrees, beginning to strictly limit the proselytizing activities of ecclesiarchy branch sects like the Blood Oath Society. The decree stipulated that they could no longer preach on the streets, but only conduct religious activities in existing religious venues. Existing altars and similar religious sites also had to undergo scrutiny by the governor's office to ensure they had no heretical tendencies. Not only that, even the Blood Oath Society's daily medical activities for the common populace were categorized as religious activities and prohibited. This series of policies severely impacted the Blood Oath Society's operations. Although believers could still go to the altars for help and medical services, and continue to donate blood, the sect's influence was greatly reduced after losing the right to preach and evangelize in the streets. They could not gain new followers through propaganda, which was undoubtedly a huge blow to a sect that relied on follower growth. The leaders of the Blood Oath Society were angry and helpless about this. They tried to pressure the governor's office through high-ranking ecclesiarchy officials, but with little success. The governor's office was unusually tough, even dispatching battle sisters to inspect altars one by one, demanding detailed records of proselytization and medical data. Any non-compliant behavior would be deemed heretical tendencies and severely punished. Furthermore, the ecclesiarchy itself had an ambiguous attitude towards this matter, as the ecclesiarchy's own proselytization was not affected or restricted. As long as it was Orthodox ecclesiarchy faith, the governor's office did not impose any restrictions on its activities. Naturally, the people of Rostov knew how to choose. Despite the continued loyalty of existing believers, the number of new believers plummeted after the loss of street proselytization opportunities. Many commoners who were originally interested, unable to access propaganda, would likewise not become followers of the Blood Oath Society. After all, the Blood Oath Society was merely a branch sect of the ecclesiarchy. Most of those who chose to believe in the Blood Oath Society instead of the Orthodox ecclesiarchy faith were commoners from the lower strata who needed medical assistance. These commoners didn't understand much, under the ecclesiarchy's preaching, they only knew to believe in the emperor. The Blood Oath Society was able to spread its faith precisely by providing medical services to the common populace, thereby winning their hearts. But once such medical treatment was prohibited and the connection between the society and the commoners was severed, how many commoners would still be willing to continue believing in the Blood Oath Society, unless they had a medical need and had to seek help from the society? This was like hospitals in the 3K era. If doctors from a hospital frequently organized medical teams to conduct free clinics in neighborhoods, only asking for unpaid blood donations when you were healthy and a few words of praise for the hospital, then most people would surely be willing to do so. But under normal circumstances, a hospital just existed, and you only went there when you were sick. Even if seeing a doctor at the hospital was free, it would be difficult for you to praise the hospital regularly. So naturally, under the restrictions of the ban, the Blood Oath Society's influence gradually dwindled, and in some neighborhoods, the altars became deserted. This series of policies, while not directly banning the Blood Oath Society, effectively severely restricted their operations. However, facing the high-pressure policies of the governor's office, they were powerless and could only silently endure it all. After all, the Blood Oath Society was still a branch sect of the ecclesiarchy. They could not openly oppose the planetary governor, who represented the authority of the Imperium. Paul's work and life were also significantly affected during this period. With the Blood Oath Society prohibited from proselytizing by the governor's office, the altar where Paul worked was naturally impacted. The once endless stream of believers suddenly became scarce, and many simply gave up seeking medical services at the altar. After all, for most ordinary commoners, while the medical services provided by the Blood Oath Society were very helpful to them, they paled in comparison to faith. The commoners of the Imperium basically had nothing, their only possession was their fervent loyalty to the emperor. With the Blood Oath Society currently prohibited from proselytizing by the governor's office, these commoners would not remember the good deeds of the Blood Oath Society providing them with free medical care. Instead, they would instinctively want to distance themselves from the Blood Oath Society and emphasize their own fervent loyalty to the emperor. This often explains certain situations that are almost hellish jokes. The poorer the place, the more fervent the loyalty to the emperor, and the more fervent the believers, the more they will dedicate everything to the Imperium. Thus, the governor exploits them even more, the tithe is paid in full, and the populace's loyalty is fervent. This is an imperial paragon. A model governor. Paul, of course, didn't understand much of this, nor did he quite comprehend it. He only knew that his work had decreased during this period, the altar was not as busy as before, and he had less to do. This also gave him time to investigate and inquire about more news related to the Blood Oath Society. He began to use his free time to quietly observe the movements inside and outside the altar, paying attention to the conversations of the believers seeking help and the battle sisters. Although outwardly he was still an ordinary laborer, secretly, he was diligently fulfilling his duty as a spy for the governor's office. Paul discovered that while the battle sisters of the Blood Oath Society were dissatisfied with the governor's office's new policies, they did not openly resist. Instead, they continued to conduct religious activities as usual at the altar and other permitted religious venues. Although doing so had little effect and few believers participated, they continued as usual, seemingly viewing this as a test given by the God Emperor. The Battle Sisters still provided medical services to those who came for help, but no longer actively promoted their doctrine as before, and the requirements for believers to donate blood were also significantly reduced. Paul also noticed that some Battle Sisters and priests were discussing in private how to deal with the governor's office's scrutiny, and some suggested how to seek help and support from the God Emperor Star region headquarters. But overall, there was no heretical speech, nor anything particularly noteworthy or suspicious. However, Paul still did not let his subjective thoughts influence his judgment. He simply recorded all this information faithfully and then transmitted it to the governor's office. This information was compiled on Chen Xi's desk at the governor's office, yet even he could not discern what the problem truly was. Everything seemed normal, even his use of administrative orders to prohibit the Blood Oath Society from proselytizing, attempting to flush out any anomalies, failed to reveal anything amiss. This made Chen Xi suspect that he might have made a wrong judgment somewhere. But whether it was Kaldor Drago's psychic divination or his own intuition, both suggested that the Blood Oath Society had problems, which led Chen Xi to decide to continue investigating, just in case he truly found something. Chapter 194, Astra Militarum sets off. Outside Rostov City, at the Astra Militarum Rostov Corps garrison, the sun's rays illuminated the spacious parade ground of the military camp, enveloping the neatly arrayed soldiers and casting their shadows on the ground. 3 regiments had completed their training and stood fully equipped on the parade ground, awaiting Chen Xi's inspection. On the grandstand, Chen Xi was dressed in his Inquisition overcoat, flanked by various influential figures from Rostov, and even 2 newly arrived Astra Militarum officers. The atmosphere was solemn and dignified, yet also somewhat festive. Chen Xi's gaze swept over the young soldiers below, their faces still bearing traces of youth. However, after being trained by the Commissar, their eyes revealed determination and anticipation, as if they were eager to deploy to the battlefield and prove their loyalty to the God Emperor with the blood of the Empire's enemies. They were originally the former Astra Militarum veterans of Rostov, trained as a defense force according to Astra Militarum standards, lacking neither discipline nor combat skills. What they had lacked before were Astra Militarum level equipment and a qualified Commissar. Now, both of these had been provided by Chen Xi. Moreover, the previous battles against the Necrons and Chaos Warbands had allowed them to accumulate considerable combat experience. The current Rostov Corps was like a sharpened military blade, having been tempered and honed, now ready to unleash its brilliance. They were already a strong army, and the presence of elite units like the Rostov alien hunters within them had piqued the Department of Military Affairs' interest. After all, xenomorphs like the Necrons had begun appearing widely across various imperial worlds, and the Empire urgently needed specialized units capable of combating them. The emergence of the Rostov alien hunters, while not a complete solution to the immediate crisis, at least helped to fill a gap for the Empire. As long as Rostov could continuously produce alien hunter units, they would eventually become renowned units, similar to the Armageddon Orc Hunters or the Adalan Rough Riders. However, for now, they were merely a unit that had just officially become part of the Astra Militarum, awaiting Chen Xi to present them with their glorious regimental flag. Once they received this flag, they would board the Department of Military Affairs transport ships already waiting in orbit and travel to imperial worlds embroiled in war across the galaxy, forging their glory and merits with the blood of the Empire's enemies. Governor, the Rostov 1st Regiment, 2nd Regiment and 3rd Regiment have assembled. 21,000 present out of 21,000 expected. Awaiting your orders. An officer approached Chen Xi, stood at attention, gave him an Aquila salute, and reported loudly. Standing on the high platform, Chen Xi felt a strange sense of accomplishment well up within him. For men, who doesn't enjoy a military parade? When one sees soldiers loyal to him standing in neat formation, high in morale, seemingly capable of crushing all enemies, who wouldn't feel satisfied and triumphant? Perhaps only Robot Guillemon could remain calm while wearing the crown of glory and facing the vanity of establishing the greatest achievements in human history, humbly removing that cursed laurel wreath, and maintaining humility for the rest of his life. That was the glory that would make the Empire prosper again, an achievement even greater than all the Emperor's accomplishments. Thinking of this, Chen Xi couldn't help but sigh. Guillemon was indeed Guillemon, only he could save the Empire anew in this age of darkness and strife. As for Chen Xi, he didn't think he could compare to Guillemon, the gap between them was simply too vast. Whether in terms of prestige, charisma, or administrative ability, Chen Xi didn't believe that he, an ordinary person from the 3K era, could be compared to the great masterpiece of the Emperor's genetic engineering and bioalchemy. However, there was no need to dwell on such thoughts at the moment. Chen Xi accepted the regimental flag, personally sewn by the Battle Sisters, from a Battle Sister and presented it to the Commissar who was saluting him. This was the official chief commissar assigned to the Rostov Corps by the Department of Military Affairs, a decorated commissar who had once served in the Creek Death Corps. Chen Xi had met him when he first arrived in Rostov. At that time, the commissar's face bore an indescribable weariness and the relief of finally being free. But now, he gave Chen Xi the impression of an old tree blooming, experiencing a second spring, looking completely rejuvenated. Chen Xi knew perfectly well why this commissar was like this, but such words were obviously not suitable for public discourse. So, after presenting the regimental flag to the commissar, Chen Xi merely patted his shoulder and offered a few words of encouragement. The commissar, having received the flag, then looked passionately at the soldiers below, who were now officially Astra Militarum, and delivered an inspiring speech. Listening to the commissar's speech, Chen Xi couldn't help but marvel. Imperial commissars were indeed skilled at this job. Even he felt a surge of passion after hearing the speech, wanting to go to the battlefield and serve the Emperor faithfully. However, this was merely an impulse. Chen Xi quickly controlled his emotions and, after the Commissar's speech, announced the army's deployment. Watching the soldiers of the 3 regiments embark on the path to the starport, Chen Xi then turned to face the 2 newly arrived Astra Militarum officers standing beside him, who promptly stood at attention and saluted Chen Xi. They were the regimental colonels of an Armageddon Steel Legion Mechanized Infantry Regiment and a Talon Desert Raiders Armored Regiment, as promised by the Department of Military Affairs. While a conventional planetary governor held a higher rank than 2 Astra Militarum regimental colonels, it did not mean that a planetary governor could command these 2 regimental colonels. Ordinary officers in the Astra Militarum were already equivalent to nobles on a planet, and it would not be difficult for a regimental colonel to become a planetary governor if he wished. However, with the title of Lord Inquisitor added, Chen Xi's status was quite intimidating to these 2 regimental colonels. These 2 regiments arrived on the Department of Military Affairs transport ships together. After dropping them off, the transport ships would pick up Rostov's 3 regiments and proceed to the next mission location. Their vacated military camps would then be occupied by these 2 regiments. Gentlemen, after the 3 regiments depart, you may move into the military camps here. I hope we can cooperate sincerely and work together for the Emperor and the Empire. Chen Xi greeted them warmly, and at the same time, an already arranged attendant approached with 3 glasses and a bottle of red wine. Chen Xi personally opened the bottle, poured a glass of red wine for each of them, and after handing them the glasses, he picked up his own glass and smiled, to the prosperity of the great Empire. For the Emperor. The 2 Astra Militarum regimental colonels naturally would not refuse a toast from a planetary governor and Lord Inquisitor in such a setting, and each raised their glass and drank it in one gulp. Chapter 195, Expansion Plan. After 3 regiments were transferred out and 2 new regiments arrived, the military strength on Rostov too did not decrease but increased. After all, the Rostov regiments were just ordinary infantry regiments, while the 2 new regiments were a mechanized infantry regiment and an armored regiment. On the front lines, 2 such regiments each had the strength to independently defeat 3 infantry regiments. Especially since they came from 2 rather famous Astra Militarum meritorious units. Although the Astra Militarum indeed has a vast numerical base, and in a crucial battle, the Department of Military Affairs might throw in billions of Astra Militarum soldiers and watch them all perish, there aren't that many units within the Astra Militarum that have their own unique designations. Any army that has left a resounding name in the Astra Militarum is either highly decorated, has a long history, or has a rather legendary combat record. Taking the 2 regiments transferred to Rostov too as an example, they are both famous legions with long histories dating back to the Great Crusade, and they have even produced quite renowned figures. Among them, the Armageddon Steel Legion comes from Armageddon, an important imperial world located in the solar system, and is itself one of the main production sites for Imperial Chimera armored vehicles. This also makes the Armageddon Steel Legion very proficient in the use of Chimera armored vehicles, making it one of the few mechanized legions in the Imperium. The history of this planet dates back to the Great Crusade era, where it was once the capital of the Orc Empire, and the Emperor himself almost fell on this planet. After the Orc Empire was destroyed by the might of the Imperium during the Great Crusade era, this planet became an important industrial world for the Imperium, producing a large number of industrial goods and mobile vehicles such as the Chimera and Lemon Russ. At the same time, this planet also recruits a large number of people annually to serve in the Astra Militarum. During the Second Armageddon War, the number of Astra Militarum recruited from this planet even exceeded the sum of any 2 planets in the solar system. Of course, when mentioning this Astra Militarum Legion, one cannot help but mention their famous legendary Grand Commissar, the chosen of Gork and Mork, the lifelong enemy of Gazgul Mag Uruk-Thrika, the savior of Armageddon, the one who turned the tide in the Second Armageddon War, the insurmountable wall of Hades Hive City, the one who stared down orcs, and one of the 3 chosen commissars of the Imperium, Commissar Sebastian Yerrick. Although in GW's latest stuff, Commissar Yerrick has already returned to the Golden Throne, at present, this old commissar is still serving the Emperor. The invincible old eye, who tore apart an orc war boss with his bare hands is a human. It is easy to imagine what kind of elite the Armageddon Steel Legion, having experienced the Second Armageddon War and trained by Commissar Yerrick, truly is. As for the other unit, the Talon Desert Raiders, their fame is not as resounding as the Armageddon Steel Legion, but their history also dates back to the Great Crusade era, 10,000 years ago. At that time, Talon was still a beautiful, verdant agricultural world, but the fires of the Great Rebellion swept through it, and the virus bombs dropped by the Iron Warriors on this planet completely destroyed its ecology, turning it into a desert. But the Talon people did not yield, they still put up stubborn resistance when the Iron Warriors landed on the planet. Until the Loyalist legions of the Imperium arrived as reinforcements, and the largest armored battle in Imperial history erupted on this planet. During the Talon campaign, which lasted for several months, Loyalists and rebels collectively committed over 10 million armored vehicles to mutual combat on this planet, with ultimately more than 1/10 of the armored vehicles perishing on the planet and being buried by the yellow sand. Finally, the Iron Warriors withdrew from this world, which was too costly for them, leaving the shattered remains of vehicles scattered throughout Talon's desolate desert. The Talon people eventually got a chance to rebuild and have stood strong against numerous enemies of the Imperium in the 10 millennia that followed. Even today, the Talon Desert Raiders remain renowned for their armored warfare. Such 2 units would be too much of a waste if they were merely treated as general garrison forces. Chen Xi plans to use these 2 units as blueprints to establish Rostov's own mechanized and armored forces. He has already communicated with the 2 regimental colonels about this matter, and they do not oppose Chen Xi's plan. They also expressed acceptance of seconding some officers to assist the Rostov Astra Militarum in training new recruits. In fact, the 5 new Defense Force regiments have already completed their recruitment of new soldiers. 3 of these 5 regiments will be trained as mechanized regiments, while the remaining 2 will be armored regiments. The population on Rostov 2 certainly supports Chen Xi's expansion of this scale, but the problem has never been the population. The population of Rostov 2 is indeed not large, a few hundred million people are hardly worth mentioning for an imperial world, but recruiting several 100,000 Astra Militarum soldiers is still not a problem for a population of over a billion. What truly restricts the expansion of Rostov 2's military strength is the military equipment itself, as well as the planet's economy. Before Chen Xi arrived, the output on Rostov 2 was insufficient to support large-scale military expansion, as the economy simply couldn't bear it. But now, Rostov's economy has not only significantly improved, but it can even produce its own military equipment and supplies, which undoubtedly provides a foundation for large-scale military expansion. If it weren't for the consideration that Rostov's factories are currently unable to mass-produce military equipment, and the various problems that large-scale conscription would bring, Chen Xi could now raise an army of 1 million. However, even without considering large-scale expansion, Chen Xi is prepared to increase the number of Defense Force regiments on Rostov to at least 20, and the number of Astra Militarum units to at least 10. A total of 30 regiments, adding up to roughly 200,000 troops, is already sufficient to defend a planet that is not a particularly important world. Especially since the planet also has thousands of battle sisters and over 100 Astartes, as well as several cruisers in orbit. This level of defense certainly cannot compare to the famous worlds of the Imperium, let alone a fortress world, but the potential for conflict here in Chen Xi's area is not that frequent, so maintaining a massive army is not a necessity. In fact, even based on Rostov's current army size, the annual military expenditure alone is already putting considerable pressure on the economy. Before other planets in the subsector are developed and can provide income for Chen Xi, he will likely not expand the army on a large scale without major conflicts, only increasing the size of the army at a rate proportionate to economic growth. After all, Chen Xi hasn't forgotten how bad the Imperium will become after the Great Rift opens. Chapter 196, Servitors Modification. In a sense, the Imperial population is similar to the ideal bionic humans in 3K era science fiction, characterized by their immense numbers, standardized labor, and the quality of being diligent and uncomplaining. In fact, perhaps contrary to what some might imagine, the Imperium is not incapable of automated production. The Adeptus Mechanicus is indeed restricted from developing and applying abominable intelligence for various reasons, but the existence of cogitators can still replace AI in managing equipment. Without mentioning anything else, achieving the level of intelligent automated production seen in the 3K era is entirely possible. The Adeptus Mechanicus possesses this technology. However, compared to the convenience brought by adopting automation technology, for the Imperium, using human labor is a more cost-effective, and simultaneously safer and more stable approach. After all, for the Imperium, if its massive population, numbering in the trillions, is not consumed in this manner, it would purely be a burden. Although it sounds cruel, for the Imperium, the vast majority of ordinary people have little value, only a very small portion of them are truly significant to the Imperium. This, of course, deviates somewhat from the universal values of most people in the 3K era. Although the vast majority of people in the 3K era contributed little to the world, the notion that humanity surpasses all else was still deeply ingrained. At least, this was true for a certain Eastern great power in the 3K era. However, for Chen Xi, although he received his education in the 3K era and his values and outlook on life were established then, given his current work, it is impossible for him to implement the 3K era's values in the 40K era. It's not that this era should cruelly exploit its populace, but rather that many things are simply incompatible with this era. For example, at present, Wise One Kristen from Gria has cornered Chen Xi in his office, demanding that he provide her with at least 100,000 people so she can transform them into servitors for the construction of the orbital ring. I apologize, Wise One Kristen, but I must refuse this request. Chen Xi naturally could not agree to this demand. His conscience and moral principles would not allow him to consent to such a practice. I can provide you with workers, and you can ask them to install implants to work better, but to transform them into servitors, that goes beyond what I can tolerate. They are the Emperor's subjects, every life is the Emperor's currency. While transforming them into servitors might allow them to achieve greater value, the Emperor's currency is not meant to be wasted in such a way. If it were a normal hive world or other imperial world, the governor might actually agree to Kristen's request. After all, it's quite common in the Imperium for a governor to owe the Adeptus Mechanicus money and then use the planet's population as collateral. And for the Adeptus Mechanicus, regular humans are actually not of much use. They do indeed respect life, but it's with the thought of it's too much of a waste of resources to just kill them. Rather than respecting life itself, they respect the value of humans as a means of production. It is precisely for this reason that, for the Adeptus Mechanicus, transforming people into servitors is a way to upgrade and preserve the value of production resources. Furthermore, in forge worlds controlled by the Adeptus Mechanicus, transforming a person into a servitor is even considered a reward. Only those loyal, long-serving employees who have performed exceptionally well in Adeptus Mechanicus factories for many years are granted this honor. When they become too old to work, they are transformed into servitors and then welded to their former workstations to continue serving until they are too worn out to function. And for the Imperium itself, transforming people into servitors, from a certain perspective, is indeed not a punishment but a reward. For instance, for Astra Militarum personnel who have witnessed the Grey Knight's actions in eliminating demons, if direct extermination is not desired, transforming them into servitors is a merciful and appropriate solution. After all, these individuals can continue to serve the Imperium instead of dying without value or meaning. So, in Kristen's perception, transforming the people of Rostov into servitors is a gift, even an honor. Of course, it is also a manifestation of her concession to Rostov. But Chen Xi clearly did not see it that way, and a divergence in their perceptions arose here. Kristen, however, did not find this to be a major problem. She changed her approach and tried to persuade Chen Xi, while preserving their human aspects might satisfy your morals, from an efficiency standpoint, transforming them into servitors is the most suitable choice. Through servitor modification, their bodies will be implanted with a large number of implants, allowing them to adapt better to their workstations, and they can also better receive commands from a tech priest, saving the waste caused by communication link. Once transformed into servitors, they will be able to contribute more effectively to the Imperium. This is the best choice, whether for themselves, for the Imperium, or for this planet. Servitors, in simple terms, are human bodies used as basic substrates, surgically modified according to different needs, implanted with a series of implants including but not limited to hydraulic clamps, servo arms, power fists, and bolters, and then the subject's brain is partially excised and modified to turn them into mindless semi-robots. Because of the past Iron Men rebellion, the Imperium has completely banned artificial intelligences and robots with self-aware capabilities. Servitors are one of the few humanoid robots the Imperium can tolerate. However, due to the mindlessness of these units, they require frequent human maintenance and correction in practical use, otherwise, servitors will fall into a strange self-loop. The Adeptus Mechanicus, however, can install signal interfaces in servitors during modification, allowing a tech priest to easily control a large number of servitors via signals. This is precisely Kristen's goal, to obtain a large number of high-quality laborers through this method and then use them to accelerate the construction of the orbital ring. And the established servitor construction team can also be used for the construction of other orbital rings in this subsector later. After all, one of the biggest reasons Chen Xi was able to reach this deal with Gria was his promise to build more orbital rings. It is also for this reason that Kristen was discussing with him so politely, rather than solving the problem in a more Adeptus Mechanicus way. But Chen Xi, after some consideration, finally spoke, "My people cannot be given to you, but I can provide you with a group of criminals." Chapter 197, Militia Training. For the youth on Rostov, being able to join the defense force was a great honor. The planet's population was mostly composed of ecclesiarchy pilgrims and criminals transferred from penal planets, while the ruling class consisted of collectively retired Astra Militarum. Therefore, they had a strong cultural atmosphere of dedicating themselves to the Emperor. And joining the Astra Militarum was undoubtedly the best way to dedicate oneself to the Emperor, at least for the common people of Rostov too, it was their best path to do so. However, in the past, Rostov too did not have the qualification to provide the Department of Military Affairs with Astra Militarum, which meant that a large number of eligible young people on the planet could only settle for joining the defense force. But the defense force was also constrained by the planet's economy and could not expand on a large scale, which left many young people unable to serve their country. But now, after Chen Xi succeeded as governor, Rostov too not only gained the qualification to conscript Astra Militarum but also had the capital to expand its forces, so when the defense force recruited new soldiers, the eager young people almost burst the recruitment station. Even so, when 5 regiments of defense force recruits were filled, there were still 10 times that number of eligible youths eager to join the army and become sharp blades in the hands of the God Emperor to strike down the Empire's enemies. This was very evident to Paul. As a retired veteran of the defense force, Paul clearly felt that he was very popular and respected by young people in his neighborhood recently. Every now and then, young people would find him, occasionally pulling out a bottle of second-best liquor or a few protein bars to get close to him, hoping to find a way through him to join the defense force. Paul did not directly refuse them, after all, the desire to serve the Empire was good, and he couldn't neglect these young people. But he did not have the connections to get people into the defense force, nor did he have the authority to do so, even though he was a secret agent for the governor's office. However, secret agents themselves need to hide their identities. Doing certain things ostentatiously would be foolish behavior that exposes one's identity. But after Paul reported this matter, a former comrade from his time in the defense force sought him out. "Lieutenant Dmitri? You're a lieutenant now? You've risen quickly." Paul showed an envious expression looking at the officer's rank on his comrade's collar. Hearing Paul's envy, Lieutenant Dmitri patted his shoulder and laughed. "If you were willing to stay in the army, you could also be a lieutenant by now. The Department of Military Affairs conscripted 3 elite regiments, and the governor's office expanded by 5 more regiments, so the defense force is really short on veterans right now. All the Xeno hunters from our during the same period have been promoted to officers, and the luckiest ones are now captains. As long as they complete their military academy training, they can become majors." At this point, Lieutenant Dmitri looked at the mechanical prosthetics installed on Paul's body, and couldn't help but sigh, saying with some regret, "It's just that you're stubborn. If you were willing to stay in the unit, your rank might even be higher than mine now." "So what? I'm already a cripple. Even with prosthetics, I'm not useless, but I can't go to the battlefield anymore." Paul shook his head, not feeling regretful. "A soldier who can't go to the battlefield? Are you insulting me? Staying in a training camp to drill new recruits? That kind of retirement job isn't for me. I don't want to be a burden to the defense force for the rest of my life." Hearing Paul say this, Lieutenant Dmitri said nothing more, just patted his shoulder again, then pulled a bottle of Amasec from his pocket. "Amasec? It looks like your lieutenant's salary is quite generous. Paul's face immediately broke into a smile when he saw the bottle of fine wine, something they couldn't even dream of in the past. Paul found 2 cups from the corner, and he and Lieutenant Dmitri sat down at the small table, each pouring a cup. To those who died. Paul raised his cup, clinked it with Lieutenant Dmitri's, and then poured the wine into his mouth. Lieutenant Dmitri also said, to those who didn't make it. Recalling their comrades who died on the battlefield, neither of them said anything else. The casualties of the Rostov Defense Force had always been low in the past, as they were only fighting rebellious criminals or gang-like entities. Even if the Defense Force's equipment wasn't great, there wouldn't be any major casualties. But after Chen Xi arrived, the intensity of the wars they faced increased significantly. Although Paul and Lieutenant Dmitri were both Xeno hunters who survived, having personally experienced it, they clearly knew how cruel the Xeno hunter assessment truly was. At least half the people didn't return each time, the casualties were simply tragic. Not to mention, later they directly faced the attacks of Xeno armies, fighting even more fiercely, and losing even more good comrades. Lieutenant Dmitri saying that all the Xeno hunters from their same period had been promoted to officers actually indirectly indicated the heavy casualties. Because only when casualties are huge and the unit is replenished with a large number of new recruits will veterans be promoted on a large scale to fill the shortage of officers. The two chatted for a few more moments about their time in the army, and then Paul asked about Lieutenant Dmitri's purpose. All right, I know you didn't come to me just to drink. Tell me what's on your mind. It's about the situation you reported. The governor's office and the defense force discussed it and felt that just leaving these young people idle isn't a solution, so they hope retired veterans like you can organize them. Lieutenant Dmitri said simply. Organize them, into a gang. Paul couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Clearly, this was not the outcome he wanted. Gangs, one could say, have existed since humanity was on Holy Terra, and they have never been absent throughout humanity's 40,000-year history. For the current empire, existences like hive gangs are simply too common. And don't look down on them, hive gangs in the 40K era are not like the small-time thugs of the 3K era. There are truly talented individuals among them. For example, among the hive gangs of Necromunda, one serves as a source of space marine recruits, and chapters like the Imperial Fists often recruit from these hive gangs. This also led to many space marines from various chapters being rebellious youths who ran with gangs when they were young. But for Paul, he very much hoped that those young people who yearned to contribute to the empire would not turn into a bunch of gang members. No, according to the governor's office's explanation, it should be called the Militia Reserve. Lieutenant Dmitri shook his head, pulled a small booklet from his pocket, and handed it to Paul. Paul took it, seeing the large characters Militia Training Manual written in High Gothic on the cover. Chapter 198, Rostov's Criminals. When Rostov II was developed over 70 years ago, the Department of Internal Affairs initially intended to turn it into a new penal world. To this end, they had a regiment of Valhallan ice warriors collectively retire here, and subsequently, a steady stream of criminals was transported in. After all, this was a planet that had experienced Necrons and had a harsh environment, making it perfectly suitable for a penal world. However, the development of events deviated slightly from the Department of Internal Affairs arrangements. The pilgrims of the Ecclesiarchy arrived. They recognized Rostov II as a destination for their pilgrimage. Although not many people came, over several decades, the Ecclesiarchy sent over 1 billion pilgrims here, who eventually took root in this barren Gobi desert. They even established 2 massive cities in the desert. But this did not mean that the number of criminals on Rostov II decreased. Because the Department of Internal Affairs still used it as an important stronghold for processing criminals, a large number of criminals were sent here periodically. These criminals mainly came from other planets in the Mariupol sector. They were arrested by the Department of Justice for various crimes, minor or severe, and after interrogation, were sentenced to penal servitude. So these people were loaded onto the Department of Justice's transport ships and sent en masse to the penal worlds of Mariupol. However, Mariupol did not have a dedicated penal world, or rather, Rostov was the penal world previously planned by the Department of Internal Affairs. Although due to the influence of the Ecclesiarchy, this world no longer existed as a penal world, it still bore the function of processing criminals for the Mariupol sector. After all, if you were to really consider it, in the Mariupol sector, a new sector, only Rostov had such harsh environmental conditions. In the past, these criminals were all crammed into the desert mines by the previous governor to mine ore. Rostov's resources were very poor, even if these criminals worked themselves to death, they wouldn't extract much ore. It was simply to keep them busy and prevent riots. Even so, the primary task of the Rostov Defense Force used to be suppressing the riots instigated by these criminals. Yet, even with all that, quite a few fortunate criminals escaped the mines through riots, becoming wanderers in the desert. These people were few in number but had no fixed abode, generally lurking around the cities, surviving on small oases, and occasionally launching attacks and raids on the city's outskirts to obtain necessary survival supplies. The previous governor also organized the defense force to suppress them, but the effect was not good. On one hand, these guys were disorganized. As soon as the defense force moved, they would scatter and flee deep into the desert, making them difficult to pursue. On the other hand, deploying the defense force was too costly, the movement of regular troops caused far greater losses than the raids by these wanderers. Under such circumstances, the former governor could only deploy the defense force to suppress them when the wanderers became too troublesome, to prevent them from getting out of hand. After Chen Xi became governor, although the problem of wanderers still existed, for Chen Xi, it was not his main focus and was basically handled by Rachel. However, Rachel's so-called handling was nothing more than occasionally deploying 1 or 2 companies of the defense force to disperse the wanderers. Truly eradicating them was still very difficult. However, with the promulgation of Chen Xi's new decree, and a large number of militia reservists being organized, dealing with the wanderers became simpler. These militia reservists were trained by retired veterans of the defense force. After mastering basic weapon usage and shooting skills, they would be taken to areas around the city where wanderer activity was rampant to carry out purges against them. These militiamen were not regular soldiers themselves, so there was naturally no burden of military pay. Although issuing them weapons and equipment was an expense, they did not use regular military armaments but rather some relatively inferior gang weapons. However, even so, these items were much better than the crude weapons in the hands of the wanderers, which were comparable to orcs' shudas. So, theoretically, the governor's office only needed to bear the relatively light logistical consumption of these militiamen to use them against the wanderers. The benefits of doing this were naturally very obvious. Firstly, it cleared out the wanderers and stabilized public order around the city. Although this might not seem like a big deal, it was very helpful for the overall prosperity of the city. After all, if a city is constantly harassed by its surroundings, it greatly affects its development. Another benefit was undoubtedly the training of the militia force, giving them a certain amount of practical experience. Regardless of how much experience fighting wanderers could accumulate, as long as these militiamen dared to shoot at people and had no negative emotions when facing enemy corpses, they were already qualified soldiers. In this way, the governor's office obtained a very high-quality source of recruits by spending very few resources. This was the most cost-effective way to maximize the number of recruits without increasing military expenditure. Once these people were officially conscripted, they could be transformed into excellent defense force soldiers in a very short time. After a few more tough battles or with a qualified commissar, they would quickly become qualified astrum militarum. For Chen Xi, this undoubtedly greatly enhanced Rostov's war potential. Even if a major war occurred, he would dare to conscript troops freely. Of course, if Chen Xi were ruthless enough, he could actually throw the criminals sent from other planets directly into the desert, letting them join the wanderers to strengthen the wanderers' capabilities, thereby serving as a better whetstone and forging a more excellent militia force for Rostov. However, Chen Xi ultimately did not do so. After all, as an inquisitor, he was very clear about the crimes for which people were sentenced in the Imperium. Sometimes, just a few rude words could be classified as a serious crime and result in being sent to a penal world. It should be known that the Department of Justice was very busy, and often did not seriously review cases, not to mention that many lower hive citizens simply did not receive fair judicial treatment. But this was not an area Chen Xi could interfere with. The fact that he could ensure these criminals received relatively humane treatment and not be treated as consumables was already an act of mercy. Even so, Chen Xi still selected 100,000 criminals with more severe offenses and sent them to Kristen, transforming all of them into servitors to be used as workers for the orbital ring. With this batch of workers, the construction of the orbital ring also accelerated significantly, showing a trend of being completed earlier than expected. Chapter 199, Summary Meeting. As various matters progressed, Chen Xi's plan was also proceeding smoothly. Seeing that the situation on all sides was relatively stable, Chen Xi gathered his friends and held a formal internal meeting in the governor's office conference room. Besides Chen Xi himself, the attendees included Gutierrez, Twilight, Mai, and 32. Since there weren't many people, Chen Xi chose a relatively small conference room. However, even so, the room remained spacious enough to accommodate each of their respective kill teams. The development of Rostov has now entered a relatively stable state. The 4 planets in this star system have been fully utilized, and the resources produced can be effectively converted into various military supplies and the things we need. Chen Xi began, introducing the current situation of Rostov to everyone. Upon hearing Chen Xi mention this, 32 took over and continued. The foundry on Rostov 3 has completed the first phase of construction, and the factory is now fully operational. Currently, it can provide equipment and vehicles for approximately 1 standard Astrum Militarum mechanized regiment annually, plus 100 sets of Space Marine equipment. The former will be supplied to the Defense Force for forming new units, while the latter will be sent to Rostov 4 for use by newly recruited Space Marines. After saying this, 32 stroked the mechanical cat she had made, and as if remembering something, added, "Of course, for their convenience, I have prepared Archmagos Call's MK10 series for them. Additionally, if you want to increase the production capacity of weapons and equipment for the Mortal Army, you will have to appropriately reduce the production of Space Marine equipment. The conversion ratio between the two is approximately 50 sets of Space Marine equipment for the production of 1 regular infantry regiment's equipment." "All right, I understand, thank you for the explanation," Chen Xi nodded in understanding. With the current meager production scale of Rostov 3, trying to simultaneously produce large quantities of Space Marine equipment and regular Astrum Militarum equipment would simply be asking for too much. However, this problem was not without a solution. The simplest and most direct method was, of course, to expand production capacity. Once the production capacity increased, anything could be done without overthinking it. But the biggest problem for Rostov 3 now was the lack of sufficient production capacity. After all, it was a newly built foundry, and even though Chen Xi and 32 had tried their best to solve the problem, it still persisted. However, thinking of Kristen asking him for 100,000 servitors earlier, Chen Xi suddenly asked 32, "By the way, 32, can you modify servitors? How about I have Twilight and Mai buy tens of thousands of prisoners for you, and then convert them all into servitors to work for you? Adding tens of thousands of servitors? Theoretically, I don't object." 32 was quite agreeable, as she wasn't a true tech priest herself. As for how other tech priests might react, that wasn't her concern. Then can you handle the modification surgery? Chen Xi suddenly looked at her with an eager expression. 32 was somewhat puzzled but still nodded. The most crucial part of servitor modification is the appropriate excision of the human brain, simply put, cutting the frontal lobe. That's not an issue. However, servitor modification requires a large number of implants, and given the current situation, we can only import them. Import them then. Adding tens of thousands of servitors should increase the factory's production capacity a bit, right? Chen Xi asked 32. 32 thought for a moment, calculated using a cogitator installed on one of her mechanical cats, and then nodded, saying, adding 50,000 servitors can increase production efficiency by about 10%, adding 100,000 servitors can increase production efficiency by about 18%. Any more than that will result in linear diminishing returns, significantly reducing cost effectiveness, and it won't be worth it. Sounds good. Then, I'll trouble you and Twilight to make a trip later to acquire 100,000 prisoners and the necessary implants for their modification. Chen Xi made his decision, looking at Mai and Twilight. The two did not refuse, simply nodding in agreement. One of them wanted to be a captain, and the other a rogue trader, so they had long understood that this was the kind of work they would be doing. Moreover, compared to other tasks, they were indeed better at these. Since this matter is settled, let's move on to the next one. Chen Xi, seeing one issue resolved, began discussing a new matter. Currently, the subsector immigration development plan is proceeding quite smoothly, and the immigration progress on both planets is good. Although there's the issue of the Blood Oath Society possibly having heretical tendencies, as of now, I haven't found anything amiss with them. So, may I interrupt? Regarding the Blood Oath Society, did you not use loyalty? Isn't it obvious whether they are heretics or not after a drink? Gutierrez showed a puzzled expression, seemingly wondering why Chen Xi would be troubled by this matter. Chen Xi spread his hands helplessly in response. If it were that simple, I wouldn't be troubled. According to investigations, the Blood Oath Society currently has over 100,000 Blood Oath Society priests and sisters active throughout the Rostov subsector. And this is just the personnel they dispatched to the subsector during this immigration campaign. They themselves also have considerable influence throughout the entire sector. At this point, Chen Xi couldn't help but sigh, shaking his head and lamenting, the Blood Oath Society, no matter what, is an orthodox branch sect recognized by the ecclesiarchy. They have been proselytizing in the Mariupol sector for many years, and their influence can be described as deeply entrenched. Suspecting such a religious force of heretical tendencies without conclusive evidence could lead to major problems. And how do you know I didn't use loyalty? In fact, they were tested the moment they arrived, and there were no heretics. Ah? Then why are you suspicious? Gutierrez was confused. Why would Chen Xi suspect the Blood Oath Society? Was it just because they requested blood sacrifices? Many branch sects of the ecclesiarchy engaged in practices far more extreme than this, and none of them were considered heretics, were they? It's psychic divination. Both Kaldor Drago and I performed psychic divination on the Blood Oath Society, and all we could see was a sea of blood. Chen Xi spread his hands, his brows furrowed in a helpless expression. Of course, I know that the ecclesiarchy is often more extreme than cults, but the Blood Oath Society truly has a problem this time. The only thing I'm unsure of is whether their doctrine is flawed or if there's an internal issue. You know, the ways chaos can corrupt are simply too numerous, often catching people off guard. All right, Gutierrez was about to say something more when the alarm from Chen Xi's communicator suddenly blared, interrupting him. Chen Xi picked up the communicator, and before he could even speak after connecting, Chamberlain Rachel's urgent voice exclaimed, Governor, something terrible has happened. The Space Necron fleet has invaded. Chapter 200, The Attack on Rostov. On the starport of Rostov 2, alarms blared, threatening to burst eardrums, as various defensive weapons were brought online and into operation. Priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus were working to soothe the machine spirits, agitated by the emergency activation, while the Defense Force and Imperial Navy sailors ran frantically under the starport's dome. Several cruisers docked at the starport berths were urgently preparing to set sail, but for now, they couldn't even recall the sailors who had gone ashore. The Necrons' attack was almost without warning, and their Necrons warships, which never traveled through the warp, caught the Imperial Navy off guard, as they were accustomed to enemies attacking from the Mandeville Point. This was also where the Necrons differed from most races in the galaxy. They were a purely physical race and had never ingested any of the warp's filth. Or rather, for various reasons, before the Necrons could ingest the warp's filth, they first took a mouthful of the Cetan's excrement, which wiped out their entire race. The current Necrons are merely a group of robots with the memories of the Necron tier, and since they don't even have souls, how could they be connected to the warp, which requires souls? This also meant that the Necrons' method of faster-than-light travel was completely different from the major races in the galaxy. They didn't use the warp at all but achieved faster-than-light speed directly in the real universe. The oldest first-generation Necrons were called Chaos Androids. The name Necrons comes from an Italian hentai. Not only that, but the Necrons could also use the power of the Cetan shards to hack into the webway built by the old ones, using the webway to achieve long-distance teleportation. The Necrons' monolith portals were achieved by utilizing the webway. Because of this, the Space Necron fleet's mobility was terrifyingly high, appearing and disappearing like ghosts, even surpassing the Eldar, who also used the webway. As a result, the Space Necron fleet's attack left Rostov 2 no time to react. Almost as soon as the enemy was detected, the Necron's green warships had already appeared right in front of the Rostov fleet. At this time, most of the Rostov fleet's cruisers were still docked at the starport for maintenance, and the sailors had all gone on leave, with only a small number of duty personnel on each ship. Even some officers had left their warships to visit the starport's trade zone for a drink or some special services to relax. Therefore, when the Necrons attacked, even if the remaining officers immediately ordered the warships to raise anchor and set sail, and recalled all the sailors, it would not be possible to get the warships ready for combat immediately. Fortunately, Chen Xi was very concerned about Rostov's defenses, and he had previously had his space apes upgrade the starport's shields. So, after the starport activated its void shield and energy shields, the Necrons were temporarily unable to do anything to the starport, nor could they destroy the undeparted warships within the starport. However, this did not mean that the fleet in the starport could slowly prepare before leaving the port. Currently, on Rostov 2's orbit, in addition to the starport, there was also a partially constructed orbital ring. Although only 1/10 of the section was completed, the operational hydroponic farms could not be damaged. Even though the hydroponic farms had void shields installed and their orbital ring sections had defensive facilities, they were not yet fully completed and would struggle to withstand the Space Necron fleet's attacks. Therefore, the fleet had to set sail and meet the enemy as quickly as possible. Otherwise, even if these Space Necron warships didn't attack the orbital ring, their bombardment of the planet would be even worse. Although Rostov City was protected by city-level void shields and ape force fields, it could not withstand fleet-level orbital bombardment. Fortunately, the warships of the Rostov fleet were considered elite, and under the threat of a major enemy, preparations were completed quickly. Not long after Chen Xi and his team received the notification and arrived at the Black Ship's teleportation room via psychic teleportation, 4 cruisers were already ready to set sail and engage the enemy. Chen Xi's Black Ship was the first to complete its departure preparations. After all, the Inquisition's Black Ships had relatively strict requirements, and Chen Xi also had travel plans recently, so this Black Ship had been preparing for departure. Therefore, when the alarm sounded, the Black Ship was the first to gather its crew and prepare for departure. If it weren't for waiting for Chen Xi and his team to teleport aboard, it would probably have already rushed out. Next to complete departure was the Ash Knight's strike cruiser. The Space Marine warships were equally efficient. Following closely behind these 2 warships was the Dominator class, which, due to being sponsored by the Ecclesiarchy, was officially under the Adeptus Sororitas. Influenced by the Sisters of Battle's religious fervor, their efficiency was also quite high. If it weren't for waiting for the Battle Sister troops to board, they could have been even faster. Following these 3 ships were the 3 newly arrived Moon-class ships. However, for various reasons, when Chen Xi had already commanded the Black Ship out of port and the other 2 ships followed, only 1 Moon-class ship kept up. The other 2 still had some crew members who had not completed gathering, but it wouldn't delay much time, and they would soon be able to join the battle. In addition to the several cruisers, Gutierrez's light cruiser and Donia's forge ship also completed their departure preparations and followed behind the 4 cruisers, ready to enter the battlefield. They were facing 5 Shroud-class light cruisers and 3 Scythe-class harvest ships. The comparison of forces was not vastly disproportionate, but rather evenly matched. If they utilized the starport's defensive facilities, they could still win this battle. However, at this moment, many warships on the Imperium of Man's side had not yet left port, so they might suffer some losses in the early stages and have to hold the line. Chen Xi was prepared for this and immediately ordered, the entire fleet will form a single line abreast. After a round of torpedo volleys, use me as the flagship and form a single line ahead to meet the enemy. A single line abreast formation is when all warships are arranged in a horizontal line, facing the enemy with their bows. This is one of the Imperial Navy's commonly used formations, making it easy to leverage the advantage of the Imperium of Man's ships' bow torpedoes. A single line ahead formation, on the other hand, is when all warships are arranged in a single column, bow to stern, to maximize broadside firepower. If the enemy was still far away, Chen Xi would use a single line abreast formation, facing the enemy with the ship's bow, protected by the adamantium armor, to minimize damage to the fleet. But now that the enemy was almost face to face, it was natural to go all out in a single line ahead, maximizing firepower and fighting the enemy head-on. Following Chen Xi's command, the 6 warships simultaneously fired a round of torpedoes. Then, regardless of whether they hit, they immediately began to turn, forming a single line with Chen Xi's Black Ship as the flagship, and began to advance towards the Necrons. At the same time, the macro cannons and lances on the broadsides of all warships began to roar. Chapter 201, The Fierce Battle Rages. As the former overlords of the galaxy, the Space Necron fleet was not an easy foe to deal with. Although Chen Xi had indeed defeated the Necron Tomb Technicians fleet in the previous battle, that victory was not easily won. If the reinforcements hadn't arrived in time, while the Rostov II wouldn't have fallen, it would certainly have been a very tough fight. Among other things, the Ecclesiarchy's armed merchant ship at that time would most likely have sunk there. This time, facing the Space Necron fleet, with their numbers temporarily at a disadvantage, the best option was actually to stall for time. After all, there were still 2 Moon-class ships in the starport that could join the battle. At that point, their side would have 6 strike cruisers and 2 light cruisers, while the enemy would have 3 strike cruisers and 5 light cruisers. While this might not be an overwhelming advantage, it was still an advantage. Moreover, this wouldn't delay things for long, the starport's void shield could easily buy enough time. But Chen Xi didn't intend to do that. On one hand, being blockaded and not daring to charge out would severely impact morale. On the other hand, he was afraid these Necrons would split their forces, using a portion of their warships to tie him down, and then another portion to destroy the orbital ring or conduct orbital bombardment on the planet below. If the Space Necron fleet split its forces, and the Imperial fleet was trapped in the starport, unable to break through the enemy's blockade for a while, it was highly likely to lead to a collapse of the battle. After all, for Chen Xi, a little damage to a warship was not a big problem, there were repair shipyards, and as long as it wasn't sunk, it could be repaired. But if the Necrons dismantled the orbital ring or caused heavy damage to the city, his losses would be significant. And Chen Xi had another concern: was the Necron fleet really just these 8 warships? Mai and his team had investigated, and there was a Necron dynasty sleeping in this subsector. Who knew how large the scale of this Necron dynasty's fleet actually was? So Chen Xi unhesitatingly led his fleet to charge towards the Necrons. Because the distance between the two sides was already quite close, almost at direct close quarters combat range, both sides immediately opened fire with full power. Imperial warships were generally equipped with macro cannons and lance arrays. Aside from the Nova cannon on Donia's Forge World ship, there were no special weapons. However, the fact that the Imperium had conquered the galaxy for 10,000 years relying on macro cannons and lances was enough to prove the reliability of these two weapons, inherited from humanity's most glorious era. Macro cannons could be said to be quite primitive in terms of technology. In fact, for various reasons, they were even manually loaded on Imperial warships. But this ancient weapon, which could be traced back 40,000 years, could still exert its power as the king of war, smashing shells comparable to an super heavy tank directly into enemy ships. The pure kinetic and mass impact brought about pure destructive power. What's more, macro cannon shells were not just large iron lumps, their warheads also had powerful destructive effects. Even though Necron warships were composed of living metal, and Necrons were not without void shield technology, they still sustained damage from macro cannon shells. Originally, with the flexibility of Necron warships, they wouldn't have been so easily damaged. In 998.M41, 5 Shroud-class light cruisers attacked the Adeptus Mechanicus facilities on the Mars Forge world, with several successfully landing on Mars. Before this, the Imperium had encountered Shroud-class ships many times but had never managed to destroy them. Each time, the Shroud-class ships were able to withdraw from the battlefield unscathed, demonstrating their exceptional maneuverability. The Imperium also had no ships with enough firepower to intercept the Shroud-class. But when the Shroud-class abandoned their advantage in maneuverability to engage in an assault, their shortcomings became apparent. However, the Space Necron fleet was not simply a target for Imperial warships. Their equipped lightning arcs and gauze particle whips also caused some losses to the Imperial warships. The void shields of 2 warships were overloaded in the first round of engagement, forcing them to rely on the warship's inherent defenses to withstand the attacks. Fortunately, the Imperium also had the starport as backup. The starport's artillery finally began to roar after the fleet left port to engage the enemy, cooperating with the fleet to strike the Space Necron fleet. After several rounds of engagement, 1 Shroud-class Necron ship was sunk, while 2 Imperial light cruisers withdrew from the battle. However, at this point, the 2 Moon-class ships in the starport had finally completed all preparations and joined the battle, seizing the opportunity to damage a Necron Scythe class with a volley of torpedoes. As the 6 light cruisers unleashed their full firepower, the Space Necron fleet gradually began to falter. Just as Chen Xi thought this battle would end in an Imperial victory, he suddenly received news that Necron armies had appeared on the planet's surface, and the Necron Mechanical Army had once again launched an attack on Rostov City. By the Emperor's arsehole, do these skeletons have a portal and an army on the planet too? Chen Xi cursed, but at this moment, it was impossible for him to disengage and support the battle on the planet's surface. He could only have Gutierrez, who had already withdrawn from the battle, teleport back to the planet's surface with his kill team, leading Titus Squad to assist the Blood Angels Death Company in the ground battle. At the same time, Donia also prepared to directly descend her Forge World ship into the planetary atmosphere with her Adeptus Militaris to provide ground support. Her Forge World ship was a modified light cruiser, and descending into the atmosphere was not impossible, but it would be extremely demanding, requiring very high performance from the warship itself, as well as high skill from the pilot. One careless mistake could cause the warship to crash directly onto the ground, never to return to space. This also made Chen Xi regretful. If Mephisto hadn't been in a hurry to send the purchased Sanctus Wine back to Bale, having an additional strike cruiser right now would have made this battle much easier. But it didn't matter now. Gutierrez's and Donia's ships had already withdrawn from the battle, and they couldn't rejoin the fight for a while, so he might as well let them support the ground operation. Chen Xi originally thought this would be enough. Even if the battle on the planet's surface couldn't be decided immediately, it should be able to hold out until the space battle in orbit was decided. Then, he could simply repeat the orbital bombardment from last time, which would be enough to solve most of the problems. Although the subsequent impact of orbital bombardment would create another piece of uncultivable land on the planet's surface, for Rostov, a desert-ified planet, this was truly not a big deal. However, just as Chen Xi was having the black ship switch to a new void shield generator and turn its bow, preparing for another charge, Gutierrez, who had already descended to the surface, suddenly sent a communication, "Hey! Chen Xi, we can't handle it." Those skeletons pulled out the magnificent stone. "Hey? What is it?" Chen Xi was confused. "What did you say the skeletons pulled out?" Chapter 202, Magnificent Stone. The Magnificent Stone is a supermassive mobile fortress of the Necrons, similar in appearance to a monolith but much larger. It can carry multiple monoliths internally and deploy them to the battlefield. At the same time, it also possesses the same teleportation capabilities as the monolith. However, unlike the Monolith's portal, which can only transport infantry units, the Magnificent Stone's portal can deploy vehicles and large units. In addition, the Magnificent Stone is equipped with devastating gauze weapons and particle weapons, and possesses the ability for space navigation and planetary hard landings, usually serving as the core force and starting point for a Necron's global assault. During the conquest of Utto Prime in the late 41st millennium, Overlord Zendreka's Magnificent Stone and his forces completely destroyed 3 Catachan jungle fighter regiments and 3 full companies of the Imperial Fists chapter that the Imperium used for defense. This brutal battle made the Imperium wary of the Magnificent Stone. Thereafter, when facing this war machine, the Imperial army often chose to avoid its sharp edge, eschewing direct confrontation. With its formidable firepower and almost invincible defensive capabilities, the Magnificent Stone is virtually unstoppable on the battlefield. Facing such a terrifying war machine, the Imperial army often had no choice but to retreat or adopt flanking tactics, trying to avoid direct conflict to reduce unnecessary casualties. 3rd edition Monolith, the Magnificent Stone likely has a similar shape to this, but was only mentioned briefly in the 5th edition book. 9th edition Monolith. Magnificent Stone appears. The sudden arrival of the Magnificent Stone caught the unprepared Rostov garrison off guard. Although the space battle in the sky had already made the populace nervous, having experienced a similar battle not long ago, everyone's emotions were relatively stable. Under the command of the governor's office, most civilians quickly entered a state of refuge, and the army also urgently assembled, preparing to respond to a possible ground war. After all, the last time the Necrons launched ground forces simultaneously with a space fleet battle, it caused heavy losses to Rostov. However, just as the Rostov Defense Force completed its assembly and deployed defenses around the city, a colossal Magnificent Stone descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the black wasteland where the Necrons' forces were orbitally bombarded last time. Immediately following, several monoliths were released, quickly opening their teleportation gates, and began deploying large numbers of Necrons' ground forces onto the surface of Rostov. This time, the attackers were not just ordinary Necron warriors, but a composite army composed of various units such as Immortals, Destroyers, and Canopitak constructs. Their appearance immediately caused huge casualties to the frontline defense force. The Rostov Defense Force's 4th Regiment was routed in less than 10 minutes, forced to abandon the first line of defense and retreat urgently. The other 6 regiments of the defense force that subsequently assembled quickly used heavy weapons for fire support, and after a barrage of bombardment, they barely managed to slow down the Necrons' offensive, temporarily stabilizing the front line. However, with the successive deployment of monoliths, Canopitak Doomstalkers, Tomb Blades, Annihilation Barges, and even Ghost Arcs and Doomsday Arcs, the human side's positions began to become precarious. The Necrons' assault surged like a tide, although the Rostov Defense Force resisted desperately, under the opponent's overwhelming firepower and numerical superiority, their defensive line gradually collapsed. Every second of delay meant more casualties, and the Necrons' mechanical army seemed endless, showing no signs of stopping. At the same time, the space battle in orbit also entered a white-hot stage. Although the Imperial fleet commanded by Chen Xi fought hard, the Necrons' fleet's mobility and firepower advantage made the battle extremely difficult. While the starport's defensive facilities temporarily held back the enemy ship's attack, with the appearance of the Magnificent Stone, the pressure from the ground battlefield rapidly transmitted to orbit. Chen Xi realized that if the crisis on the ground battlefield could not be resolved quickly, Rostov's entire defense system would face the danger of complete collapse. Under this dual pressure, Rostov's garrison and civilians fell into an unprecedented predicament. The Necrons' mechanical army not only rampaged on the ground but also continuously reinforced through monoliths, while the Imperial fleet in orbit was also struggling to hold on. Chen Xi had no choice but to divide his forces, on one hand continuing to command the fleet to maneuver against the Necrons' fleet, and on the other hand urgently mobilizing reserve forces and battle sisters to support the ground battlefield. However, facing the Magnificent Stone and the massive Necrons' army it brought, Rostov's defensive line remained precarious. Canopitak Doomstalker, Tomb Blade, Ghost Arc, Doomsday Arc. Just then, several orbital drop pods descended from the sky, crashing in front of the defense forces' positions. Space Marines from the Ash Knights and Blood Angels had finally arrived in time for reinforcement. With the assistance of the Astartes, the defense forces' rout was finally halted, and the Armageddon Steel Legion and Talon Desert Raiders had also arrived as reinforcements. With the heavy armored units and Astartes on the field, the Rostov Defense Force finally stabilized its front line. Behind them, 5 regiments of Defense Force recruits had already assembled. Although they had not completed their training, there was no time to complete their training now. The battlefield was the best training ground, and actual combat was the best training. As long as you can survive the battlefield, or last 15 hours without dying, nothing else will be able to take your lives after that, the veteran non-commissioned officer educated the recruits. Although everyone knew that the rumor that recruits would not die after surviving 15 hours was pure nonsense, this did not prevent the veterans from instilling this concept in the recruits, making them last longer on the battlefield. In fact, facing the brutal battlefield, even the veteran Defense Force soldiers almost wet their pants. If it weren't for the fact that most veterans had experienced the previous battle with the Necrons and had some understanding of them, a rout would probably have occurred by now. Nevertheless, under the command of these veterans, the Defense Force recruits, with trepidation, gripped their weapons and crouched on the second line of defense, ready to be deployed into battle at any moment. Behind these Defense Force recruits were the militia units still in the process of assembling. Although they were even less capable than the Defense Force recruits, these young people all possessed a surge of courage, wanting to protect their homes. However, if they were to encounter the Necrons' forces, they would merely add to the cannon fodder. The perilous situation of war forced Gutierrez, who led his kill team to the battlefield, to send a distress signal to Chen Xi. Chapter 203, All Tactics Lead to Titus. Chen Xi, what do we do now? If we don't take down the magnificent stone, that thing will flatten the entire city. Gutierrez's voice came through the communicator, urgent and clearly anxious. His urging doubled the pressure on Chen Xi. The current battle situation was already grim, and the magnificent stone's presence not only threatened Rostov's defenses but could also utterly destroy the entire city. Chen Xi stared at the battlefield map, his brows furrowed, his mind rapidly strategizing. He already had an idea, but this plan was extremely risky, a slight misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. He hesitated for a moment, then asked Gutierrez, what would be the consequences of firing a Nova cannon within the atmosphere? A Nova cannon? You can't be thinking of. Gutierrez instantly understood Chen Xi's intention, his tone showing a hint of surprise, but quickly turning resolute. We can fire it. During the Third Armageddon War, the general's cannon unearthed by the Imperium was a Nova cannon, and there's no problem using it within the atmosphere. Although its destructive power is immense, as long as it can destroy the magnificent stone, the cost is worth it. Chen Xi nodded, feeling a little more at ease, and immediately issued the order, contact Sage Danya. Have her forged ship prepare to fire the Nova cannon. Use the Nova cannon to destroy the magnificent stone. However, while ordering Donia to fire the Nova cannon, he also added to Gutierrez, withdraw all troops. The Nova cannon's destructive power is too strong, keeping the troops nearby would be sending them to their deaths. Understood, but in that case, we can only use the Space Marines to delay the Necron's attack. Gutierrez understood Chen Xi's meaning, his tone tinged with helplessness. However, in a sense, Astartes were made for this job. Their mission was to step up at the most critical moments and undertake the most dangerous tasks. Execute it. Let the Ash Knights go first. If it's not enough, I'll call for reinforcements. Although Chen Xi felt a pang of reluctance, he still made the decision calmly. He knew that at such a time, he had to be decisive, any hesitation could lead to greater losses. We should have enough personnel now. Let me test the true worth of Titus, this dual chosen one. Gutierrez clearly had a plan, his tone filled with confidence and a fighting spirit. He was evidently confident in Titus's abilities and prepared to lead the charge himself. Chen Xi simply nodded, saying nothing more, and turned back to focus on commanding the battle. He had to ensure that the fleet in orbit continued to tie down the Necron's space fleet, preventing them from supporting the ground battle. Meanwhile, Donia's forged ship had begun to adjust its position, preparing to fire the Nova cannon. However, before firing the Nova cannon, Donia still had her forged ship provide a wave of fire support to the ground. The warship's macro cannon and lances precisely targeted large units among the Necron army, such as the monoliths. After several rounds of bombardment, several monoliths were completely destroyed, and the portal stopped deploying troops. This wave of fire support bought valuable breathing room for the ground forces. The Necron's offensive was temporarily suppressed. Taking advantage of the brief lull created by the forged ship's bombardment, Gutierrez quickly readjusted his deployment. Standing in the temporary command post on the front line, he scanned the battlefield map, then turned to Titus and the other Space Marines beside him, stating firmly, the Ash Knights will assist the Astra Militarum in delaying the enemy's advance. Titus, you and your Blood Angels brothers must find a way to stop that big thing. We cannot let it get any closer to the city, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Titus nodded, his gaze fixed on the magnificent stone slowly advancing in the distance. That behemoth was like a moving mountain, awe-inspiring. He pondered for a moment, then proposed his plan, stop it from advancing? Perhaps we can use thermal meltdown bombs to destroy parts of its structure, thereby impeding its progress. As long as we damage its propulsion system or supporting structure, it should be able to stop it temporarily. Gutierrez did not comment on this, merely responding briefly, you can use any method you want to stop it, but we must stop this thing before the Nova cannon fires, to buy time for the troops to evacuate. Time is running out, act fast. Understood, please leave it to me, Master Gutierrez. Titus's expression was serious and earnest. Once the mission was clear, he immediately gathered his squad and rendezvoused with the Blood Angels Death Company, who had already assembled. They quickly geared up and charged towards the magnificent stone. Meanwhile, Gutierrez, along with the Weepers and the Ash Knights, began to establish a temporary defensive line. Their task was to block the Necron's advance, preventing the enemy from breaking through the line before the Nova cannon fired and threatening the city's safety. Although this defensive line was hastily established, with the assistance of the Space Marines and the tenacious resistance of the defense force, the Necron's offensive was temporarily contained. Behind them, other units were retreating, avoiding being caught in the Nova cannon's strike radius. One must know that the Nova cannon's power is immense. Once fired, the entire battlefield will be engulfed by its explosive force. In space, a single Nova cannon shot can sink small vessels such as frigates, destroyers, and even light cruisers. And using such a weapon within the atmosphere, its destructive power would be even more exaggerated. The shockwave and energy release from the explosion would be enough to destroy all targets within tens, or even hundreds, of kilometers and could even have long-term effects on the surrounding environment. But only a weapon like the Nova cannon could destroy the magnificent stone in the shortest possible time. Chen Xi and everyone else knew this was a huge gamble, but they had no other choice. If the magnificent stone continued to advance, the entire city of Rostov would face annihilation. And now, everyone's hope rested on Titus and his squad. They had to find a way to stop the magnificent stone's advance in the shortest possible time, to buy the last moments for the Nova cannons firing and the withdrawal of other armies. If they failed to complete the mission, Donia would have no choice but to disregard the troops still on the ground and forcibly fire the Nova cannon. After all, everyone knew that if the Magnificent Stone approached the city, a massive Necron army would destroy the entire city, billions of Imperial citizens within the city would be slaughtered, and Rostov too would fall. For the Imperium, the loss of billions of Imperial citizens was not important, but this crucial planet absolutely could not be allowed to fall into Xeno's hands. Chapter 204, Titus advances. To delay the advance of the Magnificent Stone, one must first push close to it. However, this also meant that Titus' squad and the Blood Angels Death Company, tasked with this mission, needed to break through the vast Necron's army in front of them. If Donia hadn't previously plowed the area with the forged ship's artillery, they might still be cowering behind the defensive line, trying to figure out how to counterattack. But even with all of them equipped with jetpacks, a rapid advance was still almost impossible. This was because there were simply too many enemies on the battlefield, and the terrain they faced was a flat desert wasteland, with the only available cover being some destroyed Necron's vehicles and shell craters on the ground. A group of over 50 Space Marines were all crouched and dispersed in a series of shell craters, while in front of them, the Necron's army was still slowly advancing. This scene looked both frustrating and peculiar. Titus crouched in a deep pit, scanning the enemy lines through his power armor's optical display, his brows tightly furrowed. He whispered to the Death Company sergeant beside him, "This won't do. We need to find a way to break through, otherwise, if the Magnificent Stone enters the city limits, the consequences will be unimaginable." The Death Company sergeant nodded, his voice low and calm, "Indeed, but we can't charge head-on. The Necron's Gauss weapons pose too great a threat to our armor, even a graze will decompose our power armor. We need to figure something out." Titus pondered for a moment, then said, "Call for artillery support. We need a path, even if it's only temporary, to allow us to rapidly advance with our jetpacks." The sergeant didn't hesitate and immediately contacted the rear artillery positions via comms. A few seconds later, a response came through the comms, "Artillery support ready, please provide coordinates." Titus quickly transmitted the target coordinates, then said to the warriors around him, "Everyone prepare. As soon as artillery support arrives, immediately activate your jetpacks and advance at full speed. Our target is the Magnificent Stone's power system. Stop its advance at all costs." The warriors nodded, gripping their weapons, waiting for the roar of the artillery. A few seconds later, a sharp whistling sound came from the sky, followed by dense artillery shells raining down on the Necron's lines. The explosions, fire and smoke instantly obscured the battlefield, and Titus seized the opportunity, shouting, "Now! Charge!" Over 50 Space Marines simultaneously activated their jetpacks, leaping out of the shell craters and rapidly advancing towards the Magnificent Stone under the cover of the explosions. Their speed was extremely fast, but even so, the Necron's firepower remained dense and lethal. Green beams from Gauss weapons cut deadly trajectories through the air. Several Death Company warriors were unfortunately hit during the advance, their power armor instantly decomposed, falling on the path of the charge. Titus gritted his teeth, silently praying for his fallen comrades, but his feet did not falter. He knew this was not the time for sorrow, only by completing the mission could he honor the fallen brothers. "Faster! Even faster!" Titus shouted into the comms, his voice tinged with urgency. They were running out of time, the Magnificent Stone was getting closer to the city, and the Nova cannon's firing was imminent. Just as they were about to approach the Magnificent Stone, Titus suddenly discovered a group of Immortals and Canoptek constructs intercepting them ahead. He quickly ordered, "Disperse formation. Avoid frontal fire. Clear the way with thermal meltdown bombs and bolter." The warriors quickly followed orders, using the maneuverability of their jetpacks to avoid the enemy's frontal fire, while simultaneously using thermal meltdown bombs and bolter for precise strikes against the intercepting enemies. Amidst the explosions, several Canoptek constructs were destroyed, and a gap was torn in the Immortals' line. "Keep advancing. The target is just ahead." Titus roared, leading the remaining warriors to continue charging towards the Magnificent Stone. Their mission was not yet complete, and time was running out. Titus and his squad, along with the warriors of the Blood Angels Death Company, finally broke through the Necron's heavy defenses under the cover of artillery support, approaching the Magnificent Stone. However, the sight before them made their hearts sink. The Magnificent Stone's outer shell was composed of living metal, and countless Necron scarabs on its surface were repairing this massive mobile fortress, as if it were a self-repairing stronghold, making any attack difficult to inflict fatal damage in a short time. "Thermal meltdown bombs ready!" Titus ordered loudly, and several warriors quickly took out their thermal meltdown bombs, preparing to detonate them on the Magnificent Stone's critical points. However, just as they were about to plant the bombs, the Magnificent Stone's defensive system targeted them, and arrays of Gauss weapons projected deadly green rays at them. "Scatter! Scatter quickly!" Titus's voice was almost drowned out by the piercing sound of weapons charging. Several warriors who couldn't dodge in time were hit by the beams, their power armor was instantly decomposed, and their bodies turned to ash. "Damn it!" Titus cursed through gritted teeth, quickly taking cover behind a destroyed Necron vehicle. He urgently spoke through the comms, "Everyone, listen. The Magnificent Stone's defensive system can attack its underside, do not approach rashly. We need a new plan." At the same time, Gutierrez also noticed the anomaly from the rear defensive line. He saw Titus and the others' predicament through his tactical optical display, his heart filled with anxiety. He immediately contacted Chen Xi, Titus and the others are suppressed by the Magnificent Stone's defensive system and cannot approach the target. We need more support, otherwise we will miss the Nova Cannon's firing window. Chen Xi's voice came through the comms, with a hint of gravity. I understand, but the battle in orbit is also fierce. The fleet is fully engaged in containing the Necron fleet and cannot provide more ground support. You must hold on a little longer, the Nova Cannon's charging has entered its final phase. Gutierrez also knew that in space, Chen Xi was fiercely fighting 8 Necron's warships with 6 cruisers, although he had already sunk one and damaged another, the Necron fleet's strength still prevented them from freeing up forces. So he didn't expect Chen Xi to provide much help and could only figure out a way to provide support for Titus himself. However, at this moment, Chen Xi's communication came through again, telling Gutierrez, there's still a light cruiser. Didn't your light cruiser also descend? Use its firepower to provide support for Titus. Buy Donia time to fire the Nova Cannon. Chapter 205 Death Charge. Gutierrez quickly contacted the light cruiser's captain, his voice cold and decisive. All ship cannons aim at the Magnificent Stone's defense systems, full power fire. Open a path for Titus and his men. The light cruiser's macro cannons and lances slowly adjusted their angles, their muzzles aimed at the Magnificent Stone and the Necron's army, then began a barrage. With a deafening roar of cannon fire, dense shells and beams rained down on the Magnificent Stone and the Necron's army. The explosion's flames instantly engulfed the Magnificent Stone's exterior, its defense systems temporarily paralyzed under the fierce bombardment, like a wounded giant beast, temporarily losing its fangs. Titus seized this opportunity, leading his warriors in a rapid advance, using the light cruiser's covering fire to finally approach the Magnificent Stone's critical components. Titus shouted, thermal meltdown bombs ready. Find its power system, and take it out in one go. His voice was exceptionally clear on the chaotic battlefield, like a sharp blade piercing the turbulent air. The warriors quickly acted, placing thermal meltdown bombs on the Magnificent Stone's critical components. With a series of explosions, the Magnificent Stone's exterior began to crack, and its forward speed noticeably slowed. However, just as they thought victory was within reach, a large number of Necron scarabs suddenly surged out from within the Magnificent Stone, like a swarm of hungry locusts, frantically repairing the damaged parts of the Magnificent Stone. At the same time, some Necron's units also turned their gauze weapons and charged towards them, cold green beams cutting deadly trajectories through the air. Titus's heart tightened, and he immediately shouted, disperse. Disperse quickly. But it was too late, dense gauze beams once again covered the surrounding area. Several warriors fell in the beams, their power armor instantly disintegrated, torn apart like fragile paper. Titus's eyes were bloodshot, but he gritted his teeth and continued to carry out the mission. He shouted into the communicator to Gutierrez, we can't hold on much longer. How much longer for the Nova Cannon? Gutierrez's voice came through the communicator, with a hint of urgency, hold on for 30 more seconds. Donia's Nova Cannon is in the final charging phase. Titus took a deep breath and said to the warriors beside him, 30 seconds. Everyone, give it your all. The warriors nodded one after another, their eyes gleaming with determination. Titus hoisted the last thermal meltdown bomb and charged towards the Magnificent Stone's core. His power armor was already shattered under the gauze weapons barrage, but he showed no sign of retreat, like a wounded beast, still roaring and charging forward. After Titus and the others installed the thermal meltdown bombs, they quickly activated their jump packs, preparing to withdraw. However, the Magnificent Stone's defense system seemed to have detected their actions, and some of the already repaired defensive weapon arrays locked onto them again. Green beams, like the scythe of death, instantly covered their retreat path, like an invisible net attempting to trap them. Quick! Disperse and evacuate. Don't go in a straight line. Titus shouted into the communicator, his voice filled with urgency. The warriors quickly scattered, using the maneuverability of their jump packs to weave through the gaps in the gauze beams. Despite this, 2 warriors were still hit by beams during their retreat, their power armor instantly disintegrated, and their bodies turned to ash. Titus watched the fallen warriors, his grief uncontrollable, although they were not ultramarines, the sacrifice of every Astartes still pained him. But this was not the time for sorrow, he quickly adjusted his direction, using a destroyed Necron vehicle as cover, temporarily avoiding the gauze weapons barrage. Everyone, report status. Titus asked urgently into the communicator. Team A safe, advancing to extraction point. Team B lost 1, others safe, evacuating. Team C all safe, approaching safe zone. Hearing the warriors' reports, Titus breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, just then, a deep roar suddenly came from the communicator, it was the Death Company's sergeant. His voice carried an unusual frenzy, like a wild beast trapped in a cage. Titus, you take the others and withdraw first. I'll take 2 squads to cover the rear. Titus's heart tightened, and he immediately realized what had happened. The Death Company warriors had fallen into the Black Rage. This was a curse within the Blood Angels chapter's gene seed, once triggered, the warriors would fall into a state of irrational frenzy, with only slaughter and destruction in their eyes. Although the Death Company were all Blood Angels who had previously fallen into the Black Rage and were reawakened with the help of Sanctus Wine, this did not mean they could not fall into the Black Rage again. No. You can't stay here. The Nova Cannon is about to fire. Titus tried to dissuade them, but his voice was cut off by the Death Company sergeant's roar. For Sanguinius. For the Emperor. We will never let these Xenos defile our honor. The Death Company warriors had completely lost their reason, their eyes bloodshot, and the Blood Angel's emblem on their power armor seemed to burn. Horus. You are dead. They no longer listened to any commands, but instead turned and charged towards the Magnificent Stone, their bolters wildly unleashing fire. Titus watched helplessly as the Death Company warriors charged into the enemy lines, his heart filled with a sense of powerlessness. He knew that once they fell into the Black Rage, these warriors could never turn back, their fate was sealed, destined to burn out in battle. Titus, we have to go. Kyle Strauss, beside him, grabbed his arm, his voice tinged with urgency. Titus took a deep breath and nodded. He knew this was not the time to hesitate. He took one last look at the Death Company warriors charging into the enemy lines and whispered, "May the Emperor guide your souls." He quickly led the remaining warriors to full-speed evacuation towards the safe zone. Just as they had exited the dangerous area, a piercing roar came from the sky. Donia's forged ship had finally completed the Nova cannon's charging, and a dazzling light streaked across the battlefield, striking the magnificent stone's core. A massive explosion instantly engulfed the magnificent stone, and the shockwave swept across the entire battlefield. Titus and the warriors were thrown to the ground by the blast, but they knew that the battle was finally over. Titus struggled to his feet, looking towards the land destroyed by the Nova cannon. In the smoke and dust, he seemed to still see the figures of the Death Company warriors. They were still fighting in their final moments, until they were swallowed by the light of the explosion. They completed their mission, Titus said softly, his voice heavy. The sacrifice of these warriors laid the foundation for Rostov's victory, but the cost of this victory was too heavy. Chapter 206 Playing the Trump Card. Chen Xi, the magnificent stone has been shot down, but our losses are heavy. Gutierrez reported the battle situation to Chen Xi, his voice heavy, as if every word weighed on his chest. His gaze swept across the battlefield, the devastated ground and the army full of wounded soldiers, made him feel extremely suppressed. How many people were lost? At this moment, Chen Xi was answering Gutierrez's communication while continuing to direct the battle. His voice was a little hurried, obviously eager to know the situation on the ground, but at the same time, he also had to command the battle in space. The barrage on the port side is too thin, what are the gunners doing? Ignoring the noisy sounds coming from Chen Xi's side, Gutierrez took a deep breath and continued to report. Of the 50 Death Company warriors of the Blood Angels, 27 were killed in action, and 13 were seriously wounded and in suspended animation. If they are not given Primaris surgeries later, they can only be put into dreadnoughts. Your Ash Knight's dreadnought was destroyed, only 2 tactical squad members are left, 3 Terminators were killed, and 2 veterans of the guard were also killed, almost completely wiped out. The Weeping Angels were lucky this time, only 2 died, and 1 also fell into suspended animation. This is truly heavy casualties. Chen Xi's breathing stopped for a few seconds, as if he was instantly overwhelmed by the heavy reality. But he quickly adjusted his emotions and continued to ask, what about the Astra Militarum and the Defense Force? What is the fleet doing? Focus fire on that cruiser. Sink it for me. His voice carried a hint of suppressed anger, clearly extremely dissatisfied with the current battle situation. Listening to Chen Xi's obviously angry voice, Gutierrez didn't want to provoke Chen Xi further, but under Chen Xi's repeated urging, he still stated the losses of the Defense Force and the Astra Militarum. 2 Astra Militarum regiments suffered over half casualties, and almost all vehicles were destroyed. Of the 7 Defense Force regiments, 2 were almost completely wiped out, and 3 suffered over half casualties. However, the recruit regiments and militia regiments, because they were not put into combat, did not suffer any casualties. After saying this, Gutierrez asked Chen Xi for instructions again. Now that the magnificent stone has been destroyed, but the Necron army is still attacking, do you have any instructions? Should we continue to defend and wait for you to resolve the space battle before counterattacking? Or should I organize a counterattack with the forces I have at hand? And a quick reminder, the Sisters of Battle are very unhappy with your order to keep them in the vineyard, and they are frantically requesting to join the fight. Then let them go. Replenish the 3 regiments that suffered over half casualties with the 3 new recruit regiments, strengthen the Astra Militarum with the remaining 2 recruit regiments, withdraw the 2 nearly wiped out regiments to rest, and prepare the militia regiments to be ready for battle as well. Chen Xi issued a series of instructions, his tone carrying an unquestionable resolve. However, he then hesitated. He knew that the battle had reached a critical moment, and he was still hesitating whether to use his last trump card. That hidden Ash Knight's unit was his last ace, and using it might attract unnecessary attention and trouble. After all, the modification of Astartes could bring more than just a little trouble, but the current situation no longer allowed him to hesitate. Gutierrez knew what Chen Xi was hesitating about, so he said to him, I think the reinforcements can be brought out, at least 32 still has a cruiser and a frigate, joining the battle can end the space battle as soon as possible. As for the Ash Knights you've hidden, there's no harm in bringing them out. There are only about 20 years left until the Great Rift opens. We can block the news during this time, shift the blame to Call, and gloss over it without a problem. Chen Xi was silent for a moment, rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made a decision, all right. I'll send Shidong out, and when they arrive, you can launch the counterattack. His voice carried a hint of determination, clearly having made up his mind. After all, he couldn't watch the defense force fight to the death while he held a force that could change the tide of battle without using it. Gutierrez nodded, and although Chen Xi couldn't see his movements, he knew that the other party had understood his determination. He quickly began to deploy the next actions, and at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least they wouldn't lose this battle after fighting with all their might. Gutierrez looked up at the sky, and with an Astartes vision, he could easily see the fleet engaged in fierce combat in space, which filled his heart with immense worry. Gutierrez knew that a Necron dynasty existed within the subsector, and Chen Xi and others also knew. They originally planned to leave it alone, not awaken these iron skeletons, and when the Great Rift opened and the Regent launched the Indomitus Crusade, they would just bring an Indomitus fleet over and wipe it out. But from the current situation, this Necron dynasty might have already been awakened. If that were the case, then the Rostov subsector would quickly become a huge meat grinder. After all, the Imperium would never abandon the Sanctus Wine on Rostov 2, so the Department of Internal Affairs would inevitably decide to defend this planet to the death. By then, the extent of the war would be beyond their control. It seems I need to have a good talk with Chen Xi about this. Gutierrez kept this in mind, then continued to direct the battle. In the Ash Knights chapter monastery on Rostov 4, Shidong, who had received Chen Xi's order, was assembling his troops. In addition to the original 33 Primaris Astartes, after such a long period of training, the first batch of 50 new recruits for the Ash Knights had also been fully trained, and they would also join the battle this time. Although they were only quickly conscripted, relying on the physical quality of the Primaris Astartes, their combat effectiveness could still play a crucial role on this battlefield. After all, they were 50 Primaris Astartes, and even as quickly conscripted troops, their combat power was far stronger than ordinary Astra Militarum. However, although they were already assembled, they still had to wait for 32's forged ship to arrive before they could go to support the battle on Rostov 2. Chen Xi had only exchanged for one strike cruiser for the Ash Knights at that time, and Shidong and his team did not have any warships available, because Chen Xi had not expected to put them into battle so quickly. However, Shidong didn't care about this. What he and the Ash Knights warriors longed for was to enter the battle as soon as possible. Even if they were just chess pieces and not real people, their inner desire for combat as Astartes would not change. However, they did not wait for 32's forged ship. It was Mai and Twilight's Huichong Shihao that came to pick them up. This ship had to be moved to Rostov 3 for docking earlier because Rostov 2 starport was full, but now it seemed to have turned a misfortune into a blessing, becoming a mobile force that could be deployed. Chapter 207, End of the Naval Battle. The Huichong Shihao, carrying Chapter Master Shidong and others, entered the battle, but instead of joining other forces, they chose to launch a surprise attack from another side of the Necron army. Although Chen Xi decided to use this trump card, he instinctively hoped to conceal the existence of this Primaris Astartes force. After all, Primaris Astartes were still a sensitive topic within the Imperium, especially with the Great Rift not yet fully open. Any rumors about Primaris warriors could attract unnecessary attention and scrutiny. However, overall, as long as the two sides did not actively communicate, the problem was not significant. Chapter Master Shidong and his forces had a distinct paint scheme compared to Sergeant Yarn and the Unprimaries Astartes, making it difficult to identify two Astartes forces with completely different paint schemes as belonging to the same chapter without close inspection. Chapter Master Shidong and his forces used a black and white quartered paint scheme, while Sergeant Yarn and his forces used a full silver grey paint scheme. The difference between the two was quite obvious. Chapter Master Shidong. Sergeant Yarn. Despite this, Chen Xi still took necessary precautions to avoid suspicion. He knew that even with different paint schemes, too much contact and interaction could still raise doubts. Therefore, he specifically instructed Chapter Master Shidong and his forces to attack from the enemy's rear, avoiding direct contact with the Imperial forces on the front lines. Furthermore, launching an attack from the enemy's rear was itself an effective strike method, and it could also cut off the Necron's continuous reinforcements, making it a very practical tactic. In summary, after Chapter Master Shidong led the Primaris Ash Knights into battle, the ground combat on Rostov 2 was no longer in much doubt. On the front lines, the defense force, reinforced by 2,000 Sisters of Battle, reorganized their offensive. Under the fire support of 2 light cruisers, the main attacking force, composed of 5 defense force regiments and 2 Astra Militarum regiments, launched a counterattack against the Necron army. The zealous faith and powerful firepower of the Sisters of Battle injected new vitality into the Imperial army, and the Necron army's defensive lines began to crumble. At the same time, Chapter Master Shidong's forces swiftly destroyed the Necron's warp gates and warp beacons on the planet, cutting off the enemy's reinforcement routes. This action not only greatly weakened the Necron army's combat strength but also created favorable conditions for the counterattack on the front lines. After completing their mission, they quickly withdrew without contacting any Imperial forces. The entire operation was clean and swift, like a ghost unit, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Aside from Chen Xi and Gutierrez, no one knew of the existence of this Primaris Ash Knights force. Although Titus and the other Astartes also noticed the unusual activity behind enemy lines, they tacitly chose to remain silent. Regarding the destruction of the Necron warp gates and warp beacons behind enemy lines, Titus and others certainly had some thoughts and conjectures. But for various reasons, they chose to remain silent. And after the ground combat ended, the fleet battle in space also drew to a close. With the addition of the 32nd Forged ship to the battle, the Rostov side finally gained a numerical advantage in combat power. The 32nd Forged ship was not only equipped with Nova cannons but was also better able to withstand the recoil and side effects of firing Nova cannons than Donia's Forged ship. The power of a Nova cannon is immense. For smaller vessels, firing it often causes a complete power outage throughout the ship and can even lead to structural damage to the hull. But for cruiser-class vessels, firing a Nova cannon mostly requires enduring the immense recoil generated when firing a shell at sublight speed. The 32nd Forged ship's design specifically reinforced its hull structure and energy distribution system, enabling it to complete Nova cannon firing and reloading in a short time. This efficient strike capability undoubtedly put immense pressure on the Space Necron fleet. During the engagement, the 32nd Forged ship fired 3 Nova cannon shots, each accurately hitting its target. 2 Shroud-class light cruisers were directly sunk, turning into debris in space. Another Scythe-class harvester was heavily damaged, losing most of its combat capability. The Space Necron fleet's formation began to show disarray, and Chen Xi keenly seized this opportunity. He did not miss this crucial moment and decisively ordered a stasis field bomb carried on the Black Ship to be launched into the Space Necron fleet's formation. The stasis field bomb detonated within the enemy fleet, instantly releasing a powerful stasis field that drastically slowed down the entire Space Necron fleet, with several warships almost completely halted in place. Now, focus fire. Chen Xi's voice echoed through the entire fleet via the communicator. The 7 cruisers unleashed their full firepower, macro cannons, lances, and torpedoes firing in unison, a dense barrage of fire pouring down like a storm upon the Space Necron fleet. Under such fierce firepower, not a single Space Necron warship was able to escape. Shroud-class light cruisers shattered under the bombardment of macro cannons, Scythe-class harvesters lost power from lance penetrations, and were finally completely destroyed by torpedoes. When the last Space Necron warship turned to ashes in an explosion, the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. Chen Xi stood on the Black Ship's bridge, looking out at the space filled with fire and wreckage through the viewport, yet he felt no sense of relief. Although this battle was won, the threat of the Necrons hung like a sword of Damocles, making him feel uneasy, as if he had thorns in his back. Report battle damage. Chen Xi's voice sounded through the communicator, with a hint of fatigue. Black Ship lightly damaged, energy shields overloaded, but hull structure intact. The executive officer on the bridge was the first to report the Black Ship's condition. The Ash Knight strike cruiser is heavily damaged and needs to return to the starport for repairs. The Ash Knight strike cruiser was the second to report its status. This ship had been following behind the Black Ship, but its void shield was not as resilient as the Black Ship's, so it sustained excessive damage during the battle, with several void shield overloads forcing it to rely on the hull's inherent defensive capabilities to withstand enemy fire. But fortunately, it held up. Currently, it is only moderately damaged and has not lost combat capability. The forged ship is in good condition. The Nova cannon system needs cooling, but other functions are normal. As the last forged ship to join the battle, it sustained the least damage. Aside from taking a lot of hits while stationary during Nova cannon firing, it did not suffer much damage. In contrast, the other cruisers sustained injuries of varying degrees, from moderate to minor damage. Although all were between moderate and minor damage, they clearly all needed to enter port for repairs. Listening to the reports from each ship, Chen Xi nodded. Although the fleet had paid a considerable price, these losses were acceptable compared to the achievement of completely destroying the Space Necron fleet. All fleet, return to the starport for rest and recuperation. Chen Xi gave his final order. Chapter 208, Seeking Aid from the Empire. At the Mariupol sector capital, the Star Language Reader Hall, upon receiving the distress signal from Rostov, immediately informed all relevant departments in the sector. This news, like a bombshell, instantly caused a huge stir among the various power agencies in the sector. The departments that received the distress call immediately erupted. The Ecclesiarchy clearly could not abandon Rostov, a crucial planet that had almost become synonymous with a holy land. The sector bishop immediately exerted the Ecclesiarchy's influence, demanding that the sector Department of Military Affairs dispatch reinforcements, while also contacting the Star Territory Department of Military Affairs and the Imperial Navy for support. The Ecclesiarchy even called for a holy war, preparing to mobilize believers for an expedition to the Rostov subsector to utterly annihilate the Xenos. The call for this holy war quickly spread among believers, and many fanatical believers had already begun to gather, ready to fight for the Emperor's glory. The Inquisition was also furious that a Xenos civilization dared to attack an imperial world, especially the Pacification Order, which was greatly incensed by this. Because this was something within their purview, such an occurrence could be said to be their dereliction of duty. Although Chen Xi was also a Pacification Order Inquisitor, he was currently resisting the Xenos civilization's attack, so the primary responsibility did not fall on him. Moreover, from the current situation, the forces Chen Xi had gathered were undeniably strong. There were Space Marines, Battle Sisters, Astra Militarum, and a fleet consisting of multiple cruisers. This was already the maximum force an Inquisitor could normally mobilize. Such a force, for the Xenos civilizations the Empire might usually encounter, truly constituted a fleet capable of annihilating a nation, save for a slight shortage in the number of ground troops. But even such a force was now being beaten to the point of calling for aid, which showed the strength of the enemy Chen Xi was facing. How could it not be a dereliction of duty that the Inquisition had not discovered such a powerful Xenos civilization? Precisely because of this, while the Inquisition mobilized the resources it could to support Chen Xi, it also put pressure on the Department of Military Affairs and the Navy. However, the greatest pressure faced by the Department of Military Affairs and the Navy at this time did not come from the Ecclesiarchy and the Inquisition. After all, the pressure from these two was mainly official. As long as the Department of Military Affairs and the Navy took action, there would be no major problems. But the political pressure from the sector nobles and the Star District Governor himself was somewhat overwhelming for the Department of Military Affairs and the Navy. Because Mai had secured many sponsorships when promoting the subsector development plan in the Star Sector capital, the nobles of the Mariupol sector and the Star District Governor were very concerned about the development of the Rostov subsector. Chen Xi's actions were certainly not slow. The two planets that had already entered the construction phase gave the sector nobles great confidence. They were very optimistic about this plan and were prepared to make further investments later, even planning to organize an exploration team themselves to develop planets in the subsector. After all, the profits that could be brought by developing planets were considerable. Perhaps the top few families among the sector nobles would not care, but for the middle and lower class nobles, the profits from a single planet were still astonishing. As for developing an entire subsector, that was a generous profit that even the Star District Governor could not refuse. Even if the Star District Governor himself did not care, his family could not abandon such immense profits. It must be known that if supported by the profits from an entire subsector, the governor's family could firmly hold the position of Star District Governor for generations. It was precisely because of such immense profits that when news broke that the Rostov subsector had been attacked by a Xeno civilization and the entire subsector might become a battlefield, leading to the loss of profits, these nobles went crazy, pressuring the Department of Military Affairs and the Imperial Navy, demanding that they immediately rescue Rostov. The Star District Governor's office was practically inundated with petitions and protest letters from the nobles, and some nobles even brought their retainers and private soldiers directly to the Department of Military Affairs to exert pressure, demanding immediate action. Under such pressure, the Department of Military Affairs and the Navy had no choice but to accelerate their pace of action. The Sector Department of Military Affairs quickly assembled nearby Astra Militarum Corps, preparing to head to Rostov for support. The Imperial Navy also urgently dispatched a main fleet consisting of a battleship and multiple cruisers, preparing to head to the Rostov subsector. At the same time, the Inquisition's pacification order also sent elite inquisitors, preparing for a thorough purge of the Xeno civilization in the Rostov subsector. The entire Mariupol sector seemed to be caught in a storm, with all factions moving for the fate of Rostov. In such a tense atmosphere, the massive reinforcements, consisting of the main fleet urgently dispatched by the Imperial Navy, 200,000 Astra Militarum urgently conscripted by the Department of Military Affairs, 800 Space Marines led by elite pacification inquisitors from the Inquisition, and 1,000,000 Ecclesiarchy Holy War Army and 100,000 noble private soldiers, gathered within 3 months as the vanguard of this reinforcement, and then majestically advanced towards the Rostov subsector. Even before the reinforcements departed, the war on Rostov too had already ended. Both the fleet in space and the large army on the ground were found and crushed by Rostov's military forces. In fact, Chen Xi only had the star language reader send out the distress signal after the battle had ended. At first glance, it seems a bit strange why he would wait until the battle was over to call for aid. Even considering the Empire's low administrative efficiency, he should have called for aid before the battle began, not after it ended. But Chen Xi's actions were not problematic. The Necrons that appeared on Rostov too were enemies Chen Xi intended to withstand with his own strength. At the very least, he had to hold the line so that he could wait for reinforcements, rather than for them to collect corpses. And after defeating the Necrons' army that appeared on Rostov too, Chen Xi's main goal shifted from resisting the enemy to solving the problem once and for all. Undoubtedly, a Necron dynasty, even an insignificant small dynasty, was not something Chen Xi was currently capable of dealing with. Even if he could get reinforcements from the Adeptus Mechanicus, which he did wise one Christian guaranteed to help call a Titan Legion from Gria Forge World, and Avilia recontacted Call, explaining the situation to him and requesting the use of what was beneath the forge. Chen Xi did not know the specific situation yet, but it was clear that at least he would receive assistance from a Titan Legion. But these alone were not enough to deal with the Necron dynasty, unless Gria Forge World brought out all its family's assets. And Gria would obviously not do that, unless Chen Xi could somehow find a Star God shard from the Necron dynasty's treasury. Therefore, seeking aid from the Empire and requesting the Empire to provide reinforcements became inevitable. Chapter 209, Expedition and Armaments. How many reinforcements can the Imperium send? Seriously, without 1,000,000 or so Astra Militarum, I doubt it'll be enough to fill this hole. In the conference room of the Rostov governor's office, Gutierrez was asking Chen Xi, looking exhausted. He had just finished dealing with the Space Marine matters. After all, nearly 100 Astartes from 4 chapters participated in this battle, with over 50% casualties. Whether it was the recovery of the dead, their weapons, equipment, and gene seed, or the subsequent treatment of the wounded, Gutierrez had to handle all sorts of issues. At this moment, he was ostensibly the highest-ranking Astartes, and he also needed to coordinate issues between the 4 different chapters. Especially with the Blood Angels, although the Death Company warriors who succumbed to the Black Rage had voluntarily stayed behind to cover the retreat, those who returned were mostly mentally unstable. Gutierrez had no choice but to procure another batch of Sanctus wine from Chen Xi's cellar to stabilize their condition. If the Ash Knights weren't Chen Xi's pawns, thus not requiring too much attention, Gutierrez's workload would likely have doubled. And after finishing all of this, he was naturally exhausted, as even an Astartes couldn't withstand such high-intensity work. Facing Gutierrez's inquiry, Chen Xi tossed him a newly received astropathic message. The Star Sector capital has mobilized a fleet consisting of 1 battleship, 10 cruisers, and several other vessels, bringing 200,000 Astra Militarum and 800 Astartes as reinforcements. That sounds good, the fleet will be a huge help. Gutierrez's expression brightened considerably when he heard Chen Xi say that 200,000 Astra Militarum were coming. If there had been enough Astra Militarum or Void warships in this battle, the situation might have taken a different turn. At the very least, they wouldn't have had to use Astartes to buy the defense force time to retreat. The Astra Militarum's overall quality was much higher, and their weapons and equipment were far better, allowing them sufficient firepower to cover their own retreat. You haven't heard it all. Besides those, there are also 1,000,000 Holy War Army from the Ecclesiarchy and 100,000 noble private armies, and these are just the vanguard. Chen Xi spread his hands, making a helpless gesture. In fact, according to information I received through internal Inquisition channels, the Sector Department of Military Affairs is organizing an expedition, with an estimated total mobilization of nearly 3 million troops. In addition, the Ecclesiarchy has been recruiting people under the banner of a holy war. According to news from Pavel, the Ecclesiarchy might mobilize over 10 million Holy War Army. The Solar System Department of Military Affairs will also send a portion of reinforcements to participate in this expedition, with an estimated force of no less than 5 million, and no less than 3 chapters have responded to the invitation for the expedition. Wait, buddy, I think I heard you mention an expedition? When did this turn into an expedition? Gutierrez was a bit confused, not knowing when the Rostov conflict had become an expedition. Chen Xi looked at Gutierrez's bewildered expression and felt only helplessness. His own reaction was almost identical when he first received the news, but he quickly understood why this was an expedition. First, Rostov is a holy land, that is certain. Although it hasn't been officially consecrated yet, both the sector ecclesiarchy and the ecclesiarchy headquarters on Holy Terra have confirmed this. There are just some procedures left to complete, and my attitude here has held up their progress. After all, I don't want Rostov to be transformed into a shrine world. Chen Xi briefly explained Rostov's importance, which perfectly explained why the ecclesiarchy launched a holy war. Gutierrez, of course, understood this. He rubbed his forehead. All right, defending a holy land. It's not strange for the ecclesiarchy to launch a holy war. The noble private armies are probably related to our subsector development plan, they're concerned about their money flying away. But why is the Department of Military Affairs acting crazy? Especially the Solar System Department of Military Affairs. You didn't send the distress call to the Solar System Department of Military Affairs, did you? I remember Rostov is in the Solar System, and the Solar System headquarters there, I recall, is. Gutierrez looked at Chen Xi with a somewhat strange and inexplicable expression, as if suspecting Chen Xi had done something outrageous. However, Chen Xi shook his head and said with certainty, even if I were to seek reinforcements from higher up, I would directly go to the Inquisition's Arctic Hotel. The Solar System Department of Military Affairs is under pressure from the ecclesiarchy. The ecclesiarchy seems intent on using this opportunity to launch a holy war, on one hand, to legitimately turn Rostov into a holy land, and on the other, to force me into submission and agree to turn this planet into a shrine world. All right, the ecclesiarchy has its own agenda, I understand. Gutierrez felt a headache coming on, but he continued to ask, then how did a holy war turn into an expedition? And why is the Department of Military Affairs going mad? The Department of Military Affairs was instigated by the Pacification Order. The Inquisition feels that an Xeno's civilization capable of making me call for reinforcements is suspiciously too strong, so they plan to launch a war to solve this Xeno's civilization once and for all. Chen Xi revealed the most crucial factor that turned this request for aid into an expedition. Good heavens, Gutierrez didn't know what to say. After a long pause, he finally asked, do they know what the Necron dynasty is all about? 8 million Astra Militarum, that's not enough to kill a Necron dynasty, is it? Of course not enough, so I called a Titan Legion from Gria Forge World to help. Chen Xi finally showed a hint of smugness, and incidentally revealed another piece of news. Also, Avilia contacted Call, hoping to activate the thing under the forge at Mariupol Forge World. According to her, Call is considering it, but there's a high probability he'll agree. Are there 10,000 Primaris in there? Will Call really agree to deploy Primaris Astartes on such a large scale before the return of the Lord Commander of the Imperium? Gutierrez looked at Chen Xi with an expression that seemed to say, are you perhaps messing with me? However, Chen Xi shook his head and said, of course not all 10,000 Primaris will be pulled out. That would be too ostentatious. My meaning is to borrow some of their equipment, such as the Invictor tactical warsuits and grav vehicles, as well as those Redemptor dreadnoughts. These can still be used. Call is very amenable in this regard, it'll be like testing new equipment for him and collecting combat data. Moreover, the Mk10 series accompanying weapons include Melta weapons, which are very desirable for the current Imperial chapters. Hearing Chen Xi's explanation, Gutierrez finally understood what he wanted to do. However, he also fully supported it, as this would greatly strengthen their own weapons and equipment, and he could also share in some of the benefits. Although equipment could be exchanged for points, why not save some points by acquiring some for free? Chapter 210, Reconnaissance. Chen Xi and Gutierrez's conversation continued in the meeting room, both appearing somewhat solemn. Despite the large scale of the reinforcements, they still felt immense pressure facing an awakened space Necron dynasty. So, our current situation is that the Ecclesiarchy, Department of Military Affairs, and Inquisition are all preparing for this expedition, and we need to stabilize the situation as much as possible before the reinforcements arrive, Gutierrez summarized, his voice tinged with worry and a mountain of pressure. Chen Xi nodded, his gaze directed out the window, as if he could see the vast reinforcements rushing through the thick clouds in space. He took a deep breath and slowly said, that's right, even with many reinforcements, their arrival will take time. We must buy that time ourselves. During this period, we must ensure Rostov's stability and security, and not allow the Necrons to further encroach on Imperial territory. Gutierrez frowned and asked, then what should we do next? Although we have repelled the first wave of attacks, the main forces of the Necron dynasty may still be dormant. If they fully awaken, our current strength is simply insufficient to resist. They both knew how terrifying a Necron dynasty could be. Although it's often said that small dynasties are embarrassing, that's only relative. For Necrons whose minds haven't been damaged by slumber, even a small dynasty is enough to crush an imperial world like Chen Xi's 800 times over. Chen Xi pondered for a moment, then said, we need more intelligence. What is the true scale and strength of the Necron dynasty? Have their main forces awakened? These are critical questions we need to clarify. Only by grasping this information can we formulate effective defensive strategies. Gutierrez nodded in agreement. Indeed, intelligence is the most crucial thing right now. But how do we obtain this intelligence? A Necron Dynasty's tomb world is not a place you can just waltz into. Chen Xi thought for a moment and said, let Mai and Twilight make a trip. They know where the Necron Dynasty's tomb world is. Don't bring anyone else. If the Huichong Shihao is damaged, I'll replace it for them, but they must thoroughly scout for intelligence. Mai and Twilight themselves are only pawns, they can be resurrected if they die. And as a frigate, Rostov now has the capability to replace the Huichong Shihao if it's damaged. So sending them to conduct reconnaissance was the option with the relatively least loss. I think that's acceptable. Do you want me to go along? Gutierrez seemed to want to personally brave the danger and scout the specific situation of the Necrons. However, Chen Xi shook his head, rejecting his idea. The subsequent reinforcements will include Astartes, and you'll need to deal with them. Also, you'll need to persuade them about the Primaris matter. Ah? Me persuade them? Can they really be persuaded? What if the ones who come are like the Black Orcs, with heads as hard as stone? Wouldn't anything I say be useless? Gutierrez looked reluctant. Everyone knew that Dorn's sons, like their father, were stubborn. The Black Orcs were already considered the most adaptable, yet they were still fanatically single-minded. Chen Xi, however, spread his hands helplessly. Who told you that you are using earth fists? As fellow Dorn's sons, communication is possible. If they can't be reasoned with, just tell them that the Ash Knights are also Dorn's sons, and they have complete gene seed. What? The Ash Knights are complete Dorn's sons? If the Imperial Fist's headquarters knew this, wouldn't they bring the phalanx over? As fellow Hammer enthusiasts, they naturally knew what this meant for the Imperial Fists and Dorn's sons. This is a trump card, don't reveal it easily. Don't disclose this matter unless absolutely necessary, the consequences will be severe. Chen Xi did not want this matter to become widely known. The fact that the Imperial Fists lack 2 modification surgeries is not some shameful secret, and Dorn's sons have never been ashamed of it, but talking about some things and actually solving them are 2 completely different concepts. I know the gravity of the situation, but you should first contact Mai and Twilight and have them conduct a round of reconnaissance. Gutierrez nodded, indicating his understanding, and also told Chen Xi to contact Mai and Twilight. They had previously helped the Ash Knights engage in combat and withdraw, and since then, they had been staying at the Rostov III's foundry, as the starport needed to repair damaged ships and there were indeed no berths available for them. Chen Xi nodded and immediately contacted Mai and Twilight via communicator. Soon, Mai's voice came through the communicator. Chen Xi, is there something? Chen Xi briefly explained the situation, then said, I need you two to make a trip. I remember you two previously scouted the Necrons' tomb world, right? Go there and see if all the Necrons have been awakened, or if only a part of them have. Mai did not hesitate and immediately replied, a reconnaissance mission, right? Okay, I understand. Twilight and I will depart now. But if the ship is damaged, remember to replace it for us. Don't worry, I'll replace it for you, Chen Xi promised without hesitation. After hanging up the communication, Chen Xi turned to Gutierrez and continued, before Mai and Twilight return, we need to strengthen our defenses. Although we have repelled the first wave of attacks, the Necron Dynasty's army could return at any time. We must reorganize Rostov's defenses. Whether it's repairing damaged warships or replenishing troops and equipment, we must seize the time. Gutierrez nodded in agreement. I will immediately arrange for the Defense Force and Astra Militarum to strengthen defensive fortifications, and at the same time, have the Battle Sisters and Astartes maintain high alert. However, Chen Xi, we also need to consider one question: if the Necron Dynasty's main forces truly awaken, what should we do? You're not really planning to hold out to the death here, are you? Chen Xi pondered for a moment, then slowly said, if the Necron Dynasty truly awakens completely, our current strength definitely won't be able to stop them. I know that if it really comes to that, we'll fight to the death and evacuate as many people from the planet as possible. There's no other way. We can't stop a fully awakened Necron Dynasty, unless reinforcements appear from the Mandeville Point right now and the Imperial Fists bring the phalanx. Then, perhaps, there might be a chance. Gutierrez sighed, clearly feeling helpless about the current situation. All right, it seems we can only stabilize the situation for now and wait for reinforcements. I hope Mai and Twilight can bring back some useful intelligence. Chen Xi could only sigh about this as well. He had also tried psychic divination, but it seemed to be interfered with, and the results were just a chaotic mess. Chapter 211, Reorganizing and Preparing for War. The post-war reconstruction efforts on Rostov were a chaotic mess. Although the city did not suffer any direct damage this time due to Chen Xi's sufficiently decisive strategic decisions, the consequences of firing the Nova Cannon within the atmosphere were still severe. The Nova Cannon's explosion was incredibly powerful, sweeping away everything within a 50-kilometer radius, though not as severely damaged as the central area. Everything above ground or not sturdy enough within this range was leveled. The blast radius even exceeded 200 kilometers, affecting even the cities located behind the defensive lines. In the central area of the explosion, the ground was completely leveled by the high temperature and shockwave, transforming the original battlefield into a scorched wasteland. In the wider area, the explosion's shockwave destroyed countless buildings, especially the shanties and makeshift houses in the slums, with almost none surviving. Many buildings in the slum areas were damaged, the roofs or tin sheets of privately built shanties were blown off, many window panes were shattered, and some less sturdy structures even directly collapsed from the tremor. Many residents lost their homes and had to be temporarily housed in makeshift shelters. If not for Rostov having enough municipal officials working, Chen Xi would truly have been at his wit's end. The municipal officials quickly sprang into action, organizing manpower and resources for disaster reconstruction. They cleared debris, repaired damaged buildings, and provided temporary housing for homeless residents. Despite the heavy workload, the municipal officials were quite efficient, and the post-disaster reconstruction work proceeded in an orderly fashion. However, in addition to these, the replenishment and rebuilding of the Rostov Defense Force and the Astra Militarum also required attention, and these matters had to be personally overseen by Chen Xi. After all, the combat effectiveness of the army directly related to Rostov's security, especially when facing the threat of the Space Necron dynasty. The army's rebuilding work was urgent. Chen Xi was immensely grateful for his decision to expand the army earlier, which now allowed Rostov to have enough military personnel. Although the young people in the militia groups had basically only received simple military training, this war had given them a taste of the battlefield atmosphere. They were certainly not enough to be integrated into the Astra Militarum, but there was no problem with them serving as new recruits for the defense force. Moreover, due to the impending major war, Chen Xi directly incorporated all 20 militia groups into the defense force's structure this time, forming 20 new recruit groups. As for the original 5 defense force new recruit groups, they had now been completely disbanded. In addition to supplementing the 4 heavily casualties-ridden defense force groups, a portion was also used to supplement the 2 Astra Militarum groups that also suffered significant casualties. But even so, the previous 7 defense force groups and 2 Astra Militarum groups were now full of wounded soldiers, understaffed, and with severely damaged equipment. Almost all medical facilities on the planet were requisitioned by Chen Xi. In fact, due to insufficient hospital rooms, he temporarily established several field hospitals to accommodate the massive number of wounded. It was easy to build hospitals, but there were not enough medical personnel. Although the Warhammer 40K world did not lack people, it lacked everything else, especially professional technical personnel. For various reasons, their numbers were very small and usually difficult to meet normal needs. Even within the Astra Militarum, a group might not even have one qualified military doctor, let alone sufficient medical supplies and medicines. In view of this, no matter how unwilling Chen Xi was, he could only lift the ban on the Blood Oath Society, allowing them to participate in the treatment of the wounded and permitting them to use their blood potions to treat the wounded. It must be said that these blood potions from the Blood Oath Society were very effective in treating the wounded. After all, many battlefield injuries were caused by excessive blood loss, and this was exactly the Blood Oath Society's area of expertise. However, Chen Xi remained very uneasy about them. While letting them work, he also ordered them to be closely monitored to prevent any accidents. If he hadn't been tied up with other matters, Chen Xi might have personally conducted a deeper investigation into this cult, but now he had to solve the army's logistical supply problems. The forge at Rostov 2 starport and the manufacturing plants on Rostov 3 were operating at full capacity, producing weapons and equipment to replenish the army's consumption, but it would be difficult to fill such a huge gap quickly. Fortunately, Mariupol Forge World had sent news that, because the Department of Military Affairs intended to launch an expeditionary force, large quantities of logistical supplies and weapons and equipment had already been shipped and would arrive at Rostov 2 in a few days. Not only that, but the large army would also use Rostov 2 as the starting point for the expedition, launching a genocidal attack on the Space Necron dynasty within the subsector. Chen Xi had no other thoughts about this news except for a headache. Rostov 2 had indeed developed well in recent years, and Chen Xi believed he had managed it effectively during these years. However, it was clear that Rostov 2 did not have the capacity to accommodate several million troops or to serve as a logistical supply point for the start of an expedition. Unless the orbital ring had already been completed, capable of continuously supplying food to the entire subsector, and the forge and shipyards were also fully operational, able to continuously produce weapons, equipment, and ships. Currently, while the forge and shipyards could indeed be put into use, and weapons, equipment, and new ships could indeed be produced, it was far from the level of inexhaustible. One could only say that production was possible, but in terms of quantity. If Chen Xi had expanded the army according to his previous plan, there would have been no major problem, as production could have kept up. But now, if it were to support a large-scale expedition, it was far beyond what Chen Xi's current production capacity could handle. But in any case, having something to use was better than having nothing at all. Moreover, this task did not need to be borne by him. Mariupol Forge World undertook most of the material supply tasks for the expedition, and various military equipment and logistical supplies would be produced by this Forge World. Although Chen Xi's side also provided weapons, equipment, and warships, overall it was only a supplement, or rather, for emergencies. After all, the expeditionary force was enormous in scale. If everything had to wait to be transported from the rear, it would delay many things, and if Chen Xi could provide various weapons, ammunition, and logistical supplies, it would undoubtedly solve many problems. Therefore, for Rostov 2, this was also a huge development opportunity. If managed well, Rostov would develop rapidly, and both its industrial capacity and the planet's urban level and population would experience significant growth. But to seize this opportunity, the completion of the orbital ring's construction was of utmost importance. Chapter 212, Accelerating Construction. To seize this opportunity, the most crucial thing for Rostov is to complete the construction of the orbital ring. This not only concerns Rostov's future strategic position but also directly impacts its survival and development in the upcoming expeditionary force. Each section of the orbital ring carries vital functions, whether it's food production or industrial manufacturing, all of which are fundamental to Rostov gaining greater benefits in this expeditionary force. Sufficient food supply can not only solve Rostov's own food pressure but also provide ample supplies for the future expeditionary force and guarantee subsequent immigration and development plans. It's important to know that even if this expeditionary force lasts for a very long time, the immigration and development plan will proceed simultaneously. Governor Chen Xi will not change this plan because of the war. In fact, he will accelerate the immigration process to take advantage of the protection of the large army. Industrial capacity, on the other hand, can provide even greater assistance for the expeditionary force and development, especially the production of weapons and ammunition, which will provide necessary supplies for the expeditionary force, thereby promoting Rostov's development. Didn't a certain island nation in the 3K era emerge from the shadow of being a defeated nation and quickly transform into a modern developed country by repairing equipment and providing logistical supplies to the beautiful country during wartime? Therefore, even if the orbital ring could complete 2 more sections now, just being able to produce more food and set up more forge factories would significantly change the entire situation. Although an expeditionary force might be protracted, lasting for hundreds of years, and Rostov could seize this opportunity for rapid development, the impact of completing it as soon as possible versus completing it in the latter stages of the war is entirely different. If the orbital ring can be put into use in the early stages of the war, Rostov will be able to gain the upper hand in resources, technology, and military, thereby occupying a more favorable position in the expeditionary force. Conversely, if construction is delayed, Rostov might fall into a passive position in the war and even miss the golden opportunity for development. So, to accelerate the construction of the orbital ring, Governor Chen Xi sought out Wise One Chrisen. Wise One Chrisen was currently busy directing some barges, originally used for transporting ore and orbital ring components, to salvage the 8 destroyed Necrons warships. The wreckage of these warships not only contains valuable alien technology but also serves as an important research sample for the Imperium to understand the Necrons' alien civilization. Governor Chen Xi had already agreed to hand over 1 Scythe class and 2 Shroud class to Gria Forge World, and Gria Forge World would provide Governor Chen Xi with satisfactory compensation for this. This transaction will not only bring much needed resources to Rostov but also further strengthen the cooperative relationship with Gria Forge World, laying the foundation for future development. As for the remaining 5 shipwrecks, the Inquisition requested 1 Scythe class and 1 Shroud class, and they would drag the wreckage away when reinforcements arrived later. The Inquisition's interest in this alien technology is clearly not limited to research, they likely hope to further understand the Necrons' threat through these wrecks. Mariupol Forge World also wanted these wrecks, but they failed to obtain a Scythe class, only getting 1 Shroud class. Nevertheless, the wreckage of this Shroud class still holds extremely high research value, and Mariupol Forge World clearly won't easily let go of this opportunity. The remaining 1 Scythe class and 1 Shroud class were reserved by Call, who stated he would get Governor Chen Xi some exciting little gadgets. Call's promise undoubtedly filled Governor Chen Xi with anticipation for this transaction, as Call's technology and resources are among the best in the Imperium. Therefore, Wise One Chrisen was extremely attentive to the wreckage of these alien warships, especially when she discovered that some of the wrecks were even self-repairing, which greatly intrigued her. Wise One Chrisen clearly hopes to further unveil the mystery of Necron's technology through these wrecks. Although the Necron's alien civilization has been around for a long time for the Hammer players of the 3K era, for the Imperium of the 40K era, it is an alien civilization they have only gradually come into contact with in the last 100 or 200 years, and the Imperium's understanding of it is very limited. Now that such excellent research samples can be obtained, no tech priest is willing to give them up. For the wise ones of the Adeptus Mechanicus, these wrecks are not only valuable research materials but also an excellent opportunity for them to pursue knowledge and technology. Wise One Chrisen. Governor Chen Xi greeted Wise One Chrisen. Governor Chen Xi, are you here to see me about something? Wise One Chrisen saw Governor Chen Xi and had to stop her work to show respect to Governor Chen Xi. Through the wreckage of the 3 alien warships, Governor Chen Xi had already become an important partner of Gria Forge World, and Wise One Chrisen had to show this respect. Yes, I believe you already know that the Imperium is about to launch an expeditionary force against the Rostov subsector to destroy the alien civilization we are facing, right? Governor Chen Xi got straight to the point, explaining his purpose. The starting point of this expeditionary force will be Rostov too, so I hope you can accelerate the construction of the orbital ring to provide sufficient logistical support for the upcoming expeditionary force. I think we've already discussed this issue before. Wise One Chrisen was clearly not very satisfied with the results of the previous discussion on this matter, but she patiently explained to Governor Chen Xi again, I've already said, I need more workers. If you are unwilling to provide me with a sufficient number of workers and convert them into servitors, even if Gria is a forge world with extensive experience in building orbital rings, we cannot accelerate the construction progress. Last time, although the discussion between Governor Chen Xi and Wise One Chrisen on this issue wasn't exactly an unpleasant parting, both sides were actually not very satisfied with the outcome. Governor Chen Xi was dissatisfied that Wise One Chrisen wanted to turn his people into servitors, and Wise One Chrisen was dissatisfied that she couldn't get enough workers. But this time, when the old matter was brought up again, Governor Chen Xi's answer was somewhat beyond Wise One Chrisen's expectation. How many people do you need to complete the entire orbital ring within 3 years? 3 years? This timeline is a bit tight, but if you can provide me with 500,000 people, it shouldn't be a problem. Wise One Chrisen quickly calculated and then quoted a number she thought was more appropriate, leaving room for Governor Chen Xi to bargain. Her bottom line was 300,000 people. However, to Wise One Chrisen's offer, Governor Chen Xi replied, I will hand over all 700,000 criminals on Rostov 2 to you. I don't care how you use them. In 3 years, I want to see the orbital ring completed. Chapter 213, Reinforcements arrive. In the Imperium of 40K, a planetary governor's power is, to some extent, limitless. As long as a planet pays its due tithe on time and in full, then to the Imperium, you are a qualified governor, having fulfilled your obligations. On this basis, whatever you wish to do on your own planet, the Imperium will not interfere. You can be as extravagant and debauched as Emperor Yang of Sui, as cruel and inhumane as Ji and Zhou, as diligent as Emperor Qin and Emperor Wu of Han, or neglect your duties for decades. You can even implement your own ideologies like an idealist and conduct social experiments. Utopian socialism, social Darwinism, populism, nationalism. As long as you wish, whether it's burning Rome like Nero, or reducing all cities to grasslands like the Mongols, or building a massive arena to watch people fight to the death every day. All of this is the freedom of a planetary governor. Even some excessive individuals, who kill their subjects for fun daily, are not forbidden. And selling one's subjects to the Adeptus Mechanicus as servitors can even be considered an effective means of generating income. It was precisely for this reason that when Chen Xi ordered the hundreds of thousands of criminals on Rostov II to be handed over to Wise One Christen for conversion into servitors, no one, except the criminals themselves, had any objections. As for the criminals' own objections, sorry, they don't matter. To the Imperium, they are merely a group of sinners who have failed the Emperor. They are worthless liabilities to the Imperium. The only reason they are still alive is simply that the Emperor loves humanity, and even if they are sinners, the Emperor is willing to grant them mercy. Although human lives are expendable in the Imperium, it is strangely true that in most cases, the Imperium does not carry out death sentences. Or, to be more precise, the Imperium does not have a punishment called the death penalty that merely deprives a person of life. Typically, if a person's crime is not severe enough to warrant repayment with death, he will often become a prisoner, serving the Imperium through various forms of labor to atone for his sins. Although this term might be for the rest of his life, or even include his descendants, it is not a direct deprivation of life after all. And when a person's crime is so severe that it requires repayment with death, the Imperium often does not directly kill him, but rather converts him into a servitor, thereby utilizing his final value to provide the Imperium with the last duty he can fulfill. The most severe of these is merely being converted into a penitent servitor, becoming a living corpse perpetually immersed in eternal repentance and pain. But make no mistake, for the Imperium, being made into a servitor is a form of punishment, but killing someone is also a form of punishment. It's just that in such cases, it's usually not just one person who dies. Because in the Imperium, a true death penalty, where a person is genuinely killed, only occurs when their crimes are so utterly unforgivable that all traces of their existence must be erased, and they don't even qualify to be kept as a penitent servitor to warn future generations. This is usually called excommunication executus, where the most severe offenders are executed, some with less severe crimes are converted into servitors, and those with even lighter crimes are sentenced as prisoners. The proportion of those executed in an excommunication executus, or the scope it encompasses, is unlimited. It might be the extermination of an entire family, or the execution of 10 generations based on relationships, or even the complete annihilation of an entire city, or an entire planet. Of course, while the planetary governor's power is great, it is not entirely without limits. After all, although the Imperium is too lazy to bother with your internal affairs, if you go too far, such as instigating chaos worship or an Xenos invasion, then the Inquisition or the Adeptus Astartes will not stand idly by. At that point, whether the planetary governor's head remains attached will depend on the Emperor's mood. And usually, the Emperor's mood is not very good. However, most planetary governors are well aware of their bottom line. After all, while the Imperium's tax collectors and inquisitors don't come often, when they do, it's no laughing matter. Therefore, intelligent governors usually enjoy their power while carefully avoiding the red lines that might attract the Imperium's attention. And everything Chen Xi did was exemplary by the standards of a planetary governor. Thus, when the reinforcements arrived, the Inquisition did not bring him punishment, but rather an award, an honorifica imperialis. This is a medal awarded to imperial soldiers who have performed multiple acts of bravery, and everyone who receives it is considered a born imperial hero. Typically, this is awarded to Astra Militarum soldiers, and Chen Xi, as an inquisitor, was not qualified to receive it. But due to various considerations, this medal was still pinned to Chen Xi's chest, as a reward for his 2 times defending ecclesiarchy holy sites and important imperial worlds. However, this had little practical significance for Chen Xi. Even a basketful of stars of Terra would not be as practical as 2 more regiments of Astra Militarum reinforcements. But as an imperial planetary governor and inquisitor, he still needed to outwardly appear extremely grateful, as if he valued honor so much. But these were all minor matters. What was truly important was to make appropriate strategic arrangements for this unplanned expeditionary force after the reinforcements arrived. The scale of the arriving reinforcements was too vast. The ecclesiarchy, the Inquisition, the Astra Militarum, and the Imperial Navy, just coordinating command was enough to give one a headache. In contrast, the 100,000 noble private soldiers mixed in with them were very easy to arrange. Chen Xi sent them all to 2 other immigrant planets within the subsector. Due to insufficient troops, Chen Xi had not provided any reinforcements for the 2 newly established colonies within the subsector. They didn't even have a decent garrison. In other words, these 2 planets were either safe, or if attacked by Necrons, they would be in a state of no resistance whatsoever. But surprisingly, these 2 planets were not attacked. Considering that these 2 planets might become important strategic strongpoints in the future, after the reinforcements arrived, he still dispatched reinforcements to these 2 imperial worlds, even if they were just 100,000 noble private soldiers. As for the remaining 1 million Holy War Army and 200,000 Astra Militarum, Chen Xi did not let them disembark, but instead planned to wait until the Expeditionary Force Command was established and the strategic policy determined before considering the deployment of troops. After all, they were fine staying in the transport ships for the time being. But if they were deployed on the planet with people and horses to feed, the consumption would be enormous. Chapter 214 Military Conference. To ensure unified command, Chen Xi convened a military conference at his governor's office. As the host, he naturally presided over the meeting. Those attending the meeting included the Star Realm Army Lord General, the Navy Lord General, a Lord Inquisitor from the Inquisition, a Cardinal Bishop from the Ecclesiarchy, and a representative sent by the Star District Governor. It could be said that all major powers sent their top figures. The first item on the agenda was the issue of command authority. Although each faction had different responsibilities, a unified command was still necessary. Everyone present held the title of Lord, with no one having a higher rank than another, making the issue of command authority difficult to resolve. Normally, for such an expedition, there would indeed be a commander with a rank higher than everyone present, and this role would typically be assumed by the expedition's initiator or appointed by the sector. However, this time, due to the suddenness of the event and the deliberate actions of the Inquisition, no supreme commander was appointed. According to custom, when various factions could not determine superiority, the Inquisition would often assume supreme command, as an inquisitor's authority is higher than that of other imperial departments. This was naturally acknowledged by the high-ranking officials present, but a crucial problem at hand was that there were 2 Lord Inquisitors from the Inquisition here. Chen Xi was one, and the Inquisitor who brought 800 Astartes reinforcements was also one, and even more critically, both were Inquisitors from the Pacification Order. The other Inquisitor brought 800 Astartes reinforcements, while Chen Xi had the Planetary Defense Force and Space Marines, and could even field 2,000 Battle Sisters. In terms of military strength, Chen Xi was not inferior, and as the host, he naturally had an intelligence advantage. However, the Inquisitor who arrived was not an ordinary person. Besides being a fellow Lord Inquisitor and bringing 800 Astartes, more importantly, he had been issuing commands along the way due to his status, gaining a preemptive advantage. Given their unfamiliarity with Chen Xi, the others leaned more towards this Inquisitor. So, when the issue of command authority was raised, everyone else consciously refrained from contending and instead turned their gaze towards the 2 Inquisitors. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was heavy. The Star Realm Army Lord General was the first to speak. Inquisitors, the issue of command authority concerns the success or failure of the entire expedition. Our Astra Militarum is willing to obey the command of either of you, but the prerequisite is that there must be a clear commander. The Navy Lord General nodded and added, indeed, coordinated operations between the fleet and ground forces require a unified command system, otherwise, chaos can easily ensue. The Cardinal Bishop of the Ecclesiarchy frowned slightly, his gaze shifting between the 2 Inquisitors. Both of you are loyal servants of the Emperor. We are willing to support whoever serves as commander. But time is pressing, a decision must be made quickly. The representative of the Star District Governor appeared more cautious. He cleared his throat and slowly said, Inquisitors, the sector government is willing to give its full support to whoever serves as commander, but please make a decision as soon as possible, so that this expedition can be put into motion quickly. Chen Xi sat at one end of the conference table, his expression calm, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. He knew that the key to this meeting lay with his colleague from the Inquisition. So he looked at the Inquisitor who had brought 800 Astartes reinforcements, nodding slightly in greeting. The Inquisitor's name was Alfred Veen. He was slightly older than Chen Xi, with a stern face and an undeniable authority in his eyes. He pondered for a moment, then finally spoke, Inquisitor Chen Xi, I understand your situation in Rostov and your contributions to the Imperium, but this expedition is of great importance, and we must ensure unified command. Chen Xi smiled faintly, his tone mild, Inquisitor Veen, I completely understand your concerns. However, the situation in Rostov is complex, and our understanding of the Necrons is limited. If I were to command, perhaps we could better utilize the existing intelligence and resources. Inquisitor Veen was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he nodded, his voice firm, Inquisitor Chen Xi, you are right. You have a better understanding of the situation in Rostov, and you have already established a comprehensive defense system here. I have decided to relinquish command, and you shall serve as the supreme commander of this expedition. At these words, the conference room erupted in a stir. The Star Realm Army Lord General and the Navy Lord General exchanged glances, clearly surprised by this decision. The Cardinal Bishop nodded slightly, seemingly approving of the outcome. Chen Xi stood up and solemnly bowed to Inquisitor Veen, thank you for your trust, Inquisitor Veen. I will do my utmost to ensure the success of this expedition and will not fail the Emperor's expectations. Inquisitor Veen waved his hand, his tone indifferent, no need for formalities, Inquisitor Chen Xi. We all serve the Emperor, as long as we can eliminate the Xenos, it matters not who commands. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere finally eased. Chen Xi sat down again, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, now that command has been settled, next we need to discuss the specific operational plan. First, we need to clarify the extent of the Necrons' threat, and whether their main forces have already awakened. As the meeting progressed, various factions began to discuss specific tactical arrangements. As the Supreme Commander, Chen Xi displayed his excellent command ability and strategic vision. He not only analyzed the current situation in detail but also proposed several feasible operational plans. After the meeting, Chen Xi arranged a dinner to entertain everyone, and the Sanctus wine, already famous in the sector, was naturally the highlight of the banquet. And everyone who tasted it naturally praised it highly. However, although the atmosphere of the banquet was enthusiastic and the hosts and guests enjoyed themselves, Chen Xi felt a heavy pressure in his heart. He walked out to the balcony next to the banquet hall, gazing at the dark and silent starry sky, his mind somewhat in a trance. Inquisitor Veen walked up to him and whispered, "Inquisitor Chen Xi, the success or failure of this expedition is now in your hands. I will fully support you, but you must also proceed with caution, the Necrons are not so easy to deal with." Chen Xi nodded, his gaze firm. "Rest assured, Inquisitor Veen. I will not disappoint the Emperor." Inquisitor Veen patted him on the shoulder and turned to leave. Chen Xi took a deep breath, silently praying in his heart, "Emperor above, may you bless us, help us defeat the Xenos, and protect the Imperium." Chapter 215, Training the Holy War Army. Having obtained the commander rights, Chen Xi's next step was naturally to integrate the military forces under his command. After all, the scale of his army was enormous, with over 1 million troops, which was extremely rare in the 3K era. Commanders capable of mobilizing such a large-scale military force for effective action were all renowned generals recorded in history. Chen Xi deeply understood that how to reasonably and properly utilize this army would be a great test of his ability. Therefore, integrating the military forces under his command to facilitate command and order issuance became Chen Xi's top priority. The core of military force integration lay in the formation of combat groups. Chen Xi drew inspiration from the future Gene Seed Primarch's approach during the Indemitas Crusade, deciding to group various different units together to form a comprehensive strike force, rather than using different branches of service separately. While seemingly simple on the surface, the tactic of using different branches of service separately was actually neither conducive to unified command nor multi-branch coordinated operations. This decentralized command method would only increase the complexity of the command system without bringing any substantial benefits. Chen Xi was well aware of this, so he decided to adopt a more flexible grouping method. However, Chen Xi had limited troops at his disposal, he couldn't form massive strike forces like a Gene Seed Primarch. He could only consider organizing his existing forces into roughly 3 to 5 strike forces, and then flexibly deploy them according to specific combat needs. Chen Xi planned for each strike force to be composed of about 100 Astartes warriors, 50 to 100,000 Astra Militarum, and 3 to 500,000 Holy War Army. In addition, each strike force would also be equipped with a fleet of about 3 to 5 cruisers, along with other auxiliary vessels, to ensure mobility and fire support on the battlefield. Although this scale of organization could not compare to the massive strike forces formed by a Gene Seed Primarch, and a few 100,000 troops were not outstanding in truly large-scale, intense battlefields, this grouping method was already sufficient to cope with the current situation. More importantly, such a division would make Chen Xi's troops much easier to command. He only needed to issue mission objectives and combat orders to these few strike forces, and the commanders within the strike forces would execute the orders themselves, without Chen Xi needing to delve into every detail of command. The advantage of this command method was that it greatly simplified Chen Xi's chain of command and reduced his decision-making burden on the battlefield. He could focus more on the overall strategic layout without being tied down by trivial tactical details. At the same time, the coordinated combat capability within the strike forces was also enhanced, and the cooperation between different branches of service would be closer, thereby forming stronger combat power on the battlefield. Of course, this grouping method was not without challenges. How to ensure that the commanders within each strike force could accurately understand and execute Chen Xi's strategic intentions, and how to maintain coordination between the various strike forces in a complex battlefield environment, were all issues Chen Xi needed to face. But regardless, this was a good start. The Expeditionary Force Command had no objection to Chen Xi's decision, although they felt it was somewhat inconsistent with the Empire's usual practices, there was nothing irregular about it. Moreover, the leaders of the major factions in the command were all knowledgeable about military affairs, and naturally understood the benefits of doing so. Thus, Chen Xi's orders were carried out, and the massive expeditionary force was divided into 3 clusters. However, their first order was not to attack, but to deploy the Holy War Army on Rostov II and then conduct training. I know this order might seem absurd, but everyone knows the true level of the Holy War Army, sending them to the battlefield without training them is a waste of the Emperor's currency. At the military meeting, after announcing his order, Chen Xi explained to those who didn't understand, "Don't tell me they have fervent faith in the God Emperor and can use courage and belief to make enemies fear. Our enemies are a group of bloodless, tearless machines, their Xenos brains only contain cold-blooded slaughter. If our soldiers don't have enough tactical proficiency, charging head-on into them will only lead to death. During the period of Holy War Army training, my people will tell you exactly how to fight the Necrons, their weapons are very dangerous, and I hope all officers and soldiers will realize this." The ecclesiarchy is willing to accept the training. The cardinal bishop sent by the ecclesiarchy was quite in favor of this. He also knew that the Holy War Army was essentially just a group of believers with empty fervor, who couldn't even be considered cannon fodder. Without training, these people would only be sent to the battlefield to gain survival and combat skills through actual combat, skills they could have learned outside of the battlefield. This approach was also the usual practice for the Holy War Army in past Holy Wars, learning how to fight through actual combat on the battlefield. Those who survived became elites and veterans. Against general rebels, heretics, or even general Xenos, doing this was not a problem. Aside from higher casualties, the effect was actually quite good. But doing so against the Necrons wouldn't work. After all, even the Astra Militarum would suffer heavy casualties if they directly encountered the Necrons, and a ragtag army like the Holy War Army, with almost no military training, simply had no chance of fighting them. The Necrons are not chaos, you can't rely on faith to resist them. Under God's rays, even an Astartes can't withstand them directly. If you're truly stubborn, you'll just turn into a pile of ashes. Moreover, another very important point was that because this holy war was organized in a hurry, the Holy War Army's weapons, equipment, and logistical supplies were still being prepared. Although the first batch of 1,000,000 Holy War Army basically managed to have one weapon per person, the quality of the weapons was. After all, the ecclesiarchy was not allowed to possess armed forces, and naturally could not stockpile large quantities of weapons and equipment. Many things were temporarily procured, and the quality was inevitably uneven. Therefore, training was not only a necessary means to improve combat effectiveness but also to buy time for the Holy War Army to better prepare and replenish equipment. Only through systematic training and preparation could the seemingly numerous million-strong Holy War Army possess a certain level of combat power and play their due role in future battles. Especially since the ecclesiarchy would later recruit tens of millions of Holy War Army, Chen Xi certainly didn't want to just throw these people into the battlefield to be ground up. Although these people were not very good in terms of combat proficiency or other aspects, their piety and faith was very useful. Don't forget, the Great Rift will open in more than 20 years, and at that time, fervent faith will be an important guarantee against the Great Rift's corruption. Chapter 216, The Knight Family's Response. While Chen Xi was busy reorganizing the Holy War Army to improve their self-preservation capabilities on the battlefield, Manor of the Ling Guang family came to him with his niece. Manor's face showed obvious anger, and his steps were firm and powerful, as if each step expressed his dissatisfaction with Chen Xi's decision. His niece followed closely behind him, although she was still young, her eyes also sparkled with a desire for honor and a longing for battle. Commander Chen Xi, I want to protest. Manor's voice was loud and powerful, his eyes burning with fury. Neither the previous Necrons invasion nor the upcoming Holy War Crusade, you have not conscripted the Ling Guang family. Have you forgotten us? Or do you think we have lost the qualification to fight? Chen Xi looked at the Imperial Knight who was actively requesting to go to war and felt a bit absurd. He had never thought that someone would be angry for not being sent to the battlefield. However, considering that this was the Imperium of Man in 40K, a major war was raging, and the Ling Guang family had not been able to participate in it. For Imperial Knights who highly valued honor, this was indeed more difficult to accept than death. Chen Xi sighed, trying to explain, Commander Manor, the enemy we face this time is too powerful. The Ling Guang family has just recovered a little vitality, and I don't want to bury all of you on the battlefield. Your future is more important than temporary honor. No, Governor. Manor's voice suddenly rose, almost a roar. The Ling Guang family would rather die in battle than live in ignominy. His eyes were filled with determination and resolve, as if telling Chen Xi that honor was more important than life to the Ling Guang family. Manor stepped forward, looking directly into Chen Xi's eyes, his tone carrying an undeniable seriousness. I am very grateful for your care for the Ling Guang family, Governor, but the Ling Guang family is by no means cowards. Under your care, we have obtained new machines and new Imperial Knights have been born. We have left enough sparks, they will continue the bloodline of the Ling Guang family on this planet. As for us. He paused, his voice carrying a sense of tragic grandeur, we will return to the battlefield to wash away the shame of the Ling Guang family's lost territory and gain new glory. Chen Xi fell silent. For Imperial Knights, honor and battle are an inseparable part of their lives. The Imperial Knights of the Ling Guang family would rather die than be excluded from the battlefield. This obsession with honor is the embodiment of the Imperial Knight spirit. In fact, for the Imperium, any Imperial citizen with a bit of honor would feel extremely disgusted by this situation. Even a crippled army, as long as their will has not collapsed, and as long as reinforcements arrive, they will not think about living in ignominy but will unhesitatingly follow the reinforcements to launch a counterattack, even if they all die on the way to the counterattack. Chen Xi looked at Manor, a trace of admiration rising in his heart. He knew that he could no longer use any reason to stop this Imperial Knight's request. The sense of honor of the Ling Guang family was deeply imprinted in their blood, and Manor's persistence was the best embodiment of this honor. All right, Commander Manor, Chen Xi finally spoke, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and respect. Since you are so persistent, I will reconsider the Ling Guang family's request to participate in the war. You have already fought the Necrons, and I think you can understand their danger, so you must be prepared for the worst. Manor's face finally showed a satisfied smile. He nodded slightly, his tone filled with gratitude and determination. Thank you for your understanding, Governor. The Ling Guang family will never disappoint you. We will use the enemy's blood to wash away our shame and recast our glory. Chen Xi looked at Manor's departing back, his heart filled with emotion. In this universe full of war and destruction, honor and faith are perhaps humanity's last pillars. And the Imperial Knights of the Ling Guang family, their persistence and courage, are perhaps the driving force that allows humanity to continue moving forward in this endless war. However, Chen Xi also knew that the cruelty of the battlefield far exceeded imagination. The Necrons' cold indifference and the destructive power of God's rays are threats that humanity finds difficult to contend with. Although the Imperial Knights of the Ling Guang family are brave, facing such enemies, their sacrifice may be inevitable. Nevertheless, Chen Xi could not deprive them of their right to pursue honor. All he could do was try his best to provide them with support and pray that they would achieve victory on the battlefield. However, Manor's arrival also gave Chen Xi an important hint: his team still lacked the presence of Knight family. Imperial Knights are not only powerful combat forces on the battlefield but also symbols of the Imperial spirit. Their addition can not only boost the army's morale but also turn the tide of battle at critical moments. So, Chen Xi, in the name of the Expeditionary Force Commander, issued a summons to the entire Star District through the Star Language Reader, calling on Imperial Knights to join this expedition. Although the Mariupol sector had not been established for long and did not have many night worlds, if the scope was expanded to the entire Star District, the number of Imperial Knights would be quite considerable. After all, this was the solar system, the first place the Imperium conquered during the Great Crusade 10,000 years ago, and many Imperial worlds could even be traced back to humanity's earliest colonial era. The Knight family of these Knight worlds have a long history and deep heritage. Their Imperial Knight spirit and combat skills are valuable assets of the Imperium. Of course, this also meant that these Imperial Knights had been stifled by the maddeningly complex rules of their families and wanted to come out and fight to let off steam. And speaking of fighting, what could be a better vacation than an expedition lasting decades or even centuries? So when Chen Xi's call spread throughout the Star District via the Star Language Reader, it immediately sparked a response from many Knight family. They began to gather, heading towards the Mariupol sector. Among these Knight family, some had been dormant for many years, while others had always been fighting for the glory of the Imperium. But no matter their history, at this moment, they all had the same goal to join this holy war crusade and fight for the Imperium. Thus, in the following period, Chen Xi's command post successively received responses from various Knight family, and some Knight family that were closer had already arrived at Rostov first, joining the ranks of the Expeditionary Force. This also brought up Chen Xi's previous idea again. He wanted to have Imperial Knights and other ground forces conduct combined arms operations. Chapter 217 Sir Erich, the Imperial Knight. Sir Erich Hoffmann Wolfgang Reinhard von Theodsburg was an Imperial noble and an Imperial Knight. He held the title of Sir from the Theodsburg Knight family, and upon reaching adulthood, he passed the Knight family's trial, ascended the Iron Throne, and became a noble Imperial Knight. This was a life journey every descendant of the Theodsburg Knight family had to experience, completing the trial ceremony at the age of 16 to gain the recognition of the Knight family's ancient Iron Thrones and become an Imperial Knight. The trial ceremony was not merely a test of physique and mind, but also the ultimate tempering of will and loyalty. As for those who failed, Erich had personally killed a childhood friend who participated in the trial ceremony with him but failed to pass. It was a cold winter night, moonlight spilled onto the cold stone ground, reflecting their intertwined shadows. At that time, his friend had already gone mad from failing the trial ceremony, his eyes losing their former luster, leaving only endless pain and confusion. To lessen his friend's suffering, Erich had no choice but to draw the short sword his friend had given him as an adulthood gift, a short sword inlaid with the Knight family crest, and plunge it into his chest. The moment the blade pierced flesh, Erich's hand did not tremble, but his heart felt as if it had been torn apart. Though cruel, both parties had actually agreed before the ceremony that if one failed the trial, the other would end their suffering. This was an ancient tradition of the Theodsburg Knight family, and it was also the final mercy for the failures. Erich remembered clearly that on the night before the ceremony, they sat side by side on the high walls of the castle, gazing at the distant sector, making this heavy vow. At that time, they naively believed that failure would only befall others. This was a trial every descendant of the Theodsburg Knight family was bound to undergo. Only by passing could one become an Imperial Knight upholding the Knight family's honor. And those who failed? They were merely waste, the Knight family's stagnant blood, needing to be purged. The Knight family elders always admonished the young descendants so coldly, as if failures had never existed. Every descendant of the Theodsburg Knight family was educated and instilled with such a philosophy from childhood, or rather, all Imperial Knight families shared the same philosophy. Because for these Knight families, only those who could pass the trial and become an Imperial Knight were qualified Knight family descendants. If the Knight family's Iron Throne and Knight armor were insufficient, that was one thing, an objective limitation that could not be helped. But as long as there was an available Iron Throne, the Knight family's descendants had to undergo the trial to become a true Imperial Knight. However, for Erich, becoming an Imperial Knight was not as interesting or as full of adventures and excitement as he had imagined in his childhood. The gap between reality and fantasy was like an unbridgeable chasm, shattering his former aspirations. When Erich was a child, the Knight family's rules were not as strict. He did not need to recite the original family epic, which was longer than his life, but only needed to remember some short anecdotes adapted into fairy tales. At that time, he always sat by the fireplace, listening to his elders recount those beautified stories in gentle voices, as if war was merely a grand ball, and an Imperial Knight was the most dazzling star at the ball. Precisely because of this, much of the cruelty of war was downplayed, leaving only legendary stories of heroic adventures. For a child, this was very appealing, and it sparked the idea in young Erich's heart that he wanted to become an Imperial Knight to go on adventures and experience those legendary stories. However, when he reached adulthood and faced the Knight family's overly complex rules, which had standard regulations for every breath, he realized that becoming an Imperial Knight was not as interesting as he had thought. The Knight family's rules were like an invisible net, binding him tightly, so much so that even his every gesture had to follow strict standards. Every sword swing, every bow, even every breath, had to conform to the Knight family's ancient traditions. Those adventure stories that once captivated him now transformed into endless training and tedious etiquette. Trapped by the Knight family's rules, Erich felt like he was going crazy. He once thought becoming an Imperial Knight meant freedom and glory, but now he understood that so-called glory was just another form of shackles. He felt as if he was trapped in a giant iron cage, surrounded by wall-like rules, and he could only struggle within it, unable to escape. And perhaps this was why the elders of the Knight family were so fond of making friends and why they would immediately respond enthusiastically when someone called for their help with even a minor problem. In the past, he didn't understand, but now he realized that this was how they could go out and fight wars when someone called, without having to abide by those abnormal rules. So, upon learning that a holy warlike expedition was about to be launched in a certain sector of the solar system, and that Imperial Knights were being summoned to participate, Eric immediately took his knight armor, glorious aura, and boarded a transport ship, heading towards the Mariupol sector without a second thought. And once on the ship, having left the knight world where his knight family resided, Eric finally understood why the elders of his knight family loved to go out so much. Fighting wars truly was like being on vacation. The 3 months spent away from the knight family on the transport ship were simply the happiest 3 months of Eric's life. He didn't have to recite a list of ancestors that was 100,000 characters long every day, nor did he have to strictly regulate his movements and eating speed according to the knight family's traditional 28 rituals just to eat a meal, let alone follow complex etiquette rules for every word, action, and gesture. He could eat whatever he wanted, as long as it conformed to the common imperial noble etiquette standards. Although this was also a very tedious set of etiquette, compared to the strict rules of an imperial knight. It was like the difference between an elementary school essay and a university thesis. The former could only be considered a guide for behavior and etiquette, while the latter was a code of law that had to be strictly obeyed, and the complexity of the latter was more than 100 times that of the former. For Eric, the strictness of the former was not even as strict as the simplified version of the simplified knight family etiquette he learned when he was 12. Here, no one would remind him that this or that was not allowed, nor would anyone demand that he recite a 10,000-year-old family tree before eating, nor did he need to recall and recite the full achievements of his 18 generations of ancestors before bathing. This was simply a heavenly life. Eric praised the Emperor from the bottom of his heart and hoped that this expedition could last for several more decades, so he wouldn't have to rush home. With such beautiful expectations, Eric finally arrived in the Mariupol sector, where the expedition was launched, and gathered with others participating in this expedition, then transferred to a Department of Military Affairs transport ship, heading to the starting point and main battlefield of this expedition, the Rostov subsector. Chapter 218 Coordinated Operations. The number of Imperial Knights who came to participate in the Expeditionary Force and Holy War Army exceeded Chen Xi's imagination. A full 4 knight families responded to the call of the Expeditionary Force, and over 100 knights joined as individuals. This made him somewhat enlightened. It seemed these knight families in the solar system might have been quite stifled in their daily lives. Coupled with his call for support, which was like a public announcement on a world channel, the large number of knights who arrived was actually somewhat expected. However, what this expectation brought was nearly 500 Imperial Knights in the current Expeditionary Force, including over 20 Dominus-class knights and more than 3,000 Armiger-class knights. This number made Chen Xi feel a bit numb. Originally, he thought that gathering 100 or 200 knights would be the limit, but he didn't expect the knights of the solar system to have such a strong desire for combat. 4 knight families came in pursuit of glory, upholding ancient vows, to pledge their loyalty to the Emperor. As for the knights who joined individually, each had different objectives, some for honor, some for wealth, and others purely for the thrill of combat. When did the Imperium have so many knights? 500 Imperial Knights wasn't a lot, and while 20 Dominus-class knights seemed a bit astonishing, considering this was the knight families of the entire solar system, it didn't surprise Chen Xi too much. But 3,000 Armiger-class knights. Although this type of knight didn't have strict bloodline requirements for its pilot, and it didn't even matter if you were a commoner before. As long as one could sit in it and gain the machine spirit's approval, they could become an Armiger-class knight. But 3,000. By the Emperor's backside, did these Imperial Knights bring all their retainers from home? Chen Xi was truly speechless about this. However, this was not without its benefits. At least he could seriously study how to coordinate Imperial Knights and Astra Militarum for combined arms operations. After all, the war that previously broke out on Rostov had fully proven that without shields, ground forces facing the Necron's army would be no harder to kill than a Golo beast on a kitchen chopping board. Oh, no, the Imperium doesn't have chickens, I should say Golo beast. At the very least, the Imperial army did possess a certain ability to counterattack, not just passively endure slaughter. But even so, Imperial army without shield protection indeed had little chance of survival against the Necron's army. Therefore, combining Imperial Knights, who could deploy shields, with the Astra Militarum became Chen Xi's top priority. The Imperial Knights' shield technology is their core advantage, capable of forming a powerful defensive barrier in a short time to withstand enemy fire. The Astra Militarum, on the other hand, possesses numerical superiority and a flexible tactical system, allowing them to rapidly deploy and execute various missions on the battlefield. Chen Xi's goal was to combine the advantages of both to form a completely new combat mode. He envisioned Imperial Knights acting as mobile shielded fortresses, providing cover for the Astra Militarum, while the Astra Militarum, under the protection of the shields, could use their firepower to precisely strike the enemy. This combined arms tactic would not only improve the survival rate of ground forces but also effectively suppress the Necron's offensive rhythm. Undoubtedly, the execution of this order was not smooth. It wasn't that there was much resistance to this order. The Astra Militarum were clear-headed. Upon learning that the Necron's weapons could vaporize them along with their cover, they were undoubtedly wholeheartedly in favor of receiving protection from the Imperial Knights. Who wouldn't want a good homie by their side, capable of deploying a shield and providing heavy fire support, when charging or defending? This cooperation would not only significantly increase their chances of survival but also make their tactical execution smoother. After all, against the destructive firepower of the Necrons, mere flesh and blood and crude cover were utterly useless. But with the Imperial Knights' shields, they could at least last a few more seconds on the battlefield, or even have a chance to counterattack. As for the Knights, the Imperial Knight's creed inherently includes the requirement to protect the weak. When cooperating with the Astra Militarum, providing them protection through their own shields was merely a change in combat style for the knights and did not violate their creed or various codes. Knights are educated from a young age that honor is responsibility, protecting the weak and defending justice are missions ingrained in their very being. Although they are accustomed to charging into battle as independent units, adjusting their tactics to provide cover for the Astra Militarum was not unacceptable to them. This cooperation would also allow the knights to play a greater role on the battlefield, as shields could protect not only themselves but also more comrades. So the knights were still willing to change their combat style a bit. But it was precisely this small change that made things a mess. Because neither the Imperial Knights nor the Astra Militarum had ever conducted similar coordinated operations. Typically, the Imperium rarely engaged in such large-scale combined arms operations. Although the term Apocalypse class is often used by players, and from a macroscopic perspective, the Imperium frequently engages in such super large-scale meat grinders. But if magnified to the entire real 40K world, within the vast scale of the galaxy, there aren't actually as many wars as imagined, nor is the intensity as high. Therefore, among the 500 Imperial Knights and 3,000 Armiger-class Knights in the Expeditionary Force at this time, only a very small portion had experience in coordinated operations with other ground forces. And the Astra Militarum, on the other hand, had none at all. Seeing this, Chen Xi could only helplessly choose to have both the Astra Militarum and the Imperial Knights deploy on Rostov II and conduct relevant training for them. For this purpose, he even specially dispatched the Lin Guang family, who had participated in previous battles, and his own alien hunter veterans to be responsible for teaching these Imperial Army relevant combat experience. Anyway, the Rostov Defense Force's alien hunters had truly fought head-on with the Necrons. Although their summarized experience might not be entirely accurate, it could at least allow these hundreds of thousands of Astra Militarum and millions of Ecclesiarchy Holy War Army to accumulate some experience, so they wouldn't go to the battlefield and not even know how they died when encountering the Necrons. And the combat experience against Xenos taught by the Lin Guang family also made the Imperial Knights eager to learn. After all, the Lin Guang family was once a well-known prominent family in the solar system, and still had a certain reputation and connections among the Imperial Knights. Chapter 219 Heavenly Lion Battle Group. With the Army's reorganization, the Expeditionary Force's situation could be described as thriving. The Holy War Army, which was originally just a large number of troops, received enough training not to say sufficient, but at least enough to bring them up to the standard of a general planetary defense force. On the battlefield, they were no longer just cannon fodder who only knew how to charge fanatically, but qualified line fillers who could play a certain role. Their training gradually transformed from disorderly charges to organized tactical advances, and they learned how to protect themselves under suppressive fire. Although their equipment and quality still couldn't compare to elite units, at least they were no longer a burden on the battlefield, but an existence capable of contributing to the overall war effort. As for the Astra Militarum, after several months of emergency training, they had become familiar with how to fight alongside Imperial Knights. At least now, they had learned how to use Imperial Knights as effective cover to withstand various attacks, while also coordinating with the Imperial Knights to eliminate targets that were inconvenient for the Knights to deal with. The soldiers of the Astra Militarum gradually mastered the rhythm of coordinating with the Knights, knowing when to hide behind shields and wait for an opportunity, and when to actively attack to clear threats on the Knights' flanks. This tacit cooperation significantly improved their combat efficiency. Overall, the goals Chen Xi originally hoped to achieve through troop reorganization have now basically been realized, and the Expeditionary Force's combat effectiveness has improved significantly compared to when they first arrived. During this period, a Space Marine chapter also responded to the call for the expedition. They were the Heavenly Lion Battle Group, a successor chapter of the Imperial Fists. Chen Xi's expression was the most peculiar regarding the arrival of this chapter. For no other reason than that the Heavenly Lion Battle Group was as infamous as the Weeping Angels for their bad luck. Because they offended the Inquisition, even their chapter master was assassinated by agents sent by the Inquisition. Moreover, in the future Third Armageddon War, the Heavenly Lion Battle Group was manipulated by the Inquisition, not only resulting in almost all of their members being killed, but even their apothecary was shot and killed by assassins arranged by the Inquisition, leading to the failure to recover a large amount of precious gene seed. This war became a nightmare for the Heavenly Lion Battle Group. They originally thought they were fighting for the Imperium, but they never expected that behind it was a conspiracy of the Inquisition. The warriors of the chapter fought bravely on the front lines, unaware that they had already been abandoned. The death of the apothecary cast a shadow over the chapter's future, and the loss of the gene seed meant that the chapter's reconstruction would become extremely difficult. So much so that at that time, the last 95 warriors of the Heavenly Lion Battle Group were prepared to launch a desperate charge and die for their country. If not for the Black Templars lending them a hand, this chapter might have been completely annihilated. Furthermore, when Robert Guillemon later distributed Primaris throughout the galaxy, the Heavenly Lion Battle Group was deliberately kept in the dark by the Inquisition, almost missing out on the Primaris initiative. The emergence of Primaris Space Marines should have been a major reform for the Imperium, but for the Heavenly Lion Battle Group, it became yet another proof of their isolation. The Inquisition's blockade almost completely isolated the Heavenly Lion Battle Group from the outside world. They didn't even know what kind of changes the Imperium was undergoing. It was precisely because of this that when this chapter arrived, Inquisitor Veen approached Chen Xi and explained the situation to him. Your Excellency Chen Xi, although I do not expect you to do anything to this chapter, please do not interfere in some matters. This concerns the face of the Inquisition. Inquisitor Veen's attitude was very polite and sincere, almost directly implying that the targeting of the Heavenly Lion was a big deal for the Inquisition. His tone carried a veiled warning, as if reminding Chen Xi that the will of the Inquisition was not to be challenged. However, his wording was extremely cautious, clearly not wanting to directly conflict with Chen Xi. But Chen Xi had no reaction to this matter. He merely thought for a moment before retorting, if I wish to offer them protection and recruit this chapter for my own use, what price do I need to pay to ensure that the Inquisition headquarters no longer suppresses this chapter? His question was direct, without any circumlocution, as if probing the Inquisition's bottom line. This question, are you sure you want to protect them? Inquisitor Veen was not surprised by why Chen Xi would ask this question. Every Inquisitor has their own little secrets, and it was not strange for Chen Xi to want to control a Space Marine chapter. After all, no one knows how long the upcoming expedition will last, and having a chapter in hand is always a trump card. Inquisitor Veen did not directly answer Chen Xi's question, but looked at him with a meaningful gaze, as if waiting for Chen Xi to name his price. He knew that Chen Xi would not make such a request for no reason, and the Inquisition would not easily give up its suppression of the Heavenly Lion battle group. The Ashes Knights chapter, which has a very good relationship with me, is also a successor chapter of the Imperial Fists, and Master Gutierrez of the Death Watch is also from the Imperial Fists. They are both Dorn's sons, so it's difficult for me to stand by and do nothing. Chen Xi merely showed Inquisitor Veen a helpless expression, as if he were being forced to do so. His tone carried a hint of helplessness, as if he were compelled by circumstances and had no choice but to speak up for the Heavenly Lion battle group. This posture appeared both reasonable and cleverly concealed his true intentions. And his explanation also led Inquisitor Veen to mistakenly believe that Chen Xi was proactively offering to protect the Heavenly Lion battle group to avoid any emotional issues among the Astartes in the current expeditionary force. After all, the existence of the Ashes Knights chapter and Master Gutierrez made Chen Xi's relationship with the Imperial Fists lineage particularly close. If he ignored the plight of the Heavenly Lion battle group, it could indeed cause dissatisfaction among other Dorn's sons. So Inquisitor Veen thought for a moment and said, this matter is neither big nor small. Ultimately, it's because they offended the authority of the Inquisition. If you are truly willing to protect them, the matter is actually very easy to resolve. Concede some benefits, then have the Heavenly Lion battle group proactively apologize to the Inquisition, and perform a few dirty jobs for the Inquisition, and that should be enough. The reason for constantly targeting them is merely to set an example. The Inquisition just wants these so-called demigods to know the price of offending the Inquisition. His tone carried a condescending disdain, as if the fate of the Heavenly Lion battle group was merely a tool for the Inquisition to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. That's all? Then I will have someone talk to the Heavenly Lion battle group shortly. I think they should listen to reason. Chen Xi felt that perhaps he could indeed help these unfortunate fellows. His tone carried a hint of ease, as if the matter was not as complicated as he had imagined. Dorn's sons are famously stubborn. Can you really convince them? Inquisitor Veen expressed his concern at the appropriate moment. His tone carried a hint of mockery, clearly having heard of the Heavenly Lion battle group's stubbornness. I'll have to try to find out. Chen Xi shrugged, indicating that he still wanted to try to make the stubborn stone nod. Chapter 220, The Stubborn Stone Will Not Turn Its Head. The Heavenly Lion battle group did not send many people this time, only one company. However, this was not a small number, as it was rare for an entire Space Marine chapter to be deployed in a single battle. For a Space Marine chapter, defending its homeworld is one of its primary missions. Each chapter usually stations at least one company on its homeworld to ensure its safety. This company is not only responsible for defending against potential invasions but also for maintaining the chapter's base, training new recruits, and managing the chapter's resources and heritage. The homeworld is the foundation of the chapter, and losing it means the chapter would lose its cultural and historical roots, making this mission crucial. However, the primary duty of Space Marines is to respond to threats across the Imperium. Due to frequent warfare in the galaxy, chapters often receive a large number of distress signals. Whether it is Xenos invasion, Chaos Rebellion, or other threats, Space Marine chapters need to respond quickly. However, the number of distress calls far exceeds the chapter's ability to respond. Each chapter typically has only about 1,000 Space Marines, and the vastness of the galaxy and the diversity of threats mean they must disperse their forces and rush from place to place. This continuous firefighting state means that chapters are rarely able to maintain full strength. According to Guilliman's Codex, a standard Codex chapter should have 1,000 Space Marines, but this is often not the case in reality. Most chapters can usually field around 800 Space Marines, which is already considered full strength. For chapters that have experienced intense combat, their strength may be further reduced to 500 or 600. Casualties, slow recruit replenishment, and frequent battles make it difficult for chapters to maintain ideal force levels. Furthermore, the Space Marines' combat style exacerbates this problem. They typically conduct rapid strikes with small, elite units, a tactic that, while efficient, also means that each battle can result in significant casualties. Even if a chapter can cultivate new recruits through gene seed, this process is extremely slow, often taking years or even decades to train a qualified Space Marine. Therefore, the Space Marine chapter's strength is always in a strained state. Under this major premise, the Heavenly Lion battle group being able to send a company to participate in this expeditionary force truly shows great sincerity and indeed demonstrates its loyalty to the Imperium. Precisely because of this, Chen Xi sympathized more with the Heavenly Lion battle group and hoped to offer protection to this chapter. And to persuade the Heavenly Lion battle group, Chen Xi specifically called upon Gutierrez and Arn, hoping that these two Astartes, both of the Imperial Fists, could persuade the Heavenly Lion battle group from the perspective of battle brotherhood and being Dorn's sons. The heads of these Dorn's sons were as stubborn as can be, and Chen Xi did not want things to escalate to an uncontrollable point. Welcome, Captain Anatoly. Chen Xi cordially welcomed the Heavenly Lion Battle Group's captain, though the expression on his face did not seem particularly friendly. Captain Anatoly of the Heavenly Lion Battle Group, clad in golden power armor, removed his helmet with calm and steady movements. He hung his helmet on the magnetic lock at his waist, nodded slightly towards Chen Xi, and said in a deep, powerful voice, "Hello, Planetary Governor." Anatoly's address to Chen Xi was very intriguing. At this time, Chen Xi, as the Supreme Commander of the Expeditionary Force, was indeed a planetary governor, but from any perspective, his current identity should be Lord Inquisitor. This title was the legal basis supporting his authority as the Supreme Commander of the Expeditionary Force, and also a symbol of the authority granted to him by the Inquisition. However, Anatoly chose to address him as Planetary Governor, which was clearly a deliberate evasion, and could even be seen as a subtle provocation to the Inquisition's authority. Behind this address lay the long-standing conflict and distrust between the Heavenly Lion Battle Group and the Inquisition. Space Marine chapters have always prided themselves on independence and autonomy, while the Inquisition seeks to restrain them through authority and rules. Anatoly's address undoubtedly implied that the Heavenly Lion Battle Group did not fully recognize the Inquisition's authority, and even harbored a certain degree of hostility towards it. Chen Xi remained extremely calm in response. He did not react to Anatoly's address in any way, nor did he show the slightest displeasure. He merely nodded faintly, signaling Anatoly to sit down. After sitting down, Chen Xi went straight to the point and asked, "Has the Heavenly Lion Battle Group not yet realized the mistake it made back then?" His tone was calm, but his words carried an undeniable questioning. This question directly referred to a controversial action by the Heavenly Lion Battle Group in the past, an action that the Inquisition had deemed a serious violation, almost leading to a direct conflict between the chapter and the Inquisition. Anatoly's reaction was extremely intense. His eyes instantly sharpened like blades, and his voice was deep but filled with suppressed fury, every word squeezed out as if from gritted teeth, like a volcano about to erupt. "Mistake? Are you, the Inquisition, so arrogant as to believe that was a mistake?" Clearly, Chen Xi's words were like a sharp thorn, deeply piercing Anatoly's sensitive nerves. In his view, the Heavenly Lion Battle Group's actions were to protect the interests of the Imperium, an embodiment of honor and duty. And the Inquisition's accusation was not only a negation of their actions but also a blatant insult to their honor. Chen Xi looked at Anatoly before him, shaking his head helplessly, his voice tinged with weariness and regret. "No, you misunderstand. I am not saying that your decision to oppose Inquisitor Apollyon's exterminatus order during the Hater Rebellion was a mistake, but that your public condemnation of the Inquisition was a mistake." He continued, "If you had privately contacted the Imperial Fists, and then sent someone to Terra to appeal, demanding that the Inquisition review the rationality of the exterminatus order, there would have been no problem at all. Even Inquisitor Apollyon would have been subject to internal cleansing by the Inquisition for issuing the exterminatus order. But you publicly issued a series of condemnations against the Inquisition." At this point, Chen Xi's tone became tinged with sarcasm. "Tisk tisk, do you really think the Inquisition doesn't care about its reputation, or needs to explain to you how it should conduct its affairs?" His gaze sharpened, and his voice became colder and more unyielding. "As an imperial oversight body specially chartered by the Emperor, the Inquisition is only ever accountable to itself and the Emperor. While your efforts are great, your actions are destined to be futile, and will even backfire, making the Inquisition detest you." Anatoly's fury was fully ignited, his voice thundering. "So what? Did those who died die in vain? No matter what your Inquisition decides, the Heavenly Lion Battle Group will never compromise." His words were resolute, like an unyielding stone, hard and immovable. However, Chen Xi shook his head again, a deep sigh of helplessness in his voice. "What if the Inquisition decides to eradicate your Heavenly Lion Battle Group? What if you resist the Inquisition? With the Inquisition's power, I could even now declare you traitors and excommunicate the entire chapter." His tone carried a chilling sense of reality, as if stating an unchangeable fact. He continued, "Even when you arrived in the Mariupol sector, there was an internal Inquisition order notifying me to find a reason to send you to your deaths, to be consumed on the battlefield. If I didn't have a past connection with Dorn's sons, I really wouldn't bother with these matters. You stubborn-headed people are simply too difficult to communicate with." Chapter 221, You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. The conversation between Chen Xi and Captain Anatoly reached an impasse, the atmosphere so heavy it was almost suffocating. Anatoly's gaze remained as sharp as a blade, his stance resolute, showing no sign of backing down. Chen Xi, on the other hand, frowned slightly, his eyes revealing deep helplessness and worry. The stubbornness of the Heavenly Lion Battle Group would not only plunge them into deeper trouble but also potentially trigger a full-scale crackdown from the Inquisition. However, Anatoly clearly had no intention of compromising. Just as both sides were deadlocked and the situation was deteriorating further, Gutierrez suddenly broke the silence. "Brother Anatoly, can you calm down and let Sir Chen Xi finish speaking?" His gaze was fixed on Anatoly, attempting to use rational words to quell his anger. Gutierrez continued, "You should know that Sir Chen Xi harbors no ill will towards your Heavenly Lion Battle Group. In fact, he is trying to offer you protection. His actions are not for the benefit of the Inquisition, but for the survival of your battle group." His tone carried a hint of earnestness, as if reminding Anatoly not to let anger blind him. "Don't let your dissatisfaction with the Inquisition cause you to betray this goodwill." Gutierrez's voice added a note of admonition. "Dorn's sons may be stubborn, but they are not unreasonable fools. He was trying to make Anatoly understand that while adhering to principles was important, at critical moments, reason and compromise were equally indispensable. Gutierrez's intervention brought a glimmer of hope to the deadlock. His words not only eased the tense atmosphere but also provided both sides with an opportunity to re-examine their positions. However, whether Anatoly would accept this advice remained an unknown. His eyes still flickered with complex emotions, a mix of dissatisfaction with the Inquisition and hesitation regarding Chen Xi's proposal. What exactly do you want to say? Anatoly looked at Chen Xi, finally deciding to hear what Chen Xi had to say. Seeing Anatoly's attitude finally soften, Chen Xi nodded slightly, a sigh of relief escaping him. If Anatoly had continued to be so unyielding, he wouldn't have known what to do with him. He couldn't possibly just watch the Heavenly Lion battle group be utterly destroyed by the Inquisition, could he? Now that Anatoly was willing to listen to his explanation, there was finally some room for maneuver in the situation. So Chen Xi cleared his throat, his voice low but powerful, tinged with suppressed anger. He coldly told Anatoly, the Inquisition has already set its sights on you, I think I made that very clear just now, so there's no need to repeat it. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed on Anatoly, attempting to use authority to suppress the other's stubbornness. He continued, his voice clearly displeased, the main point I want to tell you is that I previously communicated with the Inquisition, and I used my name and authority to protect your Heavenly Lion battle group. At this point, his tone became even more severe, as if emphasizing his efforts and the other party's ungratefulness. In exchange, you need to publicly apologize to the Inquisition to quell their anger, this is the only chance I've secured for you. However, Anatoly's reaction remained intense. He almost immediately interrupted Chen Xi, his voice full of anger and dissatisfaction, that's impossible. His tone was decisive, as if there was no room for discussion. For the Heavenly Lion battle group, who valued honor more than life, being forced to publicly admit fault was tantamount to trampling on their faith and dignity. In their eyes, honor was more important than life itself, and any form of compromise was a disgrace. Chen Xi's patience finally ran out, his voice suddenly rose, tinged with clear anger, I said, let me finish speaking. His rage was almost breaking through the bounds of reason, psychic energy surging around him, purple energy and blue lightning overflowing from his eyes and facial features, his entire being seemingly enveloped in a dazzling glow. He used his psychic power to directly suppress Anatoly, rendering him unable to move. Are you stubborn fools really so incapable of listening to reason? Chen Xi's voice boomed like thunder, filled with unconcealed anger and disappointment, the Inquisition is trying to wipe out your Heavenly Lion battle group right now. Not because of the Hathel rebellion, but because you publicly denounced the Inquisition. Do you think your honor is more important than the survival of the entire battle group? He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger, and continued, you apologize for publicly denouncing the Inquisition, and then I will submit an application to the Inquisition headquarters to review the approval process for the Exterminatus order from back then. That idiot who signed the Exterminatus order will die, I said it. Not even the Emperor can save him. His tone was filled with undeniable conviction, as if declaring an unchangeable fact. It's such a simple matter, why do you stubborn fools insist on making things irreconcilable and making the Inquisition lose face? Chen Xi's voice was filled with deep helplessness and anger, psychic energy surging around him, as if it could erupt at any moment. Anatoly was suppressed by Chen Xi's psychic power, his body unable to move, but his gaze remained stubborn. However, under Chen Xi's anger and the pressure of his psychic power, his attitude finally softened slightly. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with unwillingness and struggle, Sir Chen Xi, if an apology can save the battle group, I am willing to apologize to the Inquisition in my personal capacity. But the honor of the Heavenly Lion battle group must never be tarnished by this. Chen Xi's anger subsided slightly, and the glow of his psychic power gradually diminished. He looked at Anatoly coldly, a hint of mockery in his tone, in your personal capacity? Do you think the Inquisition cares about such a petty trick? However, at least it's a start. His voice still carried dissatisfaction, but he was clearly somewhat pleased with Anatoly's concession. The atmosphere of the conversation remained tense, but Anatoly's yielding brought a turning point to the deadlock. Chen Xi's anger and the pressure of his psychic power forced Anatoly to reevaluate his position, and the fate of the Heavenly Lion battle group found new possibilities in this intense confrontation. Contact your battle group, explain the situation clearly, and then have them give me an answer. Remember, you only have two choices, agree or refuse. The Inquisition does not accept bargaining, Chen Xi said, looking at Anatoly, stating his final demand. Anatoly wanted to say more, but Chen Xi was clearly fed up with these stubborn heads and didn't want to say anything further. Seeing this, Gutierrez and Arn pulled Anatoly away together, intending to persuade him privately to prevent the Heavenly Lion battle group from truly being too stubborn and completely messing things up. Chapter 222, Intelligence and Strategy. Regardless of the Heavenly Lion battle group's response to Chen Xi's conditions, the expeditionary force, after months of lingering, was finally ready to begin its formal advance. During this period, Mai and Twilight successfully completed their reconnaissance mission and returned with the intelligence needed by the expeditionary force. Chen Xi, you wouldn't believe it. Our journey was like something out of a movie. Mai exclaimed to Chen Xi upon her return, describing the difficulties they faced. For several months, they did their best to evade the Necron's detection every minute and every second like walking on a knife's edge. Several times, they were almost caught by the Necrons. Each crisis was heart-stopping, as if death itself was hot on their heels. To escape, they had to risk various extreme measures, releasing interference signals, disguising beacons, and even temporarily entering the warp to evade the Necrons' pursuit. Each escape brought the relief of surviving a disaster, but also made them more keenly aware that the Necrons' threat was everywhere. These life-or-death chases and escapes were as thrilling as a Hollywood blockbuster. If you really like it, copy the data for me, and I'll find someone to film it for you later, Chen Xi said, not overly concerned. In his view, such a thrilling experience could be adapted into an excellent movie, both to record this history and to promote the expedition. If it were in the 40K era, Chen Xi could definitely seek help from the Inquisition or the Imperial Propaganda Department. Making a propaganda film about an Imperial hero was not difficult for him, as the expedition itself had such needs. A rogue trader venturing deep into alien civilization territory for an expedition, experiencing near-death situations to bring back valuable intelligence, such a story was inherently material worth heavily promoting. Just like Kaizai Obeo, he even had a personal movie with him as the protagonist, produced by the Department of Military Affairs itself. This kind of propaganda could not only boost morale but also secure more resources and support for the expedition. Furthermore, even without the Inquisition, the Mariupol sector had imperial worlds with relatively advanced technology, where there was no shortage of planets with film companies. As long as Chen Xi was willing, he could cooperate with them to bring these thrilling experiences to the big screen. And if it were the 3K era, Chen Xi felt that finding someone to help make a sci-fi movie would also be no problem. Although the subject matter might not be particularly novel, its strength lay in its authenticity. These first-hand materials were enough to make the movie full of detail and realism. As long as the director was competent, it would definitely be a striking work. As for GW's copyright issues, Chen Xi couldn't help but smile at the thought. Making a movie was doing them a favor. If they dared to bring up copyright, did they want a titan to kick down their door? Make a movie? That could work. Mai seemed a bit interested. However, this topic was quickly bypassed. Intelligence was more important than making a movie. Chen Xi's attention quickly returned to the core issue at hand. What is the situation with this Necron dynasty exactly? Have they all awakened? This was Chen Xi's most pressing question, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. Good news, no, Mai reassured Chen Xi, her tone a bit more relaxed. But then, her tone shifted, and her expression grew serious. But the bad news is, the one who awakened is a dynasty overlord, and all the planets he controls have awakened. Currently, there are traces of Necrons' activity on about 4 planets. The military power they can muster will not be less than the number of troops you've assembled, and they are all high-quality units. We probably won't be able to handle it. Chen Xi frowned slightly at this, but did not show too much worry. He calmly responded, that's not a problem. The Imperium still has over 10 million Holy War Army and 3 million Astra Militarum reinforcements coming. If necessary, reporting to the Department of Internal Affairs, bringing in tens of millions of Astra Militarum is not out of the question. Chen Xi never worried about troop numbers. Although the Imperium's human resources were strained, it depended on the specific situation. Facing a threat like the Necrons, the Imperium's war machine could operate at full capacity. Mai did not refute this point. She simply asked Chen Xi, so what do you plan to do now? Launch an attack. Chen Xi spread his hands helplessly, his tone carrying a hint of pressure. The expedition has already begun. The past few months of troop assembly can be explained as integrating the army. Staying here without deploying troops would be considered cowardice. His expression was somewhat complex. Clearly, he was not entirely willing to deploy troops under these circumstances, but the situation demanded it. If he were fighting alone, when to deploy troops would not be an issue. He could flexibly choose the timing, waiting for the best opportunity. But this time was different. This was a holy war launched by the Ecclesiarchy and an expeditionary force initiated by the sector. If they continued to hide without deploying troops, there would not only be morale issues but also other political implications. The fanatical followers of the Ecclesiarchy would not tolerate delays, and the nobles and bureaucrats of the sector would also seize the opportunity to exert pressure. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen Xi decided to deploy troops now. So how do you plan to fight? Mai placed a data pad in front of Chen Xi, its screen displaying detailed information about the 4 awakened planets. She pointed to one of the fringe worlds and said, currently, there are 4 awakened planets. The first round of attack is the easiest to fight. With our current military strength, taking down one of this Necron dynasty's fringe worlds is not difficult. She paused, her tone growing serious, but once the war begins, the enemy will inevitably gather their forces and launch a full-scale counterattack. At that point, we are very likely to enter a war of attrition, and a prolonged conflict will put us at a disadvantage. So, what are your thoughts? Mai's gaze held a hint of inquiry. Clearly, she hoped Chen Xi would provide a clear strategic direction. Mai's suggestion was a relatively conventional approach: start with the easy targets, then gradually expand the advantage. This steady strategy was a prudent choice in most situations, especially when facing an unknown enemy. However, Chen Xi's idea was completely different. He shook his head, his gaze firm as he said, we won't attack the fringe worlds. We'll concentrate our forces and go straight for the core world controlled by this Necron overlord, aiming to take that planet in one go. He further explained, for a Necron dynasty, the importance of the core world far surpasses that of the fringe worlds. The assembled armies and other forces will inevitably be concentrated in this core world. Instead of attacking the fringe worlds and allowing the enemy to gather a large army for a counterattack, it's better to first occupy their core world, preventing them from assembling a large army. Chen Xi's strategy was clearly more aggressive, but also riskier. He intended to tackle the hardest challenge first, directly striking at the enemy's core to disrupt their deployment and tempo. If successful, this tactic could quickly dismantle the enemy's resistance, but if it failed, it could also lead to the collapse of the entire expedition. Undoubtedly, risk and opportunity coexisted. Chapter 223, The Offensive begins. The Space Necron dynasty currently has 4 awakened planets, Donetsk 3, RIfxFe, Azov 7, and Zaporozhye 9, Chen Xi explained to the Expeditionary Forces High Command in the conference room, pointing to a large projection of the subsector's star system. Among them, the Zaporozhye system already has an imperial colony world, a mining world, which primarily extracts mineral resources to provide raw materials for the industrial production of the Rostov subsector. This makes the strategic position of Zaporozhye 9 particularly important. Although it's unclear why the Xenos on Zaporozhye 9 haven't attacked this colony world, we cannot leave it unchecked. Seeing that others were listening intently, Chen Xi continued, the other 3 planets are located in the Donetsk system and the Azov system. Among them, Donetsk 3 is the core world of the Space Necron dynasty and the focus of our current offensive. According to intelligence, Donetsk 3 is one of the core worlds of the Space Necron dynasty we are facing, and the other 3 awakened planets around it are all his territory. If we can successfully capture this planet, it will greatly weaken their overall combat capability and may even lead to the collapse of the defense systems of the other planets. Commander Chen Xi, why are we heading directly for the heavily defended core world of the Xenos instead of first eliminating the other 3 peripheral worlds? The Star Realm Army Lord General asked curiously. He didn't object to the decision, he was just curious why Chen Xi chose this approach. After all, from a conventional tactical perspective, weakening the enemy's outer forces first and then concentrating forces to attack the core seems to be a more stable choice. Chen Xi nodded and replied, this is a reasonable question. However, according to our intelligence analysis, the Space Necron dynasty possesses a teleportation technology that can open warp gates between 2 different worlds to transport armies. If we attack the peripheral worlds first, although we can weaken some of their forces, the core world will still be able to quickly mobilize resources for a counterattack, and can even send troops to support the peripheral worlds through the warp gates. Therefore, although striking the core world directly carries greater risk, once successful, it will completely dismantle their defense system, laying the foundation for our subsequent actions. The Star Realm Army Lord General nodded thoughtfully, clearly agreeing with Chen Xi's explanation. Other high-ranking commanders also began to discuss in low voices, further evaluating the feasibility and risks of this strategy. After briefly introducing his strategic thinking, Chen Xi continued, the expeditionary force currently does not have a numerical advantage. Only a swift and effective offensive, seizing the enemy's strategic strongholds, and establishing a strategic advantage, is the key to our victory. The Space Necron's living metal self-repair capability is quite exaggerated. If we get dragged into a war of attrition or a prolonged stalemate, it will lead to terrifying casualties for the Imperial Army. Although we do not fear casualties, and our soldiers are not afraid to sacrifice for the Emperor, every life is the Emperor's currency, and we should use them in a more valuable way. For the Emperor. The Cardinal Bishop of the Ecclesiarchy performed an Aquila sign, shouting the slogan while also asking Chen Xi, so are we heading directly for Donetsk 3? No, although I've decided to directly attack the enemy's core world, I still need a bit of strategy, Chen Xi said, looking at everyone and smiling confidently, then began to explain his plan. Currently, the expeditionary force is divided into 4 strike groups. The first strike group consists of 200 Astartes monks, 1,000 battle sisters, 50,000 Astra Militarum, 100 Imperial Knights, and 200,000 Holy War Army. Your mission is to launch an attack on Zaporozhye 9, diverting the enemy's attention and drawing a portion of the enemy forces out of Donetsk 3. The enemy's various worlds are connected by warp gates, so the speed of enemy troop deployment far exceeds any Imperial enemy we have encountered before. It is precisely because of this that we must attack the enemy's core world, as this will prevent us from being struck by superior enemy forces when attacking other planets. And now, the core element of this strategy is that the first strike group needs to attract the enemy's attention, shifting their forces, and creating an opportunity for the main forces' attack on Donetsk 3. He paused, his gaze sweeping over every commander present, ensuring everyone understood his intent. The first strike group's actions must be swift and decisive. Your mission is to create enough pressure to force the enemy to divide their forces to support Zaporozhye 9. As a peripheral world of the Space Necron dynasty, Zaporozhye 9, although relatively weakly defended, its strategic significance lies in its ability to tie down the enemy's attention. Your attack must be fierce and sustained, making the enemy mistakenly believe that this is our main direction of attack, thereby mobilizing their forces. At the same time, the second, third, and fourth strike groups will launch surprise attacks on Donetsk 3 from different directions, utilizing the opportunity of the enemy's dispersed forces to break through their core defenses in one fell swoop. Chen Xi continued, his tone firm and unquestionable. Remember, our goal is a quick victory, to avoid getting bogged down in a prolonged war. Chen Xi's voice was deep and powerful, every word striking the hearts of the commanders. The Space Necron's living metal repair capability and troop deployment speed far exceed our imagination. Any delay could make us pay a heavy price. We must achieve our objective with lightning speed, giving the enemy no chance to breathe. At this point, Chen Xi looked at the Star Realm Army Lord General, who was in charge of the first strike group. The Star Realm Army Lord General straightened his body, his gaze firm as he looked back at Chen Xi, clearly ready to meet the challenge. This is a daunting task, but please rest assured and leave it to me. I will not fail the God Emperor's expectations. The Star Realm Army Lord General clenched his fist and struck his chest once, then loudly made his promise. His voice echoed through the conference room, carrying an undeniable resolve. The others also looked at Chen Xi with fanatic eyes, awaiting his command. Their eyes burned with loyalty to the Emperor and a thirst for victory, as if they could already see the enemy's defeat. Seeing this, Chen Xi also straightened up again, cleared his throat, and said, "By the authority granted to me by the God Emperor, I declare the Expeditionary Forces offensive has begun." Chen Xi's voice resonated through the entire conference room like a great bell, carrying unquestionable authority. As his command was given, the entire expeditionary force, like a precise war machine, began to operate rapidly. Chapter 224, Landing Operation. As Chen Xi's command was issued, the first strike group's fleet assembled in a tight formation in the void, like a burning arrow, pointing directly at Zaporozhye 9. The Imperial Navy's warships' engines spewed dazzling exhaust flames, illuminating the cold void. Within the fleet, several cruisers and frigates occupied the core positions, their weapon arrays fully charged, carrying plasma bombs, macro cannon shells, and macro cannons poised for a devastating orbital bombardment of Zaporozhye 9's surface. As the fleet entered Zaporozhye 9's orbital range, the Necron's defense system rapidly activated. Energy nodes on the surface flickered with eerie green light, and countless gauss beams and particle cannons rose from underground, piercing the sky like deadly thorns. These beams were precise and lethal, attempting to intercept the Imperial warships. However, the Imperial Navy's escort fleet was already prepared, unleashing a deluge of macro cannons and torpedoes that rained down like a storm, destroying the Necron's ground defense facilities one by one. The escort ship's void shields flickered with dazzling light under the bombardment of energy beams, enduring immense pressure, but the Imperial Navy's captains did not flinch, steadfastly executing their bombardment mission. With the weakening of the ground defense system, the orbital bombardment officially began. The cruisers' weapon arrays emitted a low rumble, and massive plasma bombs and macro cannon shells poured from their launch bays, striking Zaporozhye 9's surface like a divine punishment. Explosive flames and shockwaves swept across the entire planet, tearing apart the surface, with massive fissures spreading like abysses. The orbital bombardment's goal was not only to destroy surface facilities but also to obliterate the Necron's underground complexes. As the bombardment deepened, the crust was peeled away layer by layer, gradually exposing the hidden Necron structures to the sunlight. These structures were composed of living metal, their surfaces shimmering with cold green light. Even when parts of their structure were destroyed during the bombardment, their self-repair mechanisms rapidly began to operate, with broken metal structures reconnecting as if alive, demonstrating the terrifying nature of Necron's technology. However, the Necrons did not simply wait to be annihilated. As their underground structures were exposed, their counterattack swiftly unfolded. From the surface fissures, several giant gun emplacements hidden underground rose from the ruins, their gauss beams directly penetrating the atmosphere, targeting the Imperial warship's weak points. An Imperial frigate was hit by a beam, its void shield instantly overloaded, its hull torn apart, and the explosion's light bloomed in the void, like a brief star. The Imperial fleet swiftly adjusted its tactics, with the cruisers concentrating their firepower on these giant gun emplacements, while the frigates continued to suppress the ground-based Necron's forces. Astartes Monk's Thunderhawk gunships also began to take off from the warships, preparing for ground support. The orbital bombardment's flames intertwined with the Necron's counterattack beams, dyeing the entire sky of Zaporozhye 9 into a red and green battlefield. As the battle continued, the Necron's counterattack grew fiercer. At the same time, after the orbital bombardment ended, the first strike group's landing forces swiftly moved. Hundreds of Thunderhawk gunships and transport ships took off from the warship's hangars, carrying Astartes monks, Sisters of Battle, and Astra Militarum soldiers, diving towards Zaporozhye 9's surface. The aircraft quickly dispersed during low-altitude flight, evading sporadic gauss beams fired from the ground, while the gunship's autocannons continuously strafed, suppressing scattered resistance on the ground. The landing force's primary mission was to establish a stable stronghold on the surface to facilitate the deployment and resupply of subsequent forces. The Star Realm Army Lord General personally commanded, choosing a plateau on Zaporozhye 9 as the landing point. During the Imperial Army's landing process, the Necron's forces also swiftly launched a counterattack. Countless Necron warriors and destroyers surged from underground, attempting to annihilate the Imperial landing forces on the beachhead. Necron warriors' gauss flare and disintegration rays traced deadly green trajectories in the air, while destroyers hovered in the air, using gauss cannons and particle projectors to precisely strike the landing forces. The first wave of Astartes monks and Sisters of Battle, arriving via drop pods and Valkyries, quickly engaged in battle, their bolter and flamers tearing open gaps among the Necron warriors. The roar of bolters intertwined with the bellow of flamers, filling the battlefield with the smell of burnt metal and the piercing shrieks of destroyed Necron warriors. Imperial Knights also joined the battle, their melta weapons and chain swords tearing the Necron warriors' living metal bodies into shreds. The Knights' armor glittered dazzlingly in the sunlight, each swing of their swords accompanied by the metallic scraping sound of Necron warriors' bodies being torn apart. The searing beams of melta weapons burned the Necron warriors' living metal into molten slag, while the roar of chain swords was like the whisper of death, announcing the enemy's demise. After several hours of fierce fighting, the landing forces successfully landed on Zaporozhye 9's surface and began to establish defensive fortifications. Astra Militarum engineers swiftly erected temporary gun emplacements and communication facilities, ensuring the stronghold's stability. Anti-aircraft guns and heavy machine guns were quickly deployed at the highest points of the facilities, ready to respond to potential aerial and ground attacks. Communication facility antennas were erected amidst the ruins, ensuring contact with the fleet in orbit and coordinating the landing and resupply of subsequent forces. At the same time, the Holy War Army's forces also began to spread out, attempting to expand their control. Holy War Army soldiers, armed with flamers and heavy bolters, their faith transformed into fearless courage on the battlefield, charged towards every potential threat, shouting, "For the Emperor!" Although the battle remained fierce, the landing force's initial objective had been achieved. However, the Necrons' counterattack did not cease. More Necrons' forces surged from underground, attempting to reclaim the lost territory. More Necrons' ground forces surged from underground, including Canopitax Scarabs, Necrons' destroyers, and Necrons' reapers. Canopitax Scarabs moved across the surface at astonishing speeds, their living metal bodies capable of rapid self-repair, making them almost impossible to utterly destroy. Necrons' destroyers hovered in the air, their gauze cannons and particle projectors capable of easily piercing Imperial armor. Necrons' reapers wielded massive scythes, each swing capable of cutting several Imperial soldiers in half. Facing the Necrons' large units and diverse ground forces, the Imperial forces swiftly adjusted their tactics. Astartes monks and Imperial knights formed assault teams, concentrating their firepower on the weak points of monoliths and doom scythes. Sisters of Battle used their flamers and melta weapons, attempting to slow the advance of these giant units. Astartes monks shouted, "For the Emperor!" on the battlefield, their bolters and chain swords tearing open gaps among the Necron warriors. Imperial knights engaged in close combat with monoliths, the roar of melta weapons and chain swords echoing across the entire battlefield. Chapter 225 Attack begins. As the battle for Zaporozh High 9 intensified for the first strike group, the warriors of the Imperium displayed unparalleled courage and determination. Every inch of the battlefield became a focal point of contention, with the air thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood, as if even the sky had been stained dark red by the fires of war. Elite assault teams composed of Astartes monks and Sisters of Battle launched multiple deadly raids behind enemy lines, each operation meticulously calculated to cause maximum damage in the shortest possible time. The Astartes monks' tactics were precise and ruthless, each of their raids was like a sharp dagger, plunging directly into the enemy's heart. The Sisters of Battle followed closely, their fires of faith burning on the battlefield, each sword swing accompanied by fervent prayers to the Emperor. Meanwhile, the heavy mechs of the Imperial Knights moved across the battlefield like mobile fortresses, their melta guns and thunder fists tearing open gaps in the Necrons' lines. The Supreme King, from one of the knight families who answered the call to this crusade, personally piloted his mount, Pale Fury, sweeping through the battlefield unopposed. Each bombardment was accompanied by the destruction of Necron armored units, the cannon of Pale Fury spewing pale plasma, as if a divine judgment had descended, completely tearing apart the Necron lines. The knights' armor gleamed with a cold light under the sun, like indestructible giants, standing firm on the battlefield. Their heroic performance greatly boosted the morale of the Astra Militarum, whose infantry units followed closely, advancing step by step, consolidating every inch of reclaimed territory. Under the cover of their strongholds, the Astra Militarum's artillery units continuously subjected the Necron positions to saturation bombardment. The roar of heavy artillery was deafening, and the trails of rockets streaked across the sky, shattering the Necron lines. The artillery commander constantly adjusted the bombardment coordinates via communicator, ensuring that every shell landed precisely on the enemy's vital points. The light of the artillery illuminated the entire battlefield, smoke and fire intertwining to form a doomsday-like scene. Each bombardment was like the Emperor's wrath, mercilessly unleashed upon the enemy. The battle entered its most intense phase, with every inch of land becoming a focal point of contention for both sides. The Astartes monks launched a precise strike, attempting to destroy the Necron warp gate near the landing zone. The Necron Lord personally led an elite squad of destroyers, attempting to thwart their actions. Both sides engaged in brutal close-quarters combat in the narrow underground passages, power swords and phase weapons clashing, emitting dazzling sparks. Ultimately, the Space Marines, at the cost of several fallen battle brothers, successfully destroyed a nearby energy node, severing the power supply to the Necron warp gate near the landing zone. With the destruction of the energy node, the light of the Necron warp gate gradually dimmed, and Necron reinforcements were forced to halt. The Imperial Knights seized this opportunity, launching a final charge that completely routed the remaining Necron forces near the landing zone. The Astra Militarum's infantry units followed closely, consolidating the occupied areas and securing the stronghold. After the battle, the Star Realm Army Lord General reported the situation to Chen Xi at the command center. His voice carried a hint of weariness, but more so, determination. Lord Chen Xi, the first strike group has successfully established a secure stronghold on Zaporozh High 9 and has tied down a large number of enemy forces. Although our losses are significant, the mission has been accomplished. As the Star Realm Army Lord General reported to Chen Xi, the Necrons had already begun to reinforce the planet. Chen Xi nodded, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. You have done very well. Next, we will concentrate our forces and launch a full-scale assault on Donetsk 3. For the Emperor, we must achieve ultimate victory. Meanwhile, on Donetsk 3, the Necrons were busy responding to the emergency on Zaporozh High 9, with large numbers of troops beginning to move through warp gates to Zaporozh High 9, causing gaps to appear in Donetsk II's defenses. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th strike groups were ready for the assault, their objective being to completely destroy the Necrons on this planet. Commanders meticulously reviewed the operational plans during pre-battle meetings, ensuring every detail was foolproof. The Astartes monks' assault fleet had entered orbit, preparing to launch an orbital drop strike on the Necrons' core facilities. Thunderhawk gunships and Storm Raven gunships were ready in the battleship's hangar, with Space Marines sitting silently inside the compartments, their power armor gleaming with a cold sheen in the dim light. The commander of the first landing force confirmed the mission objectives one last time, then the landing craft's hatch slowly closed, and the roar of the engines gradually increased, signaling the imminent orbital drop. The Imperial Knights were also gathering, preparing to play a decisive role in the ground battle. This time, they would perform an orbital drop alongside the Astartes monks. Perhaps surprisingly to many, Imperial Knights are also capable of orbital drops. They would ride in specially designed orbital drop pods, descending directly from low orbit to the ground, just like the Astartes. Drop pods as massive as castles could directly carry several Imperial Knights inside, deploying them all at once onto the battlefield. Although the Imperium rarely uses such things, when there is a need for a large-scale deployment of Imperial Knights and they are required to enter the battlefield immediately, the Imperium will still drop these super-large drop pods, directly smashing Imperial Knights onto the battlefield. The shells of these drop pods were forged from thick ceramite and adamantium, strong enough to withstand the high temperatures generated by atmospheric friction, while internal shock-absorbing systems ensured the Knights' safe landing. Once landed, the drop pod's shell would quickly open, and the Imperial Knights would, like giants awakening from slumber, immediately plunge into battle. As the orbital drop approached, the entire fleet entered a state of high alert. The Astartes monks' assault teams were already prepared, their power armor gleaming with a cold light in the dim hangar. The leaders of the assault teams confirmed their mission objectives one last time, then the hatches slowly closed, and the roar of the engines gradually increased, signaling the imminent orbital drop. The Imperial Knights' drop pods were also ready, their massive hulls neatly arranged in the battleship's hangar, like steel fortresses about to plummet onto the battlefield. The horn of battle had sounded, and the warriors of the Imperium would once again embark on a crusade. For the glory of the Emperor, they would spare no effort to destroy any enemy of the Imperium daring to appear before them. Chapter 226, Personally visiting the front line. Chen Xi arrived on the planet's surface by shuttle. The shuttle slowly descended onto the makeshift landing platform, the roar of its engines gradually fading. As the hatch opened, a blast of unfamiliar air, accompanied by the sounds of battle, rushed in. The planet's gravity was slightly lower than Rostov, so Chen Xi's steps felt much lighter as he exited the hatch. At this moment, drop pods could still be seen occasionally crashing down from the sky, a sign of the Astartes entering the fray. Directly landing on the ground via a drop pod was still a bit too intense for ordinary people. The descent of a drop pod was extremely rapid, and the immense impact force was enough to instantly render an untrained ordinary person unconscious, or even cause severe physical injury. Only Astartes, who had undergone physical modifications and were wearing power armor, could withstand this method of landing. As for orbital drop troops, who parachuted directly from low Earth orbit to the ground, Chen Xi actually wanted to experience that kind of rapid descent. The thrilling sensation of freefall and the challenge of pushing limits made Chen Xi yearn for it. However, he was the supreme commander of the expeditionary force, and his safety was crucial to the success of the entire campaign, so no one would agree to let him take such a risk. Therefore, Chen Xi could only arrive on the ground by shuttle after the first wave of landing troops had secured the landing zone. Around the landing zone, engineering units were busily constructing a temporary base, and defensive fortifications were rapidly taking shape. Chen Xi stood beside the shuttle, looking up at the sky, where the fleet in orbit could still be faintly seen. At this point, 3 days had passed since the expeditionary force launched its general offensive on Donetsk III. During this time, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th strike groups had all successfully completed their landing operations and established stable landing zones on the planet's surface. Subsequent units were continuously landing, rapidly deploying, and engaging in fierce combat with the Necrons. The entire landing zone had already taken initial shape, the Astra Militarum's banners flapped in the wind, the Space Marines had raised their battle standards, and the Imperial Knights had planted their banners all over the positions. Although it looked a bit flashy, it had to be admitted that seeing the forest of battle standards indeed greatly boosted morale. When Chen Xi arrived, the Necrons were launching a fierce counterattack on the landing zone. Eerie green energy beams flickered in the sky, Necron aircraft glided like ghosts, and the ground was covered by countless metallic, skeletal Necron warriors whose steps were orderly and cold, like an unstoppable metallic torrent. However, the Astra Militarum's defensive line was not easily broken. 3 days had been more than enough time for the Astra Militarum to establish a stable defensive line on the planet's surface. Bunkers made of adamantium and ceramite armor plates were spread throughout the positions, their thick armor sufficient to withstand the Necrons' energy weapons. Laser cannons and bolters were mounted on the firing points, creating a precise network of fire that tore apart any approaching enemy. Even the permanent trenches were perfected to an astonishing degree, not only containing officers' quarters and mess halls, but also temporary medical stations and ammunition depots. The Astra Militarum had constructed a very comprehensive system of trench defenses to resist the Necrons' assault. And the colossal Imperial Knight drop pods became the strategic strongholds of this defensive system. These drop pods were like steel behemoths descended from the sky, each comparable to a small fortress or castle. They not only possessed powerful turrets and shield systems but also had thick armored defenses, sufficient to stand firm against the Necrons' fierce assault. The Imperial Knight drop pods were cleverly positioned at key points of the defensive line, becoming the spiritual backbone and tactical reliance for the Astra Militarum soldiers. If there were also 1 or 2 Imperial Knights and Lemon Russ main battle tanks nearby, the entire defensive line would be even more impregnable. The Imperial Knights' gigantic chain swords and meltaguns could easily tear through Necron armored units, while the Lemon Russ's main cannon could destroy heavy enemy targets from long range. Adding 1 or 2 battalions of Astra Militarum infantry, this defensive line would be sufficient to hold back the enemy for a long time, and even serve as a starting point for a counterattack. Chen Xi stood before the observation port of a bunker, his gaze sweeping across the entire battlefield. How are the various strike groups progressing? He didn't turn around, simply asking the Astra Militarum officer beside him. The staff officer replied, "Currently, the 2nd Strike Group has completed the deployment of all Astra Militarum units and Imperial Knights, and the Holy War Army has largely entered the battle, with the remaining Holy War Army serving as a reserve. As for the Astartes and Battle Sister units, they had recently repelled an enemy surprise attack and have since withdrawn to rest at the rear." Chen Xi said nothing in response to this, merely nodding before continuing to ask, "What are the casualties like?" "The Astra Militarum has over 10,000 killed in action, the Imperial Knights have lost over 20 units, the Holy War Army has suffered 70,000 casualties, and the Astartes and Battle Sisters have also sustained considerable damage, with the 1st Strike Group's overall strength reduced by over 15%, the staff officer's reply was devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if these were just ordinary numbers. Chen Xi also said nothing about this. Landing operations were often the phase with the most intense enemy resistance and the highest casualties, and being able to gain a foothold with only 15% casualties, Chen Xi felt, was quite cost-effective. Afterward, he inquired about the situation of the other 2 strike groups before heading to the front line for further inspection. He clearly knew that he was not a military strategist, staying in the command center was meaningless except to act as a mascot and put pressure on the commander, so it was better to go to the front line to boost morale. No one objected to Chen Xi's action, nor did anyone say that he was the commander and should not go to the front line. In the Imperium, it was common for commanders to lead from the front, and often the commander was the most formidable fighter in the entire army, a fact especially pronounced among the Astartes, Imperial Knights, and Battle Sisters. After Guilliman's return to the Imperium, even Morvenn Vahl, the Grand Mistress of the Battle Sisters and a High Lord, personally went to the battlefield and charged on the front lines, which shows the extent of the Imperium's martial spirit. A commander attempting a suicidal orbital drop is one thing, personally visiting the front line to boost morale on the battlefield is another. The former is pure recklessness, while the latter is an action that would be supported throughout the Imperium and earn immense prestige. So when Chen Xi, accompanied by a small squad of Battle Sisters, arrived at the foremost position and stood at the most conspicuous spot on the position, raising his banner to draw the attention of the soldiers on the battlefield, their morale immediately received a huge boost. Without Chen Xi even needing to personally engage in combat, the roaring soldiers had already annihilated the advancing Necron forces before them. Chapter 227, Continued Advance. Donetsk III was a desolate, rocky planet. Its surface was covered in barren rocks and dust, with almost no atmosphere, leading to extreme temperature fluctuations, scorching like a furnace during the day and freezing like an ice cellar at night. The planet's surface was riddled with countless meteorite craters and rifts. There were no signs of life here, not even the most resilient microorganisms could survive. If not for the Necron's tomb world hidden on the planet, this world would be utterly worthless to the Empire. Aside from the Necron's tombs, Donetsk III was extremely poor in mineral resources. There were almost no valuable minerals in the planet's crust, and the few metal veins occasionally discovered had extremely low content, making their extraction costs far exceed their value. The planet's environment was so harsh that it was almost unsuitable for any form of life, lacking water, having a thin atmosphere, and extremely high radiation levels, causing any unprotected organism to die within a short period. During the Empire's early surveys of the Star District, Donetsk III had already been marked as a worthless, desolate world. The survey team's report described the planet briefly and coldly: no resources, no life, no value. Consequently, the Empire almost completely ignored the planet's existence for the next few centuries. It became an inconspicuous grey marker on the Star District map. If it weren't for Chen Xi's plan to develop the entire subsector and dispatch personnel to scout it, Donetsk III might not have been noticed by the Empire for another 1,000 years. This was, in fact, the result of the Necron's careful calculations back then. After the War in Heaven, the Silent King made a decisive strategic choice: the entire race would slumber, letting time kill their greatest enemy, the Ildari Empire. Thus, all Necron dynasties responded to the Silent King's call, began constructing their tomb worlds, and entered a long slumber, awaiting a future awakening. However, the Necrons also realized that their slumber would span tens of millions of years, or even longer. During this long period, if not concealed, their tomb worlds could very likely be discovered by other civilizations, leading to premature exposure. To avoid this, the Necrons meticulously selected the most remote, barren, and harsh planets in the galaxy to build their tomb worlds. The Necrons utilized these planets' natural conditions, burying their tombs deep underground or hiding them in extreme natural environments, ensuring they would not be easily discovered before the Great Awakening. It proved that this decision by the Necrons was extremely wise. During their 60-million-year slumber, although their thoughts and memories gradually degraded due to the passage of time, and some individuals' consciousness even became blurred, the vast majority of tomb worlds successfully evaded external attention. Only a very few tombs were discovered prematurely due to accidents or extreme circumstances, and these discoveries were often fleeting, failing to cause substantial impact on the Necrons' overall plan. However, as the galactic situation became increasingly turbulent, the Necron slumber was gradually broken. In recent years, more and more tomb worlds have begun to awaken, and the Necrons have returned to the galactic stage. But these are side notes. For the expeditionary force at this moment, the planet's barrenness and harsh environment are, in fact, a good thing. Donetsk II's surface was incredibly desolate, with no valuable resources, and no ecology or facilities that needed protection, meaning the Imperial Army could unleash its firepower without restraint, utterly destroying all obstacles. Many times, the Imperial Army's firepower projection was not insufficient, but rather because important resources, infrastructure, or strategic locations existed on the target planet, forcing commanders to act cautiously to avoid irreparable losses. However, here, these concerns were entirely absent. From the moment the landing operation began, the Imperial fleet in orbit never ceased its bombardment of the surface. Macro cannons, lance weapons, plasma bombs, countless destructive weapons poured down from space, turning the surface into a sea of fire. The Necrons' ground structures were originally the only conspicuous landmarks on this desolate planet, but under the Imperial fleet's continuous bombardment, these ancient structures were completely destroyed, reduced to ruins. The power of the bombardment was so immense that the area where the Necron structures were located had been blasted into a giant lava lake, with scorching magma flowing across the surface, as if a planet was bleeding. According to the latest battle report Chen Xi received, the intensity of the bombardment had even affected the planet's geological structure. The planet's continental shelf showed significant subsidence under the continuous bombardment, and crustal fissures spread for hundreds of kilometers, as if the entire planet trembled under the Imperial Army's firepower. This scale of destruction was not common in Imperial Army military operations, but for a desolate world like Donetsk III, it was the most suitable choice. But this was still not enough for the Imperial Army, because the Necrons' army continued to emerge from underground, launching attacks on the Imperial Army. As the fierce battle continued, the second strike group's casualties had exceeded 30%, and even the Holy War Army, serving as reserves, had been committed to the battlefield. The casualties of the third and fourth strike groups were not much less, but overall, the Imperial Army's progress was still pleasing. At least under the cover of the orbital fleet, the three strike groups had occupied about one-third of the planet's surface and were attacking a plateau where the Necrons were entrenched. Actually, calling it a plateau, it was essentially a former continent, but since there was no water or oceans on this planet, the former continental plains became a plateau. The Necrons' tomb world was built on a plateau, or perhaps when the Necrons built their tomb world, there might have been oceans and forests here? Chen Xi was not a biologist or an environmental geologist, he could not infer what the surface ecology of this planet was like 60 million years ago. But he could be sure that, if there were no accidents in the future, the planet's surface would only have one type of landform, crystalline ground after solidified lava. Because the orbital bombardment from space was extending, opening the way for the three strike groups to advance. According to the strategy formulated by command, the three strike groups would launch an attack on the plateau where the Necrons were located, eventually converging and encircling the Necrons' underground tomb, and finally destroying this tomb world. However, from the current perspective, the military strength prepared by the Empire seems somewhat insufficient. If no subsequent reinforcements are committed, with only three strike groups, at the current rate of casualties, they might not have enough strength to complete the encirclement. Chapter 228, Astra Militarum Daily Life. The booming sound of artillery woke Valery from his sleep. He rubbed his sleepy face. Although he wanted to sleep a little longer, the sergeant who had already entered the barracks reminded him that there was no time to sleep. Everybody up. You pigs. Today your mission is to go to position 4 to relieve E Company. They've been dug in there for 3 days, and I don't want to see you guys not even last 3 days. That would make the captain and me lose a lot of face. And the commissar will be very displeased. The sergeant struck the iron bed frame with a stick, creating enough noise to wake even the soundest sleeper. Valery didn't mind the noise. Compared to the booming artillery outside, the noise made by the sergeant was just a kitten meowing. As a qualified Astra Militarum soldier, if you can't fall asleep in a trench with artillery fire as your lullaby, it only means you are still a greenhorn. He slowly sat up, feeling every bone in his body protest, as if every muscle was screaming fatigue. The air in the barracks was thick with the smell of sweat and gunpowder, mixed with the chill of the morning, making one shiver involuntarily. He reached for the military canteen at the head of his bed, and the cold water slid down his throat, slightly awakening his groggy consciousness. Hurry up! Don't dawdle! The sergeant's roar sounded again, accompanied by the grating sound of the stick hitting the bedpost. Valery glanced around. The other soldiers were also slowly climbing out of their beds, their faces full of reluctance and exhaustion. Some cursed under their breath, while others silently organized their gear, as if accustomed to this day-in, day-out torment. Valery pulled on his heavy military boots, his fingers stiff as he tied the laces. The artillery fire outside still hadn't stopped, like endless thunder, shaking the ground slightly. He knew that today's mission wouldn't be easy. Position 4 was one of the most dangerous sections of the front line. E Company had held it for 3 days, and now they were going to relieve these exhausted comrades. Valery, stop daydreaming. A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. It was his comrade Ivan, with his usual playful smile, though the exhaustion in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Today's a good day, we're going to sunbathe at position 4. Valery forced a bitter smile and didn't respond. He knew Ivan was just using humor to mask his inner tension. They both knew position 4 was no good place, every inch of its land had been bombarded countless times, and the air was thick with the scent of death. The sergeant's voice sounded again, interrupting the brief commotion in the barracks. Check your gear. Ammunition, rations, canteens, not one less. I don't want to see anyone die on the position because they didn't bring enough power cells. Valery looked down and checked his equipment, rifle, ammo pouches, grenades, everything was there. His hand paused slightly as it touched the photo in his chest pocket. It was the last family photo he took before leaving home, and the smiles in the picture now seemed so distant. He took a deep breath and tucked the photo back into his pocket, as if doing so would give him a little more courage. Move out. The sergeant's command was short and powerful. Valery slung his pack over his shoulder and followed the squad out of the barracks, but before leaving, he didn't forget to pack his blanket into his rucksack. To hold the position for 3 days, a warm blanket would definitely come in handy. The sky outside was grey, as if stained lead-colored by the smoke of gunpowder. The sound of artillery still echoed in the distance, and occasionally a few shells landed closer, making the ground tremble slightly. He looked up at the sky, silently praying that today would pass safely. The squad advanced slowly through the muddy trenches, each step heavy and difficult. Valery could feel his heart rate accelerating, as if every artillery shell reminded him that death could come at any moment. He gripped his rifle tightly, his fingertips slightly white. "Don't be nervous, buddy," Ivan whispered in his ear, a hint of comfort in his voice. "We've been through worse." Valery nodded, though he knew Ivan's words couldn't truly alleviate his tension. Position 4 ahead grew closer, and the sound of artillery became clearer. He could see smoke billowing over the position, and occasionally a few flashes of light streaked across the sky, like the scythe of death swinging. After about half an hour, Valery, Ivan, and the soldiers of C Company successfully arrived at position 4. The deputy company commander and a sergeant from E Company made a simple handover, and the latter quickly led the remaining men of E Company to withdraw. It wasn't that E Company's captain was putting on airs, it was just that the highest-ranking officer left in E Company was this veteran sergeant. Valery knew this so clearly because C Company's captain, along with E Company's entire command staff, had been wiped out by an alien sniper, with only the deputy company commander surviving thanks to a shielded medal. However, Valery didn't pay much attention to that. He and Ivan simply found a decent firing position, placed their rucksacks in a nearby dugout, and tucked their power cells and grenades into the recesses in the trench wall. Then, he curled up completely beneath the firing position, avoiding exposing his head and other parts of his body. Having already witnessed how brutal these aliens called Necrons were, Valery clearly knew how suicidal it was to expose one's body outside of cover on the battlefield. Valery also didn't forget to take his blanket out of his rucksack and place it in a dry spot where it wouldn't get wet. The environment of this planet was exceptionally harsh, it could be deadly hot during the day and freezing cold at night. To last 3 days here, a dry and warm blanket was absolutely essential. The brothers of C Company dug these trenches well, too bad they didn't pave them with quick-drying concrete, Ivan said, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and tossing it to Valery. "Looks like tonight's going to be a tough one." Valery didn't reply, simply lit the cigarette with his lighter, remaining silent. Although there was a medic in the regiment, there was only one medic, and with half the regiment almost wiped out, the medic didn't have time to deal with fools who only had a cold from the cold. Precious medical resources had to be used to save the seriously wounded. Though since arriving on this planet, Valery hadn't seen many seriously wounded. Fighting these metal aliens, one either turned into a pile of dust on the ground or suffered only minor injuries, there were rarely cases of very severe wounds. But due to the intensity of the fighting and the high number of casualties in the regiment, the medics in the rear were still overwhelmed. So Valery clearly knew that if he wasn't careful, the medic would definitely not be in the mood or have the time to care for him. Therefore, to survive, he had to first learn to protect himself. Chapter 229, The Sweetness on the Battlefield. 3 days passed in a flash, and Valery and C Company had been holding the position for 3 days. During these 3 days, they repelled 12 alien attacks and even destroyed a device that the higher UPS called a Doomstalker on the first day. It was a behemoth, over 10 meters tall, like a demon that had crawled out from the depths of hell. Its massive Doomstalker cannon on its back could almost overturn an entire trench with a single shot, causing C Company heavy losses in the first engagement. Valery still remembered the scene. C Company gathered all their heavy weapons, and the company executive even called for artillery support from the rear. Finally, at the last moment before it approached their position, they completely destroyed it. When its enormous body fell, it was like a mountain collapsing, raising dust that blotted out the sky. The sergeant said that this kill alone was worth a medal for C Company. When Valery heard this, he just felt that one medal might not be enough. After all, that big guy looked almost identical to the big guy behind their position, except it was thinner. The big guy behind the position was an Imperial Knight, which came to support them on their second day of holding the line. That knight was over 10 meters tall, covered in heavy power armor, and a metal banner on its crotch was covered with its past honors, as if narrating its glorious battle achievements. Its arrival boosted the morale of the entire position, as if a war god had descended. Valery still remembered the scene when it first opened fire. Its massive muzzle spewed scorching flames, instantly turning a group of charging aliens into ash. Every step it took carried an unrivaled power, as if declaring the inviolable majesty of the Empire. Valery had seen the pilot of that big guy, which made him feel that Imperial Knights were somewhat similar to the Sentinels in their regiment, but undoubtedly Imperial Knights were much larger. Although Sentinel mechs were flexible, in front of an Imperial Knight, they were like toys. Every step the Knight took was accompanied by a heavy roar, as if the earth itself trembled beneath its feet. Valery had observed it up close and found its power armor covered in ancient crests and battle scars, as if every scratch told a legend. He heard that the pilot was an Imperial noble, which made Valery somewhat disbelieving. After all, before becoming Astra Militarum, Valery had also seen Imperial nobles, and he could only say that in his impression, Imperial nobles were all a bunch of fat, brainless worms. They always wore luxurious clothes, looking down on commoners with arrogant eyes from their high positions, as if they were born superior. To expect them to personally run to the front line to fight? Valery simply couldn't believe it. But it must be said, the Imperial Knight pilot indeed looked very much like a high noble. Even when fighting on the front line, when the pilot didn't need to operate the Imperial Knight, he would set up a small table under his huge mech, then arrange a teapot and pastries, and enjoy an afternoon tea. When Valery first saw this, he could hardly believe his eyes. On the battlefield, amidst the roar of cannons and the smoke of war, the pilot seemed to be in another world, elegantly raising his teacup and sipping gently, as if the surrounding chaos had nothing to do with him. Valerie was fortunate enough to be bestowed a biscuit by that pilot, a sweetness he felt he might never forget. It was a brief moment of rest. Valerie was squatting in the trench, checking his equipment, when he suddenly heard someone call his name. He looked up and saw the pilot standing at the foot of the Imperial Knight, holding an exquisite biscuit, smiling and waving at him. Valerie walked over somewhat awkwardly, and his fingers trembled slightly as he took the biscuit. That was sweetness. For Valerie, who had only eaten proper food after joining the Astra Militarum, sweetness was truly a luxury. He carefully took a bite, and instantly, the rich sweetness melted in his mouth, as if a warm current surged through his entire body. He had never tasted anything so wonderful, it was as if the whole world brightened at that moment. He even felt reluctant to finish it, carefully wrapping the remaining half of the biscuit and putting it into his pocket. How is it? Doesn't it taste good? The pilot asked with a smile, a hint of teasing in his voice. Valerie nodded, stammering, yes, sir. This is the best thing I've ever eaten. The pilot smiled and patted his shoulder, keep up the good work, young man. When this battle is over, I'll treat you to some real good wine. Valerie nodded gratefully, but his heart was somewhat complex. He had never imagined that he would have such close contact with an imperial noble on the battlefield, nor had he expected this noble to be so approachable. Perhaps, imperial nobles were not all fat, brainless worms, at least this pilot showed him another side. However, the brutality of the battle did not lessen because of this biscuit. Ivan had already retreated to the rear. His arm was grazed by a gauze ray, and Valerie had cut off both his arms before his hands completely turned to ash, saving his life. But Ivan, having lost both arms, could only retreat to the rear for treatment. Valerie only hoped he would be lucky and that the Department of Military Affairs could give him 2 bionic limbs so he could return. After all, the company now only had 1/3 of its men left, and there simply weren't enough people on the position. Just as Valerie was thinking this, a large group of people suddenly surged from the rear of the position. Valerie saw the men from E Company. After 3 days of rest, they were thrown back into this hellish battlefield. It was clear that there was probably no one left in the rear. Valerie was not surprised by this. Since they landed, they hadn't received any reinforcements. After fighting for so long, half the regiment was lost here. Any troop replenishment could only mean that reinforcements had arrived. Otherwise, the regimental headquarters would just have to send the rested units back. Moreover, C Company was not able to retreat for rest but was integrated with E Company. The 2 companies would defend position 4 together to prevent insufficient defensive strength for a single company. However, this time, not only E Company arrived at the position, but also a squad of battle sisters in power armor, a squad of Astartes, and an inquisitor who looked very high-ranking at first glance. The reason Valerie knew he was high-ranking was because the Imperial Knight pilot behaved very humbly in front of him. Just as Valerie was wondering why a high-ranking dignitary would personally come to the front line, the ground in front of him split open, and a colossal entity so large that Valerie felt like a mountain was moving emerged from underground, appearing on the horizon at the end of his sight, and began to charge towards them at an incredible speed. Chapter 230, Slaying a Titan. Heavenly work heavy construct, it seems we've pushed these Xenos too hard, even pulling out something like this. Chen Xi stood in the command post of Outpost 4, looking through binoculars at the massive metal beast charging towards the outpost, his face showing no panic. The heavenly work heavy construct was like a moving steel mountain, each step making the ground tremble, as if even the air grew heavy under its oppression. Its surface was covered with complex runes and energy circuits, glowing with green light, as if declaring its invincible power. Synaptic disruptors, cross-dimensional emitters, singularity generators, these weapons, whose names alone sent shivers down one's spine, were now mounted on this behemoth, as if ready to unleash destructive energy at any moment. However, there was no trace of fear on Chen Xi's face. Instead, the corners of his mouth curved slightly upwards, revealing a cold sneer. In his opinion, the appearance of this heavenly work heavy construct precisely proved the enemy's weakness. A unit worth 253.5 pounds, considered the cheapest Titan unit currently on sale. Inquisitor, please transfer to the rear immediately. My glorious halo and I will buy you time to evacuate. Sir Eric looked at the behemoth approaching at an extremely fast speed for a Titan unit, and resolutely decided to buy Chen Xi time to evacuate. In his view, this was simply a destined honorable death. What could be more worthy of a knight's generous sacrifice than charging towards an unconquerable enemy? Sir Eric did not believe the Expeditionary Force had the power to kill this terrifying Titan unit, as the Expeditionary Force had not received assistance from the Adeptus Mechanicus's Titan Legion this time. Without equivalent units capable of engaging a Titan, it was almost an impossible task for ground forces alone to destroy such a Titan unit. Even if the Expeditionary Force possessed super heavy tanks that could contend with a Titan in firepower, they would still need someone to hold the line for them to gain an opportunity to fire. So, in Eric's view, this was his perfect opportunity for a generous sacrifice. As an Imperial Knight, he had long regarded honor as the most important part of his life. And at this moment, standing before Inquisitor Chen Xi, he felt an unprecedented sense of mission. However, Chen Xi unhurriedly said, "Don't be in such a hurry to die, Sir Eric. Each of our lives is the Emperor's currency, don't waste it lightly." His voice was calm and firm, as if stating a simple fact. Sir Eric was stunned, he didn't fully understand Chen Xi's words and was somewhat bewildered. Chen Xi said no more, but turned to look at the heavenly work heavy construct. His gaze was calm and sharp, as if he were examining an ordinary tool, rather than a Titan-class combat unit capable of destroying the entire outpost. His tone was unbelievably casual. What's more, it's just a heavenly work heavy construct. Eliminating it doesn't require the sacrifice of an Imperial Knight. Sir Eric grew even more puzzled upon hearing this. However, Chen Xi offered no explanation. He raised his hand, lightly pressed the switch on the COMM bead, and his comm voice transmitted through the communication channel to the black ship in orbit. An alien Titan-class combat unit has appeared directly in front of my position. Do you see it? On the other end of the COMM bead, the first mate on the black ship immediately responded, his voice firm and clear, I see it, Inquisitor. Chen Xi's gaze remained fixed on the heavenly work heavy construct, his tone unwavering, I don't want to see it anymore. Do you understand? The first mate's voice held no hesitation, yes, Inquisitor, you will not see it again. The corners of Chen Xi's mouth curved slightly upwards, revealing a faint smile, very good. I'll watch you eliminate it from the outpost. His tone was as relaxed as if he were discussing an unimportant drill, not a life and death battle. After speaking, Chen Xi cut off the communication, and in the sky, several super-heavy shells fired by macro cannons plunged down from outside the atmosphere. These shells streaked across the sky like meteors, carrying destructive power directly to the ground. Their speed was extremely fast, almost instantly piercing the atmosphere and violently striking the area around the heavenly work heavy construct. The shockwave of the explosion instantly swept across the entire battlefield, with scorching flames and thick smoke rising into the sky, as if to consume everything. The massive body of the heavenly work heavy construct swayed in the explosion, its armor torn, and its mechanical structure emitting a piercing cracking sound. However, this was only the beginning. Immediately after, a pillar of light from a lance weapon descended from the heavens, as if it were the judgment sword of a deity. The pillar of light was so dazzling it was impossible to look directly at it. Its appearance seemed to split the sky in half, carrying irresistible energy as it slammed directly into the heavenly work heavy construct. The moment the pillar of light made contact with the heavenly work heavy construct, a vast torrent of light poured down like a flood, instantly engulfing it. The heavenly work heavy construct's armor rapidly melted in the light stream, its internal mechanical structure was completely destroyed, and its massive body disintegrated in the light, turning into countless fragments. The aftershocks of the explosion and the light of the energy beam intertwined, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The entire battlefield seemed to fall into a brief silence at this moment, with only the dazzling light and lingering smoke and dust permeating the air. See, killing a Titan isn't as difficult as you imagined. Chen Xi turned to look at the dumbfounded Sir Eric, his expression like a painter showing off his newly completed masterpiece. His tone was relaxed and confident, as if the earth-shattering battle just now was merely a casual stroke of his brush. Sir Eric opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. His gaze shifted back and forth between Chen Xi and the pile of scrap metal that was once the heavenly work heavy construct, his heart filled with shock and awe. Just then, a deafening roar came from the rear of the outpost, for the Emperor. The sound surged like a tide, carrying fervent faith and unparalleled momentum. Sir Eric turned to look, only to see a large group of ecclesiarchy clerics in simple cloth robes leading a massive holy war army pouring into the outpost. They held various weapons in their hands, from crude spears to finely crafted lasguns, everything imaginable. Although their equipment was varied, the same fire burned in their eyes the power of faith. These holy war army soldiers did not, as Sir Eric had expected, fanatically charge directly at the enemy. Instead, led by the ecclesiarchy priests, they orderly found the C Company's company deputy. After a brief handover, the holy war army quickly dispersed into the outpost and began assisting C Company in defense. Their actions, though not as well trained as the Astra Militarum, were filled with piety and determination. Soon, a leading ecclesiarchy priest, guided by an Astra Militarum soldier from C Company, arrived before Chen Xi. The priest was dressed in deep red robes, with a golden ecclesiarchy holy symbol hanging on his chest, and he held a thick holy book in his hand. His face bore a solemn expression, but his eyes gleamed with ill-concealed excitement. He bowed slightly to Chen Xi, then spoke in a respectful and firm tone, Inquisitor, the ecclesiarchy's second batch of 3 million holy war army soldiers has arrived. As per your instructions, we are dispersing in 10,000-man contingents to reinforce the various Astra Militarum regiments that require assistance. Currently, approximately 110,000-man contingents have reached the front line, with the rest continuously entering the battlefield. The arrival of the Holy War Army provided strong reinforcement for the Expeditionary Force and allowed the Expeditionary Force to stabilize its front line. However, despite the arrival of reinforcements alleviating some pressure, the overall situation of the Expeditionary Force remained grim. Although they had been on the offensive before, Chen Xi and the High Command of the Expeditionary Force had to admit that, by now, the Expeditionary Force was almost unable to fight any longer. The prolonged and intense fighting had left the troops exhausted, resources were severely depleted, and morale was also seriously affected. The Astra Militarum, as the main force, suffered heavy losses, with many units losing a large number of personnel and becoming disorganized. Many once decorated units were now reduced to remnants, with their combat effectiveness significantly diminished. Although the commander of each strike group was reorganizing the scattered units, this could not hide the reality of gradually insufficient troop strength. The reorganized units, while barely maintaining their structure, had significantly reduced combat effectiveness. The elite units, which formed the core of the attack, also suffered considerable losses. Several Space Marine companies participating in the war were crippled, with companies that were not even at full strength losing more than half their numbers during months of fierce fighting. and some of the more severely hit companies were left with only a few crippled squads, their numbers less than a quarter of what they were upon arrival. The losses among the Imperial Knights were equally heartbreaking, with over 100 knights shedding their blood on the battlefield, although most of the Iron Thrones were recovered, more than a dozen historic knight armor lineages were cut off, and over 20 of the Empire's outstanding nobles faced the end of their lines. As for the losses of the Knight Squires, they were even greater, with over 400 Knight Squires lost, enough to cripple the Knight family participating in this war. Even the Lin Guang family had 2 knights killed in action, but fortunately, their remains were successfully recovered, and the Iron Thrones were salvaged, which was a blessing in disguise. Among the various forces participating, perhaps only the Sisters of Battle suffered less severe losses, thanks to their faith-infused divine abilities and their past experience fighting the Necrons. Only about 400 sisters perished, making them the force with the fewest losses among all participants. The losses of these elite units were particularly devastating to the expeditionary force, as their combat effectiveness could not be replenished in a short period. While the Holy War Army possessed fanatical combat will, they lacked sufficient tactical training and proper armaments, which meant they could only replenish personnel attrition but could not restore the combat effectiveness of the units. The arrival of the Holy War Army, though temporarily alleviating the problem of insufficient manpower, could not replace the experienced and well-equipped elite units. The expeditionary force needed time to regroup and required more reinforcements from the rear to replenish their losses. We need more Astra Militarum. Relying solely on the Holy War Army, we are simply unable to continue the offensive. During the military conference, an Astra Militarum staff officer spoke loudly, stating a fact that everyone tacitly acknowledged. His voice carried a hint of fatigue and anxiety. Clearly, the current battle situation had left many feeling powerless. By now, out of 200,000 Astra Militarum, only 80,000 remained. Although the expeditionary force had captured 2/3 of the planet's surface and destroyed several Necron tombs, everyone knew that these were merely insignificant gains. These superficial victories had not inflicted substantial damage on the core strength of the Necrons, but instead, they had caused the expeditionary force to gradually lose its advantage through continuous attrition. The true core tomb world of this planet was located on a plateau within the remaining unconquered 1/3 of the area. That was the Necrons' last stronghold, where the Necrons had a defense so strict it was almost abnormal. Any enemy attempting to approach would face devastating attacks. A massive Doomsday monolith array, composed of huge Doomsday monoliths, guarded the continent where the tomb world was located. The expeditionary force had only attacked once, but they had left behind an armored regiment equipped with super heavy tanks and several elite infantry regiments. Half a company of Space Marines had perished, and over 10 Imperial Knights were melted into a puddle of molten metal. The ferocity of that battle exceeded everyone's expectations. The expeditionary force appeared so vulnerable in the face of the Necrons' defenses. Doomsday monolith, a relic no longer in production. That was the expeditionary force's most devastating offensive. The Necrons' powerful defensive array infuriated Chen Xi, who ordered the fleet to bombard the area relentlessly for an entire week. The bombardment only stopped after the surface had been leveled by 20 meters, and the entire ground had become a massive lava lake, with all those defensive structures shattered. However, even so, a large number of defensive fortifications remained, making the expeditionary force's advance extremely difficult. Every push was accompanied by immense sacrifices, and the enemy's defenses seemed impossible to completely destroy. The high command of the expeditionary force realized that they needed more resources and stronger forces to break through the Necrons' defense line. Lord General Chen Xi, we need a Titan Legion and more super heavy tanks, otherwise, with the firepower we currently have, it will be very difficult to crack those alien fortresses that are almost integrated with the terrain, the Star Realm Army Lord General said, both advising and explaining the difficulties he was currently facing. The first strike group had now concluded its operations on Zaporozh High 9, after leaving a portion of the garrison, the entire strike group had now shifted to the conquest of Donetsk 3. But even with the 4 strike groups converged and the Ecclesiarchy sending 3 million reinforcements, this war had still fallen into a stalemate. Without powerful ground units like Titans, attempting to forcibly break through the Necrons' defenses was nearly impossible. Whether it was a monolith or an obelisk, both were heavily armored units comparable to tanks, or even super heavy tanks. Without firepower capable of opening a Titan, it would be difficult to destroy these large vehicles, which possessed astonishing defensive capabilities while also being able to deploy more ground troops on the battlefield. And if these large vehicles, which served as defensive nodes, could not be destroyed, the expeditionary force would be unable to achieve a breakthrough. While it was certainly possible to use the fleet's orbital bombardment to open a path, the destruction caused by orbital bombardment was too immense. While indiscriminate bombing could reduce casualties, turning everything into a lava lake would also render the offensive meaningless. Moreover, letting the fleet bomb indiscriminately was indeed satisfying, but the consumption of ammunition was enough to make one's liver tremble. So, facing everyone's complaints, Chen Xi nodded affirmatively and said, I will request reinforcements from the sector shortly, but for now, until reinforcements arrive, I hope all units can stabilize their front lines and not make any mistakes at this time. Please rest assured, Inquisitor, with the arrival of the Holy War Army, manpower on all current front lines has become abundant. While an offensive might be beyond our current capabilities, defense is certainly not an issue, the Cardinal Bishop of the Ecclesiarchy confidently told Chen Xi. Chapter 232, Deep Worries. Although the offensive had slowed, Chen Xi was not idle. He had various strike groups submit lists of meritorious personnel, planning a large-scale award ceremony. The award ceremony was not only to commend the soldiers who performed outstandingly on the battlefield, but also to boost the morale of the entire army. After all, the expeditionary force's morale had been significantly depleted, and the soldiers were physically and mentally exhausted from prolonged combat, urgently needing a spiritual uplift. Victory on the battlefield depended not only on weaponry and tactical strategies, but also on the psychological state of the soldiers, which was equally crucial. A grand award ceremony would not only make the soldiers feel that their efforts were recognized, but also strengthen their faith and help them adjust their state for the more arduous challenges in the upcoming battles. At the same time, his request for reinforcements had already reached the Star Sector capital. Chen Xi knew that although the current battle situation was temporarily stable, the enemy's counterattack could come at any time, and the expeditionary force must quickly replenish troops and supplies to cope with future battles. Upon receiving Chen Xi's request for reinforcements, the Star Sector government naturally dared not delay. The 500,000 Astra Militarum originally assembled as 3 batches of reinforcements were intended to be sent to the front in 2 batches, but now they were urgently loaded onto ships and immediately set off for the front lines. And from the Mariupol Forge world, a special batch of reinforcements followed them to the Rostov subsector. On the other side, the reinforcements sent by the Gria Forge world also arrived late, finally reaching Rostov too. These 2 batches of reinforcements were precisely the Titan Legion and the Adeptus Militaris from the Mariupol Forge world that Chen Xi had requested from Kristen before the war began, which also included some support Chen Xi had obtained from Kaul. These reinforcements from the Adeptus Mechanicus should have arrived before the war began, but due to well-known imperial logistics issues, they were delayed by several months. However, even so, they still arrived on the battlefield in time. Perhaps it was from seeing too many apocalypse-level skirmishes, but Chen Xi felt extremely uneasy about the mere few million troops he had at hand. These few million troops might be a considerable force in an ordinary interstellar conflict, but in a true apocalypse-level war, they were simply a drop in the ocean, insignificant. After all, in this vast galaxy, once a large-scale apocalypse-level war erupted, it would involve tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of troops. Wars of that scale had long surpassed any conflict humanity could have imagined in the 3K era. War swept across entire star systems, planets turned to ash in bombardment, fleets clashed in space, and countless lives perished in an instant. Chen Xi knew that his few million troops might not even last a single day in a meat-grinder battle, and would be swallowed up in an instant. This sense of powerlessness and crisis made him maintain a high degree of vigilance and caution towards the Necrons. The Necrons, as one of the oldest and most mysterious races in the galaxy, possessed technology and power far beyond human imagination. Their fleets were elusive, their weapons extremely destructive, and even their very existence was full of unknown threats. He particularly remembered that when playing a certain video game back then, the Thieves Don't Leave Empty-Handed combat group lost at least a company just to blow up a Necron tomb world that was about to awaken. Therefore, facing an already awakened Necron tomb, Chen Xi genuinely felt a sense of unease. He was always worried that the Necrons before him would pull out some big treasure from their tomb world that would make him black out, directly wiping out the entire expeditionary force. This was not unfounded paranoia, because the Necrons truly possessed such technology and ferocity. For example, the Necron monolith, it is one of the most dangerous Necron ground vehicles. Its core is a singularity torn from the interior of a dying star, and the monolith draws energy from this singularity to unleash devastating attacks. To put it plainly, this thing uses a miniature black hole as its main cannon. The monolith itself is surrounded by a gravitational distortion field, which serves as both its mode of locomotion and a defensive mechanism. With the current military power of the expeditionary force, there was truly no way to deal with this thing. Monolith, an out-of-print relic. Another example is the Celestial Orrery, one of the ancient super-weapons used by the Necrons against the Old Ones in the War in Heaven. This thing looks very ordinary, but in fact, a star is imprisoned within it, and the ammunition fired by its main cannon is Star God Shard. Out-of-print relic, a rare item only found in old versions, these super-weapons have been removed from the new codex. If he really encountered these things on the battlefield, Chen Xi felt it would be more realistic to run away quickly. Not to mention that currently, only a core world of this Necron dynasty had awakened, its throne world and more core worlds had not yet awakened. Just one core world made Chen Xi fight so hard, he dared not imagine how much he would have to pay to completely eliminate this Necron dynasty if it were fully awakened. He was especially concerned that this Necron dynasty might possess a Star God Shard. Although this legendary existence was jokingly called Big Zongzi by the hammerheads who were keen on Warhammer culture during the 3K era, carrying a hint of jest and mockery, Chen Xi knew deeply that a Star God Shard was by no means something to be underestimated. A Star God Shard, as a fragment of power left behind by ancient star gods, contained terrifying energy capable of shaking star systems and tearing apart space-time. Its very existence was a symbol of power beyond mortal comprehension. If the Necron dynasty truly possessed such a weapon and deployed it on the battlefield, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Xi could almost foresee that his expeditionary force, along with the seemingly powerful fleets in space, would be easily torn apart like paper under the might of the Star God Shard. Neither ground troops nor space warships could withstand such destructive power. A Star God Shard being released, this one is the burning one. However, Chen Xi's worries could not be revealed to anyone else. As the supreme leader of the expeditionary force, he knew that every word and every expression of his could affect the morale of the entire army. He could not show the slightest hesitation or fear, much less let his subordinates perceive his uncertainty about the future and his deep anxieties. In public, he always displayed strong confidence and a composed demeanor. Whether facing strategic meetings with the army's high command or daily interactions with ordinary soldiers, his tone remained firm, and his gaze revealed unquestionable authority. He needed to use this posture to tell everyone that under his leadership, the expeditionary force would be invincible, and any enemy would be defeated. Chapter 233, the award ceremony. Inside the rear fortress of Donetsk 3, the scent of war still permeated the air, as if one could feel the mixed smell of gunpowder and metal with every breath. Although the soldiers had tried their best to tidy their appearance, attempting to present their most solemn side at the award ceremony, the traces of war could not be completely erased. Their armor still bore black smudges of gunpowder, and in some places, even cracks from shrapnel could be seen, as if every scar told of their life and death struggles on the battlefield. The soldiers' faces showed a mixture of fatigue and tenacity, their eyes revealing a calm and resolute demeanor forged by surviving life and death. Their skin was rough from the battlefield's wind and sand, traces of sweat still lingered on their foreheads, and their lips were tightly pressed, as if suppressing their inner emotions. Despite their obvious fatigue, their backs remained straight, as if silently declaring, no matter how brutal the battle, they would hold their ground and fight for the Emperor. The dim lights within the fortress cast long shadows, reflecting on the soldiers' armor, as if draping them in an invisible battle cloak. On the fortress walls, the colossal imperial aquila shimmered with a cold light under the dim illumination, as if silently observing the impending award ceremony. Chen Xi stood on the makeshift award platform, clad in an inquisitor's coat, the rosarias hanging at his waist gleaming with a dark red luster in the dim light, symbolizing his supreme authority as an inquisitor. His figure was tall and solemn, like an unshakable statue, standing before the soldiers. His gaze slowly swept over the soldiers neatly arrayed below the platform, a hint of approval and solemnity in his eyes. That gaze, like a sharp blade, pierced through the heart of every soldier, as if silently scrutinizing their loyalty and courage. Under his gaze, the soldiers involuntarily straightened their backs, as if wanting to prove themselves worthy of this honor. Some of these soldiers had just been withdrawn from the front lines, still bearing unhealed wounds, the pain from beneath their bandages faintly throbbing, yet their eyes remained firm, as if telling everyone that pain was merely a battle medal. Others were veterans who had survived fierce battles, their faces etched with the marks of time, their eyes revealing the calm and composure of those who had faced life and death, as if they had long seen through the brutality of war, yet still chose to stand here and fight for the Emperor. Around the award platform, the Astra Militarum banners gently swayed in the breeze, the imperial aquila on the flags appearing especially solemn in the dim light. The colossal mechs of the imperial knight stood silently in the background, like giant steel gods, silently guarding this solemn ceremony. The mech's armor was covered with scratches and scorch marks from battle, as if silently recounting their heroic deeds on the front lines. Their presence was not only a protection for the soldiers but also a silent testament to this award ceremony. A solemn atmosphere permeated the air, with occasional distant sounds of artillery reminding everyone that the war was still ongoing, and this award ceremony was merely a brief respite. However, it was precisely this brief moment that allowed the soldiers to feel an unprecedented strength, the recognition from the Emperor and the support from their comrades. Chen Xi slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful, cutting through the silence within the fortress. Today, we gather here, not to celebrate victory, but to remember those warriors who bravely charged on the battlefield, offering their loyalty and courage to the Emperor. His voice echoed under the fortress's dome, as if carrying an invisible force that struck the heart of every soldier. Every word seemed to be distilled from profound history, imbued with the Emperor's majesty and the Inquisitor's sternness, yet also revealing a rare hint of warmth. His words were concise and powerful, each word seemingly striking the soldiers' hearts, awakening their deep-seated loyalty to the Emperor and their desire for victory. The soldiers' gazes were fixed on Chen Xi, as if his every word was injecting new strength into them. Although the fatigue of battle still lingered on them, at this moment, a new flame ignited in their eyes. As his voice fell, several meritorious soldiers were called forward one by one. Their steps were firm, and although their armor was slightly damaged, an unyielding light flickered in their eyes. These soldiers had held their ground under enemy fire, some had led comrades to break through desperate situations, every one of their scars was a battle medal, every charge a tribute to the Emperor. Chen Xi personally bestowed the medals upon them, each medal symbolized their bravery and sacrifice on the battlefield. His movements were solemn and slow, as if through these medals, he was transmitting the Emperor's blessing and recognition to every soldier. His fingers gently brushed the surface of the medals, as if touching the heroic souls lost on the battlefield. The bestowal of each medal was accompanied by his deep and firm voice, "For the Emperor, your sacrifice and courage shall be remembered forever. Your names shall be forever etched in the annals of the Imperium." Chen Xi's voice echoed within the fortress, "Your courage shall inspire more warriors to continue fighting for the Emperor's glory." The soldiers below stood in solemn reverence, their eyes burning with faith and determination, as if at this moment all fatigue and pain were dispelled by the shining medals. Their gazes closely followed Chen Xi's figure, as if his every word and action were injecting new strength into them. Although the battle ahead remained brutal and enemy artillery still raged, at this moment they felt an unprecedented strength, the recognition from the Emperor and the support from their comrades. This strength made them understand that their sacrifice and courage were not in vain, but for a higher purpose. The award ceremony concluded in a brief silence. Chen Xi cast a final glance at these brave soldiers, nodding slightly, as if silently conveying his trust and expectation for them. Then, he turned and departed, his back appearing exceptionally solemn and resolute. His departure did not take away the solemn atmosphere of the ceremony, instead, it made the soldiers feel the responsibility on their shoulders even more deeply. Inside the fortress, the soldiers remained standing, as if still savoring the solemn moment they had just experienced. Their hands tightly gripped their weapons, and the metals on their armor shimmered faintly in the dim light, as if silently proclaiming their glory. A solemn silence permeated the air, broken only by the occasional distant sound of artillery, reminding them that the battle was not yet over. Chapter 234, Belisarius calls gift, bonus chapter for Xiaoling. Gazing at the enormous, mountain-like god of machines walking across the land, Chen Xi truly understood why the Adeptus Mechanicus regarded Titans as the embodiment of the god of machines' power. Their massive steel bodies seemed to shake the earth with every step, emitting a deep rumble, as if proclaiming the supremacy of machinery. Nothing could better showcase the might of machinery than these incredibly colossal steel creations before him. The very existence of Titans was the ultimate interpretation of the beauty of machinery. Their massive bodies were not merely tools of war, but also symbols of the Adeptus Mechanicus's faith, avatars of the god of machines on earth. And nothing could better embody the beauty of steel than the giant machines before him. Every detail of a Titan was a combination of precision and power, as if they were moving steel temples. The existence of Titans was not only for war, but also to show the world the supreme power of the god of machines. If there was a more astonishing existence than this, it could only be a War Master class or Emperor class Titan, even larger than the 3 Warhound class Titans currently before him. Those even larger gods of machines were said to be able to easily destroy entire cities and even alter terrain. Their appearance was often accompanied by the end of war and the triumph of faith. Chen Xi couldn't help but imagine what a shocking sight it would be if he could one day witness the majestic presence of an Emperor-class Titan with his own eyes. Although the power of void ships in space was far greater than that of Titans, even the smallest frigate could easily crush an Emperor-class Titan. The feeling they gave people was completely different. The power of the god of machines is indeed well deserved, Chen Xi praised sincerely, gazing at the Titan Legion composed of 3 Warhounds and 6 Warhounds before him. These Titans were not just tools of war, but also symbols of faith. Every step they took seemed to declare to the world, the power of the god of machines was unrivaled, and any doubt or heretical thought would be annihilated in this steel torrent. Kristen, standing beside him, looked proud, her tone filled with piety. I have spoken countless times with people, saying that if someone does not believe in the existence of the god of machines, the moment he sees the god of machines appear, he will immediately abandon those unrealistic heretical thoughts and become the most devout follower of the god of machines. Titans can indeed demonstrate the power of the god of machines, Chen Xi nodded, a hint of thoughtfulness in his voice, but a parade like this is not enough. For the god of machines to truly display its might, it should still be on the battlefield. His gaze remained on the Titans, but in his mind, he was already calculating where to deploy this Titan Legion. The true value of Titans lay not only in their size and beauty, but also in their unrivaled destructive power and deterrent force. Only on the battlefield could Titans truly display the might of the god of machines, crushing all enemies beneath their steel feet. I understand. I've already seen the previous battle reports. I heard the Xenos also deployed their Titan-class units, and they were directly destroyed by your orbital bombardment. Kristen asked Chen Xi, her calm tone betraying no emotion, but Chen Xi could detect a hint of regret and dissatisfaction in her words. Clearly, for Kristen, an alien Titan unit offered much more for research than casualty figures, and was therefore more important. However, she did not voice this, merely watching Chen Xi and saying to him, if there is another such opportunity next time, please leave it to Gria. We will offer you satisfactory compensation. To Kristen's request, Chen Xi simply nodded, then said, I had someone retrieve the wreckage of that celestial forged construct. If you want it, please, you must leave it to me. A familiar voice sounded, and a large red-robed Mechanicus appeared before Chen Xi. Chen Xi turned and then saluted him, greetings, esteemed great sage Belisarius Call, your presence is even more imposing than last time. The one who arrived was none other than Belisarius Call, and this time he seemed to be using his main body. No, it should be said to be a doppelganger indistinguishable from his main body. Compared to the regular-sized doppelganger Chen Xi saw last time, this one should be a more significant doppelganger in Call's possession. The reason for this judgment was that Belisarius Call's current mission was extremely important, making it impossible for him to personally make a trip for a minor matter. Yes, in Chen Xi's view, this expedition was merely a minor matter for Belisarius Call. The fact that he could send a more substantial-looking doppelganger, one that looked indistinguishable from his main body, was already showing a lot of respect. What you saw last time was merely a mechanical prosthetics I used for convenience in research and action. This body is more geared towards combat, Call explained, but did not elaborate further. He then ordered a box to be brought up, bearing the Adeptus Mechanicus's cogskull emblem, which made Chen Xi's eyelids twitch involuntarily. Why did this thing feel so familiar? However, before Chen Xi could speak, Belisarius Call said, I have brought you a gift, and I hope you will like it. The data and STC I obtained from you last time provided me with a large amount of valuable data for my research. Although it was just a transaction, I still prepared a gift for you, a gift you can use now. What is it? Chen Xi immediately felt curious. Although the things he gave Call last time were valuable, in his opinion, the transaction was still worthwhile. The fact that Call would give him an extra gift genuinely surprised Chen Xi. Aren't the Adeptus Mechanicus all stingy? Why would Call proactively give a gift? As Chen Xi wondered, Call motioned for him to come to the box, then he entered a series of passwords on the box and opened it. Inside was a set of power armor, a set of exquisitely beautiful Tartaros pattern power armor, also engraved with the Inquisition's emblem. Tartaros pattern power armor, just replace the markings with the Inquisition's. Accompanying it was a thunder hammer, both appearing to be master-crafted good items. I made you a set of power armor and a weapon. I know you have a set of relic power armor, but that one should not be suitable for this level of battlefield, Call explained to Chen Xi, making Chen Xi even hear a hint of concern in his words. This made Chen Xi feel flattered. Although he didn't know why Belisarius Call would treat him differently, regardless, this gift was indeed timely and exceptionally precious. Are you kidding? This was the same level of treatment as a Primarch, enjoying master-crafted power armor handcrafted by Belisarius Call. Even if there was some conspiracy, he would still wear it. It was the same level of treatment as a Primarch, enjoying master-crafted power armor handcrafted by Belisarius Call. Even if there was some conspiracy, he would still wear it. With the support of the Titan Legion and the reinforcement of 300,000 Astrum Militarum, Chen Xi naturally decided to launch a new offensive. It was like a sword that had become dull from cutting. After being sharpened, it could continue to cut. Having received sufficient reinforcements and personnel replenishment, the expeditionary force had now recovered its combat capability, and Chen Xi naturally could not let them continue to defend. This attack naturally centered on the Titan Legion as the absolute core of the offense. Their firepower and armor were sufficient to destroy any sturdy defense. The task of the infantry and armored units was to coordinate with the Titans' advance, ensuring they could smoothly break through enemy lines. Even the entire battle plan revolved around the Titans, from the selection of the main attack direction to the allocation of supporting fire. Everything aimed to maximize the Titans' battlefield influence. Perhaps for those unfamiliar with the Titan Legion's combat style, it might seem strange. After all, 3 Warhound-class Titans and 6 Warhound-class Titans, this number was not particularly large. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of Astrum Militarum, millions of Holy War Army on the battlefield, and dozens of void warships waiting in orbit, these mere 9 Titans seemed insignificant. But in fact, the Titan Legion was indeed the absolute main force of this offensive. The reason was simple: Titans possessed defensive power and destructive firepower far exceeding conventional troops. Their void shields could withstand heavy enemy artillery bombardment, while their weapon arrays could easily tear apart the most fortified strongholds. On the battlefield, they were like an indestructible hammer, capable of directly smashing the enemy's meticulously constructed defense lines and opening paths for subsequent units. This was similar to tanks during World War I, facing trench lines that previously required sacrificing hundreds of thousands of infantry to break through. Deploying tanks could roll over barbed wire and cross trenches with minimal cost, completely changing the battlefield situation. Although tanks at that time were clumsy and slow, they rendered the entrenched infantry helpless, completely overturning traditional warfare models. In this era, Titans were such in existence. They were not just war machines, but decisive forces that broke stalemates. When conventional troops were unable to advance under enemy fire, Titans could tear open defense lines with overwhelming force, creating breakthroughs for subsequent units. Their appearance often instantly turned the tide of battle, causing seemingly stalemated battlefield situations to change dramatically in a short period. Although there were tanks in this era, unshielded super heavy tanks had a precarious survival rate on battlefields of this caliber. Under the threat of enemy heavy artillery and anti-armor fire, even the thickest armor appeared fragile. In contrast, Titans with void shields could withstand more firepower, opening a path for the offensive. These energy shields could deflect or absorb most attacks, allowing Titans to advance steadily through a hail of bullets, becoming truly impenetrable mobile fortresses on the battlefield. Especially when Titans were deployed, it was never as simple as just a few Titans fighting alone. These sacred war machines were always surrounded by a large and well-trained escort force, forming a complete combat system. Numerous Titan Guard units would follow these colossal god machines, constantly scanning the battlefield with vigilance. Their primary task was to prevent powerful single combat units from rushing into the void shield with a death wish, then disassembling the Titan with their bare hands, a seemingly absurd yet real threat. At the same time, these Titan Guard units, specially trained and armed by the Adeptus Mechanicus, would also undertake tasks in coordination with the Titans. They were not only responsible for vigilance but would also actively clear enemy forces in the Titans' blind spots, mark important targets, and even guide the Titans' destructive firepower. In addition, the Adeptus Mechanicus's vassal knights would also drive their knight armor, flexibly maneuvering around the Titans like light cavalry from the medieval era. These relatively smaller knight armor units would weave through the battlefield under the Titans' protection, providing close-range cover for the god machines. And under the cover of the Titans' void shields, these knight armor units could also receive better protection, allowing them to more effectively utilize their mobility advantage. It was less about a few Titans fighting and more about an entire combat cluster fighting. This cluster, centered on the Titans, was composed of the Titan Guard and knight armor, forming a complete offensive and defensive combat system. It was this strict coordination that made the Titan Legion the most feared presence on the battlefield. And when the Titan Legion launched an attack, even the Necron's doomsday monolith could hardly withstand its might. Chen Xi, wearing the gift from Call, personally stood on the front line with his thunder hammer, watching the Titan Legion launch its attack. Warhound-class Titan, the shadowy part in the image is sold separately, head 83 pounds, 2 cannons on the back 150 pounds, 2 weapons on the hands 110 pounds each, the entire body 1,233 pounds. The total cost is approximately 1,700 pounds, or about 20,000 RMB. The colossal god machines advanced slowly, each heavy mechanical footstep causing the ground to tremble. The dense particle beams and gauze rays from the Necrons poured down like a storm, but these deadly attacks only splashed against the Titans' void shields, creating ripples of blue energy, yet always failing to penetrate these seemingly thin shields. A hint of confusion flickered in the cold mechanical eyes of the Necron warriors. Their proud advanced weapons were proving largely ineffective against these ancient human creations. Under the perfect coordination of the Titan Legion, the main weapon of a Warhound-class Titan began to charge, the hum of the plasma destructors making the air tremble. As a dazzling blue-white beam of light streaked across the battlefield, the distant, towering doomsday monolith was instantly pierced through. The ancient Necron structure disintegrated in the violent energy impact, scattering into countless burning fragments. The entire process was clean and effortless, like cutting butter with a hot knife. Before the Titan Legion arrived, knocking out a doomsday monolith often required the expeditionary force to pay a heavy price. Aside from the risky method of calling for orbital bombardment, which could accidentally hit friendly forces, conventional troops had to organize suicide squads, advancing under heavy fire, often sacrificing several companies of elite soldiers to destroy such a Necron war machine. Now, the power of the Titan god machines was undeniably evident. These walking temples of war proved to everyone in the most direct way, in the face of true god machines, even the Necrons' proud war constructs were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Chapter 236, Steady Progress. With the assistance of the Titan Legion, we have already breached the enemy's third line of defense, and our vanguard units are currently advancing steadily towards the core area. Inside the command post, the commander of the 1st Strike Group, a Star Realm Army Lord General, stood before the holographic tactical sand table, his steady voice echoing through the command center. His rough finger traced across the flickering red and blue projections, marking several key breakthrough points. As he stated, with the deployment of the Titan Legion, progress on the battlefield was much smoother than anticipated. The staff officers exchanged surprised glances. The Necron's defense line, which was originally expected to require heavy casualties to breach, was now as fragile as paper under the Titan's plasma fire. It seems the enemy is short on troops. Should we launch a general offensive? One staff officer suggested. Perhaps it was because Chen Xi's prior, unhesitating orbital bombardment had eliminated the enemy's heavy vehicle units, or perhaps this method of attack had terrified the Necrons, but so far, they had not deployed any heavy units capable of stopping the Titan's advance. On the tactical screen, the red markers representing enemy heavy units were few and far between, far from the scale predicted by pre-war intelligence. Even the number of monoliths and obelisks on the battlefield was decreasing, suggesting that this Necron tomb world was genuinely short on troops. The Adeptus Mechanicus priests repeatedly verified the scan results, incredulously discovering that the Necrons were actively contracting their defense lines. Because of this, the expeditionary force's progress was very smooth. They had already ascended to the planet's final plateau and begun probing attacks on the Necron tomb world. The results were also pleasing. Although the enemy's counterattack was still sharp, their terrifying gauze weapons could still instantly vaporize entire squads, and the Necron's various black technology weapons truly opened the eyes of the Adeptus Mechanicus priests. A certain Archmagos was frantically recording data on a strange device that could distort space. But none of this could obscure the fact that their defense lines were continuously shrinking. In the 3K era, there was a classic saying, battle reports can lie, but the front line does not. This statement revealed the most fundamental truth in war. No matter how much the propaganda machine embellished the situation, the actual advance or retreat of controlled territory on the battlefield was always the most honest indicator of victory or defeat. If you are always winning, then your front line is bound to advance steadily. Just like the current expeditionary force, wherever the Titan Legion went, enemy fortresses fell one after another, and controlled areas expanded at a visible rate on the map. Every suppression of fire, every assault operation, was concretely translated into territorial occupation. The new occupied areas marked daily by the staff officers on the map were the most powerful proof of victory. Conversely, if the front line is constantly retreating, then you cannot have won a battle. Just like the General Headquarters reports during World War II, no matter how the command claimed strategic withdrawal or luring the enemy deep, when soldiers saw their positions fall one after another and their supply lines constantly compressed, everyone knew the situation was deteriorating. The front line was like a demon-revealing mirror, exposing all false military achievements and exaggerated results. At this moment, the Titan Legion's advance on the battlefield was solid with every step. This was not a victory hyped up by propaganda, but a real achievement gained inch by inch with steel and blood. As that strategist from the 3K era said, battle reports might be embellished, but the front line is always honest. On the staff's tactical map, the blue blocks representing controlled areas were steadily expanding, like ink spreading on paper. However, facing a situation that could almost be described as overwhelmingly advantageous, the unease in Chen Xi's heart grew stronger. The battlefield situation was too smooth to be fighting an ancient race with 60 million years of technology. He tried to use psychic divination to foresee the future development of the battle. But when he closed his eyes, his psychic tendrils had just touched the edge of the warp when they seemed to be interfered with. His psychic vision showed only a blurry green halo, as if shielded by some unknown technology, nothing could be seen clearly. Facing this situation, Chen Xi cautiously chose a relatively conservative strategy. No, we will proceed steadily and not advance rashly. The Necrons are an alien race with very advanced technology, and we do not know how much more alien technology they possess that we haven't seen. Chen Xi's words undoubtedly received support from the Adeptus Mechanicus. Both Call and Kristen were clearly very interested in Necron's technology. During this time, besides assisting the expeditionary force in their attacks, they were collecting Necron's wreckage from the battlefield by various means and studying it. Archmagos Call, in particular, was studying these things with an attitude that was almost fanatically obsessive. Since Chen Xi decided to proceed steadily, he naturally had to give his full support. But won't this miss a strategic opportunity? Another young staff officer couldn't help but interject. The enemy's resistance has clearly weakened. If we don't press the advantage now. No, don't forget, we are not just facing the enemy on this one planet. Chen Xi raised a hand to interrupt him. He brought up the subsector holographic map, pointing to the explored Necron tomb worlds on the star chart and said, an entire Necron dynasty is still in slumber. If we underestimate them and advance rashly, and accidentally awaken all the Xenos, then the expeditionary force will fall into a bitter struggle. A Necron overlord was easy to deal with, but if it were a complete Necron dynasty, even a minor one, Chen Xi did not believe the current expeditionary force had sufficient strength to defeat it. He was too clear about the terrifying nature of these ancient Xenos. Once those Necron dynasties slumbering deep within the tombs fully awakened, they would be enough to plunge the entire sector into war. An entire Necron dynasty. Archmagos Call of the Adeptus Mechanicus suddenly spoke, his bionic eyes flashing with excited red light. Do you require more reinforcements? The Archmagos's voice betrayed an undisguised fanaticism, as if he had already seen an excellent opportunity to study Necron's technology. Chen Xi looked at the great sage and, after careful consideration, said, if there are any, then that would certainly be for the best. Although introducing the Adeptus Mechanicus would bring some unpredictable consequences, such as the Adeptus Mechanicus acting on their own to acquire alien technology, Chen Xi weighed the pros and cons and still felt it was better to save trouble. After all, if the Necron dynasty truly awakened, he would still have to rely on Archmagos Call to lead the Adeptus Mechanicus to contend with them. Those ancient alien technological creations could probably only be deciphered by the priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Chapter 237, The Discontented Holy War Army. Chen Xi's tactical adjustments were understandable and acceptable at the command level, but for the ordinary soldiers on the front lines, this decision seemed difficult to grasp. The frontline soldiers had witnessed the Titan Legion's overwhelming offensive and simply could not understand why the attack needed to be slowed down at this critical juncture. In their view, the current battle situation was clearly advantageous, and it was the best time to press on and expand their gains. However, the orders issued by the command were completely contrary to their expectations, requiring the troops to advance steadily and strictly prohibiting any reckless actions. This unexpected order was like a basin of ice-cold water, instantly extinguishing the high combat enthusiasm of the frontline soldiers. Many soldiers felt a strong sense of dissatisfaction, privately discussing and questioning why the command was so timid when facing alien enemies. Complaints in hushed voices could be heard everywhere in the trenches. Have those big shots up there been scared out of their wits by the Xenos? This situation was particularly evident within the Holy War Army, where troop morale showed a clear decline. The previous order prohibiting them from charging had already caused resentment among many, and now, even with the expeditionary force having the advantage on the battlefield, they were still not allowed to launch a full-scale attack, which left many Holy War Army soldiers and low-ranking ecclesiarchy clergy feeling indignant. They began to question the loyalty of the command, whispering to each other, are the Emperor's warriors afraid of these Xeno bastards? In their eyes, to not seize such an obvious opportunity and to not immediately annihilate the Xeno enemy was simply incomprehensible. For devout believers, the command's cautious attitude was almost tantamount to blasphemy against the Emperor's will. However, Chen Xi seemed unconcerned by the wave of questions from the lower ranks. He knew that commanding the Imperial Army often encountered such problems, as the entire Imperium was built on a foundation of fervent faith in the Emperor. Although the Emperor himself abhorred religious belief and repeatedly emphasized that he was not a god, since the rise of the ecclesiarchy in M32, the Imperium had inevitably transformed from a nation that championed technology and imperial truth into a religious theocracy. The fervent faith in the Emperor had become the most fundamental characteristic of the Imperium today. Against this backdrop, any hesitation, retreat, or cautious behavior by soldiers on the battlefield could be seen as disloyalty to the God Emperor, potentially leading to punishment by a commissar, or even immediate execution. This unique cultural atmosphere often compelled Imperial commanders to adopt aggressive tactical styles. They were like people with hammers, seeing everything as a nail. If one hammer blow didn't solve the problem, they would keep hammering until the enemy was shattered or the hammer itself broke. And by virtue of the Imperium's vast size and resource advantages, this simple and brutal tactic often ultimately led to victory. Over time, this combat style became deeply ingrained in the Imperial Army's DNA, even giving rise to extreme units like the Death Corps of Krieg, so fanatical that commissars were specifically tasked with holding their reins to prevent them from rushing to their deaths too early. In fact, even the current high command of the Expeditionary Force, while able to understand Chen Xi's strategic considerations for ordering a steady advance due to their extensive combat experience, still found it emotionally difficult to fully accept the decision. For the Astra Militarum, cowardice and indecision were far more intolerable disgraces than the heavy casualties caused by missed opportunities or reckless overconfidence. Throughout the Imperium's long history of warfare, the Astra Militarum had long been accustomed to paving the path to victory with blood. For them, casualty figures were merely an inevitable cost of war. Even if the parchment recording the numbers of fallen units measured in meters, it was not something unacceptable. If this was true for the Astra Militarum, it was even more so for the Holy War Army, driven by religious fanaticism. According to battlefield reports from various units, there were even instances on the front lines of entire Holy War Army formations openly disobeying orders and launching unauthorized charges. These fanatical warriors, shouting the Emperor's name, disregarded tactical deployments and crashed headlong into the Necrons' meticulously constructed defensive positions, ultimately having their entire units swallowed by the enemy's fire network. Such senseless sacrifices greatly angered Chen Xi, but he could not directly vent his fury on the ecclesiarchy priests and Holy War Army commanders. These fanatics were already dissatisfied with his conservative tactics. If he were to hold them accountable too forcefully, it could escalate the conflict, lead to larger-scale insubordination, and even undermine the overall morale of the expeditionary force. However, letting it go was also not an option. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Xi decided on a compromise. Instead of letting these fanatical warriors breed discontent from idleness, it would be better to assign them more valuable tasks, which could both expend their excess fighting spirit and prevent them from continuing to cause chaos on the main battlefield. As the 5th Company commander of the Heavenly Lion Battle Group, Anatoly had recently been troubled by matters concerning the Inquisition. That the Heavenly Lion Battle Group had offended the Inquisition was something that, while not universally known, was also not a secret. Therefore, when Chen Xi revealed that the Heavenly Lion battle group was being targeted by the Inquisition upon their initial arrival in the Rostov subsector to answer the expeditionary forces' call, Anatoly actually did not have much emotional fluctuation. After all, why get angry about something for which he was already mentally prepared? It was just that the content Chen Xi revealed made Anatoly feel exceptionally uncomfortable. What did it mean that the Inquisition wanted to make an example of the Heavenly Lion battle group? What did it mean that if the Heavenly Lion battle group did not admit its mistake, it would be excommunicated by the Inquisition? These words made Anatoly at one point suspect that it was all a lie fabricated by Chen Xi, an attempt to bring the Heavenly Lion battle group under his control. But after calming down, Anatoly had to admit that the Heavenly Lion battle group had indeed offended the Inquisition severely, and it was highly probable that the Inquisition wanted to destroy the Heavenly Lion battle group. He relayed this intelligence to the battle group's high command, who were also outraged by it, and even developed major disagreements. A portion of the battle group's high command believed that the Heavenly Lion battle group should back down to avoid being truly excommunicated by the Inquisition and letting things get out of hand. However, another portion of the battle group's high command believed that the Heavenly Lion battle group's honor could not be stained, and that they would rather die than compromise with the Inquisition. This made Anatoly, a company commander caught between the battle group and the Inquisition, suddenly find his position exceptionally difficult. If the expeditionary force had not been continuously on the offensive during this period, with the Heavenly Lion battle group undertaking a large number of combat missions, Anatoly would probably still be agonizing over how to decide on this matter. However, when Chen Xi ordered the offensive to slow down, these troubles once again sought out Anatoly, making him can't help but send urgent inquiries to the battle group, hoping that they had already made a decision. But just as he was troubled by this, the Heavenly Lion battle group received a new combat mission, to cooperate with the Adeptus Mechanicus in further clearing the Necron tombs in the already occupied areas of Donetsk III. Anatoly dared not delay and set off with the soldiers of his company. Having something to do was always better than overthinking things, Anatoly thought to himself, even hoping he could find some valuable xenotechnology, which would allow him to resolve the Heavenly Lion battle group's current predicament through the Adeptus Mechanicus. Chapter 238, Heavenly Lion battle group's battlefield duty. The task assigned to the Heavenly Lion battle group seemed straightforward enough, simply clear the remaining structural debris of a Necron's building. However, even a destroyed Necron's macro tomb was a target that could never be underestimated. This ruin, sprawled across the battlefield, was once a massive Necron's defensive structure. Its surviving living metal structure was still slowly writhing, attempting to repair the damaged sections, but due to the depletion of energy, it could no longer restore itself. Such facilities were inherently nearly indestructible fortresses, designed from the outset to withstand the twin trials of prolonged time and brutal combat, and thus possessed their own power facilities to provide energy for the living metal's repair. But it had now been utterly destroyed by a powerful attack, plunging the macro tomb into silence. They were typically positioned on the outermost boundary of tomb complexes, guarding deeper secrets like a great wall of steel. Deep beneath the macro tomb, connected to the Necron's true core facilities, stasis crypts where countless warriors slept, cryptex foundries continuously producing war machines, and tomb nexus controlling the entire defense system lay the true heart of the Necrons. When invaders painstakingly broke through a macro tomb, they often realized with a shock that these surface structures were merely the tip of the iceberg of the entire Death Empire. In essence, a macro tomb was more like a precise war machine than a common building. Its living metal structure could not only self-repair but also provide rebirth protocol blessings to the Necron's legions stationed upon it. Ubiquitous teleportation nodes allowed troops to move freely within the fortress, giving it the dual function of a defensive stronghold and a strategic hub. For the Imperium of Man's expeditionary force, attacking such a complete macro tomb was tantamount to suicide. In the early stages, some commanders, disbelieving, attempted to storm them, but after paying a heavy price, all frontline commanders now immediately called for heavy firepower support upon encountering a macro tomb. Whether it was super heavy tank clusters, Astra Militarum artillery positions, or orbital bombardment, any means necessary were employed to destroy them. However, even a destroyed macro tomb, its wreckage still exhibited astonishing structural integrity. Those twisted yet still intact living metal components held an irresistible allure for the Adeptus Mechanicus researchers. Even more terrifying, when multiple macro tomb remnants were combined, they could potentially reform into a larger defensive system known as a City of the Dead. The macro tomb, now out of print, was a tabletop unit worth 730 points, with 2 gun emplacements that could freely mount 1 large and 2 small turrets. 4 combined formed a 2,000-point unit, the City of the Dead. This is what it plugs into, also an out-of-print item. Another type of turret. Undoubtedly, the expeditionary force encountered the tenacious resistance of the City of the Dead and macro tombs more than once during their advance. These death fortresses, constructed of living metal, stood like iron walls across the lines of attack, becoming the primary reason for the expeditionary force's initial slow progress. The solidity of these defensive facilities far exceeded the Imperium of Man's imagination. Facing towering macro tombs and the endless Necrons legions pouring out of their internal warp gates, ground forces often had to pay a rather heavy price to make progress. Even the most elite Astra Militarum regiments often suffered casualties exceeding 50% when attacking a complete macro tomb, and this was still the result achieved under the premise of timely heavy artillery cluster fire coverage or successful orbital bombardment support. As for attempting to destroy a macro tomb relying solely on conventional firepower like armored vehicles or company-level heavy weapons, that was simply a pipe dream. Walls composed of living metal could rapidly repair damage, and the energy core hidden deep within the structure was heavily protected. The Heavenly Lion battle group had participated in several assaults on macro tombs, desperate missions to eliminate these death fortresses in the absence of heavy firepower support. Anatoly still refused to recall the brutal scenes from that time. Even for superhuman warriors clad in power armor, it was a nightmare. Under the concentrated phase cannon fire and the endless siege of Necron's warriors, even Astartes monks suffered unacceptable losses. The tactic the battle group eventually devised was to dispatch elite squads to raid the energy core. One tactical squad had to draw fire, allowing another squad to seize the opportunity to infiltrate. And even if they successfully approached the target, the warriors still had to install thermo-meltdown bombs amidst a hail of gunfire, with endless enemy reinforcements pouring in. Behind every successful detonation lay the sacrifice of several warriors. Since participating in the expeditionary force operations, Anatoly and his company had lost nearly a third of their battle brothers. Such casualties were heavy for any Astartes chapter, but Anatoly felt deep gratitude towards Chen Xi. He knew clearly that this was already the result of Chen Xi's deliberate protection. In those brutal Macro Tomb assault battles, if Chen Xi had intended it, even if it was just a delay in artillery support, or a coordinate error in an orbital bombardment, it would have been enough to leave an entire company of Astartes on the battlefield forever. This was not alarmist talk, but a cruel reality. Although Space Marines were powerful, they were ultimately flesh and blood. After all, it was now the chapter era of 40K, not the Legion era of the 30K Great Crusade. At that time, Space Marine legions possessed a complete heavy equipment system and could directly confront any enemy on the front lines. But everything changed when Robert Guillemot implemented the Codex Astartes reform, breaking down the legions into chapters. Today's Astartes primarily perform special operations in small squads. While this increased tactical flexibility, it also cost them their sustained combat capability on the front lines. More critically, the reduction in chapter size. A mere 1,000-man roster meant that any significant casualties would severely cripple a chapter. Looking across the entire expeditionary force, other participating chapters were similar to the Heavenly Lion battle group. Some weaker chapters even had to withdraw from the battlefield sequence due to suffering over 50% casualties. In contrast, although the Heavenly Lion battle group suffered heavy losses, it at least maintained its complete combat effectiveness. On this cruel battlefield, being able to bring 2/3 of their brothers back alive was already a great fortune. After all, given the powerful enemies faced by the expeditionary force and the intensity of this expedition's combat, the Heavenly Lion battle group's level of casualties could only be considered normal losses, or even not significant losses. He reported these circumstances to the chapter's high command, still awaiting their response to Chen Xi's previous proposal. For the Heavenly Lion battle group, this was indeed a difficult decision. However, just as Anatoly thought today was merely a routine security mission, deep beneath the destroyed Macro Tomb, Adeptus Mechanicus personnel conducting reconnaissance unexpectedly awakened a slumbering Necron's construct, and the originally peaceful scientific expedition instantly turned into a brutal battleground. Anatoly had no time to hesitate and immediately led the Heavenly Lion battle group's battle brothers into combat. Chapter 239, Casualties. Chen Xi quickly received an urgent battle report. A tech priest archaeological team, while conducting routine investigations and tech salvaging of a destroyed Macro Tomb, inadvertently activated a dormant tomb sentinel. The moment this ancient war machine awoke, it unleashed indiscriminate slaughter, its built-in gauze weapons and disintegration rays instantly tearing apart the unprepared research team. The Holy War Army troops responsible for escorting bore the brunt, with 2 full companies of soldiers being completely wiped out within the first 30 seconds. The Heavenly Lion battle group, which arrived as reinforcements, also suffered heavy losses. 2 battle-hardened Astartes warriors were instantly reduced to ashes by the tomb sentinel's gauze rays upon contact. Ultimately, it was only after paying the heavy price of 7 Space Marine casualties that the war machine was barely re-incapacitated. The end of the battle report specifically noted that this Macro Tomb ruin, previously considered safe, might still conceal more undiscovered deadly defense systems. Tomb Sentinel, this thing is quite abnormal, it can phase through walls, and if ambushed, even Astartes will suffer heavy losses. What happened? How was that Tomb Sentinel activated? Chen Xi rushed to the scene in a shuttle, his voice suppressing his fury. The staff officer beside him quickly pulled up a data slate and explained that Macro Tomb is connected to a complete Necron's production facility underground, which contains a half-finished war construct. The tech priests responsible for the investigation, they showed an unusual interest in that Xenos technology and, without authorization, activated the production line, completing the assembly of that construct. Idiots! Chen Xi slammed his fist against the bulkhead, and the metal wall echoed dully. Although this was relatively mild compared to the various messes the Adeptus Mechanicus had caused, he still couldn't help but be enraged. After all, this matter was truly outrageous. The battle in that area was over, the enemy's structures had been reduced to ruins, yet salvaging war wreckage could still lead to such a fiasco, causing his troops to suffer casualties for no reason. Anyone would be furious. Especially for the Heavenly Lion battle group, under his deliberate care, they had maintained a relatively low casualty rate, and the company participating in this expedition was gradually leaning towards supporting his proposal. Now, with such an incident, it was hard to say whether it would affect the battle group's choice. Damn it! Are these tech priests' codes open source? They're always causing me trouble. Chen Xi cursed in Chinese, a language from 40 millennia ago that the staff officer couldn't understand at all, yet dared not ask. But despite his anger, the mess still had to be cleaned up. Has Archmagos Call been notified? Chen Xi turned to the staff officer. The Adeptus Mechanicus side certainly needed to provide an explanation. The staff officer wiped his sweat. This investigation team was dispatched by Gria Forge World, and Wise One Chrisen is also rushing to the scene. According to communication records, she seems even angrier than you. Alright. Gria. Chen Xi pinched the bridge of his nose heavily. When Chen Xi's shuttle landed at the accident site, the scene before him made him frown deeply. The Gria Adeptus Militaris brought by Wise One Christen had completely sealed off the entire area, heavy combat servitor skulls hovered in the air on alert, and red-robed Adeptus Militaris soldiers guarded every entrance with weapons in hand. This kind of display wasn't to block news within the Adeptus Mechanicus was never truly blockable but rather to prevent Archmagos Call or their colleagues from Mariupol Forge World from getting there first. Within the Adeptus Mechanicus, such factional technical disputes were already commonplace. It was not uncommon for two Forge Worlds to mobilize Titan legions, artillery arrays, or even Skitarii cohorts for academic exchange in order to compete for archaeological discoveries. But at this moment, this usual factional struggle seemed to Chen Xi to be akin to dancing in his minefield. He suppressed his rage and strode towards Wise One Christen, who was commanding the Adeptus Militaris. Wise One Christen, what is the situation now? Chen Xi's voice carried suppressed anger. The mechanical sage's mechanical eye flickered with dangerous red light. A group of idiots activated the Xenos factory's production line and completed the assembly of a half-finished construct that could have been completely salvaged. Now the underground facility and that construct have all been reduced to scrap metal. Her voice synthesizer showed slight distortion due to anger, and her mechanical tentacles waved furiously in the air, clearly wishing she could dismantle the troublesome tech priest into parts and turn him into cleaning servitors. Unfortunately, the clumsy individual had already been torn to shreds by the Tomb Sentinel at the first moment, taking half of the research team with him. If it weren't for the Heavenly Lion Battle Group providing timely cover for their retreat, the entire archaeological team responsible for salvaging would have been torn apart by that Tomb Sentinel. Although the tech priests themselves possessed considerable combat power, things like the Tomb Sentinel were beyond their scope of capabilities, especially when the attack was a surprise. These relatively low-ranking tech priests indeed found it very difficult to withstand the attacks of such large war machines. Especially since the Tomb Sentinel's size was comparable to an Imperial Knight or a super heavy tank, and it could also perform phase shifting, allowing it to move freely through complex Necron tombs as if it were swimming underwater. Coupled with its ability to sense biological heartbeats and pulses from hundreds of meters away, it was terrifyingly effective for ambushes and hunts. So even though those tech priests counterattacked, they were still torn apart, many even unable to recover their onboard data storage, resulting in the loss of a large amount of valuable knowledge and data. This undoubtedly increased Christen's anger. But Chen Xi didn't care much about that, he merely asked again, what about the other situations? Chen Xi was somewhat losing control of his emotions at this point, and his voice inevitably carried some anger. Chen Xi's question finally made Christen rein in her emotions. She replied, the Holy War Army lost about 3 companies, 2 companies were directly annihilated. The reason there weren't greater losses is because they only had 1 regiment on site, with the remaining 2 companies on ground alert. The Space Marines promptly went underground to intercept, successfully destroying that Xenos construct, which prevented further casualties. But they lost 7 men, and 5 others are seriously wounded, requiring treatment, or even conversion into dreadnoughts. I hope that Gria Forge World will compensate the Heavenly Lion Battle Group for their losses in this matter. Chen Xi did not pursue responsibility but still emphasized the issue of compensation. Beep Christen let out a short, very foul curse in binary, then said, I understand, I will compensate the Heavenly Lion Battle Group for this loss. Chapter 240, Heavenly Lion Battle Group withdraws from combat. When Inquisitor Chen Xi found Anatoly, the captain was kneeling on one knee, softly reciting a eulogy before 5 dismembered bodies. Although 7 men had been sacrificed, 2 of them were already unrecoverable. This was a very significant loss for the chapter, the death of a single battle brother was already a loss, but now that the gene seed could not be recovered, it was an unacceptable blow for any chapter. This meant that the legacy of a brother was severed, an irretrievable and immense loss for the chapter. The power armor's servo system hummed softly, and Captain Anatoly's heavy breathing was clearly audible through the helmet's breathing grill. May your souls return to the embrace of the Emperor, and find eternal rest beneath the golden throne. Anatoly's voice was steady and low, as if he were merely performing an ordinary prayer. He slowly rose and turned to Inquisitor Chen Xi, his faceplate's optical sensors glowing with a calm blue light. Despite losing 7 precious battle brothers, Anatoly remained exceptionally restrained. As a veteran who had endured countless brutal battles, he had long since learned to bury his grief deep beneath the iron wool forged by gene seed modification. Only the most astute observer would notice the faint metallic friction sound from his knuckles as he gripped his power gauntlet, and his posture, straighter than usual. These subtle changes betrayed his true emotions. Captain Anatoly, Inquisitor Chen Xi said softly, I am sorry for your losses. Anatoly nodded slightly, his voice coming through the helmet, death is a warrior's destiny. They died in the Emperor's holy war, this is a glorious end. His tone was so calm it bordered on indifference, but Inquisitor Chen Xi knew that beneath the steel exterior still beat a human heart that grieved for fallen comrades. The surrounding Space Marines stood in silent formation, their expressions similarly hidden behind cold faceplates. Anatoly turned to face his warriors, his voice suddenly rising, remember their names. Remember their sacrifice. Now, return to your posts. At the captain's command, the Space Marines saluted in unison and quickly dispersed. Only then did Anatoly turn to Inquisitor Chen Xi, removing his helmet to reveal a scarred but remarkably calm face. His eyes did indeed carry sorrow, but this emotion was firmly locked behind the warrior's resolve, not a trace of it showing outwardly. Inquisitor Chen Xi. Anatoly proactively gave Inquisitor Chen Xi an Aquila salute, his voice coming through the power armor's voxcaster with a metallic quality. The Heavenly Lion battle group may need to temporarily withdraw from the combat roster for a period. Our personnel losses are nearing half, and we require rest and replenishment. Additionally, I must request reinforcements from our chapter's home world. As he spoke these words, Anatoly's expression remained calm. But Inquisitor Chen Xi knew that for any Space Marine captain, voluntarily requesting to withdraw from the combat roster was a difficult decision to articulate. Many chapters would rather fight to the last man than voluntarily retreat from the battlefield. That would be seen as a betrayal of the Emperor, an indelible disgrace. But Anatoly still chose to let his warriors temporarily withdraw from combat for rest and to request aid from chapter headquarters. They were not deserting, but had indeed suffered heavy losses. Temporary rest and replenishment were for the sake of continuing to serve the Emperor in the future. Inquisitor Chen Xi gazed at the scarred captain before him and slowly nodded. You may withdraw from the combat roster for rest. In fact, even if you choose to leave the expeditionary force now, it would be understandable. The Heavenly Lion battle group has already contributed far more than expected to this expedition. His gaze swept over the Space Marines who were preparing their equipment in the distance. I will arrange for other chapters to take over your mission, Inquisitor Chen Xi said solemnly to Anatoly, his tone friendly but not condescending. You may temporarily withdraw to Rostov 2 for rest. As the planetary governor, I formally authorize you to conscript new recruits on this planet to replenish your battle losses. This promise was not exclusive to the Heavenly Lion battle group. In fact, all Space Marine chapters that withdrew from the front lines due to battle losses received the same preferential treatment. Although Rostov 2 did not have a large population base, it was sufficient for replenishing chapter battle losses. While some chapters were not accustomed to recruiting from non-homeworlds or recruitment worlds, for some fleet-based chapters, this was not unacceptable. Especially for chapters with significant losses and an urgent need for new recruits, Inquisitor Chen Xi's promise was like a timely help. For Inquisitor Chen Xi, this was merely the expenditure of some renewable resources, but for these chapters, it was a great help in preserving their continued existence. More critically, Archmagos Call also brought his Primaris upgrade package. Though he did not directly perform Primaris Space Marines conversion surgeries for these chapters, he provided a large quantity of new model weaponry and equipment as replenishment. From new model bolters to new dreadnoughts, from melta weapons to new anti-gravity vehicles, Call's assistance was comprehensive. In the temporary armory set up on Rostov 2, Call's servitors were busily assembling new model bolters, Mark the 10th power armor, and various tactical accessories. This advanced equipment would be prioritized for the most heavily damaged chapters, helping them to quickly restore their combat effectiveness. Of course, Call's generosity was not pure charity. The alien technology acquired during the expedition had already greatly benefited him, and the combat test data from these chapters on the new equipment was invaluable research material. You may stay and rest on Rostov 2, Inquisitor Chen Xi continued to explain. During this time, you can not only replenish your forces but also receive equipment support from the Adeptus Mechanicus. I hope that when you return to the front lines, you will be able to engage in combat in full strength. Anatoly remained silent, but he was clearly deeply moved by Inquisitor Chen Xi's generosity and benevolence. Of course, during this time, you can also focus on carefully considering my previous proposal. Take my advice, don't confront the Inquisition head-on. You are merely a chapter, you don't have the capital to directly challenge the Inquisition. Inquisitor Chen Xi earnestly advised Anatoly. Although there were chapters like the Wolf Team, who had even killed an Inquisitor and shown no respect to the Inquisition, the Space Wolves were a first founding chapter, and their Gene Seed Primarch was merely missing, not dead. Even if the Inquisition wanted to deal with the Wolf Team, they would have to weigh whether they could afford the cost of an all-out war with a first founding chapter. Chapter 241, Tech Priests on an Archaeological Dig. Although a significant portion of the Astartes had withdrawn from combat, the human expeditionary forces' offensive rhythm remained completely unaffected, continuing to advance systematically. As the front lines continuously contracted, the Necron's control area had been compressed to a considerably limited range. This centralized battlefield situation, conversely, allowed the expeditionary forces' firepower advantage to be fully utilized. Heavy artillery clusters and super heavy tank units, which previously needed to be deployed across a wide front, could now be used more concentratedly, bringing a stronger density of fire delivery to the expeditionary force. Under this overwhelming firepower suppression, the human forces' advance was even smoother than before. However, as the expeditionary force gradually pushed into the Necron's core area, the situation began to change. The Necron structures and creations within the core areas gradually brought under the expeditionary forces' control drove the tech priests into a frenzy. Whenever a well-preserved Necron structure was discovered, these red-robed tech priests would fall into a state of almost insane obsession, wishing they could kneel on the living metal floors and meticulously explore every inch of these structures for their functions, their composition, and the alien technology they contained. This technology was so mysterious and so advanced that it utterly captivated the tech priests. The high-ranking priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus even submitted a formal request directly to the Expeditionary Force Command, strongly demanding a slowdown in the pace of the offensive. They insisted that the assault on the Necron structures must minimize the use of heavy weapons, even if it meant the Adeptus Militaris had to confront the immortal Necrons made of living metal with their own flesh and blood. In the eyes of the Adeptus Mechanicus, these structures, containing ancient technological mysteries, were more precious than the lives of tens of thousands of Adeptus Militaris soldiers. They would rather watch the Adeptus Militaris engage in brutal urban warfare within the labyrinthine structures against the Necrons, paving the way forward inch by inch with corpses, than allow the Expeditionary Force to use heavy artillery bombardment, let alone orbital bombardment, even though that might be the fastest and most effective tactical option. The priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus stubbornly believed that these ancient alien structures contained priceless knowledge and technology, and any form of crude destruction would be a blasphemy against the Omnissiah. As the Adeptus Militaris advanced over the remains of their comrades, the tech priests in the rear set up precise scanning arrays, greedily recording the details of every alien construct. Chen Xi allowed this, as the influence of the Adeptus Mechanicus was undeniable, even the Inquisition often had to accommodate them. His staff repeatedly suggested he intervene forcefully, but Chen Xi merely shook his head in silence. In the complex power structure of the Imperium, some rules were more important than tactical efficiency. Moreover, this was not without its benefits. At least now, the morale of the expeditionary force, which had been affected by the command to slow the pace of the offensive, had partially recovered. When low-ranking commanders conversed privately, they all showed expressions of just as expected, as in their view, this behavior of delaying a tactical opportunity for archaeological purposes was simply too typical of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Soldiers of the armored regiments even started betting on which ruin the red-robed priests would frantically halt artillery fire for. This was because most of the troops believed the order to slow down was issued under the influence of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Sailors on the transport ships spread rumors of the Adeptus Mechanicus bribing the command with tons of sacred oils, while assault squad warriors firmly believed that a certain great sage threatened to cut off the expeditionary force's ammunition supply. Although these rumors were absurd, they unexpectedly provided an outlet for the soldiers' emotions compared to questioning superior command. Attributing the responsibility to those eccentric tech priests was clearly more acceptable. This aligned perfectly with the Imperium's consistent perception of the Adeptus Mechanicus, which, paradoxically, stabilized morale significantly, but as for spirit. The attitude of most of the expeditionary force was that as long as they weren't forced into a meat grinder with the Necrons, they would fully support the Adeptus Mechanicus's research activities. Chen Xi found it difficult to comment on this attitude, but considering the Adeptus Mechanicus's reputation within the Imperium, he couldn't say it was wrong. In his daily battle reports, he deliberately emphasized the casualty figures borne by the Adeptus Mechanicus forces, which served both as an accountability to the Adeptus Mechanicus itself and as a means for other expeditionary force units to maintain psychological balance. Especially since the Adeptus Mechanicus itself adopted an attitude of not wanting the expeditionary force to interfere, these tech priests felt that these mortals who understood nothing would only damage these precious alien technologies, so they did not wish for the expeditionary force to intervene. Whether it was the exploration fleet led by Archmagos Call, Gria Forge World represented by Kristen, or Mariupol Forge World led by Donia, all adopted a hardline stance, impatiently calling for reinforcements and demanding independent excavation. Their respective arc mechanicus continuously sent encrypted distress signals to orbit, as if this were not a battlefield but a technological treasure trove awaiting division. The three major factions' exploration teams delineated their spheres of influence on the map, with data blockades between them even stricter than those against the Necrons. Call's tech priests marked no-go zones on the map, Kristen's followers meticulously sealed their data storage units in cognito hazard arrays, while Donia's subordinates simply set up automated turrets in key passages not to defend against aliens, but to warn other Adeptus Mechanicus factions not to cross the line. Their animosity was so deep that in some areas, the Adeptus Militaris even refused to share battlefield intelligence, fearing their discoveries would be stolen by rivals. Chen Xi had personally witnessed a Gria Forge World servitor skull being instantly shattered by an electrical arc because it flew too close to Call's excavation site. That poor mechanical construct hadn't even managed to complete its scanning protocol before it turned into charred remains in a blinding blue flash. Call's retainers showed no remorse, merely coldly retrieving the skull's core data before continuing to focus on their excavation work. Meanwhile, the priests of Gria Forge World angrily mobilized a combat servitor squad in preparation for retaliation, and it was only Chen Xi's personal intervention that prevented a bloody conflict within the Adeptus Mechanicus. As the expeditionary force commander, Chen Xi naturally showed them respect. After all, under the Imperium system, the Adeptus Mechanicus's autonomy was almost unshakable. But he also emphasized to these tech priests that while they could conduct their archaeological work, it should not impede the expeditionary force's offensive. During a tactical meeting, he pointed at the Necron defense line on the holographic projection and said, "You may contend for every fragment of alien technology, but the expeditionary force's advance will not halt due to your academic disputes." To this, although all three tech priests expressed a certain degree of protest, after Chen Xi reiterated that the Necrons still had multiple core worlds to conquer, the three factions engaged in an intense internal data contest and ultimately agreed to Chen Xi's demands. Chapter 242, Cairn-class tomb ship. Although the expeditionary force's offensive pace had indeed slowed considerably due to various factors such as troop attrition, Adeptus Mechanicus battlefield archaeological efforts, and the Necrons' tenacious resistance. However, relying on the indomitable will and unwavering faith of the Imperium of Man's soldiers, the expeditionary force's steel tide ultimately broke through numerous obstacles, with its vanguard pointing directly at the Necrons' last stronghold on the planet Donetsk III, an astonishingly large Necron tomb complex. This was a breathtakingly colossal complex, with its main structure measuring at least tens of kilometers in diameter. Even though most of its primary structure was buried deep underground, towering black stone spires and magnificent Necron tomb architecture cast enormous shadows on the planet's surface. It was less a mere Necron tomb and more a complete city. Or rather, an eternal city built for the dead. Intricate networks of passages extended underground like a spiderweb, and the surfaces of massive pyramid-shaped structures were inscribed with ancient Necron script, glowing with an eerie green light. However, this architectural style certainly conformed to the Necrons' cultural characteristics. After all, their predecessors, the Necron-tier civilization, were a peculiar race that, due to their naturally short lifespans, built their cities to resemble Necron tombs. This tragic race suffered from toxic radiation due to abnormal activity from their home star, forcing them to build entire cities like gigantic underground Necron tombs to block the deadly radiation from the star. Over time, this survival necessity gradually evolved into a unique cultural tradition, with death and eternal slumber becoming the core themes of their art, architecture, and even philosophy. However, studying these ancient histories is meaningless now. That once glorious Necron-tier civilization, more than 60 million years ago during the War in Heaven, was literally eaten clean by the Cetan they foolishly worshipped. Their flesh was devoured, their souls torn apart, leaving only cold metal husks. The Necrons active in the galaxy today are merely the pathetic remnants of that ancient civilization, vengeful spirits imprisoned in metal bodies, cursed beings who can never truly find peace. Moreover, compared to the Necron's Necron tomb culture, Chen Xi always felt that the Necron tomb before him was somewhat strange. Are the fleets in orbit in position? Chen Xi inquired of his aide beside him. This was the Expeditionary Force's final battle on this planet, and Chen Xi hoped for a spectacular conclusion. Navy Lord General replied, "The fleet is in position." The aide responsible for coordinating with the Navy quickly responded. "Have the Imperial Navy fleet maintain close surveillance. They don't need to participate in orbital bombardment. Keep a close eye on the Mandeville Point and the surrounding star system, strictly preventing any sudden Necron reinforcements," Chen Xi ordered. The two previous sneak attacks by the Space Necron fleet on Rostov II made Chen Xi extremely sensitive to these elusive Necron warships. Although there were no signs of this Space Necron dynasty fully awakening so far, Chen Xi still had to be wary of whether conquering one of their core worlds would awaken the entire dynasty. The fleet was there to prevent the enemy from sending warship reinforcements. As for ground operations on the planet, Chen Xi was not afraid if the Necrons only sent reinforcements through portals. The Expeditionary Force had amassed millions of troops, with hundreds of thousands of Astra Militarum alone. The Necrons might not be able to overwhelm them quickly. Have the Titan Legion, Super Heavy Tank Clusters, and Imperial Knights prepare to attack. These three forces will lead the charge, with the Astra Militarum armored units following closely. Chen Xi issued his battle order: all forces, attack. As Chen Xi's order was given, the Expeditionary Force's war machine roared to life. The battle cries of the Titan Legion echoed across the sky, and the colossal war engines moved with heavy steps, shaking the ground beneath them. 3 Warhound-class Titans opened fire first, their volcano cannons scorching beams tearing through the air, striking the Necron tomb's outer shield and creating dazzling energy ripples. The Knight family's armored clusters followed closely, their ion shields flickering under the bombardment of Necron gauze weapons, while the Knights retaliated with thunderous gunfire, blasting the Necron warriors pouring out of the Necron tomb into fragments. The Astra Militarum's armored units advanced like a steel tide, the main cannons of Baneblade super heavy tanks and Lemon Rust tanks firing in unison, shells raining down on the Necron tomb's entrance. Infantry, relying on armored cover, suppressed the Necron warriors emerging from the depths of the Necron tomb with lasguns and plasma weapons. However, the Necron's counterattack was equally fierce. The Necron tomb's defensive turrets activated, green gauze rays sweeping across the battlefield. Several tanks were instantly disintegrated into molecular dust, and some unfortunate soldiers didn't even have time to scream before turning into scattered ashes. Just as the Expeditionary Force's offensive deepened, the entire Necron tomb suddenly began to tremble violently. "What's going on?" Chen Xi demanded sharply, the battlefield communication channel filled with chaotic alarm sounds. "Inquisitor, the Necron tomb is moving." A tech priest reported in horror, its base is detaching from the surface. Chen Xi's gaze was fixed on the center of the battlefield. The colossal Necron structure was slowly rising, the ground cracking, and countless rubble and dust cascaded from its base like a waterfall. The Necron tomb's outer shell began to deform, the previously dormant colossal structure unfolding to reveal hidden propulsion arrays and weapon platforms. "Damn it!" Chen Xi gritted his teeth, "This isn't a normal Necron tomb, this is a Cairn-class tomb ship." The Necron's last Necron tomb on Donetsk III was not a Necron tomb complex or a Necron tomb city, but a deeply buried battleship-class Cairn-class tomb ship. The long years or the Necron's own concealment had allowed only a portion of this warship to be exposed above ground, making it appear like a Necron tomb city. But in reality, this was a Necron warship buried deep underground, with a long axis exceeding 40 kilometers, even larger than the Imperial Navy's battleships currently in orbit. Gazing at the gigantic crescent-shaped warship rising from the ground, and the troops falling to the ground because of the tomb ship's ascent, Chen Xi felt his teeth nearly shattering. He truly hadn't expected the Necrons to hide such a trick. "Have the fleet engage in battle, stop it for me." His voice echoed through the communication channel, "We cannot let this tomb ship escape, or all our previous sacrifices will be meaningless." At his command, the fleet in orbit swiftly engaged in battle. Macro cannon and land strikes began to rain down from the sky, striking the colossal Necron warship. Chapter 243 Interception Operation. The moment the Cairn-class tomb ship detached from the ground, the Imperial Navy's monitoring arrays deployed in orbit around Donetsk III immediately issued a piercing alarm. Dozens of auger arrays simultaneously locked onto the behemoth, and the red marker representing the enemy ship on the tactical display almost burst through the entire holographic projection interface. "By the Holy Emperor!" The tactical officer of the battleship Hammer of Mariupol, the Navy fleet flagship, gasped, "The size of this Xenos warship, it exceeds any model recorded in our database." Navy Lord General Astart von Kloss stood on the bridge command platform, his scarred face looking particularly grim under the flashing alarm lights. His sharp gaze swept across the tactical hologram, and he immediately realized the gravity of the situation. This Necron's warship, currently ascending, was at least 30 kilometers long, equivalent to 3 Imperial battleships connected end-to-end. All fleets immediately enter combat status. General Klaus's voice boomed like thunder through the fleet communication channel. All capital ships immediately adjust orbit and concentrate fire on that Xenos warship. Prioritize attacking its propulsion system. In fact, even before receiving the official order from Planetary Governor Chen Xi, this battle-hardened Navy general had already issued the attack command. He knew too well the consequences of such a super warship breaking through orbital defenses. The entire Imperial fleet in the star system could be destroyed by it alone. General, according to energy readings, the void shield strength of this Xenos warship far exceeds imagination. A nearby adjutant read the data from a sensor array, trembling with fear. Our macro cannon arrays might. Silence. General Klaus sternly interrupted. The Emperor's warriors never fear strong enemies. Order the cruiser formations to advance and form a crossfire net. Destroyer and frigate formations maintain mobility, aim for its engine nozzles, and launch torpedoes when the opportunity arises. Following a series of commands, the Imperial fleet in orbit began to reorganize its formation like an alarmed swarm of bees. Dozens of warships' plasma engines spewed dazzling blue flames, and macro cannon arrays slowly rotated, aiming at the colossal object breaking through the atmosphere. Although every Navy officer knew full well even if the entire Imperial fleet in orbit around Donetsk III were assembled, it would probably be difficult to sink this Necron super warship. In space combat, mass itself is the most terrifying weapon. A giant ship tens of kilometers long, its structural integrity alone was sufficient to withstand continuous bombardment from conventional firepower, not to mention it was also equipped with the Necron's technology, which was almost magical. First volley ready. The weapons officer reported loudly. Fire. At General Klaus's command, dozens of dazzling energy beams streaked across the dark void. Macro cannons fired shells that traced deadly trajectories in the vacuum, torpedo arrays spewed out swarms of destructive seeds, and lances struck down like sharp swords. All this firepower, enough to destroy a city, was unleashed upon the ascending tomb ship. Explosions flared on the surface of the Xenos warship but were quickly absorbed by some kind of green energy field. The bizarre living metal hull of the Necron's ship didn't even show visible damage. Second reload. Do not cease fire. General Klaus roared, simultaneously receiving a communication request from the planetary surface. It was Governor Chen Xi's official order, demanding the fleet stop the tomb ship from ascending at all costs. The general's lips twisted into a grim smile. Tell Governor Chen Xi, the Imperial Navy never fails its mission. All fleet attention, all warships push forward to engagement distance. For the Emperor. As this destined to be tragic space battle began, every Imperial warship charged towards the invincible Xenos behemoth like moths to a flame. They knew the hope of victory was slim, but the Imperial Navy's creed was to fight every enemy until death. On the ground, Chen Xi gazed up at the colossal object gradually ascending. Although the Imperial Navy's artillery wove a dense net of fire around it, the Xenos warship still broke through the atmosphere with an unstoppable momentum. He narrowed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously clenching, knuckles turning white from the effort. The Navy had done its best, but clearly the fleet alone probably couldn't stop it. Staff. Chen Xi suddenly turned, his voice low and cold. Connect me to the Adeptus Mechanicus, all three of them. The staff officer dared not delay, immediately activating the communication array. Holographic projections flickered before Chen Xi, and the images of 3 tech priests appeared one by one. Great Sage Call of Mars, Kristen representing the Gria Forge world, and Donia of the Mariupol Forge world. Chen Xi wasted no time on pleasantries, getting straight to the point. The Imperial Navy might not be able to stop that Xenos warship. I need the Adeptus Mechanicus to shoot it down. His sharp gaze swept over the three, and a cold smile tugged at his lips as he offered terms the Adeptus Mechanicus could not refuse. Whoever can sink it will have priority excavation rights, but if the Navy sinks it in the end, the Inquisition will take over everything. This statement was like a precisely placed bomb, instantly igniting the reactions of the three parties. Call's mechanical optical implants flickered with crimson light, and he responded almost without hesitation, my Forge Arc will immediately join the battle. His voice carried the characteristic hum of machinery, but the fanaticism within was unmistakable. Nothing could make the Adeptus Mechanicus crazier than a complete Necron's warship. Kristen nodded slightly, her expression solemn in the holographic projection. The Gria fleet will fight for the Imperium. Although Gria Forge World had not dispatched a Forge Arc, their warships carrying the Titan Legion were still a formidable force. Donia's projection flickered slightly. She was silent for a moment but quickly made her decision. Mariupol Forge World will also commit to the battle. Her voice was calm, but Chen Xi could hear the suppressed excitement within it. In fact, Donia had no room to refuse. Not participating would not only offend Chen Xi and the Imperial High Command but also miss an excellent opportunity to acquire Necron's technology. After all, the Necron's technological artifacts she had previously obtained from Chen Xi had already driven the entire Mariupol Forge World into a frenzy. Those tech priests worked day and night researching those Xenos devices, even resorting to internal strife for it. And now, a complete tomb ship? This was practically a sacred relic bestowed by the Omnissiah. Their lack of immediate, enthusiastic display was merely a tactic of holding out for a better offer, coupled with the needless reserve and arrogance of certain Adeptus Mechanicus factions. Chapter 244, The Cooked Duck Flew Away. The Adeptus Mechanicus fleet joining the battle added a new variable to this blocking action. As soon as this force from the Adeptus Mechanicus appeared, it displayed a completely different combat style from the Imperial Navy. Their warships were generally equipped with Nova cannons, and each salvo of these incredibly powerful weapons could carve out dazzling energy trails in the void. Even more daunting were the tech priests standing on the bridges of their ships. In their hands, they wielded relics from the dark age of technology that the Adeptus Mechanicus had tirelessly recovered from ancient ruins across the galaxy. These technological creations, unearthed by members of the Adeptus Mechanicus from various forbidden sites over many years, each contained terrifying power capable of changing the tide of battle. Among them were existences that could be called ultimate weapons even in the dark age of technology, dimensional weapons capable of distorting physical laws, singularity generators that could trigger stellar-level energy bursts, and even legendary ultimate weapons rumored to be able to erase entire star systems. If they were willing to throw out all these trump cards, let alone a Necron tomb, even the entire planet of Donetsk III could be reduced to cosmic dust under the sacred wrath of the Omnissiah. However, the fervent desire for the alien technology on the Necron tomb led the Adeptus Mechanicus to adopt a more cautious tactic. They would not use those ultimate weapons that could completely destroy this valuable archaeological sample, but instead carefully selected a batch of ancient technological weapons capable of disabling rather than destroying. In the armories of the Great Sage's forge arcs, long-sealed ancient technological relics were reawakened, each a treasured possession of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The tech priests chanted binary prayers in low voices, guiding these sacred machine spirits towards the battlefield. Among these red-robed figures, the most striking was undoubtedly the avatar of Archmagos Call. Although this oldest great sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus, who had lived for 10,000 years, could not personally be present on the battlefield, his avatar could still represent his will. Moreover, although the forge arc he used was only one of several forge arcs in his possession, it still stored a large number of astonishing creations from the dark age of technology. In his long life experience, which could rival the history of the Imperium, such a well-preserved Necron tomb was also an extremely rare archaeological discovery. To ensure the complete capture of this valuable alien void ship, Call did not hesitate to use one of the most precious ancient relics on his forge arc, a mysterious device from the dark age of technology. The moment this ancient creation from the dark age of technology was activated, it released a heart-pounding energy pulse. Its operating principle had long surpassed the understanding of current Imperial technology, with a strange quantum glow flickering at its core, as if devouring the fundamental laws of the surrounding space. The shield systems of all void ships across the entire battlefield immediately produced a violent resonance, and whether it was the Imperial Navy's traditional void shields or the Adeptus Mechanicus' meticulously tuned energy shields, they all fluctuated violently like fragile soap bubbles in front of this ancient artifact. Shield readings flickered wildly on the bridge's display screens, and the tech priests quickly adjusted data parameters, attempting to stabilize the system, but the shield generators still emitted ear-piercing overload alarms. Some smaller frigates even had to temporarily shut down their shields to prevent their core energy from being completely burned out by the resonance effect of this ancient artifact. However, Call's calculations were impeccably precise. He did not cause the allied void ship's shields to collapse, but instead precisely locked the full power of this weapon onto the Necron tomb. Accompanied by an energy wave that covered the entire battlefield, the massive void ship's shields instantly dissipated as if torn apart by an invisible hand. Even more terrifying, the shield system itself suffered some deep-seated damage, and the Necron's unique self-repair mechanism was completely ineffective in the face of this ancient technology. Necron's technology has always been known for its almost insurmountable stability, but now, their shield system was completely paralyzed and could not be restarted. The Imperial Navy fleet, of course, would not let such an opportunity slip away. The battleship's main gun arrays quickly charged, the macro cannons' muzzles glowed with destructive light, lance arrays cut through the void, and dense swarms of torpedoes rushed towards the target like a swarm of bees. And the three factions of the Adeptus Mechanicus all simultaneously locked onto the Necron tomb's propulsion system. They knew that once this colossal void ship regained its mobility, paralyzing it again would be much more difficult. Thus, after a brief tactical coordination, the Adeptus Mechanicus fleet made an almost insane decision. They directly used Nova cannons, aiming at the Necron tomb's thruster array. The power of a Nova cannon was enough to tear apart a planetary surface, and now, their targets were the engines of this enormous Necron void ship. Several blinding energy torrents slammed into the rear of the Necron tomb, and the explosion's light even briefly illuminated the entire battlefield. Without shield protection, even the Necron's proud living metal armor could not completely withstand such fierce firepower. The massive hull trembled under the impact, the thruster arrays were completely destroyed, and some areas were even melted into molten metal torrents by the Nova cannon's aftermath. This once invincible alien behemoth was now finally forced to stop, becoming the most conspicuous target on the battlefield. Its massive size had once given it unparalleled firepower and defense, but now, it had become an unavoidable sitting duck. The Necron void ship could originally rely on its almost invincible shields and the self-healing ability of living metal to withstand most attacks, but now that its shields were destroyed, it could only rely on pure armor and structure to endure the Imperial fleet's and Adeptus Mechanicus' relentless bombardment. And even the strongest metal, in the face of such dense firepower, would eventually yield. However, just when everyone thought the situation was settled and the Imperial Navy was about to win the final victory of this battle, the battlefield situation suddenly took a dramatic turn. As the fleets of the three Adeptus Mechanicus factions had already begun to secretly compete, preparing to contend for the final kill to gain priority excavation rights, the reality structure in front of the heavily damaged Necron tomb suddenly warped, and a deep purple warp rift slowly opened like a demon's eye. No. This alien void ship is going to warp jump away. Block it quickly. The tech priest's binary roars instantly filled the entire communication channel, and the Imperial Navy commanders were so anxious their eyes were about to burst. To see this cooked duck about to fly away was unacceptable to anyone. The Adeptus Mechanicus fleet immediately lifted all fire restrictions, and those forbidden weapons originally intended as reserves revealed their fangs. The Imperial Navy, even more frantically, unleashed all its ammunition reserves, even close-range defense guns firing wildly regardless of their range limits. However, this alien void ship displayed astonishing resilience. Its living metal shell continuously self-repaired under the bombardment, and although the entire hull was riddled with holes, it still maintained basic navigation functions. The most despairing thing was that its warp jump speed far exceeded the Imperium's most advanced void ship, completing warp jump preparations almost the instant the warp rift fully opened. Under the desperate gaze of the Imperial fleet, this behemoth, enduring firepower capable of destroying a fleet, dragged its broken body and slowly slipped into the warp rift. Chapter 245, Chen Xi's Fury. During the post-battle military meeting, the atmosphere was so heavy it could almost be wrung out. Chen Xi's face was ashen, and the Inquisitor's eyes, overflowing with psychic energy, swept over every high-ranking member of the expeditionary force present, causing them to involuntarily straighten their backs. Damn it! You actually let it escape. Chen Xi cursed, slamming his fist on the table, leaving a deep imprint on the thick, solid wood conference table. You are blaspheming the God Emperor. Because of your foolish mistake, immeasurable consequences will befall the entire expedition. His voice boomed like thunder in the conference room, and he pointed an accusing finger at the noses of the Imperial Navy commander and the Adeptus Mechanicus representative. Those generals, normally so high and mighty, now hung their heads like new recruits who had made a mistake, not daring to breathe loudly. After all, allowing a nearly destroyed enemy vessel to escape right under their noses was a grave responsibility that could not be shirked. According to Imperial military law, Chen Xi could execute the Navy Lord General and all senior generals responsible for the command on the spot, and it would be entirely reasonable and justified. In fact, for such a severe error, shooting them would be considered a lenient punishment. According to the Inquisition's usual style, for such a serious error, the main responsible party and his family would be excommunicated. Because this was not merely a tactical failure, but a humiliating defeat significant enough to be recorded in the Imperial military history. If it weren't for the fact that the Imperium had no direct jurisdiction over the Adeptus Mechanicus, Chen Xi could have even dismantled those Adeptus Mechanicus sages into parts. Even if Chen Xi were to dispute with Mars over this matter, Mars would still have to concede 3 points. However, surprisingly, although Chen Xi was radiating powerful psychic energy, indicating his extreme anger and loss of control, he still did not do anything to these generals. Aside from pointing at their noses and scolding them in the conference room for over an entire Terra hour, he did not execute them as the Inquisition typically would. Chen Xi's words echoed through the conference hall, each word striking the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. The psychic energy surging around him gradually subsided, but his eyes still burned with cold fury. Although your foolish mistake has caused a huge loophole in this campaign, and may even lay the groundwork for the failure of the entire expedition, his voice was low and dangerous, I do not wish to assign blame now. This statement allowed several Navy generals, who had already placed their hands on their sidearms, preparing to commit suicide in atonement to the Imperium, to slightly relax their tense nerves. Chen Xi forced himself to take a deep breath, and the air in the conference room seemed to solidify with it. The immediate priority now is to deal with the mess you've made. His knuckles rapped on the table with a dull thud, each syllable like a whiplashing at the dignity of everyone present. At this point, the suppressed anger surged again, and Chen Xi's psychic fluctuations caused the data pads on the conference table to flicker erratically. He suppressed his emotions, his voice becoming even colder. This escaped warship is very likely to awaken the entire Necron dynasty. Because of your mistake, this war is about to escalate. My original plan, Chen Xi's voice was squeezed through gritted teeth, his fist slamming heavily on the conference table, causing the holographic projection of the star system to even wobble from the impact, was to systematically eradicate their Necron tomb worlds one by one while the Necron dynasty was still asleep. But because of your mistake, we now have to consider facing a fully awakened Necron dynasty. These words exploded like a bomb in the conference room. The Navy generals' faces instantly turned pale, and several older commanders even stumbled backward. Someone was already trembling as he unholstered his pistol, but a cold glance from Chen Xi froze these impulsive officers in place. Navy Fleet, Chen Xi commanded in an unquestionable voice, from this moment on, commence reconnaissance of all planets within the subsector marked with traces of Necron tomb world existence. I want to ensure all Necron tomb worlds are under surveillance. I need to know if they have awakened, and if they are preparing to launch an attack on the Imperium. This order meant that countless reconnaissance vessels would delve into dangerous star systems, very likely never to return. But at this moment, no one dared to raise an objection, only silently recording this directive that could send countless Navy soldiers to their deaths. Furthermore, Chen Xi continued, his voice like ice, you must gather the fleet, even if it means requesting aid from the solar system fleet, you must bring me enough reinforcements. We must be prepared to face a large-scale Necron's fleet. The Navy generals nodded mechanically, they knew what this order meant. The entire sector's defensive strength would be depleted, leaving countless Imperial worlds undefended. But under Chen Xi's oppressive presence, no one dared to utter a single word of dissent. Turning to the Adeptus Mechanicus representative, Chen Xi's gaze sharpened even more. This matter is very serious, he stared at Call's flickering red mechanical eye. Although the Adeptus Mechanicus does not bear primary responsibility, it is an undeniable fact that you contributed to the escape of that ship. Call's mechanical vocalizer emitted a slight hum, but he did not retort. And Kristen and Donia, seeing that Call, the senior great sage, did not speak, also offered no opinions. Therefore, I require the Adeptus Mechanicus to increase its investment in this expedition, Chen Xi said, enunciating each word, more warships, more Adeptus Militaris and Titan legions. His gaze swept over Kristen and Donia. Additionally, you must conduct a comprehensive sweep of all Imperial-controlled planets within this subsector. I do not want those damned Xenos to still have warp gates on Imperial planets. His voice suddenly rose. The situation where Xenos warp to Imperial worlds to launch sneak attacks on our rear halfway through the war will absolutely not be allowed to happen in this expedition. Call's bionic eye flickered with thought, and after a moment of silence, his mechanical vocalizer emitted a low voice. If that is your command, then the Adeptus Mechanicus will obey your command, sir. The millennia-old great sage uncharacteristically lowered his head. Although his status meant he didn't have to obey Chen Xi, he indeed showed obedience in Chen Xi's presence. The conference room was silent. Everyone understood that a war far more brutal than anticipated was about to begin. And facing the silent crowd, Chen Xi merely sighed and then prayed, "May the Emperor protect us, that this war does not escalate into a disaster that engulfs the entire sector." Hearing Chen Xi's prayer, everyone also silently prayed to the Emperor, praying that the Emperor on the throne could truly protect them, protect the Imperium and humanity, and help them overcome this crisis. Chapter 246, Star God Shard. If you ask me, Chen Xi, that battle of yours was a bit of a mess. In Chen Xi's home from the 3K era, several friends who had just finished their crossing were sprawled on the sofa, re-evaluating the previous war. The cold air from the air conditioner blew, but it couldn't dispel the atmosphere of frustration that permeated the room. Everyone present had a look of displeasure on their faces about how the battle had turned out. Who would have thought those tech priests would pull a stunt like that on me? Damn it, it's infuriating enough that the Necron tomb turned into a Necron tomb ship and fled, but they didn't even stop it. Chen Xi irritably ran his hand through his hair, picked up an iced cola, and chugged it. The coolness of the iced cola slightly alleviated his mood of depression. Just thinking about potentially facing a fully awakened space Necron dynasty made his temples throb. By the way, what do we do now? If the Necron dynasty fully awakens, even losing tens of millions of people would be considered light losses. This expeditionary force's strength is completely insufficient. Mai was not optimistic about the upcoming war. So, are we going to request aid from the Imperium? Gutierrez asked from the side. Requesting aid is a certainty, and not just from the Department of Military Affairs. We should also request aid from the Adeptus Mechanicus through call. Without the Adeptus Mechanicus to deal with the Necron dynasty's technological sorcery, we could be crushed by the great weapons in the hands of the Necron tomb technicians. Chen Xi's understanding was very clear. He didn't believe he had the ability to deal with a complete Necron dynasty, even if he had just destroyed one of its core worlds. As for us, these are all secondary matters right now. The key is that we must first confirm the Necron dynasty's awakening status and whether they possess any great weapons. 32 spoke up at this point, giving her opinion. She had been responsible for logistical maintenance during this period and had worked very hard. Are you referring to the Star God shards and those ancient great weapons? Chen Xi strongly agreed with 32's concern. In fact, this was precisely what was troubling him. Although their terrifying aspects were not fully displayed in tabletop battles, in the grand background setting of Warhammer 40K, the ancient dark technologies mastered by the Necrons were indeed horrifying. This mechanical race, which had been dormant for 60 million years, had reached a technological level that was almost miraculous. The most famous of these was the Shining Star map located on the crown world of the Olusker dynasty. This seemingly elegant work of art was actually a super device capable of monitoring every star in the galaxy in real time. Even more terrifying, it could instantly detonate any selected star into a supernova. This ultimate weapon, capable of destroying entire star systems, was merely considered a decoration with immeasurable artistic value in the eyes of the Necrons. And the Star God shards they controlled could arbitrarily violate the laws of physics. These imprisoned Star God shards could wantonly warp reality, manipulating the most basic laws of physics at will. The most famous example is the birth of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The unconscious influence emanating from the Void Dragon shard sealed beneath Mars alone gave rise to the ecclesiarchy that worshipped machinery. Even more unsettling, these were just the tip of the iceberg in the Necrons' technological arsenal. Any one of their super weapons, slumbering deep within the Necron tomb worlds, if fully activated, could lead to the collapse of the entire physical structure of the galaxy. The Great Rift, which spans the entire galaxy, is even a scar left over from the war in heaven between the Necrons and the Old Ones. It's hard to imagine what terrifying super weapons they hold in their hands. In this dark universe, the Necrons are like sleeping giants holding countless doomsday buttons, and Chen Xi and his companions are about to face such an awakened giant. If it's a Star God shard, this small dynasty we're facing might not have one, right? Even Trazen the Infinite only has one shard. Can such a small dynasty really produce one? Twilight felt that others were somewhat overly concerned. After all, entities of the Star God shard level were extremely rare strategic resources even within the entire Necron society. A legendary overlord like Trazen the Infinite only possessed one shard, carefully hidden in his museum. This small dynasty that suddenly appeared didn't seem like it could possess such a great weapon. However, Chen Xi shook his head and said with a solemn tone, although Trazen the Infinite is famous, he is, after all, only a dynasty overlord, not even a Phaeron. Moreover, the distribution of Star God shards does not entirely depend on the size of the dynasty. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and continued to explain, some small dynasties might have coincidentally inherited legacies from the ancient war era, or discovered unrecovered shards deep within a forgotten Necron tomb. What's more, the dynasty we are facing, although not large in scale, considering the combat power they are now displaying. Do you really think they are just ordinary small dynasties? Twilight frowned, clearly shaken by this possibility. Chen Xi sighed, his voice low, if the opponent really pulls out a Star God shard, what will we use to block it? Rely on the fleet's void shields? Rely on the Psyker's amulets? Or rely on the piety of faith in the Emperor? He gave a bitter smile. We can't really just they have a wolf-tooth club, I have a skull, can we? The room fell silent for a moment. Everyone knew that if the opponent truly deployed a Star God Shard, it would no longer be a matter of conventional warfare, it would be the collapse of physical laws, the disintegration of reality's structure, and possibly even a direct rewriting of the battlefield's space-time continuum. At that point, what they would face would no longer be an army, but a walking natural disaster. So what are you going to do now? Gutierrez looked at Chen Xi, seemingly also stumped by the problem. Simply asking the Imperium for aid is useless. Although the Department of Military Affairs will provide some support, it's impossible for them to offer unlimited assistance. The Imperium always provides just enough, we won't receive support beyond what's necessary. Tell Call about the Star God Shard, Chen Xi calmly stated his plan. Tell Call? Will that help? 32 frowned slightly, feeling that Chen Xi's plan was somewhat unreliable. Expecting Call to deal with the Star God Shard is definitely unrealistic. Although he is the greatest great sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus and is jokingly called Doricor, it doesn't mean he's truly omnipotent. Chen Xi shook his head, then explained his reasoning, but if we're talking about who among the reinforcements we can currently contact is most likely to resolve this matter, it's undoubtedly only Call. He is, after all, a terrifying entity who has lived for 10,000 years. With ample preparation, he should still be able to deal with the Star God Shard. Inquisitor Chen Xi, may I know the purpose of your visit? Call's deep, mechanical voice echoed through the Forge Ark's reception hall. The great sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus was leaning on his Forge Axe, observing Chen Xi. Due to the extensive mechanical modifications to his body, he was too massive to sit down. Several servitor skulls hovered around him, with countless pieces of information and data being exchanged between them and Call. Evidently, the great sage was still busy even while receiving a guest. For this expedition, great sage, Chen Xi went straight to the point, knowing that tech priests disliked meaningless waste of time. How much do you know about the Necrons, this Xenos civilization? He looked up at Call's seemingly original eye, his gaze sharp and imposing. They were once a technologically advanced and glorious race, but as of now, they seem to be left with only ruins and sleeping tombs. Call's reply was standard, his voice, transmitted through a loudspeaker, betraying no emotion. This answer generally aligned with the Imperium's mainstream view of the Necrons, and it also did not exceed necessary limits. After all, Chen Xi was an inquisitor. Although Call, as a high-ranking member of the Adeptus Mechanicus, did not fear the Inquisition's authority, it was always better to avoid unnecessary complications. Call now diverted one of his many thought processes to specifically address Chen Xi's questions, carefully considering his intentions. However, Chen Xi was clearly not there to exchange common knowledge with Call. He directly asked, then, Great Sage, do you know about the Star Gods? Call's red robe trembled slightly, and a flicker of confusion passed through his bionic eye. He was silent for a moment, seemingly searching his vast database, and finally shook his head. Star Gods? Some kind of heretical belief? In my database, records of this term are almost non-existent. They could be said to be the former faith of the Necrons, but they are not merely a faith. Chen Xi revealed the existence and nature of the Star Gods to Call. According to my investigation and verification, Star Gods are super life forms that once truly existed. They once fed on stars and possessed incredibly powerful, even godlike, abilities. Call's bionic eye flickered slightly, his gaze fixed on Chen Xi, indicating that he was listening intently. Chen Xi continued, they could warp space-time, reshape matter, turn a planet into dust in an instant, and even create life from nothingness. Arbitrarily twisting physical laws, elevating a race's technology to an incomprehensible degree, Chen Xi's voice grew solemn. These seemingly unbelievable things were all the mighty powers once possessed by the Star Gods. At this point, Chen Xi solemnly said to Call, and the Necrontyr, the predecessors of the Necrons, were able to develop from a weak, near-extinct race into a vast empire spanning the entire galaxy precisely because they acquired the power of the Star Gods. However, at this juncture, Chen Xi changed his tone and revealed a result that even Call had not anticipated, but it was also due to their faith in the Star Gods that ultimately led to the demise of the entire Necrontyr civilization. The current Necrons are merely the result of the Necrontyr's attempts at achieving immortality. A brief silence fell over the laboratory, broken only by the hum of machinery in the air. Call's bionic eye glowed with a cold blue light, and the servitors and cooling systems on his body emitted a faint hum, indicating the high-speed operation that only occurred when he was deeply engaged. Clearly, what Chen Xi said had garnered the great sage's intense attention and profound interest. Call had already realized that a secret, long sealed in the river of history, was now slowly unveiling its mysterious veil. His logic processors whirred, attempting to cross-reference the information provided by Chen Xi with the Adeptus Mechanicus's ancient databases, but records concerning Star Gods were almost entirely blank. If these Star Gods truly exist, Call's voice was low and hoarse, with the electronic texture characteristic of machinery, then where are they now? His tone revealed a rare thirst for knowledge, and although he maintained the composure befitting a great sage, Chen Xi could detect a subtle shift in his attitude. Chen Xi's words had indeed piqued his interest. Although Call could not yet understand why Chen Xi would bring up such an ancient and hidden existence at this moment, as a great sage of the Adeptus Mechanicus who pursued knowledge, he instinctively craved more information. Even if it might involve heretical doctrines, or some forbidden knowledge deliberately erased by the Imperium. They were torn apart by the Necrons, in a physical sense. Chen Xi did not hold back, directly addressing the main reason for his visit to Call today. approximately 60 million years ago, the Necrons, led by the star gods, launched a grand war against beings called the Old Ones, a war that tore apart the entire galaxy. Towards the end of the war, the star gods defeated the Old Ones at great cost, which also left them weakened. It was at this time that the Necrons silently turned on the star gods who controlled them. Some star gods were killed, and some fled this galaxy, but most of the star gods were fragmented into countless pieces by the Necrons and imprisoned using a device called a hyperdimensional cube. During their imprisonment, the star god shards would continuously damage their prisons, but these prisons, specifically designed by the Necrons to contain star god shards, could continuously extract the infinite energy contained within the star god shards to power their tomb worlds. Of course, this energy would also be used to repair the hyperdimensional cubes themselves, which were constantly being damaged by the star god shards, thus ensuring that the star gods would never be released. At this point, Chen Xi paused briefly, then said to Call, however, when the Necrons are at a disadvantage on the battlefield, or when defeat is irreversible, they will also release these prisoners onto the battlefield, relying on the incredibly powerful strength of the star god shards to destroy the Necrons' enemies. So, does the Necron dynasty we are facing possess a star god shard? Call asked the question Chen Xi most wanted to hear. I'm not certain, but the possibility of them possessing a star god shard is not zero, Chen Xi replied, while also making a request. Therefore, I hope that you, great sage, can prepare a sufficiently sturdy containment device. In case we encounter this thing on the battlefield, we won't be caught unprepared. Chapter 248, War Gains. Although the Necrons dynasty was about to awaken, the Imperial Navy still needed some time to consolidate and analyze the reconnaissance intelligence spread across various sectors. These fragmented pieces of information, gathered from different reconnaissance fleets, detection arrays, and border outposts, were like puzzle pieces that needed to be carefully compared and verified to assemble a complete picture of the battlefield. Furthermore, the expeditionary force, having just experienced a major war, also needed time to rest and reorganize. Even though Chen Xi had previously arranged for them to undergo phased rest, and the previous offensive was generally a steady, step-by-step advance, there were inevitably losses once they entered the battlefield. Every battle consumed the soldiers' physical strength and will, even the most elite units needed room to breathe. Not only that, but the intense fighting also caused some units to become disorganized. On the smoke-filled battlefield, some fell behind while covering comrades, some got separated from the main force while pursuing enemies, and others mistakenly entered unknown areas during chaotic transfers. In short, it required some time for them to rejoin their units. At the same time, logistical work such as replenishing weapons and ammunition, repairing and maintaining equipment, and treating the wounded was proceeding at full throttle. The tech priests accompanying the armored units worked sleepless nights in the workshops to repair damaged war machines, medical stations were filled with wounded waiting for treatment, and transport ships shuttled back and forth between the fleet and the planetary surface, delivering supplies. Every one of these links was crucial for the army to maintain its combat effectiveness. It could be said that what happened after the war was far more complex and important than the fighting itself. Victory or defeat on the battlefield was often just the final outcome, and what determined this outcome were countless trivial but crucial support tasks behind the scenes. Fighting only required brave soldiers and a commander who wasn't useless. Generally, things would turn out all right. But when it came to logistics, that was no simple matter. It required precise calculations, meticulous planning, and efficient execution. Any error in a single link could lead to catastrophic consequences. If one had to say, an excellent logistics officer who could manage logistics well was often more important than a general who could win battles. They were like the invisible pillars maintaining the army's operation, using papers, data, and scheduling instead of guns and cannons, yet equally determining the course of the war. As the ancient military proverb says, amateurs discuss tactics, professionals discuss logistics. For example, the reason Napoleon, regarded by many as a world-class military strategist in the 3K era, was able to sweep across Europe was largely due to his emphasis on logistics, which ensured his army maintained high morale and combat effectiveness. Chen Xi admitted that he didn't quite understand logistics, although he served as the supreme commander of the expeditionary force. Managing logistics, a task requiring extreme patience and meticulous thinking, was not his strong suit. Moreover, the expeditionary force's logistics system far surpassed the understanding of the 3K era. Its complexity was enough to astound any 3K era military strategist. The Imperial Navy's star fleets needed to maintain massive warships, refuel, and coordinate escort routes. The vast numbers of Astra Militarum troops required allocation of weaponry, rations, uniforms, and countless trivial but necessary supplies. The even larger but more disorganized Holy War Army was even more troublesome, often lacking the discipline of regular forces yet having diverse supply needs. As for the Astartes and Battle Sisters, though their scale was not large, their logistics were more complex. Their equipment was excellent but maintenance costs were extremely high, and their specialized power armor, sacred relics, and required special materials each needed dedicated logistics channels. To manage the logistics of each component well required extremely high coordination capabilities, not only a thorough understanding of the Empire's vast military system but also the ability to operate efficiently within the intricate bureaucratic system, and even to know how to deal with various factions to ensure supplies reached the front lines on time. Chen Xi admitted he didn't have such capabilities, but as the supreme commander of the expeditionary force, he didn't need to do everything himself. He only needed to show his emphasis on logistics, regularly listen to reports, and give sufficient support to the logistics department, and the Imperial Army officers below would naturally do things well. After all, what the Empire lacked least were conscientious bureaucrats and calculating quartermasters. It was precisely because of this that Chen Xi had time to tally his gains from this campaign. After the tomb ship escaped, this campaign was considered to have concluded, and the experience and points from the Emperor were settled in due course. However, Chen Xi had many other matters to deal with earlier and didn't pay attention to this immediately. The campaign on Donetsk 3 brought Chen Xi a total of 7,000 experience points and 20,000 points, which was his largest gain to date, but the mission evaluation was not high. The Emperor is disappointed by your failure to achieve complete victory. The escaped tomb ship will bring severe consequences to Imperial worlds, and your dereliction of duty will cost countless loyal warriors of the Emperor their lives to compensate. This was the evaluation displayed by the servitor skull, which Chen Xi found hard to comment on. However, this was also very much in Huang Lao Han's style. He would praise you to the heavens when he needed you, but discard you like a worn-out shoe when you failed to satisfy him. For example, his several good sons, if only he hadn't been so inhumane. Never mind, overgrown babies like Angren are not within the scope of evaluation, and the remaining twisted individuals were not something Huang Lao Han could handle. And more than these, Chen Xi was more concerned about how much strengthening he could gain. 7,000 experience points was his largest experience gain so far, but it only raised his authorization level to 4, not yet reaching V. Level 3 to 4 required 5,000 experience points, so 7,000 was enough to upgrade, but it was not enough to fill the 10,000 experience point slot required for level 4 to V. Compared to the experience for upgrading, the 20,000 points were the real big gain, at least for Chen Xi. He now had enough money to exchange for the spaceborne particle excavator STC he had previously eyed. If he acquired this item, Chen Xi dared to say he could overwhelm the current Necron dynasty with an army. Of course, the premise was that he had enough time to build the spaceborne particle excavator and then mass-produce an army to overwhelm the enemy. He was just afraid that before he could act, the Necrons would already begin mass-producing their forces and overwhelm him instead. So, rather than exchanging for the spaceborne particle excavator STC, Chen Xi felt he should first strengthen the expeditionary force's capabilities to better cope with the Necrons' upcoming offensive. He didn't expect to win outright, but at least he needed to be able to block the Necrons' advance, giving himself a chance to gather forces, hold the line, and launch a counterattack. And this required excellent commanders to lead the army in battle. Chen Xi felt that the current generals of the expeditionary force probably wouldn't be able to complete this task. Chapter 249, Ahriman's Idea. When it comes to excellent war commanders, most people might first think of the 3 chosen commissars, especially the one-eyed Yerrick, who was a formidable individual capable of confronting the orc god chosen Gashgulthrika. As for the remaining Commissar Kane and Commissar Gaunt, the former might not be adept at commanding battles, but his immense luck still made him one of the Empire's foremost war heroes. Besides these 3, the Empire also boasts many other outstanding commanders, such as Lord Castellan Creed, who commanded the defense of Cadia, a top-tier commander even Trazen the Infinite sought to collect. However, the reinforcements Chen Xi prepared for himself were not these mortal commanders. After all, they had not undergone modifications, and their combat capabilities were indeed somewhat lacking. Comparatively, a Space Marine as a commander would undoubtedly be stronger. However, in the 40K era, due to the Empire's unique political environment, Space Marines no longer frequently served as the Empire's military commanders. Especially after the Badab War, the High Lords of Terra's distrust of Space Marines reached its peak. Of course, this does not diminish the exceptional military talent and command ability possessed by an Astartes. In fact, any Astartes possesses the ability to command a battle line without fully understanding the situation. Even the World Eaters, marked by the Butcher's nails, are no exception. They are merely overcome by rage and slaughter, not truly reduced to idiocy like their Primarch. But when choosing a commander, one should naturally pick the most capable fighter. Otherwise, according to the rules and customs of the Warhammer world, all sorts of monstrous figures on the battlefield love to duel or attempt to decapitate the commander. If you're not good at fighting, you won't succeed in this promising career as a commander. Therefore, not all commanders are necessarily good fighters, but those who can't fight certainly can't be commanders. After careful consideration, Chen Xi surveyed the pieces at his disposal and selected 4 powerful legionnaires from the 30K era for himself. Although the pieces, once deployed, were not the individuals themselves but rather isotopic counterparts with identical abilities, Chen Xi felt that with the capabilities of these 4, leading the expeditionary force to resist the Necrons' advance would be more than sufficient. After all, the names of these 4 were Imperial Fist's first captain, the top duelist among Space Marines, Abaddon's closest brother, Rogaldorn's most beloved son, Sigismund. Ultramarines' 4th captain, the savior of the Battle of Calth, Remus Ventanus. Thousand Sons' first captain, chief librarian of the Thousand Sons Legion, supreme wizard of the Corvidi cult, Primarch's assistant and advisor, Ahriman the Red Liberator, the Legion's prodigal son, the true elder brother of the Thousand Sons, Azek Ahriman. Shadow Wolf's 10th captain, one of the 4 kings of the Shadow Council, Lucius's Disfigurer, the one who stepped on Karn's toes, the first rogue knight, one of the founding Grand Masters of the Grey Knights, the last Shadow Wolves, Gavel Loken. Each possessed their unique skills, and their fighting spirit and tenacity were astonishing. Aside from Ventanus, whose resume might be slightly less impressive, the other 3, even in the 30K era where monstrous figures roamed everywhere, were among the top legionnaires. Sigismund and Loken, in particular, had both dueled Abaddon and made him suffer a setback. As for Ahriman, Professor Ahriman is one of the strongest psychers in the galaxy, second only to Magnus, and perhaps even without one of. Even if Chen Xi brought out Professor Ahriman from the Legion era, as the supreme wizard of the Corvidi cult, Professor Ahriman's strength should not be underestimated. even Mephisto might not dare claim an easy victory against him. Although the isotopic counterparts might not be as formidable as their originals, even if each piece only possessed 80% of its original strength, it would absolutely be sufficient, even more than enough, for Chen Xi at present. So, after reviewing his upgraded authority, he immediately returned to the 3K era, pulled out all 4 of these pieces, and then placed them into the army chest as reinforcements for the Ash Knights. Besides these 4 captains, Chen Xi also prepared a retinue for each of them. Sigismund was accompanied by a squad of Legionnaire Templar Brethren, Ventanus was assigned a squad of Ultramarines Honor Guard from the 40K era, and Loken was accompanied by the elite Justa Aaron Terminators of the former Shadow Wolves. It wasn't that Chen Xi was unwilling to assign them powerful combat units, rather, he intended to use these 4 as commanders, and the squads accompanying them were merely meant to serve as bodyguards, not requiring excessive combat prowess. Of course, Ahriman's situation was slightly different. Chen Xi provided him with 3 Supreme Wizards and a squad of Canopitak Scarab Terminators. After all, Professor Ahriman is one of the strongest psychic sorcerers in the galaxy, so providing him with 3 assistants would facilitate his casting of various powerful spells. As for the Canopitak Scarab Terminators, they were purely for his protection. I have already briefed the 4 of you on the situation. You will now take over command of the Expeditionary Force's 4 strike groups, responsible for leading them to resist the Necron's attack. Inside a conference room on the Ash Knight strike cruiser, Chen Xi was briefing the 4 captains on their mission. Although they were all called captains, a captain from the Great Crusade era was vastly different from a captain in the 40K era. Leaving aside the disparity in the forces a Legionnaire captain could command compared to a 40K era captain, the sheer difference in the scale of the battlefields they faced was enough to make a 40K era captain pale in comparison. Especially during the later Second Founding, when legions were broken down into chapters, most of the chapter masters of the initial successor chapters were former captains from the Legion era. This is a daunting task, Inquisitor. We need more Astartes, Ventanus said to Chen Xi, frowning as he looked at the subsector star chart and the marked boundaries of the Necron dynasty. That's probably not an easy request to fulfill. This is the 40K era, fundamentally different from the 30K era. The Empire has abandoned the method of deploying space marines on a large scale. Our current forces are all we have, we'll have to make do. Chen Xi also felt helpless about this. If he had enough Astartes, why would he need to call upon these formidable individuals for rescue? However, he added, I will do my best to request reinforcements from the Empire, to gather as many Astartes and other reinforcements as possible. If a full-scale Necron's invasion erupts, the Empire will send more reinforcements. But for now, don't count on it. We must first organize our defenses with the forces we currently have. Only by holding out can we consider the matter of reinforcements. So, I'm entrusting the command of the Expeditionary Force to the 4 of you. If you need anything, you can tell me. I have an idea. Ahriman raised his hand to indicate. Chapter 250, The Grand Plan and Reinforcements. Ahriman proposed a plan, one that Chen Xi found somewhat difficult to stomach the moment he heard it. In fact, the plan was so outrageous that Chen Xi instantly wondered if he had misheard. He and 3 Supreme Wizards would unleash a psychic spell, tearing open a warp rift on the Necron's crown world, then summoning a massive legion of Chaos Demons. Yes, you heard correctly, it was Chaos Demons, those twisted, insane, uncontrollable warp entities. Well, that was Ahriman's plan, to use the summoned Chaos Demons to attack the Necrons, thereby buying time for the Expeditionary Force to receive more reinforcements. Simply put, it was to let the demons and Necrons wear each other down, while humanity reaped the benefits, at least, in theory. After listening, Chen Xi remained subtly silent for a few seconds. This plan indeed possessed a strange kind of feasibility, given that the Necrons are extremely averse to warp contamination, and Chaos Demons would never miss any opportunity to rampage in a real universe node. But the problem was, could this really be controlled? Once the warp rift was torn open, who knew what would ultimately be drawn in? If the entire star system was dragged into a chaos storm, then the Expeditionary Force wouldn't even think about reinforcements, a disaster would destroy everything. Not to mention, the Imperial official stance is zero tolerance for chaos, even temporary cooperation is considered heresy. This plan is somewhat blasphemous, and a bit heretical. If he didn't know that Ahriman's loyalty was guaranteed by the Emperor, Chen Xi would have really considered handing him over to the Silent Sister for handling. The plan sounded far too unreliable. Leaving aside whether the 4 entities in the warp would intervene and cause a major incident for Chen Xi if this plan were truly executed, just dealing with the aftermath of summoning Chaos Demons was a headache. Of course, based on Chen Xi's understanding of the Necrons, doing this would most likely have little effect and might even be counterproductive. The Necrons are not other Xenos. As a powerful technological civilization that once fought the war in heaven with the Old Ones, they possess means capable of countering any supernatural threat. These cold metal skeletons have advanced technology capable of completely restraining psychic powers in the warp. After all, the Old Ones were an eternal race capable of building webways in the warp, and their psychic attainments were almost at their peak. And the Necrons not only waged war against them but ultimately destroyed the Old Ones. If they hadn't had specialized technology against psychic powers, they would have probably been crushed into dust by the Old Ones' psychic torrents long ago. Not to mention the Necrons' Blackstone technology, which itself is a super technology that can suppress psychic powers and even close the Eye of Terror. Those mysterious black obelisks can not only absorb psychic fluctuations but also directly interfere with the boundary between reality and the warp. In a sense, Blackstone technology could even close the Great Rift that would open in the future. After all, after the war in heaven, the Necrons used this technology to forcibly seal off the warp contamination of the entire galaxy. Therefore, Ahriman's plan seemed feasible but actually carried far greater risks than benefits. Once the Necrons activated their Blackstone technology, not only would the summoned demons be instantly suppressed, but the spellcasters themselves might even suffer a backlash. At that point, it wouldn't be a matter of buying time but rather the expeditionary force potentially facing the dual threat of the Necrons and an out-of-control warp rift simultaneously. However, after careful consideration, Chen Xi frowned and said to Ahriman, "Listen, I have no additional support for you, only you and those 3 supreme wizards. Remember my conditions, no sacrifices of any kind, no praying to those damned chaos entities, and the rituals targeting must be completely random, without any specific direction." He stared intently into Ahriman's eyes. "Can you meet these conditions?" "Of course, Commander. I assure you, I will not make the same mistake this time." Ahriman gave Chen Xi an ancient 30K era salute, then turned and left with the 3 silent supreme wizards. Watching their retreating figures, Chen Xi couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He turned to the other 3 captains, with clear concern in his voice, "Keep a close eye on him. Although I don't doubt his loyalty, you all know that the warp, psychic powers, these damned things, as long as you get involved with them, nothing good ever comes of it." "Don't worry, Commander." Sigismund nodded steadily, "We will monitor his every move 24 hours a day." Looking at Sigismund's resolute face, Chen Xi slightly relaxed. He patted the old immortal's shoulder armor. "This matter is entrusted to you. You few discuss the defensive deployment, I need to personally make a trip to the Star Sector capital." Thinking of the Star Sector capital, Chen Xi couldn't help but sigh again, saying helplessly, "I hope I can squeeze some reinforcements out of those bureaucrats." "Leave it to us." Loken interjected from the side, his tone as relaxed as if discussing a drill. "Although it's not our true bodies, this level of war hasn't reached the point where we find it tricky." After entrusting the command of the expeditionary force to the 430K tough men, Chen Xi, accompanied by a squad of fully armed battle sisters as guards, took an Inquisition black ship to the Mariupol sector capital. His trip carried a dual mission, on one hand, to report in detail on the battle situation of this expedition to the sector high command, and on the other hand, to request reinforcements. The current strength of the expeditionary force might barely be enough under the command of the 430K tough men, but if they wanted to continue advancing the front line, more reinforcements would be necessary. Chen Xi knew very well that facing an awakened Necron dynasty, the existing forces were far from sufficient. And to completely resolve this Necron dynasty, without an investment of forces on the scale of the Badab War, everything would be in vain. If there weren't enough Astartes warriors as the backbone, even if the Department of Military Affairs really brought Chen Xi tens of millions of Astra Militarum, they would only become cannon fodder to fill the lines on the battlefield. Facing the Necrons' rebirth protocol and Gauss weapons, the sacrifices of ordinary soldiers were often meaningless. However, regarding the issue of Astartes reinforcements, Chen Xi did have some ideas. Chen Xi was confident he could pull in a good number of reinforcements from the Blood Angels. Although it was already close to the time of the Battle of Baal, there were still more than 20 years of buffer period. Moreover, Chen Xi didn't ask for much, 1 or 2 companies of Sanguinius's descendants would be enough. With the influence of the Rostov Sanctus wine, Chen Xi believed Dante would still be willing to send some reinforcements. As for the other side, Chen Xi planned to borrow some personnel from his Imperial Fist's brothers. He thoughtfully stroked his chin, toying with an exquisite container in his hand, inside which lay a perfectly preserved gene seed. A complete Imperial Fist's gene seed from the 30K era, Chen Xi murmured to himself, "I wonder if I can use this to persuade the Imperial Fists to send some reinforcements." Chapter 251, En route to the Inquisition. This was Chen Xi's first time arriving at the Mariupol sector capital, and his first time truly leaving Rostov to reach another Imperial world. Although he had previously inspected Zaporozhye and another colony world, both of those could only be considered newly established colonies, with a vast difference from true Imperial worlds. Especially the immense disparity compared to a star sector capital, enough to make one marvel that they belonged to the same nation in the same era. If one had to make an analogy, it would be as vast as the difference between Shanghai in the 3K era and some rural town. The former was a modern international metropolis, while the latter was merely a dusty old land stuck 30 or 40 years in the past, and incredibly small besides. Mariupol sector is a newly established sector, likely opened as an expansion in the early M38, and officially designated an imperial sector approximately 500 years later. The Mariupol sector capital is also a newly opened planet, with a history of less than 3,000 years. For an imperial world, this is indeed very new, unbelievably new. The planet's geological structure had not yet collapsed due to over-extraction, the atmosphere had not been completely eroded by industrial waste, and even the magma activity deep within the crust remained relatively stable. The environment of this planet had not suffered severe damage, and there were not many hive cities on the planet, the few that existed were concentrated in the temperate zone near the equator. When Chen Xi's black ship docked at the starport of this planet, he could even overlook the yellowish-brown wasteland on the planetary surface from space. Those primitive landforms not covered by concrete shimmered with a rugged light under the sun, like an uncarved jade. Even more astonishing was that the clouds shrouding the hive cities were white, not lead grey or any other heavily polluted color. These clouds floated lightly among the spires of the hive cities, adding a touch of vitality to the cold metal structures. This was extremely rare for an imperial world with hive cities. It is important to know that most imperial worlds, after establishing their first hive city, would transform their home world into a desolate metal planet due to uncontrolled industrial expansion, with little of the planet's original landscape remaining. Because, generally speaking, establishing a hive city on an imperial world would inevitably destroy the planet's environment. Mining operations would tear apart the crust, factory emissions would poison the atmosphere, and the domestic waste of billions of residents would completely alter the planet's topography. But in the Mariupol sector capital, all of this seemed to remain within controllable limits. At least the oceans on the planet had not been dyed purple, nor had the land taken on other colors. There were no volcanoes spewing toxic smoke, no jungles glowing from radiation, and none of the thousands of kilometers of garbage mountains common on overdeveloped worlds. Everything here still retained some of the purity of a new world. It was a pity, however, that Chen Xi was not in the mood to appreciate this scenery. His thoughts were occupied by the war situation of the expedition and the heavy responsibilities on his shoulders. What he saw in his eyes was not the vitality of a new world, but the complex and profound political struggles and power struggles on the planet. He merely glanced out the window briefly while taking the shuttle to the Inquisition headquarters. In that fleeting glimpse, sunlight pierced through the clouds, reflecting dazzling light off the metal surfaces of the hive city, as if the entire city was bathed in golden sunlight. The spires and domes piercing through the clouds looked like mountains abruptly rising from the earth, arrogant and unshakable. They were forged from adamantium and plasteel, their surfaces edged with the imperial double-headed eagle and sacred scriptures, shimmering with a cold luster in the thin high-altitude atmosphere. And countless spires gathered together to form a city in the clouds, the upper nest, the domain of the powerful and high-ranking clergy, suspended above the mortal world, looking down upon all beings. And beneath the 10,000-foot abyss of this city in the clouds lay the lower hive, which in every sense formed the cornerstone of the Imperium. There was no sunlight there, only the ceaseless roar of machinery and murky artificial light, no clean air, only stale exhaust fumes circulated thousands of times, no order or glory, only survival and struggle. The light of the upper nest would never reach there, just as the prosperity of the Imperium was always built upon countless unseen darkness and sacrifices. The shuttle quickly landed on the helipad in front of the Inquisition headquarters, and Chen Xi disembarked with his guard. Inquisitor Paul, who had previously dealt with Chen Xi, was standing in front of the helipad to greet him, and Chen Xi noticed a tall Astartes in blood-red power armor among the retinue behind him. This was one of Sanguinius's sons, only the color of his power armor was deeper than that of the Blood Angels, and the emblem on his shoulder pad was a black dragon's head, not the winged blood drop common to the Blood Angels. This was a chapter with a rather poor reputation, the Blood Dragons. They focused solely on their mission and tasks, never caring about civilians, making them one of the less well-regarded of Sanguinius's sons. Welcome to the Mariupol sector capital, Your Excellency Chen Xi, Paul said, welcoming Chen Xi. It seems you've done well since we last met, even having an Astartes accompany you. Chen Xi praised him with a touch of jest. Thanks to the wine you had me deliver last time, Paul explained somewhat sheepishly to Chen Xi. Last time I went to Bale, I was granted an audience with Chapter Master Dante and representatives from various other Blood Angels chapters, and successfully signed a contract with the Blood Dragons. Paul, of course, also wanted to sign a contract with the Blood Angels and hire an Astartes from the Blood Angels chapter. However, due to various reasons, he was unable to sign a contract with the Blood Angels, but by a strange twist of fate, he signed a contract with the Blood Dragons, acquiring an Astartes from the Blood Dragons to join his retinue. Although he did not achieve his original expectation, in a sense, the Blood Dragons, who were relatively less concerned about civilian casualties, were more compatible with the Inquisition. After all, sometimes when doing dirty work, Astartes who are too focused on honor and unwilling to harm civilians can cause significant problems for a mission. For example, the Heavenly Lion Battle Group is a typical case. They, who originally worked with an Inquisitor, ended up clashing with the Inquisition over an exterminatus order. Your Excellency Chen Xi, the Inquisitor Grand Master and the various Inquisitor Grand Masters are already waiting for you. Paul made a gesture for Chen Xi to follow, then led him towards the Inquisition headquarters. Chapter 252, Secrets that Should Not Be Known. Inside the Inquisition headquarters conference room, the Inquisitor Grand Master and the Grand Inquisitors of various orders had gathered once more, awaiting Chen Xi's arrival. Although your journey was arduous, the matter is urgent, so I will dispense with the pleasantries. The Grand Master raised his hand, signaling the attendant to withdraw. The heavy metal door slowly closed behind Chen Xi, emitting a dull rumble. Regarding the report you submitted, the Star Sector Tribunal has reviewed it and we attach great importance to it. His gaze swept over the 12 Grand Inquisitors seated around the circular conference table. The Star Sector Tribunal is also making preparations according to the requirements you put forth. The Grand Master's voice suddenly grew more solemn, but I still want to ask, how confident are you about this matter? Or rather, is this the revelation and task given to you by the Emperor? Chen Xi calmly walked towards the conference table and leisurely took his seat in the high-backed chair reserved for him. If you believe it is, then it is. His voice was calm, and his eyes showed no ripple of emotion, displaying no fear despite facing a group of Grand Inquisitors. This attitude immediately caused a stir. The Grand Inquisitor in the third seat to the left slammed his hand on the table, the metal gauntlet striking the solid wood surface with a grating sound. Watch your attitude. The stern-faced middle-aged Inquisitor snapped, the metals on his chest rising and falling with his agitated breathing. What do you mean? If you believe it is, then it is? Explain yourself. This is the Inquisition, not your wrist off. Chen Xi tilted his head slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible sneer playing on his lips. He unhurriedly adjusted the silver buttons on his cuffs, as if the tense atmosphere before him had nothing to do with him. Inquisitor, his voice remained infuriatingly calm, the Emperor indeed has a task for me, and the report I submitted is indeed part of this sacred mission. At this point, he suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze piercing the questioner. But you say this is my task. A contemptuous scoff was particularly jarring in the silent hall. You can believe it is, but if you think this is my task, then it is not. These enigmatic words plunged the entire Inquisition hall into a brief silence. The candle light flickered slightly in the air, casting shifting shadows. The Grand Inquisitors present exchanged meaningful glances, some frowned in thought, some looked displeased, but all of them understood the deeper meaning in Chen Xi's words. Although displeased with Chen Xi's disrespectful attitude, the Grand Inquisitors did not dwell on the matter, but instead asked Chen Xi, then what exactly is the task Her Majesty the Saint has given you? This concerns imperial secrets, so it would be better for you all. At this point, Chen Xi looked at the Inquisitors before him with a slightly playful gaze, not to know. After all, if you happen to know something you shouldn't, the consequences could be very severe. Whether it should not be known, we will judge for ourselves. The Inquisition inherently deals with imperial secrets, we have the right to know certain things, the Inquisitor Grand Master said, his tone still gentle but his attitude very firm. Facing the Inquisitor Grand Master's words, Chen Xi merely smiled and casually asked, then do you know about the Second Empire? The Second Empire? Are you referring to the Twin Empires incident of M35? One Grand Inquisitor asked, bringing up a rebellion that was very serious for the Imperium. The so-called Twin Empires incident refers to an unprecedented rebellion that erupted during M35. It even led to the complete decline of Holy Terra's authority, forcing the imperial sectors into a long period of autonomy, while the pacification sector directly declared independence from imperial rule, establishing a second empire on Nova Terra, a dire situation. This incident lasted for 9 centuries, until M36, when Holy Terra gradually quelled the rebellion through blood and fire, re-establishing the absolute authority of the High Lords of Terra. During this period, not only did fierce political confrontation and military conflict erupt between Nova Terra's regime in the pacification sector and Holy Terra's orthodox faction in the solar system, but even the ecclesiarchy itself fell into schism. Different factions of clergy declared each other heretics and engaged in a bloody religious civil war. This chaotic situation further led to other imperial sectors adopting a wait-and-see attitude, with some worlds even directly declaring independence, completely breaking away from imperial rule. Even more terrifying, in this galaxy-spanning rebellion, even the previously relatively stable Adeptus Mechanicus was not spared. The Mars Orthodox faction and the Tech Heretic faction supporting Nova Terra erupted in fierce conflict, and the Moiri schism broke out within the Mechanicus orders, leading to countless Forge worlds being reduced to ruins and precious STC technology being permanently lost in this civil war. It can be said that the Twin Empires incident was the most serious civil war the Imperium faced since the Great Rebellion of Horus. It not only shook the foundations of imperial rule but also nearly pushed human civilization to the brink of destruction. This catastrophe rendered all efforts of reconstruction made by the Imperium in the several millennia after the Great Rebellion futile. Countless worlds were scorched by war, and trillions of lives were massacred. It was only after this incident that the Imperial High Lords truly realized the importance of ideological control. The ecclesiarchy seized this opportunity to fully control the imperial faith system and gradually established a religious hegemony covering the entire galaxy, and this extreme ruling machine ultimately gave rise to the bloody tyranny of Goj Van Dyer. Although the Age of Apostasy is far more famous than the Twin Empires incident, when comparing the Age of Apostasy, which lasted only 70 years, with this 900-year galaxy-wide civil war, the former is truly insignificant in terms of both scale and destructiveness. Although Nova Terra could also be called the Second Empire, that's not what I'm referring to. Chen Xi glanced at the Grand Inquisitor. Knowing about the Twin Empires incident proved that the Inquisition indeed knew many secrets, but they clearly didn't know the true small secret that could shake the entire Imperium. Seeing that the Grand Inquisitor still wanted to say something, Chen Xi waved his hand and said, "All right, I'm sure you don't know what Second Empire I'm talking about. If you really did know, another great rebellion of the Imperium would be imminent. Compared to that, why don't you all focus on the crisis we face right now? If this trouble isn't resolved, the entire Mariupol sector will be engulfed in war, or even destroyed." Although the Grand Inquisitor who mentioned the Twin Empires incident still wanted to say more, the Inquisitor Grand Master stopped him from speaking further. After all, they were only the Star Sector Tribunal, not the Holy Terra Inquisition headquarters. Some major events clearly involving the entire Imperium were not something they could participate in or interfere with. Chapter 253, More Reinforcements. The detailed report Chen Xi submitted to the Inquisition primarily focused on the Space Necron dynasty threat he was currently addressing. This meticulously compiled document not only contained a detailed record of the dynasty's recent activities but also included a large amount of first-hand data and tactical analysis obtained from field investigations. However, in the report, Chen Xi cleverly inserted some prophecies and related intelligence about the impending Great Rift, using cautious and professional language to warn the Star Sector Tribunal that all signs indicated the galaxy was about to face an unprecedented upheaval, suggesting the immediate activation of emergency plans. It is worth noting that Chen Xi deliberately avoided any specific descriptions of the 13th Black Crusade in the report, and did not mention a single word about the outcome of the Battle of Cadia. Instead, he adopted a vague but alarming statement: according to existing data analysis, the galaxy will encounter an unprecedented catastrophic event in the foreseeable future, whose impact will far exceed conventional warfare and may lead to fundamental changes throughout the Imperium. This statement conveyed urgency while avoiding revealing too many future details that might provoke questions. Upon receiving this report, the Star Sector Tribunal immediately initiated an emergency assessment procedure. In fact, prophecies about the Great Rift were not new within the Inquisition. Scattered reports and predictions had previously mentioned similar possibilities. The value of Chen Xi's report lay in integrating these dispersed pieces of information into a logically rigorous argument with a complete chain of evidence, confirming the inevitability of this event. The high level of importance the Inquisition placed on it largely stemmed from the unique nature of the current war situation. On one hand, the expeditionary force against the Space Necron dynasty was at a critical stage, and any strategic warning deserved the highest level of attention. On the other hand, Chen Xi cleverly invoked Huang Laohan's name to emphasize the seriousness of the issue, which significantly boosted the report's influence. Of course, the report's warning about the impending full resurgence of the Space Necron dynasty was equally unignorable. Chen Xi provided irrefutable evidence that this long-dormant ancient race was awakening at an alarming rate, with technological and military capabilities far exceeding conventional assessments. This discovery alone was enough to trigger a full mobilization by the Star Sector Tribunal, as the threat posed by a fully awakened Necron dynasty to the Imperium could, in some respects, even be comparable to the crisis brought by the Great Rift. The Inquisition's emergency meeting records show that the attending high-ranking officials unanimously believed that these two major threats might have some as yet unknown correlation, which further reinforced the necessity of immediate action. Among the primary core forces mobilized were, of course, the Inquisitors of the Pacification Order. These Inquisitors, who had long dealt with Xenos, each commanded their own assigned forces, often composed of specially modified assassins, battle-hardened Deathwatch Space Marines, or well-equipped Inquisition stormtroopers. They possessed extensive experience in dealing with Xenos, from the brutal charges of orcs to the cunning tactics of Eldar, and even the biological tides of Tyranids, all of which had been targets on their kill lists. If properly utilized, an Inquisitor could very well sway the outcome of a war on a planet. They were not only proficient in the weaknesses of various Xenos but also skilled at identifying the most critical strategic points in complex battlefield situations. However, for the Inquisition, Inquisitors alone did not represent the full power of the Inquisition. The true strength of the Inquisition lay in its ability to mobilize other Imperial military forces, from regular Imperial Army regiments to the most elite Space Marine chapters, from the Adeptus Mechanicus's Titan legions to the naval fleets, and theoretically possessing command authority over all other Imperial units. This power derived from the Emperor's own authorization, allowing Inquisitors to override the Imperium's complex bureaucratic system in times of crisis. In other words, when an Inquisitor was present, he could unite Imperial forces that would otherwise be at odds, and make them perform at 120% combat efficiency. If the Inquisition wished, the number of troops they could mobilize would not even be less than the expeditionary force currently commanded by Chen Xi. After all, in many Imperial conflicts, the main orchestrators were often just one or two Inquisitors. And with the Inquisition fully exerting its influence to mobilize troops, the 3 million Astra Militarum originally planned for this expeditionary force completed their assembly ahead of schedule and were already ready for deployment. 4 Astartes chapters answered the call issued by the Inquisition. This time, they committed not just companies, but entire chapters. Over 3,000 Astartes had completed their assembly and were about to enter combat. This was a very astonishing number. The last time the Imperium mobilized so many Astartes was during the Badab War, which was the largest Space Marine civil war since the Great Rebellion. But this time, 4 Astartes chapters from the Blood Angels and Imperial Fists answered the call of this expeditionary force, bringing a massive fleet of over a dozen strike cruisers and more than 3,000 Astartes. The reason they answered the call of this expeditionary force was largely because Chen Xi had sent astropathic messages to the Blood Angels and Imperial Fists respectively when he departed from Rostov. For the Blood Angels, it was relatively simple. Chen Xi merely explained the crisis of Xenos invasion currently faced by Rostov, hoping the Blood Angels could send some reinforcements to assist. Upon receiving the astropathic message, Lord Dante naturally did not dare to neglect it, as Rostov was crucial for the Blood Angels to stabilize the Bloodthirst and Black Rage. If something truly went wrong, the Blood Angels would be heartbroken. Thus, 2 chapters previously teetering on the brink of Bloodthirst and Black Rage were dispatched by Dante. Although they had temporarily escaped the Bloodthirst and Black Rage due to the Sanctus wine brought back by Mephisto, these 2 chapters themselves had a poor reputation, and were even on the verge of betrayal, with one of them having been branded as a renegade. Dante sending these 2 chapters was largely in the hope that they could prove themselves in this expeditionary force and wash away the chapters' past disgrace. As for the Imperial Fists, it was even simpler. A package delivered by the Inquisition was sent to the Phalanx, and thus a Black Templars expeditionary force and a support unit composed of the Heavenly Lion battle group set off. Of course, accompanying them was a special Imperial Fists squad, the Phalanx Guard, led by 3rd Captain Tor Garadin. Their mission was to identify more Imperial Fists gene seed from the 30K Aram mentioned by Chen Xi, and after confirming they had not been corrupted, bring them back to the Phalanx. Chapter 254 Gene Seed. Inquisitor Chen Xi received the Imperial Fists reinforcements in a palace in the Mariupol sector capital. Chapter Master Jolan Dial of the Heavenly Lion battle group arrived at the palace with High Marshal Mordred of the Black Templars, accompanied by Tor Garadin and his Phalanx warders. Also present were the 3 chief apothecaries from the Heavenly Lion battle group, Black Templars and Imperial Fists, respectively. None of them discussed the current expedition, nor did they care about the war or Inquisitor Chen Xi's arrangements for them. Even the Heavenly Lion battle group no longer dwelled on their previous conflict with the Inquisition. They simply stared intently at Inquisitor Chen Xi, concerned with only one thing. Inquisitor Chen Xi, where is the gene seed you spoke of? Tor Garadin asked directly after patiently exchanging pleasantries with Inquisitor Chen Xi. Regarding this question, Inquisitor Chen Xi did not beat around the bush. He immediately had a battle sister retrieve a stasis field box and then opened it. Inside the box were several white, specialized instruments, each with 4 tempered vials arranged side by side. Engraved on them were simplified red double snake-coiled patterns, identical to the emblems on the 3 apothecaries' gauntlets, along with a not-so-conspicuous Imperial Fists chapter badge and the Roman numeral 7. The 3 apothecaries' breathing grew heavier, filled with a heartfelt excitement that permeated their bodies and souls. Their fingers trembled slightly, their gazes fixed on the gene seed storage box before them, as if gazing upon a sacred relic. As the most proficient experts in gene tech within the Adeptus Astartes, they understood the value of these pure gene seed more than anyone. These were precious chapter legacies, remnants from the Great Crusade-era legions. Among them, the chief apothecary of the Imperial Fists was particularly emotional, as he had seen this item once before. Previously, Inquisitor Chen Xi had ordered a similar box to be sent to the Phalanx via Inquisition channels, and it was the chief apothecary who had authenticated it at that time. It was the purest gene seed of the Imperial Fists from the Great Crusade era, with complete and intact information for all 19 artificial organs required for gene modification surgeries, and it had not been affected by any chaos corruption. These gene seed had not suffered the attrition of 10,000 years of war, nor had they mutated or degraded over the long ages. They retained the perfect state of the Great Crusade, as pure as when the Emperor himself had created them. For the Imperial Fists, this was an absolute treasure. If not for the Phalanx needing to guard Terra and being unable to leave easily, it would probably already be on its way here. But even so, the Imperial Fists, having confirmed the gene seed was authentic, still contacted 2 successor chapters and sent reinforcements. These warriors from the successor chapters also flowed with Dorn's blood. They deeply understood the value of these gene seed and were willing to spare no effort to ensure their safety. Not only that, but the Imperial Fists' their captain, Tor Garadin, even brought the Phalanx warders, who rarely leave the Phalanx, to personally escort these precious gene seed. The Phalanx warders are the most elite warriors of the Imperial Fists, typically stationed only in the core areas of the Phalanx. Their deployment itself signifies the highest level of importance from the chapter. Garadin himself is a highly respected hero within the chapter. His personal escort sufficiently demonstrates the Imperial Fist's solemn attitude toward this matter. Pure gene seed from the Great Crusade era is an absolutely precious chapter treasure for any chapter, a sacred relic inherited from the Great Crusade era. Gene seed is already important, let alone such ancient and precious gene seed. Especially for the Imperial Fists, gene seed with all 19 artificial organs intact is even more invaluable. It is worth noting that during the Great Rebellion, to quickly replenish the Legion's losses, the Primarch of the 7th Legion had ordered the omission of 2 of the 19 modification surgeries, namely the Becher's gland and the SUSN membrane. This not only reduced the stability of the Imperial Fist's gene seed but also led to the Imperial Fist's Space Marines themselves being less stable. All of this plagued the Imperial Fists for 10,000 years after the Great Rebellion, leading to heavy losses in various engagements and even earning them the nickname Terra Fists. Now, seeing these precious gene seed, how could they not be excited? There are 20 gene seed in total. I found them in a ruin. One set has already been sent to the Phalanx, which I presume you have received and authenticated. The rest are all here. Inquisitor Chen Xi was too lazy to concoct a story. These gene seed were authentic and presented before the Imperial Fists, which was an irresistible temptation for them. As for anything else, that was all superficial. Hearing Inquisitor Chen Xi say this, all the Space Marines of the Imperial Fists present could not help but feel excited, but the 3 leaders still restrained their emotions. Inquisitor Chen Xi, on behalf of the Imperial Fists and all of Dorn's sons, thank you for your assistance. Your selflessness and generosity will be etched in the hearts of Dorn's sons. All of Dorn's sons owe you a favor. Garadin did not use flowery language, and his expression of gratitude was very restrained. But for the Imperial Fists, who are like stone, this was already very rare. These stone-headed individuals, like their gene seed Primarch, had no concept of emotional intelligence whatsoever. To make Dorn's sons say they owe a favor and express gratitude was already enough. It is well known that Dorn's sons' promises are as good as gold, and if they say they owe you a favor, they will truly repay it with their lives. It could even be said that if the words of Dorn's sons could not be trusted, then there would truly be nothing trustworthy in this galaxy. And Garadin's promise could even be seen as a willingness for the Imperial Fists to initiate a final wall for him, because Garadin said all of Dorn's sons, not just the Imperial Fists' mother chapter. There is no need for such seriousness. As long as the Imperial Fists are willing to assist me in defeating those Xenos in the upcoming expedition, I will be deeply grateful. Inquisitor Chen Xi naturally also reciprocated the pleasantries. The favor of the Imperial Fists was extremely valuable, and a few polite words would not diminish this favor. On the contrary, it would make Dorn's sons fight even harder in the battles to come. However, after discussing this matter, Inquisitor Chen Xi suddenly looked at Chapter Master Jolendile and asked him, how has the Heavenly Lion Battle Group considered my previous proposal? Previously, you did not trust me, which I can understand, but now that trust should have been established between me and Dorn's sons. So, are you willing to consider my previous proposal? Chapter 255, Resolving the Heavenly Lion. Hearing Chen Xi bring up the matter, Captain Garo and Grand Marshal Mordred also turned their gaze to Chapter Master Jolendile, and the atmosphere in the room grew a few shades heavier. Although they didn't know much about the public case between the Heavenly Lion Battle Group and the Inquisition, they generally understood what was going on. Especially because of the gene seed issue, the Imperial Fists had summoned all reachable successor chapters to discuss countermeasures, and the Heavenly Lion Battle Group naturally wouldn't conceal such critical information. Not to mention, the Heavenly Lion Battle Group still had a company serving in the Expeditionary Force, which had been crippled. Facing Chen Xi's renewed inquiry, Chapter Master Jolendile of the Heavenly Lion Battle Group showed clear hesitation and indecision in his eyes. This was very rare for Dorn's sons. they were often as stubborn as rocks, rarely showing hesitation or indecision. Once they recognized a goal, they would relentlessly pursue it, even if it meant breaking through a wall they hit. But this time, for the Heavenly Lion Battle Group, it was not so easy to make a choice. As Jolendile himself, he naturally hoped to continue upholding the chapter's honor and never compromise with the Inquisition. Even if this would lead to the complete demise of the Heavenly Lion Battle Group, Dorn's sons would never tarnish their honor. However, the Heavenly Lion Battle Group now owed Chen Xi a favor, or, to put it in a more Astartes way, they owed Chen Xi a debt of honor. With this, Chen Xi could demand that the Heavenly Lion Battle Group do something, even if it might lead to the Heavenly Lion Battle Group paying a heavy price. During the Badab War, among the Astartes chapters that sided with Huron, there were chapters that participated due to issues of honor debts, almost being wiped out for it. They even went missing during the subsequent Penitence Crusade, almost entirely lost. From this perspective, even if Chen Xi genuinely demanded that the Heavenly Lion Battle Group apologize to the Inquisition, under the constraint of honor debt, the Heavenly Lion Battle Group could only obediently comply. However, Chen Xi did not use this honor debt, he merely asked Jolendile if he would be willing to consider his proposal. This undoubtedly gave Jolendile and the other two Dorn's sons a great impression, and also forced Jolendile to seriously consider the matter. If the Heavenly Lion Battle Group is unwilling to yield, what will you do, Your Excellency? Jolendile looked at Chen Xi, staring directly into his eyes, and asked tentatively. Jolendile hoped to make a careful choice, so he naturally wanted to understand Chen Xi's attitude towards this matter. Although the intelligence Anatoly sent back to the Heavenly Lion Battle Group had already made it clear, Jolendile still hoped to confirm Chen Xi's attitude once more, especially since their parent chapter and the strongest successor chapter among Dorn's sons were also present, which gave the Heavenly Lion Battle Group the courage to say no. Facing Jolendile's question, Chen Xi shook his head with a slight regret and sighed, "If you choose that, I will do nothing. I will neither persecute you nor save you when the Inquisition destroys you." Jolendile was relatively satisfied with this answer. Although Chen Xi said he wouldn't save them, at least he wouldn't persecute the Heavenly Lion Battle Group, which was already considered friendly for the Heavenly Lion Battle Group, who had offended the Inquisition. As for the rest, the Heavenly Lion Battle Group, who had already prepared for sacrifice, did not mind dying to defend the chapter's honor. However, just as Jolendile was about to reject Chen Xi's previous proposal, Chen Xi added another sentence before he could speak, "Although I can understand your choice, I still want to advise you, at this critical juncture when the Imperium is in turmoil, I hope you can preserve your useful lives and dedicate yourselves to more crucial moments, instead of wasting them on meaningless Imperial infighting." The Imperium is in turmoil. Grand Marshal Mordred suddenly spoke, looking at Chen Xi curiously, "Can you explain more clearly? The Emperor has entrusted me with a sacred mission, but I cannot speak of it until the fated day arrives." Chen Xi sighed, seemingly helpless, then pulled out a strangely shaped dagger from his person. "I can only tell you that the sons of God are about to return, and not just one. For the mission the Emperor has entrusted me with, I need to gather all forces that can be united." Facing Chen Xi's unclear words, Jolendile still wanted to say something, and Grand Marshal Mordred was even more confused, but Captain Garo's expression suddenly changed, and he asked Chen Xi, "Which son of God will return?" "Our father. The first to return is ambitious, the second to return hides secrets, and more I cannot reveal. Many things, once spoken, will become known, and I must ensure that some critical information remains confidential." Chen Xi shook his head, refusing to reveal more information. "Understood. Then what can the Imperial Fists do?" Galadon stared at Chen Xi, at the dagger in his hand, asking very seriously. As Terra's defenders, the warriors of the Imperial Fists had the opportunity to make pilgrimages to Holy Terra, and Galadon had seen weapons identical to the dagger in Chen Xi's hand on the Emperor's custodes guarding the Imperial Palace. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xi said, "When the Phalanx leaves Holy Terra, send more people to the moon." "The moon? Why?" Galadon felt puzzled, but Chen Xi did not answer that question again. Vague and mysterious words. If it had been in the past, Dorn's sons would have found a way to pry Chen Xi's mouth open, but now they could only suppress their curiosity and inquiry, keeping Chen Xi's words in mind, preparing to discuss them later. And Jolendile, after careful consideration, said to Chen Xi, "The Heavenly Lion Battle Group is willing to accept your proposal, but publicly apologizing to the Inquisition is truly too insulting to the chapter's honor. Is there another way?" To this, Chen Xi merely spread his hands and said, "If the Imperial Fists are willing to intervene and mediate with the Inquisition on your behalf, then the matter is not entirely out of the question." Hearing Chen Xi say this, Galadon quickly stated, "Before coming, the Imperial Fists had already discussed it internally. We will send a note and inquiry to the Inquisition headquarters. We will intervene in this matter. In that case, if the Heavenly Lion Battle Group can establish enough honor in the upcoming expedition, then I can also give an explanation to the Inquisition." Chen Xi considered it for a moment, thinking that if the Imperial Fists intervened, the problem shouldn't be too big. Grand Marshal Mordred also spoke up, "I have already reported this matter to the Grand Marshal. The Black Templars will also intervene in this matter and will not let the Heavenly Lion Battle Group suffer this injustice. All right, but I still advise both of you, don't let the Inquisition lose face, otherwise, none of us will have an easy time." Chen Xi couldn't help but add another word. Chapter 256, Reinforcing Battle Groups. The Heavenly Lion Battle Group had previously committed a company of troops, and also had to undertake combat missions in several other sectors. Therefore, although they were nominally committing the entire battle group to the battle this time, they could actually only deploy 6 full-strength companies. Including the half company that had been crippled in previous battles, these more than 600 Astartes were the Heavenly Lion battle group's entire contribution to this expeditionary force. Chapter Master Jolandile had frankly stated at the strategic meeting that this was the maximum force they could spare without affecting the defense of other war zones. In contrast, the Black Templars had a much more ample troop deployment. As a battle group that did not adhere to the Codex Astartes, their expeditionary force was equivalent to a company-level unit of other battle groups, but the actual strength of each expeditionary force was far more than a 100-man company. For instance, the expeditionary force that came to support Chen Xi this time had a formidable strength of 800 men, comparable to a full-strength battle group. Moreover, these 800 men were all battle-hardened veterans with rich combat experience, and possessed an almost fanatical faith and devotion to the Emperor. Speaking of the Black Templars, Chen Xi suddenly recalled the battle group's special connection to the Imperial Fists. They originated from the Imperial Fists Templar Brotherhood during the 30K era. When Robert Guillemot implemented the Legion dissolution policy back then, Primarch Rogaldorn made a far-reaching decision. He ordered Sigismund to gather all the most radical and fanatically devout warriors from the Imperial Fists to form this special battle group. This historical origin also explains why the Black Templars became the most aggressive of Dorn's sons. Sigismund led this group of the most fanatical of Dorn's sons in campaigns for the Imperium for a millennium, until the First Black Crusade, when this legendary warrior met his final destiny. The aging Sigismund clearly knew that he could no longer confront Abaddon, who had been blessed by the Chaos Gods, as he had in his youth. In their final duel, he resolutely chose to actively meet Abaddon's blade, piercing his archenemy's heart with his black power sword in a mutually destructive strike. Sigismund's fall caused immeasurable losses to the Black Templars, but his spiritual legacy gave birth to a unique tradition within this battle group, the Emperor's Champion system. The black power sword that pierced Abaddon's heart back then was the famous Black Sword of later generations. It is worth mentioning that Abaddon, uncharacteristically, arranged Sigismund's remains after the battle and solemnly returned the Black Sword and Sigismund's body to the Black Templars. This legendary weapon was later reforged into 10 new Black Swords, each guarded by a different Black Templars expeditionary force. Whenever the battle group faced an insurmountable foe, a warrior would always receive a revelation from the Emperor, realizing his mission to become the Emperor's champion. These chosen warriors would don specially crafted black power armor and wield the Black Sword in battle. Although the outcome of these battles often saw these Emperor's champions perish in the fulfillment of their mission, the vast majority of Black Templars' Emperor's champions completed their mission. And unlike champions of other battle groups who were simply skilled fighters, the Black Templars' Emperor's champions truly received revelations and combat enhancements. An Emperor's champion wielding the Black Sword could even briefly fight Abaddon. This expeditionary force that came to provide support also treasured a Black Sword and its accompanying black armor set. Although no warrior had yet received a revelation, everyone knew that at the most critical moment, the battle group could at any time give birth to a powerful warrior capable of turning the tide of battle. This also made this Black Templars expeditionary force Chen Xi's most strategically valuable trump card unit. As for how to command this special unit, Chen Xi made a decision almost without hesitation to entrust it to Sigismund himself. This was not only because he was intimately familiar with the Black Templars' combat style, but also because this battle group was essentially the unit he had personally led in the past. In Chen Xi's view, no one understood better than Sigismund how to unleash the maximum combat potential of these fanatical warriors. If the reinforcements sent by the Imperial Fists this time had no major problems apart from being a bit stubborn, then the 2 battle group reinforcements from the Blood Angels were somewhat afflicted with a serious illness. Because the 2 battle groups that arrived were called the Flesh Tearers and the Blood Knights. Flesh Tearers. Blood Knights. Among the Blood Angels' successors, these were the 2 battle groups most deeply immersed in the Black Rage and Bloodthirst. Among them, the Flesh Tearers had already been deeply troubled by the Black Rage even before the second founding. Their first chapter master, Nasser Amit, the Flesh Tearer, was not only the origin of the battle group's name but also a direct manifestation of its combat style. As early as the Great Crusade era, Nasser Amit was renowned for his bloody and brutal combat. He and his company had committed numerous cruel massacres and atrocities during the Great Crusade, but the High Lords of Terra at the time only reviewed Nasser's company's combat records and subsequently deemed the casualties within an acceptable range. After Robert Guillemot dissolved the legions, Nasser and his battle group made a death world called Cretaceous their home, and identified a primitive tribe on the planet as pure and suitable recruits. This, to some extent, exacerbated the dire situation faced by the Flesh Tearers, causing them to become increasingly immersed in the influence of the Black Rage. Few Space Marines in the battle group lived past 200 years, most would eventually fall into the Black Rage and become unable to extricate themselves, which led to the Flesh Tearers battle group having far fewer Space Marines than other battle groups. In M41, the Flesh Tearers battle group had only 4 companies of Space Marines capable of combat, relying heavily on new recruits to maintain the battle group's continued existence. But even so, the Space Marines of the Flesh Tearers battle group were mostly on the verge of the Black Rage, and the entire battle group had a strong self-destructive tendency. They also deduced the fact that if the Black Rage problem could not be solved, the battle group would soon perish. This also made the Flesh Tearers increasingly inclined towards self-destruction. They longed to die in a glorious war to defend the Imperium. This also made them increasingly despise the battle group's past notoriety, and they were trying to use sacrifice to defend the Imperium, thereby washing away the battle group's past reputation and allowing the Flesh Tearers battle group to leave behind a legacy full of glory and brilliance. According to the original storyline, the Flesh Tearers battle group would have made immense sacrifices during the defense of Baal, thereby achieving the glory they desired. But this time, Due to the sudden appearance of Sanctus Wine, the fate of this battle group was rewritten. They found a way to free the battle group from the Black Rage. Even if the battle group's gene seed degradation problem still existed, and even if the battle group's warriors were still prone to falling into the Black Rage, at least the battle group could be passed down and would not perish due to the Black Rage problem. Chapter 257, Worthy of Sanguinius's Blood, 2 in 1. If the flesh tearers were merely sinking into the abyss of self-destruction due to the curse of the Black Rage, then the Blood Knights chapter had completely fallen under the torment of the bloodthirst, eventually being branded as traitors by the imperial authorities. As inheritors of Sanguinius's noble bloodline, the Blood Knights, like other Blood Angels' successor chapters, constantly fought against the dual curses within their gene seed, the maddening Black Rage and the unending bloodthirst. However, fate was particularly cruel to them. Among all chapters that inherited the Blood Angels' gene seed, the Blood Knights' craving for blood was the most intense, and they were the most easily overwhelmed by the bloodthirst. The Blood Knights once launched a galaxy-spanning crusade in the name of righteousness, vowing to cleanse all heretics and Xenos within the Imperium's borders. Yet, as the crusade progressed, the chapter members gradually lost their sanity under the erosion of the bloodthirst. They began to slaughter indiscriminately, friend and foe alike, perpetrating countless horrific atrocities on the battlefield. These insane acts eventually led to their judgment by the Terra High Lords Council, and in early M41, the Blood Knights chapter was officially declared a renegade chapter. In other words, this chapter that had come to answer the call of the crusade was a renegade chapter. But what was even more lamentable was that even bearing the stigma of traitors, the Blood Knights still held firm to their loyalty to the Emperor. Some chapters disregarded the High Lord's judgment and maintained close ties with the Blood Knights, but others viewed them as traitors and were keen on purging them. Because of this, the Blood Knights adopted a solitary combat style. They deliberately kept their distance from all potential allies, partly to avoid harming allies when the bloodthirst struck, and more importantly, to protect these chapters from the Inquisition's scrutiny. This self-imposed exile made this already cursed chapter appear even more solitary and tragic in the galaxy. This also plunged the Blood Knights chapter into an extremely difficult predicament. They not only lacked crucial supplies like weapons, equipment, ammunition, and gene seed, but even the basic manpower to maintain the chapter's operations was stretched thin. As a chapter officially marked as renegade by the Imperium, they lost most of their supply channels and could not receive regular support from Forge Worlds and the Imperial Department of Military Affairs like other Orthodox chapters. Even worse, they suffered a severe shortage of even the most basic chapter serfs, which directly threatened the chapter's sustained combat capability. According to the Codex Astartes, a Space Marine chapter's official combat strength is indeed limited to around 1,000 Astartes warrior, but this certainly does not mean that the chapter's total personnel is only that many. In fact, to maintain the combat effectiveness of these 1,000 Space Marine, a chapter often requires the support of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of auxiliary personnel. Just the ship crews, tech priests, logistics personnel, and others on warships alone consume vast human resources, not to mention the chapter serfs specifically responsible for maintaining weapons, equipment, manufacturing ammunition, and servicing power armor. Donning and maintaining a suit of power armor is itself an extremely complex undertaking. Even though Doracor's improved Mk10 power armor has achieved modular donning and can adjust armor modes according to different battlefield needs, its maintenance and operation still require the assistance of a large number of skilled serfs. Normally, each Space Marine requires at least 7 or 8 serfs specifically responsible for his power armor, including daily maintenance, pre-battle donning, post-battle cleaning, servo system calibration, and other tedious tasks. Without the support of these logistics personnel, the Space Marines' combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. The sources of chapter serfs are diverse. Some are mortal retainers who have served the chapter for generations, steeped in chapter culture from a young age, and are loyal and reliable. Others are those selected who failed to pass the new recruit trials. Not all chapters, like some extremist factions, execute or abandon failures. Some chapters, especially the relatively moderate successor chapters, integrate these failed candidates into the chapter's auxiliary forces, allowing them to continue serving the chapter as serfs or auxiliary troops. These individuals might not compare to true Astartes warrior on the battlefield, but they can still undertake logistical support, light combat, and even reconnaissance missions, becoming an indispensable force for the chapter. However, the Blood Knights chapter struggled to maintain even such basic manpower. Having been condemned as renegades by the High Lords of Terra, they could not openly recruit serfs or selected candidates like other chapters, which kept the Blood Knights' logistical system on the verge of collapse, further exacerbating their predicament. Moreover, compared to other Astartes chapter, the Blood Angels and their successor chapters have a special and cruel requirement: blood serfs. These carefully selected mortal serfs must not only perform the duties of ordinary chapter serfs but also be ready at any moment to offer their lives to alleviate the bloodthirst of Sanguinius's sons. This unique blood sacrifice tradition makes the Blood Angels lineage of chapter's logistical system more complex and burdensome than other chapters. Beside chapter master Dante, there was once a loyal old blood serf who served for an entire century. This nameless hero eventually offered his own life when Dante, having not consumed blood for a long time, fell into extreme weakness. As the hot blood flowed into Dante's parched throat, the millennia-old chapter master regained his strength, and the old serf completed his final service with his life. Such tragic sacrifices are common in the Blood Angels chapter. Every blood serf knows their ultimate fate. It must be specifically stated that the Blood Angels' bloodthirst is by no means a simple physiological need. This curse, originating from the Primarch's gene seed, is far more than just a craving for blood. It is a spiritual hunger accompanied by a killing impulse. Sanguinius's sons must take the victim's life while drinking their blood. To some extent, it can even be understood as devouring the victim's soul. Only through this complete hunt and drink ritual can the torment of the bloodthirst be temporarily suppressed, sometimes even granting a brief surge of power. This also explains why simply drinking blood cannot inhibit the bloodthirst, only temporarily alleviate it. Blood angels who fail to satisfy their bloodthirst for extended periods will gradually undergo terrifying mutations. Their skin will become pale and withered, like weathered parchment, their canines will grow uncontrollably, eventually piercing their lower jaw, their limbs will strangely elongate, and their joints will twist and deform, their faces will become increasingly grotesque, eventually resembling the legendary vampiric monsters. This terrifying process of degeneration can only be reversed through fresh hunting and blood consumption. For this, every Blood Angel's successor chapter must maintain a considerable force of blood serfs. Some chapters regularly execute the population of their homeworld through rituals to obtain blood sustenance, others establish complex blood serf breeding systems, raising specialized blood donors from childhood. But no matter what, no descendant of Sanguinius can truly escape this curse. Even a legendary librarian like Mephisto, who successfully overcame the Black Rage, must periodically succumb to the instinct of the bloodthirst. Precisely because of this, when the Blood Knights chapter was declared renegade, they faced not only the cessation of regular supplies but, more fatally, the drying up of their blood serf sources. Without a stable supply of blood sustenance, the chapter members' bloodthirst symptoms worsened daily, leading to more uncontrolled atrocities, a vicious cycle that dragged them deeper into this path of no return. However, this time, when Mephisto brought the Sanctus wine, capable of suppressing the bloodthirst, back to Baal, Dante immediately thought of the Blood Knights struggling in the darkness. He knew that no other Sanguinius' sons needed this salvation more than these cursed brothers. He specifically ordered a secret shipment of Sanctus wine to the Blood Knights and invited them to Rostov. This was not just a precious gift, but also represented the Blood Angels' main chapter's unbroken fraternal bond with this renegade chapter. The Blood Knights did not immediately respond to the summons due to multiple complex considerations. Firstly, as a renegade chapter explicitly wanted by the imperial authorities, every movement they made carried immense risk. Without orders from the Imperial Department of Military Affairs or transit permits, they had to move cautiously like ghosts in the shadows, avoiding the patrol routes of the Imperial fleet, a situation that made their travel speed far less smooth than that of orthodox chapters. A deeper reason was the Blood Knights' lingering shame and self-reproach. Chapter Master Ural and his brothers always believed that their disfigured appearance, tormented by the bloodthirst, was a desecration of Sanguinius' noble bloodline. They were unwilling to appear in Rostov in such a disgraceful state, as if shamelessly begging for mercy from their brother chapters. The Astartes monks' sense of honor made them yearn to earn salvation as warriors. They hoped to step forward when Rostov faced a true crisis, proving their worthiness of this grace through military achievements and blood. After all, Space Marine are honor-bound. They longed to provide timely assistance to Chen Xi when Rostov faced a crisis or problem, thereby earning the Sanctus wine that could suppress the bloodthirst. Furthermore, centuries of solitary habits also influenced their decision. Even knowing Dante's goodwill, the Blood Knights instinctively maintained their distance from other chapters. They feared that their renegade name would implicate allies, and even more, that they would harm innocents when the bloodthirst struck. This self-exiled mentality had been deeply imprinted in the soul of every Blood Knights. The stalemate was only broken when the Flesh Tearers arrived in the Mariupol sector. As a brother chapter similarly plagued by curses, Chapter Master Gabriel Seth personally had a long talk with Chapter Master Ural. The two Chapter Master finally reached a consensus. Rather than sinking alone in the darkness, it was better to seize what might be their last chance at salvation. Thus, with the Flesh Tearers as witnesses and companions, the Blood Knights finally mustered the courage to appear before Chen Xi in the most solemn manner. They shed their former frenzy and gloom, displaying a long-lost warrior's dignity, ready to face this potentially fate-changing moment in a new light. However, both chapters that came to support were in very poor condition. The Flesh Tearers had only 4 fully manned companies left, while the Blood Knights were slightly better off, but still only had 6 companies that were not fully manned. The combined forces of the two chapters barely amounted to a normal-sized Space Marine chapter. If not for the miraculous efficacy of the Sanctus wine, which restored sanity to the warriors in their respective chapters who had fallen into the Black Rage and been assigned to the Death Company, adding approximately 3 companies of combat power, these two beleaguered chapters would probably struggle to meet even the most basic operational needs. However, compared to the insufficient troop strength, what Chen Xi found even more troublesome was the infamous reputation of these two chapters within the Imperium. The Flesh Tearers were known for their brutal bloodlust, and the Blood Knights bore the stigma of renegades. He could imagine the uproar and protests that would arise when other Imperial forces discovered they had to fight alongside such allies. To Chapter Master, on behalf of the Inquisition, I acknowledge and thank you for stepping forward at the Imperium's moment of greatest need. He paused, his gaze shifting between the two Astartes, who exuded a bloody aura, especially the Blood Knights chapter, even bearing the name of renegades. You still hold firm to your loyalty to the Emperor. This loyalty is deeply moving. But considering your chapter's peculiar reputation within the Imperium, I must ask, did Chapter Master Dante have any specific instructions or arrangements for this journey? The atmosphere in the room immediately became heavy. Chapter Master Ural's face, pale from prolonged bloodthirst, twitched slightly, while Gabriel Seth unconsciously clenched his fists. They both heard the implicit concerns and distrust in the Inquisitor's words. The two Chapter Master exchanged a complex look, their eyes containing anger at being questioned, resignation at their own stigma, and a hint of worry about possibly being ostracized again. Chapter Master Dante gave us no special instructions. But we are Sanguinius' sons. The blood of angels flows in our veins. Chapter Master Seth's fist slammed against his chest, emitting a dull metallic thud. The Flesh Tearers will wash away their shame with blood and sacrifice. We will pile up glory with the heads of our enemies. The Imperium and humanity shall be guarded by our blades. Chapter Master Ural slowly raised his head, his pale face appearing particularly grim in the dim light. Inquisitor, the Blood Knights request a crusade of atonement. He spoke slowly, a beast-like growl seemingly suppressed in his throat, his fingers tightening slightly, his knuckles cracking softly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Give us a chance, and we will use the blood of our enemies to prove our loyalty. We shall not fail Sanguinius's blood. Not fail Sanguinius's blood. He repeated the phrase softly, shaking his head, his tone tinged with helplessness, yet subtly revealing a hint of expectation. Very well, Sanguinius's sons. He slightly raised his chin, his gaze sharpening. I will trust you this once. Prove to me that my trust in you is worthy. The air in the room seemed to solidify for a moment, and both chapter masters straightened their postures simultaneously, battle lust burning in their eyes. They knew this was not just a promise of battle, it was a vow concerning honor and salvation.